coverage of 2013 CES, live from Las Vegas. I'm Brian Cooley.
I am Molly Wood. The Consumer Electronics Show officially opens here at the Las Vegas Convention Center tomorrow. That's Tuesday. Today is press day, so all the action is actually across town at the Mandalay Bay Hotel, but we will bring you all the major manufacturer press events, one after the other.
Welcome to CNET's coverage of 2013 CES, live from Las Vegas. I'm Brian Cooley.
And I'm Molly Wood. The Consumer Electronics Show officially opens here at the Las Vegas Convention Center tomorrow, Tuesday. Today, though, is press day. All the action is across town at the Mandalay Bay Hotel, but we'll bring you a live stream of all those major manufacturer press events, one after the other, all day long.
All day long, and that's right. Stick around and get a front row seat to 10 major press conferences today. No small fry here. We're kicking it off with LG in a few minutes, Sharp, Panasonic, Samsung, Lexus, Ford, and Sony.
And for the first time, CNET's bringing you the CES kickoff evening keynote tonight. That's going to be Qualcomm, and it starts at 6:30 p.m. Pacific time.
Yeah, very interesting replacement for Microsoft. Plus, Brian Tong will be taking us live to the CES show floor in his own inimitable style all day today. It's crazy out there, as is he, as the device makers are scrambling to get the finishing touches on these amazing booths they set up here that are almost like cities.
Poor Brian Tong. Actually, Brian Tong's going to be going live from a lot of those booths all week, along with other CNET editors. But this place right here, the CNET live stage, is kind of where you want to be. We have comfortable benches. I invite you to take a seat. We will have tomorrow live torture testing on stage for Always On. We're going to be dropping some gadgets from a ladder, dipping a couple in liquid nitrogen. It should be an okay time. We'll also have all the hottest gadgets coming to our stage for live first looks and demos. We have newsmaker interviews. We have analysis from all our great reporters.
Plus our awesome lineup of our usual CNET shows that you know well and celebrity interviews. We've got Felicia Day coming. Danny DeVito is going to be with the 404. LL is back, of course. What would a CNET at CES be without him? Ariana Huffington. Russell Simmons. Looking forward to that a lot. 50 Cent, and I'm crossing my fingers also for Bill Clinton. And in case you know anybody, send them our way.
Bill Clinton, come on. Come on. The first press conference of the day is LG. As always, they're sort of the traditional kickoff press conference. They're about to get started, roughly 10 minutes here. Now, if you're following along on the CNET Live blog, live.cnet.com or cnet.com/live is where you'll see this video plus our live blog. And we're expecting probably not another smartwatch from LG. They're probably never going to do that again.
They got that message. And we hear they're setting up kind of a home.
Yeah.
That's what we're getting from our reporters who are there live blogging now before they start, that may indicate some connection of their existing product categories. They've done connected appliances. They, of course, have connected entertainment systems, televisions, and that, but they haven't connected the dots. I mean, nobody has yet.
But I'm excited for this because they always have the refrigerators and the stoves, and they're kind of hidden back in the booth, and I think it's time to bring the refrigerators out into the light.
Bring the fridge out. Give us a snack.
Because I want the connected oven. Give us a snack. Also, we're going to need snacks. We are going to need snacks.
This will be coming up, of course. These press conferences all run about an hour, so you'll see a lot of chrome and a lot of flash on the stage. One of the things that we do afterwards is we get right on the floor as they wrap up and we get over to their booths, and our reporters are checking things out and getting the nitty-gritty on them. Because let's face it, these are all halo events. And there are a lot of things, questions you have that, of course, we have as well. We get on the floor right away for you and figure out, wait, what about this? What about that? When? How much? How will it work? It's very important stuff.
Yeah, speaking back to LG, we're expecting some Android news out of them, some Android devices. The big rumor, of course, is their Optimus G2. So they had the Optimus G come out. Yeah. That was LG's version of that Nexus 4 phone. Right. For the first time, LG has been manufacturing the Nexus phone for Google, and then they had an LG branded version called the Optimus. It's a pretty hot phone. Yeah. If the G2 comes out, it'll be a lot bigger. Look for that continuing trend toward much bigger phones.
Yeah, the phablets they're for real now. It's no longer a joke.
I know.
Well, it's still a joke, but it's, when you hold it to your head, it's a joke.
It's growing on me.
Well, it has to grow on you. That's the way you got to carry it. Otherwise.
It's true. You have to physically grow in order not to look hilarious. No, so the G2 might be 5.5 inches with a 1080p display and a quad core. That new Snapdragon S4 Prime quad-core processor. So.
Now, the last year, about this time, LG and Samsung rolled out their OLED televisions, and they were due sometime in the past year, and they never arrived. So now we hear again they're finally arriving. LG taking pre-orders for their OLED TV, not in the US or European markets yet, strictly in the home market in Korea, at a converted price of $10,000. Which is about $3,000 more than we thought they were going to be, and we had to swallow hard anyway back then. So this is a very expensive television that is not exactly on the cusp of mainstream technology, but it does look like it's getting closer to reality.
And there are some photos now coming in from our reporters inside the press conference, and there is indeed an LG OLED TV display, Ultimate Display they're calling it. So there probably will be pushing that again. I have to say, there's only so much longer that you can continue to beat that horse, though, if you don't release a television set.
Yeah, in this industry you've got, believe it or not, about 10 years. They talked about connected cars for 10 years, they didn't arrive. Connected TV for about 10 years, they finally arrived. So little by little, we see the hype kind of turn into reality. This will not take that long, but this is a very hot TV technology, but not that close to mainstream. One of the odder things that LG did, but I think it's kind of interesting, is they have a line of Blu-ray players that will let you run an app that will connect to the player wirelessly and turn your iPhone or your Android phone into a headphone app. So instead of running a headphone cord across your living room when you want to listen to headphones, because you got to be quiet, everyone's asleep or whatever, you just turn on the app, it's relaying the audio to your phone, and then you plug in your earbuds or whatever.
Wow.
Really kind of cool, because no one does headphones in their living room anymore. The wireless ones are not very popular, but this is something you always got with you. Phone, earbuds, app.
And that actually, in a second screen world, makes perfect sense.
Exactly.
Because you've always got somebody, this is for children too, because nobody wants to hear those shows. Nobody.
Times.
I can't hear those shows again. Talking to you, Ninjago. So I'm pretty fired up for that one. I'll take it. I want that one in the fridge, and I'm going to wait on the OLED TVs. But we are hearing that ultra high def, 4K OLED, that those sort of more and more amazing resolutions and more amazing displays are going to be kind of the trend in TVs here overall. So LG will probably kick that off.
It's a big trend in the hardware. We have our doubts about usage trend, and CNET's kind of official position from our crack TV team in our New York City labs is that 4K is something you can't see on a television that isn't at least 65 inches in size. That's still a very unusual television size in most people's homes. And you've got to have a pristine 4K signal coming in. Basically, 4K is just double the resolution of the best HD today. That's a lot of pixels to make up that picture. One of the interesting things about this is it may actually end up being more of a production technology. A lot of people in our audience produce videos and are interested in this. If you shoot with a 4K camera, you can then use just a portion of the screen. They're doing this on some NFL broadcasts. Zoom into it digitally, but have no degradation in quality. It gives you another very interesting way to zoom into things or to do production tricks later. So it may actually be more of a back-end technology first than an actual screen you'd have in your house.
Interesting. They say now that we're getting some more reports from inside the press conference, they have the washing machines have indeed come out into the light. They are on stage. How exciting is this? The washing machines are on stage.
I need fridge.
You know what? It's a whole new CES, I got to say. I was at Unveiled yesterday. Now that we're out of ideas, now that we're all tired of talking about smartphones and tablets, like I can't take it anymore.
Enough? Right.
Now the gadgets are getting kind of cool. It's washing machines, and yesterday at CES Unveiled, there was a little that I'm telling you, the hit of the show so far is this little device, like a GPS tracker. Used to be spy technology, now costs $50.
The bag tracker?
Yes, you put it in your luggage, and it texts you when your bag arrives or does not arrive. It'll say, it can sort of text you and be like, okay, I made it to Vegas, or like, oh crap, I'm in Cabo, come get me.
It tells you what the airline never can. Where's my damn bag?
Yes.
So that's nice.
Although the obvious question is that thing actually allowed to be on during takeoff and landing?
Right.
I know.
Well, this is the great myth about wireless on planes. Yeah, because planes don't take off all the time with like 5 phones on every flight in someone's bag. Yeah.
That's our
so you'll survive. You'll make it. That's a cool technology. Another one I saw last night, speaking of oddities, you see the Happy Fork?
I love the Happy Fork.
I hate the Happy Fork, but that's cool.
Those were the 2 takeaways.
That's cool. We love hate it, but that means it really stood out. It's a fork that slows down your eating, which is a key part to getting a satiated feeling earlier, eating less.
Yep.
It's a diet trick that people never follow. We all, stuff our faces like Gafonas, and we end up, putting on more weight from the same calories. This fork vibrates and blinks a light if you eat too fast.
It's a haptic feedback fork, you guys. It's actually haptic
real
feedback
cool
cutlery.
using it too. Yeah.
It's a whole set. Yeah, people were.
Is there a spoon also?
Oh yeah, there's a spoon. It's cutlery.
Concerned about that.
It's a whole haptic feedback cutlery set. Most likely to be thrown across the table at Thanksgiving, I assume.
It's real attractive.
People are
real
like,
Fisher-Price
can you
looking
stop
stuff.
with the vibration?
Yeah. But,
yeah, it's pretty. That was those were exactly the two highlights from CES.
Happy fork. Slow down my eating and find my bag.
Happy fork.
And those two tend to go together because when I'm stressed about my bag, I go to the airport bar and I drink too much. So. They don't have a glass that'll slow you down.
Oh,
that would be cool. They could add that to the lineup.
They really
right?
need a glass that will slow you down.
Right. Okay. Turned it around that way.
That was so easy, right? He tossed it up. They're apparently displaying touch screens on top of the washer dryer. Back to the washing and drying. The future of washing and drying your clothes has arrived. It doesn't sound sexy, but it's exciting.
It's cool, yeah.
It's exciting.
And the appliance sector is one where we're going to see a lot of connectivity between sections in the home as well, because to just roll out connected appliances or just roll out connected TVs and have them in silos in your company is not making sense anymore. So now I'm very much expecting that as we see these appliances come out, we know they have connected TVs. Those are obviously common already, and tablets and phones. We need to see a dot connecting strategy come out of this morning's announcement, or it's just more silos, which sounds an awful lot like 2012, 2011, and 2010 in terms of these products coming out. Connected's cool, but as we're going to be talking about at the CNET Next Big Thing presentation tomorrow, 3 Pacific, 6 Eastern, here in the North Hall at the Convention Center, it's all about all the devices connecting to give you a seamless sort of ecosystem of your own, so that wherever you go, you've got the services you need. You're no longer device dependent on what you can do.
Yeah, and coming into the show, it was a somewhat small seeming announcement, but LG announced that they had joined Samsung's Smart TV initiative, or maybe vice versa.
Yeah.
Samsung announced they had joined LG's Smart TV initiative, which is an attempt to create sort of a universal platform for smart TVs. Because really, last year our next big thing was ecosystems. This year it feels like ecosystems have to die for ubiquitous connections to take hold. There's no way to do this if everybody's not playing together.
Got to get to an even higher level of connecting things together. So it's not about what ecosystem am I buying into, the old Apple versus Android thing, but now we've got to get all those systems to talk to each other at some level. And that's the co-opetition that we didn't expect to see in this industry that well, but the way usage is changing, we're all demanding it, and that's putting the pressure on these manufacturers to go with that higher tide and floating more boats.
And LG is definitely playing with Google. I mean, look for them to probably announce a new Google TV box of some sort. That's
this morning.
Finally starting to get some traction for them. They are getting behind Android. The fact that they're making that Nexus flagship phone is a pretty big deal. So they may be making a bet on Android, but hoping that it will be a little more open as an ecosystem, and that they can connect a lot more types of devices to it instead of just having to only buy Apple stuff.
Yeah. Coming up after LG, which we're just about to go to, by the way, if you're looking down the road, we're going to have Sharp coming up at 9 Pacific, noon Eastern. It's just one after another, every hour. Panasonic, that's always an important one, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 Eastern. Here's an interesting one. Lexus and Toyota will be coming up at 11 o'clock Pacific, and that's going to have some indication of a Lexus self-driving car that is here as well. Think Google car with a nicer interior. Netgear, 12 noon. Pacific, 1 o'clock Intel, and Intel kind of takes up the role that Microsoft used to have here. I mean, they still speak from a lot of the same points of view, so that will give us something of a proxy for what the Wintel camp is speaking about. And looks like we've got LG starting live now, so we're going to take you there live in CNET's continuing coverage of 2013 CES.
Thank you for joining us at this early hour today. Early, it's 11 a.m. Eastern Time, for LG's official CES 2013 kickoff. We're going to get started right away, so fasten your seatbelts and experience how in 2013 LG will help you touch the smart life.
When people think of the LG brand, I want smart to be one of the first words that come to mind. Awesome is an understatement when you're gaming on LG Cinema 3D. Our game-based technology gives each player a full screen of their own.
We're in the live coverage from the LG press event here at 2013 CES. Brian Cooley with Molly Wood. In case you're just joining us, we've got the LG conference now. We're going to be moving on after that to press conferences all day long. We have 10 of them coming up today. And, of course, LG is kicking this thing off for what is the main press announcement day.
Yeah, absolutely. They've just gotten it started with the somewhat cringe-inducing tagline, "Touch the smart life."
Doesn't sound very nice.
Which I didn't.
It's a little weird.
I felt a little wrong saying that out loud.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, I think that they're going to have a pretty good slate of announcements coming up. We're definitely expecting a lot in the smart home department. They've already kind of put together an intro video that says, okay, this is the year where we're going to finally stop sort of talking about TVs and then talking about robot vacuum cleaners and putting it all together with appliances. I mean,
they rolled out the washing machines first off.
Apparently, washing machines are on stage. So, LG.
And I saw a lasagna recipe go by, too.
That's outstanding.
In the teaser reel. So, clearly there's recipes built in here somewhere, and I'm getting hungry already.
And, this is a company that makes almost every variety of consumer electronics. So, this, and again, not to just keep talking about how prescient we are, but our next big thing topic is this Internet of Things, this connected future. And so, I think you're going to see a lot of companies talking about not just consumer electronics, but all the different ways that consumer electronics can talk to each other.
Yeah, and the key thing to look for as soon as we get back to this LG press conference, as they're just getting started up here, is to look for what's happening with the way they connect these systems, and do they connect outside to other systems as well. You heard last night, perhaps, the announcement of the new NVIDIA game console, and Jensen Huang there was very, very constantly saying there is nothing proprietary in this new handheld console controller thing. It's pure Android. It's got industry-standard connections. That's becoming a bigger theme, and there's less of a lockdown mentality. So we'll be looking for that with LG as well, to say, look, are we doing our own thing, LG branded something interface and branded something connections, or are we reaching out to everyone else, Samsung, Sony, other standards that aren't even built down into one company?
So they've kicked off their press conference talking, not surprisingly, about OLED TV. That's the first name they dropped. They say it's as slender as a pencil. It is already shipping, as Brian mentioned earlier, or rather finally going to ship in February. It didn't ship last year. So now they're actually giving us a launch date, so to speak, or at least a launch month for OLED TV. Then they immediately moved on to Google TV. And so they are definitely still pushing that product line. They followed that up with talking about their 84-inch 4K ultra-high-def televisions.
Yeah, I can afford that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, totally. David Katzmeyer in our live blog. So ces.cnet.com or cnet.com/live is where you can follow along with the live blog and, of course, our video commentary for now.
And does mention, as they're up there, the LG execs are saying, we start this television off with a enthusiast bent. So it's not meant for everybody at first. They know that. Looks like they're moving on now to the phablet category. We see them bringing up some very large handheld devices right now. And they're also talking about their relatively short run so far. I mean, LG's a household name already in American electronics, global electronics, but a decade or so was their entry into this market. Interesting to watch as you look at other companies like Haier that are considered to be the next LG and Samsung in many people's minds.
Or Huawei.
Yeah. ZTE, a lot of companies that are the next wave of the Chinese makers. How long will it take them? Well, it seems like every iteration in tech is a little shorter, so maybe even less than a decade before they might be major players.
It's pretty remarkable, actually, to think that it's only been a decade. I mean,
it
really,
feels like
LG and
years.
Samsung both, I think, have accomplished so much in such a short time.
Just amazing.
LG's CEO for LG Electronics USA, Wayne Park, is on stage right now. And so he's talking essentially about what they have done so far. They're back to talking about the OLED TV. And sort of, this is the part in every press conference because they have to fill an hour where they recap how awesome they are as pioneered by Steve Jobs.
Yeah, Apple does it, they can do it. No one's going to criticize them for doing that.
Yeah, so we're on the live. So we're, by the way, following along. You can join us if you're watching on YouTube or Roku or Xbox right now. Thank you, that's great. CNET.com/live is where you can watch the live blog, and we're going to go back to the video of that press conference now.
Of LG Mobile with the Optimus G, to our continued dominance in front-load laundry with the introduction of the Titan series, we develop products consumers want. And in 2013, we will continue to expand that leadership in all categories. Innovation and design aren't the only aspects that differentiate our brand. It is also the trust, reliability, and quality that the LG brand represents, which is why we were honored with so many awards, including Energy Star Partner of the Year. In this increasingly connected world, there is another very important ingredient to our success: our partners. We continue to be the best partners that deliver on our promise of reliable and groundbreaking products. In addition to our retail partners, we work with other top global companies. You will hear from a number of those partners about how, together, we touch the lives of consumers and make life smarter, better, and easier. We are and we'll look forward to another smart year in 2013. Thank you very much for joining us today to touch the smart life with LG, and have a great week. Thank you.
Some of you know our special guest speaker from his days as head of the LG Mobile Communications Company. For the past 2 years, Dr. Scott Ahn has been LG's Global President and Chief Technology Officer. He oversees LG's 20,000 engineers around the world developing the technologies that help consumers touch the smart life. CTO Dr. Scott Ahn.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you are having a great new year. LG's theme for this year's CES is Touch the Smart Life. I only have a few minutes, so let's just get started. For several years, companies have been striving to make products smarter, introducing additional features one after another. And the word smart has been adding to everything: smartphone, smart TV, smart grid. But have they really changed our lives? What we really need is a smart life, not product or features just claiming to be smart. LG has been trying hard to figure out how we can make our life smarter. And today, I would like to share what we have envisioned as smart life. It should be free and natural, completely stress-free, and simply breathtaking. Let me give you a closer look at each of these points with some highlights from our 2013 product lineup. First, free and natural. Life should be free of complicated interfaces, and it should feel natural for consumers to have a product behave the way they want. Consumers shouldn't have figured out what they should do or know what technologies are involved. For consumers to use our product in the easiest and the most convenient way, we added a natural touch to interface. Let me start with an example of adding a natural touch to our products make smarter at home. Connectivity in the home is a very old topic. However, the reality is that consumers are not embracing it. Until now, setting up and controlling an integrated home was like almost rocket science. So, to make connectivity feel more free and natural, LG has come up with one-touch connection. For your better understanding, we put together the short video. Let's take a look.
Welcome to the Smart Home, a place where you can begin your smart life. Connecting devices in your home has become very convenient thanks to LG's one-touch connection. You can now stream content between smartphone and smart TV with just a single touch. Even at work, you can touch your smartphone to the smart TV and naturally interact with the TV in the way you want. Setting up smart appliances in the past has been a very complicated process. Now, you can simply touch your smartphone to the NFC tag on the appliance to get the job done. You can also look up the new washing cycles on your smartphone. Then, just naturally, touch the washing machine with the phone to update the machine. Outside of your home, you can check what is in your fridge on your smartphone, and it will also recommend recipes and shopping lists. You should be free and natural in the way you interact with your home, just the way you want your smart life to be.
What you just saw is a small sample of what we are preparing for LG's smart home service. And this is not another concept. Consumers can experience the service on LG's 2013 product. In our CES booth, you can see more innovation. Let's take a look at smart TVs. TVs are getting smarter, but the way we interact with them is not. Other companies are adding smart interaction to TV to just add more features. But LG is improving product to make your life feel more free and natural. You already know that LG's Magic Remote is the most natural way to control smart TV. And with this year's new Magic Remote, you'll be able to switch channel just by writing numbers in the air. Or you can give instruction to the TV using the more natural language recognition function that we call voice mate. Another example, if speaking isn't your thing, you can just use finger to control your smart TV. Smart TVs from other companies showcased some smart UIs, features that require very tiring arm gestures. On LG Smart TVs, consumers will be able to control TVs using just one finger. This LG exclusive feature is enabled by very high resolution built-in cameras. Back to the smart life. Allow me to explain how LG plans to make your life stress-free by taking care of every little detail. For the smart life to be richer and more complete, we must solve even those problems that others may feel are minor. LG's latest product have the technology that address small but very critical issues. Consider the smartphone, for example. The smartphone has been in the market for years, and it has become an incredible companion in our lives. This year, LG smartphones have many simple and convenient features that take care of little details in everyday lives, such as View Talk that allow us to communicate better during a call with handwritten memos, Q Slide that allow us to communicate no matter what the situation, and live zooming that lets consumers zoom in and out of learning videos. Besides the phone, we are trying our best to eliminate everyday hassles in the kitchen as well. With LG's refrigerator, you can just open the small door to grab what you need and avoid having excessive cold air escape. It's quick, easy, and importantly, energy efficient. As another vision for smart life, I want to make breathtaking experience. Innovations begin improving features or product, and it ends by raising customers' experience to new levels. LG has created unimaginable experience with its latest product launching here in CES. And let me give you an example of breathtaking. OLED TV, the ultimate display. LG is leading the way of our WRGB technology. It provides the most realistic color, widest viewing angle, and infinite contrast ratio for an incredible viewing experience. And I know you've been patiently waiting for its commercial launch. Well, the wait is finally over. LG started global sales in early January, while others are still just talking about it. At CES this year, we'll show a new design with this graceful and slender stand that makes the TV seems almost weightless. Next is LG's Ultra HD TV with its huge 84-inch screen and amazing resolution. LG is the first company to successfully commercialize Ultra HD technology in more than 40 markets last year. We will continue to lead the market this year with the advanced Triple XD engine and resolution of Scalar Plus, which enhance the quality of the picture even with 2K content. Do you enjoy playing games on your smartphone? I think we all do. But can you imagine playing your favorite games on an 84-inch Ultra HD screen in 3D? Today, you can, but it doesn't look that good because the resolution of the TV is generally much higher than that of 4. The next generation connectivity solution that can wirelessly stream a game from your Optimus smartphone to your TV in Ultra HD quality and in 3D. Last but not least, we have a true cinema experience for you. LG's new laser TV allows you to enjoy overwhelming screen size up to 100 inch in your home in a very innovative way. It has full HD quality with all the features of LG Smart TV. Not only that, you wouldn't have any messy cables around the screen. This is not a prototype or not a demo. We've made the 100-inch screen experience a reality. It will be available in stores this month in Korea and early March in US. You'll love it. So, finally, let me just summarize our vision for smart life. LG is striving to make consumers' lives feel free and natural. We want a consumer's life to be completely stress-free. And we hope consumers' lives are breathtaking. Please share and spread our vision after checking out our latest product. Enjoy the show, everybody. Thank you very much.
We've heard all about touching the smart life with LG. Now on to our product introductions for 2013. James Fischler joined LG as U.S. Sales VP, then became Senior VP of Go-to-Market Operations. For the past 14 months, James has been our visionary head of marketing in the United States across all product categories. Here's James Fischler.
Good morning, everyone. You've heard about our strong performance, and you've heard about our spectacular technology. You've also heard a lot about smart products. Walking the floor this week, you'll probably hear everyone talk about smart. But here's the thing. At LG, we don't think of smart as an adjective, as a descriptor. It's more than that. It's an action. We want to help you have a smart life. It's within your grasp. Reach out. Touch the smart life. Now, let me tell you how we do it. We think about how you want to use products, what you need to make life better, and that drives our design and our features. For example, we've created a 4x3 format for a phone so it looks like the shape of the document you're reading. We've shaved 20 minutes off a laundry cycle because we know you want to spend time doing what you want and not chores. We've introduced a remote control that is voice activated because it's easier to just say what you want to watch rather than pushing buttons. We want to help consumers to make smart decisions, to buy smart, energy efficient, reliable products that they can trust and that make their life better. So, let's talk about these products. Simple, fast, reliable. These are the requests we hear from busy people all of the time. You want home appliances that work for you, not ones with complicated manuals just to figure out how to turn it on. Our home appliances have received countless accolades, from the Best of CES innovations to numerous Excellence in Design awards. We've also been awarded the Energy Star Most Efficient designation by the EPA for our refrigerators and our washing machines. And energy efficiency is so important to LG and to our consumers, we take pride in the fact that our work has been recognized by the EPA.
Energy Star is a voluntary program that helps businesses like LG and individuals save money and protect the climate through superior energy efficiency. In 2012, LG was recognized as an Energy Star Partner of the Year, and more than 60 of their products made our Energy Star Most Efficient list, designating them among the best of Energy Star.
Outside of our industry accolades, sales numbers also demonstrate that consumers agree that we are the #1 selling front-load washer brand for 5 years in a row in the North American market. Last year at CES, we talked about delivering smart appliances to the marketplace by the end of the year. I'm proud to report that we did that. And for 2013, we are introducing a full line of smart appliances that include exciting new features like smartphone to appliance connectivity via NFC, which is near field communication tagging technology. LG smart appliances can also be managed with simple voice commands through your smartphone. You can remotely monitor what the appliances are doing. For example, you can start your washing machine while enjoying dinner with friends. Perhaps tell your robotic vacuum to begin cleaning your floors even before you get home. Or what about see a list of what's in your refrigerator while you're at the grocery store doing your shopping? Here's a sampling of what you'll see from us in-store in the coming months. LG's smart washing machine with Wi-Fi diagnosis, which can diagnose problems and report them to you. LG smart oven with Smart Adapt. It lets you monitor cooking settings via your smartphone. LG smart refrigerator transforms the refrigerator into a complete food management system. And the HomeBot Squared, it's a remote-controlled vacuum cleaner with built-in cameras so you can check its cleaning progress. And while smart appliances are clearly the wave of the future, 2013 will bring an expanded and enhanced lineup in our major appliances. For example, we will have 27 models in our range line, many with LG Easy Clean, which is a self-cleaning cycle that only takes an hour. In top-load washers, we developed a new technology called HydroShield. It's a waterproof coating that protects the electronic panel on our new front control designed top-load machines. This year from LG, you'll see 7 new top-load models, 15 front loaders, and 39 companion dryers in both gas and electric. We're also proud to announce that 100% of our front load and top load washers for 2013 will be Energy Star certified. And finally, in refrigeration, we will lead the industry with the largest capacity Energy Star front door, bottom mount, side-by-side, and top freezer models. Altogether, U.S. consumers will be able to choose from some 72 LG refrigerators. You also need smart technology outside of the home and when you're on the go. So what do you rely on to navigate your day, to connect, and stay organized? Your smartphone. 2012 was another year of significant growth in the smartphone market, with the introduction of some of the biggest, most powerful phones. At LG, we forged new and expanded key partnerships that will project us beyond the rest of the pack. We charged up our mobile business by first looking internally within the LG family of companies for best-in-class smart technology to develop groundbreaking devices. As an example, we've worked with LG Display and LG Innotek to develop the zero-gap touch technology, making touchscreens even more intuitive while offering true HD IPS clarity. We've also worked with LG Chem to deliver a longer-lasting battery to increase smartphone productivity and usage. Through our longtime alliance with Verizon, we've launched many new phones that leverage key relationships with partners such as ESPN to secure exclusive content we know users want. One of our many products with Verizon is the LG Intuition. It's also known as the Optimus View around the world. It's LG's first device with functionality of a smartphone and tablet. It features a big, bright 5-inch display with a 4:3 aspect ratio, making it ideal for reading, watching videos, browsing, and reviewing documents or presentations. Intuition is the perfect device for people who need the power of a tablet and the convenience and portability of a smartphone. Setting the stage for more exciting things to come in 2013 is a device that needs no introduction. It's one of the hottest smartphones on the market, and many of you in this room checked it out late last year. The LG Optimus G, available now through both AT&T and Sprint, raises the bar for smartphones. As the world's first quad-core LTE smartphone with Qualcomm's Snapdragon S4 Pro processor, Optimus G is not only one of the fastest phones on the market, but also one of the most powerful. The high-density battery and the quad-core processor's Echo mode allow the phone to run all day under moderate use, something other quad-core phones simply cannot claim. But what makes this phone even more remarkable is how it helps you multitask, as Dr. Ahn talked about earlier. The LG Optimus G is not just a smartphone, but it truly defines the term superphone. Through our collaboration with Google, we launched the LG Nexus 4 smartphone, the first in our growing partnership with this very selective company, a testament to our rapid advancement in the superphone category. The LG Nexus 4 comes equipped with a 4.7-inch True HD IPS Plus display, Qualcomm's Snapdragon S4 Pro quad-core processor, impressive battery, and solid camera. We worked with Google to create a device that features a sleek design, comfortable form factor, and a unique user experience that combines the best of LG and Google software. This phone is simply stunning. Perhaps our most successful partnership, though, is with Qualcomm.
The industry and our company have grown rapidly in the last decade, and we believe things are just getting started as we move forward with our great partner, LG. A large part of Qualcomm's continued success is due to the strong partnership our company has developed with leaders across the industry. One of the most significant, especially in the state of mobile devices, is the special partnership we have between LG and Qualcomm. We've been working together for more than 16 years, and it's a relationship that has yielded many industry firsts, in fact, world-first technologies. LG's mission is to make life good for consumers, a mission that we share and that we feel will help drive innovation and product development. As we begin 2013, you can expect great advancements in our processors and the power of LTE alongside LG. Our close collaboration with LG has allowed our two companies to bring to market a product that is unlike anything the consumers have ever experienced, fundamentally enabling our partner LG to take performance, battery life, and what can be expected in smartphone technologies to a new level and resetting the bar for what consumers should expect in the best smartphones. We hope you enjoy it.
We see 2013 as a year of significant growth for LG mobile phones. At Mobile World Congress next month and throughout the year, you'll see us bring to market more Tier 1 premium handsets in various screen sizes, all with cutting-edge LG handsets. Your business, your entertainment, and your personal experiences can be seen in true-to-life form right in the palm of your hand. So you can touch the smart life anywhere, anytime. Your smartphone keeps you connected when you're on the go, but sometimes you just want to hang out at home and watch TV. Last year at CES, we announced plans to introduce both ultra-high-definition TV and OLED in 2012. In October, we were the first to bring the spectacular 4K Ultra HD to the U.S. market. And since last year's CES, we've been improving manufacturing efficiencies and finalizing the design for our OLED TV. As you've heard, we've sold OLED TVs globally. And today, I am proud to announce that the 2013 LG OLED TV will launch in the United States this March at a suggested price of about $12,000. In addition to our OLED announcement, we are also expanding our Ultra HD lineup with 2 new screen sizes. In 2013, consumers will now have 3 screen sizes to choose from. A 65-inch and a 55-inch join the award-winning 84-inch model that's available now. Did I mention you can buy it now? Our Ultra HD TVs features game-changing technology that boosts the resolution from standard 1080p to 4 times that amount in pixels. That's more than 8 million. With 4K, consumers will have the sharpest picture available and a demonstrable enhancement, particularly in larger screen size, for content we know is needed. All 4K models for 2013 will have smart TV capabilities, 2.2 channel sound, and Cinema 3D, offering the most comfortable 3D viewing experience for whatever content consumers prefer. To keep the content pipeline flowing, we're working with industry partners to ensure that more 4K content is created so that consumers can readily take part in that incredible viewing experience. We're keeping our momentum going through key partnerships with Activision, Verizon, Google, and Disney, all to improve our smart TV platform. This year, around 70% of LG models in 9 screen sizes will be smart TV enabled. We have enhanced your user experience with On Now search. That will give recommendations to you based on your history of search terms and viewing habits. The new 2013 Magic Remote will recognize natural language, so you no longer have to speak like a robot. This new remote with universal control capability operates your cable box as well. And we put the voice control technology in the remote, not in the TV. This will decrease the likelihood of the TV picking up what someone in the room is saying. Also, LG's new Smart Share will allow consumers to seamlessly share content between devices, from a smartphone or a tablet right to the TV. Today, we are also introducing the 3rd generation of our Google TV, another key partnership for LG.
My name is Mario Queiroz, VP of Product Management and General Manager for the Google TV products. We developed Google TV to bring a new level of interactive entertainment, and we needed a partner that had the same passion as we did for in-home and on-the-go technologies. The LG Smart TV with Google TV is a result of our relationship, and we couldn't be happier with consumers' reactions. There's a wealth of content out there, from broadcast TV shows to streaming movies, games, music, and more. By partnering with LG, we married the speed of LG's G3 series and Magic Remote with our new intelligent voice and search features so that consumers can easily discover the content they want.
This has been a growing partnership, and in 2013, we will continue to serve our Android fans with an expanded lineup of Google TV, 7 models in 5 screen sizes. In 3D TV, LG broke the mold. We listened to consumers and delivered what they wanted, the most comfortable, pleasing, and affordable approach to 3D. LG Cinema 3D was the fastest growing segment of the 3D TV market in 2012. And we expect the momentum to continue in 2013 as consumers discover the excitement of using our powerful 2D to 3D converter. This Cinema 3D line comprises 7 series and 21 total TVs. For 2013, consumers will have even more options. Looking at the 2013 TV line, we're moving 100% to LED. Yes, you heard me right. 100% LED, no more CCFL. We're also expanding our 2nd generation cinema screen design across several series, creating a virtually borderless screen with improved 2.1 sound. And we're proud to announce that the all-new 2013 LED TV models will be ENERGY STAR certified. We'll also continue to offer plasma HD TVs, and we'll have 3 screen sizes in 3 different series. They all will deliver picture quality benefits that the home theater enthusiast fans love. Beyond TVs, we're expanding our line of Blu-ray players, now with the Magic Remote. Additional features also include web browsing and the new private sound mode, which allows consumers to listen to sound via their Wi-Fi enabled smartphones. They're all connected and they're all 3D. Now, we all know that HD TV without great sound is like Vegas without gambling. It's boring. So we've made improving sound quality in our TVs a big priority. This year, we have 5 TV models ranging in size from 47 to 84 inches, and they have at least 1 built-in subwoofer. And our commitment goes beyond just TVs. We're also extending our soundbar lineup with video streaming capabilities and enhanced design. Dr. Ahn mentioned some new projector technology. For you home theater buffs, we're launching the first 100-inch full HD laser TV. It's a short throw projector at a mere 22 inches from the screen. Be sure to check it out in our booth this year. In monitors, we're working with partners like Adobe and Microsoft to create 3 new and distinct IPS displays with specific features tailored to diverse users. The first is LG's ultra-wide monitor. It's a 21:9 display that's great for viewing multiple pages at once. The second is LG's new Color Prime monitor with superior WQHD resolution for graphics professionals. And finally, LG's Touch 10 monitor. It offers an improved, intuitive, touch-based user experience optimized for Microsoft Windows 8. We're also unveiling some pretty cool new digital signage products. These will include a dramatic new video wall that offers a grand presence with vivid imagery, and an 84-inch ultra-high-def multi-touch display that you may have noticed here at McCarran Airport. That, my friends, is a quick overview of what you can expect from LG in 2013. For us at LG, living better is more than just smart design or how many apps are on the TVs. It's that wink, the smile. It's all combined in our logo. It's the LG difference. Now is your chance to touch the smart life and see for yourself why at LG, life's good.
And now we welcome you to come up to the display, meet our LG product experts, and take a closer look at the new products for 2013. Thank you so much for joining us today, and have a terrific show.
Was the live kickoff press conference here at 2013 CES by LG,
Yeah.
the first of a long line of them today.
And a surprisingly short press conference with, frankly, that was a little thin on announcements. In fact, at some point, our live blog was sort of like this. Okay, now we're 22 minutes in and there hasn't been an announcement. Maybe they're saving it all for the end.
Okay, yeah. Well, here's what we went in looking for, and here's what we didn't get. We thought they were going to connect the dots, hoped they were, between all their products. That didn't really happen. There's no new connecting layer that gets all your products to talk. They did chat about smartphone to appliance via NFC, which is a short-haul technology.
Yeah, I mean, I think they they went part way there. They talked about this kind of idea of Smart Connect. At one point, Casey Newton, our reporter, one of our reporters in the press conference, tweeted that said in our live blog that they had entered the wildly over-promising stage of the press conference when they were promising to make everything stress-free and completely simple, to remove stress from your life. So they are talking about trying to find a way to do those connections that's stress-free, but they didn't come and say, and
We've
it's
done it.
that this is it, right? Because of course that is in fact the rub.
Yeah,
when
there
it
was
comes
a
to
lot of kind of meta fuzziness around that. They showed off their array of home products, which include the, I didn't know this, best-selling front loader for 5 years. Great
Boom.
trivia. You will win bar bets on that.
Yep. Comes up a lot.
Fridge, oven, robotic vacuum with cameras, and you want to call this thing.
So they made it sound like you could call it, like you could use your smartphone to remotely
I want to tape an
activate
M80
it.
to it and blow it up, and you want to call it. We're going different directions on this one.
I'm a girl. I want to call it
You
and
like
tell it to
vacuuming.
start vacuuming before I get home. I love that.
They talked a lot about the idea that you could control these things before you get home. So a lot of this kind of, I guess that goes to the ease that they're talking about is, when you have a schedule that's very tight, it's nice to be able to do at any moment, say, I need to get this done. Call the appliance and start doing it, as opposed to having to be there and get it
And monitoring. I mean, I think, a lot of, so there's all this promise of smart appliances, which is you'll be able to connect your entire house and they'll all talk to each other and be magical. The fact is what most of them can do, at least in these early days, is monitoring. So you can use your smartphone to monitor the health of the appliance. Is it okay? Are the cooking temperatures proper? Things like that, which are, those are useful.
A lot of this is simple stuff. It's like, send me a text or whatever, an LG message when the dryer's done, so the stuff doesn't wrinkle.
Yes.
This isn't big thinking around appliances. I mean, appliances are what they are.
They did unveil, though, Smart Share technology. I mean, they gave a name to Bluetooth, NFC, and Wi-Fi. They call it Smart Share, which will let users move their content between phones, tablets, and TVs. So a little bit of that ecosystem connection. Not a lot of
media
specifics
sharing
about a media sharing thing.
Right. Sending pictures, video, whatever, from any device to any device, typically toward the television. They did hammer down their OLED strategy. These are the televisions that were the belle of the ball last year, didn't arrive all of 2012. They are a little late at this point, but they've now nailed down the price. This could be the most interesting concrete thing out of the announcement. They are going to roll out their television in the U.S., 84-inch 4K OLED TV at $12,000. But they're also going to backfill with two smaller models at 65 and 55-inch. Didn't hear prices on those. Not that it matters. They're still five figures.
Assume you can't afford it.
You still can't afford it. Buy a car instead. It's cheaper.
Oh, the 55-inch might
be
get
under 10 grand.
Yeah, I could see that at $8,000.
That could be their then that's about what we were looking for last year, was an $8,000 55. So that would actually kind of fit with our predictions.
Yeah, 12,000 was, as David Katz originally indicated. They were calling it 10,000 all along. So that's a little bit more.
That's the 84. That's a huge television.
Huge TV.
You're not going to buy that either. A, you can't afford it. B, you can't afford a vehicle to fly it home.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Google TV.
Yep, new smart TVs with Google, which is kind of their branding for Google TVs. But they're continuing that partnership and putting it into the actual televisions, not just
7 models.
7 models,
which is more than just a trace we've been seeing by most manufacturers who have a model or an add-on Sony box. It's been really kind of not a lot of commitment by these companies. Now they're kind of doubling down, tripling down, sevening down with a lot of TVs that'll have this in there. We haven't heard anything more about what third-gen Google TV does. At least I'm not up on that. I don't know if it's a dramatic update.
I don't know. I mean, honestly, at this point, the dramatic update needs to be in content.
Yeah.
Google TV works fine.
Right. It just can't work fine on enough stuff.
Right. It's just that you need to watch more stuff.
They still beat the 3D horse.
They are. You know what, though?
Please, stop with the 3D.
My brother got an LG 3D TV. And I have now watched 2 movies in 3D at his house with the passive glasses. Well, because the only good ones are The Avengers and Prometheus.
There's only 300. So you've already gotten a long way through the catalog, right?
I've watched the 2 that have good 3D, Prometheus and The Avengers on the 3D TV, and the glasses are the passive.
Good, right?
And so the technology looks good. The glasses are light and comfortable. And I am telling you, I loved it.
Passive's good. Yeah, passive is really, it's a big step forward. They also talked about the fact that they're 4K televisions, and everyone's trying to rationalize 4K. As we mentioned before we went into this, we don't think much of 4K at this point in history at CNET. Yeah. However, one of the arguments is if you have 4K, you can send a full 1080 image to each eye doing 3D, which you can't do right now. So you get this very rich very precise registration of 3D that way, which makes it hopefully less headache-inducing, more believable, and it also aids.
Colors will be better.
They do 3D content conversion, which is one of their big promises. Is that look, you can shove 2D into this thing, and we're so good at converting it. Yeah, I've not watched a converted 3D.
I have definitely watched converted 3D on that because I've been geeking out on this TV.
On this TV.
I mean, I actually even tweeted like I'm starting to get it about 3D TV if the content is good enough. The 2D conversion looks terrible, but if there are really amazing immersive movies coming out, the 3D technology is getting so much better that it's not just sort of this we're like a shark is coming at me kind of thing.
Stuff, right?
I actually think it's compelling. I wouldn't buy a TV for it still, which I think is where most consumers are. They're not going to go out and buy a new television to get 3D.
It's a feature,
but once you have it, it actually is kind of much more enjoyable than I thought it would
mode.
be.
You know, you get it on your car, you may use it, you may not use it much, but it's nice to have.
Or you might use it every time you drive.
Every time you drive. Yeah, cars are different. They'll go 100% LED on their televisions as well. That was the last thing that they rolled out.
Kind of.
Except
the plasmas.
So 100% LED except for plasmas. What? I thought I had the bourbon
I know, you
at this
said
show.
we're going to go 100% LED and also have plasmas. So that was a little confusing.
It's a carryover. So all the new televisions for 2013 will be 100% LED LCD. That is a big indicator that LED is not really a premium television anymore. It's the new mainstream. And there are some carryover plasmas, as we understand it. For a lot of plasma fans, notice if you check out the holiday gift guide from CNET a few weeks ago, the #1 bargain TV, the #1 value TV, and I believe the #1 TV, period, no cost object. They were all plasmas.
They were all plasmas. And there really is, I think, an enthusiast market for plasmas. The movies look so much better. The blacks still are better. And so I think it's good that they're carrying that over. But LED is so energy efficient. And they can, and so thin.
That's how you get that thin case.
They're
People buy TVs two ways now. They buy them this way, and they buy them this way, looking over at the side. And often the deal is sold. This is the closer when you do that.
Because you can't. You're just overwhelmed by the beauty of these
cool
things.
Looking.
They rolled out kind of an update, I think, to this Magic Remote concept. Which is that they have a gesture control kind of remote control, which dodgy, let me tell you. On my brother's TV, which is now like the standard, right? The unit, the review unit to end them all. That is not my favorite thing. You get used to it after a while, but the Magic Remote now adds in voice control and finger gesture control. So you could change the channel by drawing the channel number in the air with your finger, which...
I don't know if I need that.
In the live blog, David Katzmeyer pointed out somewhat dryly that he's not sure it's an improvement over a button.
He's got a good video from about 6 months ago. If you go over to CNET and just look for this, I forget what model number it is. David's got a really good video where he sits down with a large one of these gesture control TVs in our lab in New York and takes you through all the commands to see how it works and how well it works. He looks silly. I don't want to do this to change channels. That's just weird. And what if someone near me is batting a fly away? How does it know I don't want to just change? I don't get it.
Plus, you can just mess with people too, and so that's going to be so annoying.
There was that CES a few years ago. Was it an Apple event where a blog that shall go unnamed, and they were turning off the monitors with their remote controls? Well, you can start doing that. Go into a bar and start doing this if they got gesture
walk
TV.
Behind somebody behind the couch.
Right. Imagine the NFL parties at sports bars when everyone's jumping up and down and they've got gesture control TVs. God knows what you'll be watching.
Okay, not good for sports bars. I think we've definitely established that.
Put some tape over the sensor.
You don't want that
That's all
one.
there is to it.
A big letdown, not a big letdown, but somewhat of a letdown. No new smartphone announcements at all.
Yeah, they have completely pulled smartphone out of this show.
Which I think, well, two possibilities here. One, everybody's saving everything for Mobile World Congress in Barcelona.
Barcelona, February 25th.
Or they talked a lot about their very special partnership with Qualcomm. And so it's possible that they're leaving the thunder to Qualcomm for their
address. That's tonight. 6:30 Pacific.
So it's very, very possible because the rumor is that new Optimus phone is going to include the Qualcomm Snapdragon chip.
Yeah.
So it's very possible that phone will be announced tonight.
And that is basically what? The hottest chip in a phone at this point.
Yeah.
With low power consumption.
It's remarkable. Although it's very interesting because NVIDIA tried last night, I think, to really steal some of that thunder by announcing the new Tegra 4.
Yeah.
But the Tegra 4 is almost so overpowered that it had people going like,
that's a bit much.
Do I need that?
Yeah.
That seems excessive, like a Humvee.
It's the
sort
Humvee
of.
CPUs.
It's the Humvee of
there
CPUs.
It is. Oh, there it is.
Boom. What does it have? 72 GPU cores or something?
Really?
72 graphics?
That's
just
unbelievable.
Ludicrous. Absolutely
unbelievable.
ludicrous. Complete supercomputer in your pocket.
All right, so I think that's LG. That's them in a nutshell.
That's pretty much
a
LG.
very big nutshell, but that's them. That's what we pulled out of that announcement. So didn't blow us away, but incremental, like I think much of the theme of this show is.
Yeah, absolutely.
More and better
and
this year.
Connected.
and connected, but
Stress-free.
not enough yet.
I
We're
know.
talking about a bigger connected future tomorrow when we do the next big thing. So
Yeah.
if you're here at the show or if you're watching live, make sure you're tied into the next big thing at cnet.com/live. That's 3 o'clock tomorrow Pacific.
Yep.
Yeah, 6 Eastern.
And that'll be
We're
a good
really going to talk about what connected really
And
should
actually,
be.
LG's James Fischler, who you saw on stage
Yes.
earlier, will be on that panel along with Ford's futurist Cheryl Connolly. We have Sprint on stage talking about broadband
Yeah.
and whether as the enabler of all of this, really.
Yeah.
And then Mark Cuban talking about what it means for innovation and entrepreneurs
And sports lines.
and whatever he wants.
And whatever he wants,
Talk
because he's
about.
Mark Cuban.
Probably.
All right, we'll be back in a minute to tee up the next press conference. That's going to be sharp coming up. Stay right here for continuing coverage live from CNET at 2013 CES. Hello, folks. Welcome back to live continuing coverage here at 2013 CES. I'm Brian Cooley.
And I am Molly Wood. Don't forget, if you are following us live and you're tweeting about us, please use the CNET Live hashtag. We can collect it all. We can see your comments, take your questions during the press conferences, hope to answer them or at least make some kind of snotty comment in response.
Yes.
Like
that
we
we're
do.
good at also.
Yeah.
Real good at that.
We're really pretty good at that. We got here
Coming up-
early.
We started that. Coming up, we've got Sharp at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock Pacific, noon Eastern, U.S. time. Before we get into that, we'll talk a little bit about what they may have coming up. I mean a little bit. Love you people. Let's talk more about the rest of the day today, because this is the big day for the major announcements by these companies. This is not an open day, by the way. The show opens tomorrow, but this is a very important day for getting a gist of what's really going to be big here, as opposed to routine.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you will, and it's a really interesting slate of companies. You know, I am actually. There was sort of a lot of trepidation coming into CES this year about what's it going to be like. Is it going to be interesting? Smartphones and tablets are dominating.
Yeah.
But I think it's an opportunity to see some different kinds of consumer electronics and some different types of announcements and some different companies. You know, we were talking about how we have Huawei coming up soon, a little bit later today. They are at 1 p.m. Pacific. And this is a company that could be, I think, easily the next LG or Samsung, companies that appeared 10 years ago and have made a huge splash with devices that you had never seen before. So there are several that you've never heard of. There are obviously the big names trying to stay relevant, which is kind of what Sharp's going to do in a little bit here. And of course, we are bringing it all to you live. So we have over at ces.cnet.com, you'll find a link to our live events calendar. That has a list of all the press conferences as they happen today. NVIDIA already happened last night, actually. LG kicked off this morning. NVIDIA went last night, and by all accounts, at least on Twitter, it was a baffling and extremely server-heavy.
Yeah, the NVIDIA Shield is the development name for basically a controller with a second screen grafted onto it. I was intrigued by that because I jumped on it and said, okay, maybe I didn't want to go anywhere on gaming on it because what the hell do I know about that? But I thought it might be an interesting media play, but it's really not. It's very much a controller and second screen game. It's sort of like decoupling. It's going the Wii U direction and going sort of like unhinging the Nintendo DS. And kind of turning it into a couple pieces. So it's clearly a gaming thing. It's one of the few game consoles as we get to, I think it's the 8th generation in that industry, that is not going to have a major streaming or media living room strategy. It is a gaming piece.
And you have to wonder about that because that's been such a successful strategy for console makers. I guess if you are making an add-on, maybe you can skip it because now there are so many box options. It does feel like it's a little redundant to come out with essentially yet another set-top box.
Netflix in it and Amazon and
and
all the rest.
Netflix is like the new Pandora. It's everywhere.
It's in everything.
It's in fridges.
We're going to have Panasonic coming up at 10 a.m. Pacific today. That will be one of the more interesting ones to look at because they are. I guess they're among the big three. If you have LG, Samsung, Panasonic, those are your big three at this point at this show. Intel's, of course, a major company, but that's not so much finished goods. They'll have a bunch of partners there. Qualcomm is ascending, interestingly, because wireless chips have suddenly become sexy. They really make interesting things happen that print to us, the users, whereas in the past they were kind of plumbing. Now here we are talking about chips.
I know.
We talk about Tegras and we talk about all these cores and how many GPUs are in there. It suddenly is accessible to the average person, or at least relevant.
And it suddenly matters. I mean, you have really high-performance apps. You have gaming on these devices. They are the devices that you live on. And so power is all of a sudden relevant. I got to say, though, back to Panasonic, I'm super hopeful that they're going to bring Justin Timberlake back out for an update on what's going on with their MySpace app.
That would be great.
That was among the odder highlights of CES 2012 was Justin Timberlake appearing on. Although apparently Samsung is going to have Bill Clinton. When we said Bill Clinton earlier, we were not joking. He's like here with Samsung.
Oh yeah, we're not kidding about that. He's not coming here, but he's coming to Samsung.
He's coming to Samsung. So, no, he's coming here. He is coming here.
If we got to drag him,
I will find a way.
Two car makers are going to have announcements today as well. And again, we're just about a minute or two away from Sharp. Lexus, Toyota coming up. Very much a self-driving car message is part of what's going on there with Lexus. And Ford is coming up. They've added a couple of apps. They're up to 12 apps now supported in their car. I think that's the most of any car maker. So again, more and more refinement. Nothing breakthrough in either of those, but more and more car makers are taking up serious positions here at CES every year.
And we're not saying much about Sharp because, frankly, last year, Sharp didn't say much other than, you know what? We're making really big TVs that look awesome. Throw down the mic.
Bye. Done. It was like a 2-minute press conference. Yeah, it was great. It was great.
And they took 30 minutes to say all that, but that is essentially
but it was a 2-minute
press
conference. It just took 30 minutes.
And I frankly kind of loved it, right? As a slightly over practical person, I thought that's awesome.
Sharp's like Toshiba. They're still kind of focused. They're kind of the old Japan Inc., where they're not doing things that reach so much into the world of computer and connections. Let's go see how old school they are. Sharp now live from 2013 CES, continuing live coverage from CNET.com.
Everyone at Sharp is very excited to be back here at CES. 2013 will be a big year for Sharp as we kick off today with an ever greater passion and focus. Today we'll demonstrate that the future isn't necessarily that far off. Sharp technology is making amazing things happen now. So brace yourself. Today, we'll show you the innovative new products and breakthrough technologies that will be in your homes and in your hands very shortly. To get us started, please welcome the Chairman and CEO of Sharp Electronics Corporation, Mr. Toshi Osawa.
Thank you, Mark. and good morning, everyone. This is my first time here as the Chairman and the CEO of Sharp Electronics Corporation. And that makes this CES especially exciting for me. Sharp Corporation is in the midst of great change, a change that is bringing new alliances, exciting new products, and indeed a new Sharp. As we implement these changes and build on our strengths with the development of new technologies, Sharp is becoming a stronger and more competitive company. The changes are already showing results. We have seen the positive signs this year in sales. Inventory has decreased. We have reduced our labor costs, and we have raised cash reserves and freeing up the capital for investment. The financial institutions have noticed that they have recognized our efforts with their support. We are also introducing some of the most exciting, the most promising technology ever, such as IGZO. We will speak more about the IGZO in a moment, but I highlight it to demonstrate our ability to innovate and to create new businesses. Sharp's announcement of an agreement with Pictronics, the Qualcomm subsidiary, is a good example. This will create exciting new possibilities in small to medium LCD business, which is an important growth engine for us. Here in the US, where we are focused on the consumer electronics, document systems, and the components, we are leading the company's transformation. In fact, our US business is headed for a third straight year of double-digit growth. We are number one in the fast-growing 60-inch and above LED TV category. In our document business, too, we continue to do well with consistent market-leading performance. And in our component business, we are on track to more than double our revenue for the current fiscal. We are also entering into the promising new businesses like LED lighting manufactured like here in the US. In all of our business units, both in the US and globally, we are building on the strengths in order to grow. Our expectations for the futures are high, but so is the extraordinary quality of the people who make Sharp work every day all over the world. We are so excited about the CES 2013 and excited about the future of Sharp. Thank you, and have a great show.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Executive Vice President, Sharp Corporation, Kozo Takahashi.
Good morning. You heard Mr. Osawa discussed how Sharp is building on its strengths with the development of new LCD technologies, such as IGZO. I'm here to talk about how this technology will change people's lives. First, I'd like to briefly explain the history of our LCD technology innovation. Sharp is a pioneer in liquid crystal display technology. Sharp made it possible to use LCD display in what was then the electronics calculator, video camera, notebook PCs, mobile phones, and TVs. Today, Sharp is leading the LCD industry with the world's largest LED TVs. We are also one of the first companies to research and develop Ultra HD and 8K TVs. Sharp is also a market leader in the development of new LCD technology for smartphones and tablets. We expect growth in demand for high-resolution and high-feature displays with longer battery life. In order to meet this demand, we have developed an innovative display technology jointly with Semiconductor Energy Laboratories. It's called IGZO.
IGZO.
Hello, I am IGZO. I am a compound semiconductor just recently invented. I might be completely see-through, but I'm full of possibilities. I can do something that no semiconductor to date has been able to do. And what might that be? I can change your world. I am IGZO. Take a look at some of the things I can do.
IGZO is a compound semiconductor that Sharp is the first to successfully mass produce. IGZO has electron mobility 20 to 50 times faster than that of amorphous silicon, further miniaturizing the transistor. IGZO achieves about twice the resolution of conventional LCDs. Also, when displaying still images, it achieves power savings of up to 80 or 90%. Even after switching the power off, it can continue to display the image on the screen. That is IGZO's greatest strength. To begin with, Sharp is realizing IGZO displays. More natural and with greater presence. Easier to use and delivering more information. Intuitive in its controls. All of this at surprisingly low power. IGZO from Sharp is the key to the future of next-generation organic LED displays.
We believe this is a leading display technology of this decade. Thanks to IGZO high-resolution capabilities, Sharp will release a 32-inch 4K resolution IGZO LCD monitor that has resolution 4 times higher than today's full HD display. The clarity of this display makes it ideal for aiding doctor with patient diagnosis, CAD system, or multi-window information monitors used by financial traders. At the end 2012, we launched the first smartphone with IGZO into the Japanese market, the Aquos Phone Zeta SH02E. The battery of this IGZO smartphone will last for almost 2 days use, normal use. We'll launch another IGZO smartphone, the Aquos Phone XX, this March for Japanese market. Sharp's Aquos Pad tablet with IGZO was released in Japan in December and allows higher performance touch response and detailed pen input. Battery life is 2 to 3 times longer than our conventional tablet. Compared to tablet with conventional amorphous silicon LCD, this tablet display using IGZO has drastically minimized the noise caused during touch input. At Sharp, we are excited to be the first company to mass produce IGZO and for its future potential. But IGZO was not made by Sharp alone, as we have worked with many partners for new LCD development. We are working with Corning for the best performance of IGZO LCD. To talk a little more about IGZO, please welcome the President of Corning Glass Technologies Group, James Clapham.
Thank you, Takahashi-san, and good morning, everyone. Over the past 3 decades, Corning and Sharp have enjoyed a rich history of collaboration. Prior to 1990, Corning and Sharp worked together to bring active matrix LCDs to market. And the industry blossomed. The close collaboration continued with the commercialization of larger and larger substrates supporting larger displays for new applications. 20 years ago, Gen 2 glass substrates at 2 square feet were the largest size employed by the nascent LCD industry. Today, Sharp leads the industry with Gen 10. At 100 square feet, it is the largest glass substrate in the world and only in use at Sharp's Sakai City facility. Sharp, time and time again, over the last 20 years, leapfrogged and led the industry through successive gen size advancements. And Corning was there to support Sharp with thinner and larger substrates optimized to meet Sharp's stringent performance requirements. That growth in gen size defined the industry into the new millennium. It made larger screen sizes and more displays per substrate possible, which enabled the cost-effective manufacture of LCD displays for new applications such as LCD TV. But looking forward, the industry's advancement will not come from ever larger glass substrates. Rather, it is the nature of the display itself that is evolving, driven by the quest for a higher resolution, lower power consumption, faster response, greater color saturation, and cost-effective touch capability. High-performance displays possessing these characteristics place greater requirements on the glass. As you would expect, Corning and Sharp have been working together over the last year to fully understand those requirements so that Corning could design a glass to meet Sharp's specific needs. The result is a display built upon a promising new technology showcased today by Sharp, IGZO. With its stunning color, ultra-high resolution, and low power consumption, displays produced with this technology are ideally suited for mobile applications and high-resolution stationary applications. And the glass, which Sharp's IGZO display will be built upon? Corning's Lotus glass, a glass designed to perform exceptionally even under the most demanding process conditions. So once again, Sharp and Corning have teamed up to lead the industry in a new direction. How far this technology can take the industry remains to be seen, but you can be sure that Sharp and Corning will continue the collaboration which has proven to be so successful in the past. And together, we will work tirelessly to enhance IGZO's performance over the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Since we first commercialized LCD in 1973, Sharp has led the industry for almost 40 years to develop cutting-edge LCD display technologies. We will continue to do so, and we strive to collaborate with companies such as Qualcomm for the next generation display development. With IGZO, we believe Sharp has created a new era in display. I invite you all to Sharp's booth to learn more about IGZO technology. Now, here to talk to you about large-screen LCD television. President of Sharp Electronics Marketing Company of America, Mr. John Harrington.
Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year, and thank you for spending time with Sharp this morning. This morning, I'd like to discuss Sharp's role in creating and driving the large-screen LED television market in the U.S. and highlight the next generation of technologies and products that will fuel Sharp's growth and the continued growth of the large LED television segment. To see how far we've come, it's helpful to take a brief look back. In 2010, 55-inch LCD was the prevailing large television screen size in the market, representing the majority of large LCD sales. 60-inch and greater LCD televisions represented a mere 4% of LCD TV revenue. Sharp was about to change the game. In the spring of 2010, Sharp launched our first 60-inch LED TVs. With 20% more screen area than a 55-inch, our 60-inch model set a new standard for large-screen television, and consumers took notice. We were just getting started. Driven by a clear vision of providing a higher quality, larger LED experience for consumers, Sharp began the most rapid introduction of multiple large screen sizes in the history of the flat panel television industry. In a period of just 18 months, 3 new screen sizes and multiple models were introduced, each larger than the next, and each setting a new standard for the largest LED television available. Offering 62% more screen area than a 55-inch, we introduced the 70-inch Aquas to the market in the spring of 2011. This new screen size was an instant success and ignited the large screen revolution. Just 4 months later, we launched our 80-inch model, double the screen area of a 55-inch, and another instant success with U.S. consumers. Less than 1 year later, we unveiled the incredible 90-inch Aquas. At 6 feet 8 inches wide and 4 feet high, it stands today as the world's largest LED TV available for purchase. This rapid product introduction of high-quality LED televisions has recalibrated the large television segment in the U.S. and redefined consumer expectations in television size and picture quality. Sharp has led this change through excellence in R&D, state-of-the-art production and manufacturing, and understanding clearly that for U.S. consumers, bigger is absolutely better. In fact, in little more than 2 years, a 60-inch and above segment of LCD television has grown from 4% to nearly 20% of LCD television revenue, a 5-fold increase. Sharp has driven this growth. And as a result, Sharp has been the fastest growing television brand in the industry for the past 2 years, and our market share has doubled. Our success has been driven by the selection we offer, our superior picture quality, and the confidence consumers have in the Sharp brand. Let's first look at selection. This year alone, Sharp will market 21 models 60 inches and above, including 8 60s, 8 70s, 4 80s, and our industry-leading 90-inch, spanning market price points from $1,000 to $10,000. This extensive lineup is tailored to meet the needs of virtually any large-screen TV buyer and will be available at over 15,000 retail outlets across the country. Selection is important, but according to NPD, the top television purchase consideration for consumers is picture quality. Only Sharp offers the unique combination of proprietary flat panel technology featuring Quadtron and advanced video processing to deliver more color, superior contrast, and greater detail for the finest picture quality available. It's why people love our large screen LED TVs. As you entered the room today, you may have noticed quotes from consumers who have told us about their Sharp large screen experience. They talk about the pride they have in owning the biggest and best TV on the block, like Susan from Texas, who hosts NFL game parties at her house every week because everyone wants to see the action on her big, beautiful 70-inch Sharp. Or like Mary, who told us that her large screen Sharp television has made family movie time more exciting and brought her family closer together. And we heard from Ryan, who is currently deployed overseas. His wife and kids use their Sharp TV to Skype with him, and they love to see him nearly life-size. We are inspired by this feedback, and it fuels our passion. The second most important television purchase consideration, according to NPD, is brand reputation and trust. From the introduction of the world's first LCD TV in 1988 to the launch of the world's largest LED TV last June, Sharp has personified innovation and high quality backed by industry-leading customer care like our award-winning Aquos Advantage Live. This kind of credibility and history of trust has earned us the right to be the brand of choice in large-screen LED TV. When you visit our booth this year, you'll experience 4 cutting-edge technologies that will further drive new business and LCD adoption from 4-inch screens to our industry-leading 90-inch television. IGZO, which Kozo discussed, breakthrough next-generation display technology delivering higher resolution, low power consumption, and precise touch response. You'll see stunning IGZO products in our booth from 4 inches to 32 inches. You'll see ultra-high definition TVs in 60, 70, and 85-inch screen sizes, featuring advanced new processing and screen technologies, with the 85-inch 8K television delivering 16 times the pixel resolution of today's full HD products. You'll discover the next generation of Quatron, which delivers 4K-like images on a 1080p panel. And you'll be the first to experience our totally new and redesigned 2013 lineup. Again, the largest selection of large-screen LED TVs available from any manufacturer. It's my pleasure to introduce to you the ultimate in large-screen televisions, Sharp's 2013 flagship lineup. Available in 60, 70, 80, and the world's largest 90-inch. The all-smart, all-LED large-screen Sharp Aquos lineup features more models with Quatron technology and striking new designs. The top of the line is the 8 series, which is here on my left. Right away, you'll notice its bold, beautiful, slim design with aluminum bezel, diamond-cut edges, and unique floating stand. The new 8 series features the most outstanding picture quality we've ever offered. And this is not a prototype. These models will be available in stores in March. Last year at this event, we predicted the 60-inch and above segment of television would double in size. The market did, in fact, double, growing to nearly 20% of total LCD revenue. As we look to 2013, we expect to see greater than 40% growth in the 60-inch and above TV category. Sharp will continue to lead that growth. I encourage each of you to visit our booth, take a look at our great products and technologies. Thank you for your attention and have a great show.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sharp's Vice President, Strategic Product Marketing, Jim Sandusky.
Good morning, everyone. As you heard from John, 2012 was a big year for Sharp. And 2013 promises to be just as big. This year, we will launch our finest Aquos lineup ever. The all-smart, all-LED large-screen lineup will feature more choices than any other television manufacturer. We will market 21 all-new models in 60, 70, 80, and 90-inch screen sizes across 3 model series. Present exactly half our model lineup for the very first time. And we will offer all new designs, improved audio and video performance, and Sharp unique features. Let's now talk specifics for what's new from Sharp in 2013. I'll start with picture quality. As I just mentioned, for the first time, Quatron will be featured in 10 models for 2013. While Quatron is not new, it remains a Sharp proprietary color technology that adds a fourth yellow subpixel to deliver 1 billion more colors than conventional RGB LCD panels. So images explode with brighter yellows, deeper blues, and richer golds. Further, because of yellow's brightness, Quatron creates a brighter picture that standard RGB panels simply can't achieve. At our booth, we'll be showing a demonstration of how Quatron delivers on all this for the best picture in any lighting environment. Complementing the extra brightness that Quatron delivers is an even higher level of performance exclusive to the 8 series that we call Super Bright. Super Bright consists of 2 parts. The first is a software algorithm that detects the bright image from within the picture and boosts the contrast even further. The second is a hardware enhancement that, through the use of additional backlit LEDs, boosts the overall panel brightness by 50%, making for a 12 million to 1 contrast ratio that is 3 times higher than our non-Quatron, non-Super Bright panel. We'll be showing a demonstration of Super Bright at the booth where you can clearly see the difference in brightness and contrast. Next up is the enhancements that we're making to our smart TV platform that we call Smart Central. In 2013, we're adding a powerful dual-core processor to all our connected large-screen TVs for swift navigation. We've also upgraded the web browser to fully support HTML5 and Flash video for a PC-like web surfing experience on your Aquos television. And we're launching second screen remote control and interactivity on both iOS and Android platforms. Like last year, all of our connected models will feature built-in Wi-Fi for easy setup and an ever-expanding list of the most popular apps, including Netflix, Vudu, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Skype, just to name a few. Our full HTML5 and Flash video support enables a new feature that we call split screen TV and web. In this mode, you get the best of both worlds, watching TV while surfing the web. Now you never have to choose between your favorite show and your favorite website. We're launching a new TV remote control app that lets consumers conveniently control their Aquos TV from Android or iOS smartphones or tablets. Also, our exciting Beam app turns your smartphone or tablet into a fully functional content sharer. With it, you can flick photos, videos, music, and more from your smartphone or tablet to your Aquos big screen. With Netflix, we've struck an exciting partnership to enable second screen interactivity. We call it Netflix Second Screen. And with it, you can browse and select the show you want to watch on your smartphone and play on your Aquos TV instantly. You also have remote pause, rewind, fast forward capabilities. Now let's turn our attention to other 2013 Aquos enhancements. Our new wallpaper mode turns your Aquos TV into your home's largest digital picture frame. With a brightness level that mirrors museum conditions, the pre-installed classic artwork or your own home videos and photos blends beautifully into a room's decor. As TVs have become thinner, built-in sound quality and loudness has been a casualty. But in 2013, Sharp addresses this by integrating a built-in subwoofer with Yamaha digital signal processing for deep, powerful bass. And last but certainly not least is our striking new thin designs, utilizing high-quality brushed aluminum materials to frame the beautiful LED screen. So now let's run through the three model series, starting with the 8 series that is behind me. As John just revealed, the flagship 8 series features a completely new, thinner design, brushed silver aluminum bezel with a striking diamond cut edge. But the 8 series is also about picture performance. And here too, it doesn't disappoint. The 8 series exclusively features our new super bright technology and AquaMotion 960, which quadruples through backlight scanning the panel's native 240 hertz refresh rate to virtually eliminate blur in fast motion scenes. And of course, as our flagship, the 8 series includes all features found in the other Aquos models. Next is our 7 series that features a brushed black aluminum bezel along with 4-color Quatron panel, native 240 hertz refresh rate, and an integrated subwoofer. And finally, we have our Entry 6 series that is available in both active 3D and non-3D. They feature our Smart Central platform with dual-core processor, built-in Wi-Fi, wallpaper mode, and 120 hertz native panel refresh rate. With Sharp, consumers can choose the large screen TV that meets their individual design, price, and feature preferences. But that's not all. Sharp is pleased to present the next generation of TVs. We call it Ultra HD, and it offers 4 times the pixel resolution of Full HD. Now, what distinguishes Sharp is that we will introduce 2 types of Ultra HD TVs in 2013. Let me show you the first one to you now. Center, ICC Purius combines Ultra HD resolution and the integrated cognitive creation image processor to deliver a natural 3D lifelike experience with a screen image in infinite focus that is similar to looking out a window. It's also the industry's first Ultra HD TV to receive the rigorous THX certification for picture quality. Available in a 60-inch screen size, it ships in summer 2013 and will be on display at our CES booth. Our second type of Ultra HD will be under the Aquos brand. Let me show it to you now. This Aquos Ultra HD TV incorporates many of the features and cosmetic appearance of our flagship 8 series. It will be available in large screen sizes and ships in the second half of 2013. Lastly, I'd like to spend a couple minutes speaking about 2 new technologies that we're working on for 2014 and beyond. In both cases, we'll be demonstrating these technologies in our CES booth. The first is a screen-based technology that we affectionately call Moth-Eye. This is a screen coating applied to the TV that has a nanoscale cone structure that's similar to the eye of a moth. Now, who knew that nocturnal insects like moths don't reflect light back at their predators? With Moth-Eye technology applied to our televisions, we get both the visual brilliance of a clear coat panel together with minimal reflections from an anti-glare panel. The second new technology is what we're calling the next generation of Quatron. Next generation of Quatron is Sharp's proprietary technology to improve picture quality in LCD TVs. Using a specialized sub-pixel signal processing for Sharp's red, green, blue, yellow Quatron pixel panel, The next generation of Quatron will allow the control and use of these colors individually, reproducing double resolution in one singular pixel. As a result of this breakthrough feature, the next generation of Quatron achieves a high picture quality image and web-based text resolution similar to that of Ultra HD, but at a lower cost. So, to wrap up and summarize, we have 21 new models of 60-inch and above with striking new designs and enhanced features. We have more Sharp proprietary Quatron television models than ever before in 2013. And we will have not one, but two types of Ultra HD TVs, ICC Purius and Aquos Ultra HD. And lastly, we have the promise of the next generation of Quatron that will take 1080p full HD TVs to the next level of picture quality. I'm very excited about what we have in store this year, and I think consumers will be too. Thank you, and I hope to see you at the booth over the next few days.
Excuse me, guys. Nice job. Thanks very much, Jim, and thank you again for joining us this morning. Please visit our booth in the Central Hall to get a closer look and experience firsthand all the exciting new technologies that we've shared here today. One housekeeping note, as you entered the room, you were handed a business card. This card has a QR code and link to our CES Press website where you can download and access all our news releases, product images, and get more information about Sharp at CES. Happy New Year and enjoy the show. Thank you.
Okay, here we are. Brian Cooley and Molly Wood here anchoring live press conference coverage today on the pre-opening day of 2013 CES.
And we are here at the amazing CNET stage. If you are at CES, you definitely want to come and see us here. We're in the South Hall, directly above the Starbucks. That's like the best landmark for you to find because you're going to be there at Starbucks.
Get wired, come see us. We just wrapped up with Sharp. Now, Sharp's a funny company.
They're funny.
They're very engineering oriented. And at a show like this where we're all looking for little bright, shiny things, you know, that keep us amused for about 2 seconds as we move around the halls, these guys are kind of aberrant.
They're not flashy.
They're not flashy.
They're not flashy.
Yeah.
Brian, during the break, sort of kindly said they're engineers.
Yeah, they're very much an engineering company.
Yeah.
And so they rolled out lots of silicon and processes and something Moth-Eye-like.
Yeah. I mean, what they really rolled out were, as predicted, big TVs with really good-looking screens that don't really do anything fancy.
Yeah, with their guts in it. Now, these guys sell everything to everybody. So if you own some other product, you've got probably Sharp guts in it. So give them a tip of the hat to that. One of the more interesting things they rolled out was called, with the unlikely name of exosilicon. I forget what it stands for. Every one of those is an element. All I remember is the G is gallium. I left off it there.
The Z is zinc, I think.
Or zinc.
Zircon.
Zircon.
Oh, zircon.
I bet the O's an oxide.
I was
Almost
really
positive.
I really was hoping that I was hoping against hope because I knew it wasn't true, but when Exo first came out, it was a cool looking robot guy.
It was a robot. No.
I thought, okay, this is taking a hard left and I like it.
Yeah, no, it was iridium, gallium, zircon, oxide. Or something like that. So
you know what it is? High resolution display technology.
It uses
Spoiler.
less power and can apparently display your last image after a device is turned off.
See?
Kind of e-reader-esque.
You're the only one who thinks that, though. I can
I
find.
heard him say it.
I can find no confirmation.
You mark it down. It's a small thing. I'm willing to stick my neck out on it. You mark my words.
It can do it.
And never tell me that I'm wrong about it because it'll be just about a minute from now when you'll find out that I am.
Well, you'll have forgotten all about it by then.
Yeah, I already have.
It is a low-power, high-res display technology. They also
My version's more interesting.
They kind of show,
Low-power,
way more
high-res?
interesting.
Yeah, like I never heard that before.
Well, my version where the guy was a
Low-power,
robot,
well, that was really
iRobot
interesting.
style was
Really
that was a good press conference
Yeah.
that I was at in my head.
Yeah, and it didn't happen.
Turns out that was not the real one.
No.
Sharp's 7 series, which is not their, so Sharp's flagship series is the 8 series. That's the IE857. They'll have 3 sizes there, and it tops out at 80
they got
inches.
a BMW fixation or something.
And
That's
that gets, I know, right?
Yeah.
That gets a dual core processor, some more smart features actually, which is kind of a departure for Sharp. Picture-in-picture with an onboard web browser. The 7 series then gets their, that goes again up to 80 inches, gets their Quatron color technology.
That's the extra, the 4th bit. Red, green, blue, yellow. Again, CNET opinion from our New York television labs, doesn't matter. We're not impressed at all by the yellow, but it gives them a marketing difference.
I would have gone with George Takei. This is my message to Sharp.
Yeah.
He's
Go
kind
with
of
GT.
he's like a cult hero right now. You had those commercials with them with the yellow. Remember, he was like yellow.
Yeah, he was the yellow guy.
And it was so thrilling the way he said it, yellow.
He was like a little mustard packet.
They bring him onto stage next time.
Dual-core CPU in all of their connected televisions. I bring that up because we were just talking about how the multi-core architectures are kind of becoming part of common knowledge among consumers. They're making some choices based on how good a processor does this piece of gear have. That may just be for the next couple of years until everything is overpowered like PCs, but right now, it's kind of a horse race. I did find this kind of interesting. They will have, in all their connected TVs, a full HTML5 and Flash-compliant browser.
I do like that.
So you should get real browsing on it.
Yeah.
You know.
Which I think is wonderful. And they're going to do the picture-in-picture, enable it with that HTML5 browser technology.
Oh, interesting. Good
which
way to
is
do
kind
it.
of, which is a good way to do it. Not much else from Sharp. And again, that's sort of what we said going into this. They are betting the farm on big TVs that look good. And to be fair, they have been in trouble with that strategy to some extent. In fact, coming into the show, there were a lot of articles that were kind of like, this is a make or break. And you could sense that, I think, really from the way that they came on stage and immediately started talking about how they were going to be okay.
Right.
We're going to be okay.
They opened up with a financial briefing. But anyway, so that was Sharp. We have another press conference coming up every hour through the day. We have Panasonic next. Is that right?
Panasonic is coming up next. So there is much, much more to get to today. We also have Brian Tong. He is going to give us one of his vaunted live floor tours. It's always the best to see if he's going to get kicked out of something. Before we get to Brian Tong, though, check out this product other than the luggage tag has been the buzz of the show. It is from Lenovo, and it's a touchscreen coffee table.
Hi, I'm Rich Brown for CNET. We're here at CES meeting with Lenovo, and here we have their brand new Horizon Table PC. As you can see, this looks like a pretty standard all-in-one. It's a nice big 27-inch screen. It's got a full touchscreen, of course, and it's running Windows 8. But you can run Lenovo's new Aura interface, which is designed pretty much primarily for multiple users to use the system. So you can lay it down flat, and you can see here there's a control wheel that gives you access to launch all kinds of different apps, games, music, video, etc. You can take things out and pin them to the screen pretty easily. Lenovo has also put a lot of effort into the game development and other apps for this system. So this is a new game from Lenovo designed for 4 players at once. And the system actually comes with these joysticks, among other accessories. The idea is you plug them down on the screen and you can control your guy, and it actually works pretty well. One of the other accessories is an air hockey paddle right here. And then this one is actually pretty cool. It's a die, and the idea is that you can roll it on the screen, and for a game that supports it, it'll recognize the die input, and you can actually use it on any surface. It doesn't have to land on the screen in order to register the die. So Lenovo's put a lot of effort into the App Store for this system, and it says it's going to launch with over 3,000 apps specifically designed for multiple user input. So one thing that's actually pretty unique about this system, on top of the multi-user input and the various accessories, is that Lenovo has a couple different modes in mind for the way you might use it. So here's one accessory set. This might not come out in the US. It's still sort of to be determined. But as you can see, it's a table interface. It's designed to power cable going into this, and that's because it has a battery. Now Lenovo estimates the system will run for about 2 hours. Of course, you can plug it into the wall if you need to. But Lenovo has another idea in mind. Now this is just a concept, and it might not go on sale at all. But as you can see, it's this big table design, and it's really designed to be more a piece of furniture than an actual system. The PC folds down in there, and it really sort of provides a unique experience that we've really never seen in a computer before. So this is not the first new Windows 8 all-in-one to use a battery. We've seen another from Sony, but this is certainly the biggest. It has the same low-power parts in it to help extend battery life. And as you can see from the side, it's also actually pretty thin. Now, I don't imagine that you would really use this as a tablet necessarily. And it's not maybe the most mobile thing in terms of just walking around your house, but you can certainly move it if you want to. And overall, this really seems to be a pretty unique design. It's going to start at $999 in the US when it launches later this year. Prices will scale up, though, as you add higher-end CPUs. So I'm Rich Brown. This is the Lenovo Horizon Table PC.
I'm Dan Ackerman here at CES 2013, and one of the new Windows 8 convertible, hybrid, laptop, Ultrabook, whatever you want to call it, products is the Lenovo ThinkPad Helix. Now, this looks like a typical Ultrabook. It's actually got an 11-inch screen. However, like a lot of the hybrid style and SSD are here in the top of it, becomes a tablet, but you can plug this back in backwards, and that gives you an option of having what they call a stand mode. I call it kind of a kiosk mode, where you can set the system up like this, which actually makes it really good for sharing PowerPoints, for playing videos, and of course you can fold it down and have what Lenovo calls a tablet plus mode, where you get the smaller form factor of a tablet, but you get some additional battery life because there's an extra battery built into the keyboard base itself. And of course, if you want to turn it back into a regular Ultrabook style laptop, you just put it down like this, you pop the screen back off, you put it back on correctly, and there you go. This will be available sometime in the first quarter of 2013, and it's going to have an Intel Core i5 or Core i7 CPU. It starts at $1499, and that's a lot more powerful than a lot of the other similar products we've seen that have Intel Atom parts. I'm Dan Ackerman at CES 2013 with the Lenovo ThinkPad Helix. I'm Dan Ackerman here at CES 2013, and we've got something that I've been waiting for. It's the Lenovo IdeaPad Yoga 11S. Now, we've seen the Yoga 13, that's a 13-inch laptop that kind of flips around into different positions, and Lenovo had an 11-inch version of it, but with Windows RT. Now they've got an 11-inch smaller version of that Yoga, but with full Windows 8, making it a much more useful machine, and this is it right here, the IdeaPad Yoga 11S. The S means it has Windows 8. Now, like the Yoga 13, which you've probably seen a million times already, this looks like a fairly conventional Ultrabook, and it's actually one of the tablet hybrid convertible style systems that really does not compromise the traditional clamshell laptop shape at all, which is probably why we like it. You can take the screen, however, and bend it back, and then you can continue to bend it back. And you can first stop off in this sort of stand mode that we kind of call kiosk mode. It's great for presenting stuff. And then you can continue to fold it back, and then you have what's essentially a slate-style tablet. And what it does here is it deactivates the keyboard and touchpad once it folds over, so you still have them under your hand. A little bit weird, but it functions essentially as a touchscreen tablet. And then when you're done, you can very easily just flip it right back quickly, certainly a lot faster than you can with a lot of these sort of pop-off screen or twisty screen versions of systems like this. Now, the 11-inch Windows 8 version of the Yoga is going to be available in June, and it's going to start at $799. I'm Dan Ackerman at CES 2013, and that is the Lenovo IdeaPad Yoga 11S.
Hi, I'm Scott Stein at CES 2013 in Las Vegas, and one of these stories, maybe the story going on in laptops after Windows 8, is really touch, and the fact that touch is filtering its way slowly but surely into laptops that you may be familiar with and have wanted touch in before. Prime example, the Lenovo IdeaPad U310, which now has a touch option. It's also in the U410, which is the slightly larger one. These are Ultrabooks with your standard set of features. The U410 does have discrete NVIDIA graphics. These have 1600 by 900 displays. They have a solid metal design, very comfortable, and 10-point multi-touch right over here, as you'd expect. These are going to be available in spring, starting at $779 for the U310 Touch, $850 for the U410. And Touch is not just for Ultrabooks. The Lenovo IdeaPad Z400 and Z500 laptops are full-featured 14 and 15-inch laptops with NVIDIA discrete graphics, backlit keyboards, screen displays up to 1080p, optical drives, and of course 10-point multi-touch as well. These are going to be available in the spring starting at $699. They have a pretty sleek design. And that's the story of CES. Touch, touch, everywhere, everywhere. but that's not really such a bad thing, is it? I mean, it's a useful feature. I'm Scott Stein at CNET for CES 2013.
Welcome back, everyone, to CNET Live from 2013 CES. We're here at our fantastic stage in the South Hall, and we are ready to check in with our roving correspondent, Brian Tong. He is live from the show floor somewhere in the Central Hall.
And you'll point at me at the same time. All right, just wait for the camera to come onto me. Hey guys, what's going on? Brian Tong here inside the show floor at CES 2013. And, you know, we know CES actually hasn't opened yet, but we wanted to give you an inside look of what's happening inside while all this setup is going on. You still see a lot of bright lights, a lot of big things here. So we want to take you in. When you enter the Central Hall, one of the first entryways you get into is the Intel booth. They're always really super colorful. We know Intel's processors are inside of a lot of the devices here at CES. So we have this beautiful, lovely array of Intel Ultrabooks. These are, you know, they're promoting a lot of their convertible different notebooks from Dell, from Lenovo that they have. This is a tree because we like to see screens shaped into artful forms, right? So we're going to come over here and show you a lot of the other things right now that are inside this floor. Again, there's a lot of setup. We have a lot of people here. You see this a lot, like 5 guys standing in a circle talking about stuff. Yeah, it's very, very interesting. Okay, now, a lot of the people may or may not know, right? Microsoft no longer here at CES 2013, but instead they've replaced their booth with spaces from Hisense. Now, if you aren't familiar with Hisense, they're a company out of China, and what they're really trying to do here is establish themselves as a player in the North American markets, right? We have the dominance by Sony and Samsung and even LG, Korean and Japanese manufacturers that have really made a strong, solid, you know, market. They're market players here in the U.S., but Hisense is trying to show that they can do it just as well. So we're going to keep on walking down here. You'll see a lot of great colors here. Again, Intel kind of using this pink, blue, orange array that is always really attractive, but at the Intel booth, it's really, they're just showing off their technology that's inside other products, where a lot of these other booths like Hisense are showing products they actually have. So we have here, check this out, Hisense also promoting their own new Google TV box. Think of it as its own like kind of little mini set-top box running Android with a Google TV platform. We are expecting to still see Google TV is still there, guys. It hasn't gone away yet, and Hisense is, you know, making that part of their offering. So we're going to keep on walking down this way. A lot of open space here. Also in booths, you'll see a lot of production going on where they make their announcements. So over on this side, these are the switchboards and mix boards for when they do speeches, announcements on their big stage over here. You can see Hisense with this huge kind of long wall screen and all these LEDs that are still getting ready to get set up. But, you know, it looks very nice. All right, we're going to keep on going here. Businessmen doing business things, right? All right, also here in Intel, again, they like to show off their Intel wireless displays, using Intel with their cameras here for, like, you know, video conferencing. It's really a lot more I've noticed this year at CES is they're using a lot more open space, where in the past they've really tried to crowd here. When the actual show starts, it's going to be a little cray-cray, all right? So we're going to keep on walking, get around this corner, just to, again, give you another feel of what this area looks like. Before we get there, though, I know some of these screens aren't fully on, but this is Hisense's XT880 design. It reminds me a lot of the Samsung kind of design with that really thin bezel and small bezel. But again, they're really trying to make themselves a player here in the U.S., and we'll see how they do. We know David Katzenmeier is our TV reviews guy, so he's going to tell us everything we need to know and see if they're really going to be someone legitimate that we should pay attention to. Now, we're going to keep on walking down here. I'm going to do a little mosey, or reverse salsa, if you like. And GoPro, how can you deny that GoPro has just really carved themselves a huge niche in the consumer electronics market, really associating themselves with the kind of extreme action sports. And so they're showing off content that has been taken from their actual cameras. We know and we're familiar with the fact that GoPro recently announced their GoPro 3, which is their next generation of their GoPro camera with a lot higher resolution, capture ability, and you know, you can really stick these things on helmets, on your surfboard, which I do in Hawaii, which is always fun. Again, here we go. They're setting up this car here. They just moved this car in here to show off. I've got to imagine this is a race car that they've used, but you know, they want to associate themselves with high energy, high action, extreme impact sports. So there you have GoPro. Now we're also going to keep on walking down here a little bit more. And one thing, if you guys are watching these videos, we have this little contest called our Sprint hashtag series. And what we're doing is, if you see a hashtag like that, you need to follow CNET. Write in that hashtag, and we're going to enter you into a contest to win a Samsung Galaxy Tab 2 10.1 inch, because we like to give you the goodies. So that's something. Just watch our videos. You'll see that. You need to tweet that hashtag to CNET. So we'll be doing that throughout the series. But other than that, this is just kind of an establishing shot of what we have at the beginning of the Central Hall. We're going to be at Sony's booth next, so if you guys have any questions about what we can expect to see there, I'll answer them on Twitter. But we're going to throw it back to a break. We'll be back soon with more coverage, more press conferences, and more coverage from the show floor. I'm Brian Tong, and we'll see you guys a little later.
Welcome back, everyone.
Hey, everybody. Good to see you. It really is.
Here we go. It's still early in press day here at CES, 2013 CES. I'm Molly Wood.
I'm Brian Cooley, and we're about to get into the Panasonic press conference on this day of press conferences. This is our third of 10 today that you're going to see right here where you are at cnet.com/live. Now, Panasonic is one of the big three at this show in terms of the major presence consumer electronics companies. Samsung, LG, Panasonic, kind of your biggest three, but on the list of
in a little,
Death Watch.
They're on another list of three companies that have been in big trouble. This show is considered make or break for some of the big Japanese consumer electronics manufacturers, namely Sharp, Panasonic, and Sony. Those three, in the last fiscal year alone, lost a combined $19 billion.
And it's a real interesting turnaround because these were the dominant companies, certainly Panasonic and Sony were, Sharp always to a lesser degree, of the first generation of consumer electronics, which was the solid state era. Once you got to the late 60s through about the early 80s, that was phase one. And then at that same time came the computer era, and that changed everything. And these companies have, to a large degree, never really caught up. As successful as they've been, they've ceded ground in that second wave since 81, 82 to a new generation of computing companies.
And now, they sort of missed the computing element of
None of them were big in this interactive era.
They weren't connected. Sony was all proprietary all the time.
Yeah.
But our editors say that what they have heard under embargo from Panasonic looks pretty good.
Yeah, that's
so we'll see. They apparently have been they're considered to be in in the strongest position of those three.
Of those three that have difficulties in Japan Inc. Now we should tell you
and
just
they make all those good cameras too.
They make great cameras
Yeah.
and great professional gear as well, which is interesting. A lot of the companies here, they have a really big backbone outside of consumer. This is just one part of what they do.
Yeah.
The press conferences, by the way, if you're in Vegas or a Vegas buff, they are coming from the Mandalay Bay Conference Center this year. We are here at the Las Vegas Convention Center, so if you're watching us either here in town or you're on your way down, you're about to come to the show tomorrow when it opens on Tuesday. You'll find us where we have been for the last, is it 10 years now?
I think so.
Top
This
of the
may be
escalators.
our anniversary.
Yeah, 10 years here at the top of the South Hall escalators above Starbucks. And we are bringing you these press conferences all damn day long.
And we're going to have quite a show. Panasonic is, they're waiting to start. Now, our TV editors specifically, we're hoping, especially in the wake of LG saying that they were really going all LED,
Yeah.
they're hoping to see some plasma news out of Panasonic. Panasonic has made that incredible Curo
Yeah,
line. In fact,
yeah.
the Panasonic with the
The
TH...
Pioneer is Curo. Panasonic
Really?
just makes the best TVs in the world.
I don't
Isn't
know.
that a Pioneer?
There's something about a Curo
Is that
update.
a
I
Curo?
just read it here.
It's really
no,
good.
you're right. They're hoping for Curo level blacks.
And the
You're
plasma
right.
is an interesting little carve out. We were talking about this earlier.
Yeah.
Plasma TVs are still the best televisions in just about every metric if you want a really great picture. But they aren't the sexiest beast out there.
And
They're kind of thick.
Yeah.
And
They're a
kinda
little
old
kludgy
school.
and they're old and they're power hogs. And that's an interesting
Right.
thing about Panasonic because they're rebranding themselves strongly as an eco-friendly company. They've gotten a lot of good press for making solar panels and more eco-conscious
Yeah.
televisions, which doesn't totally jibe with doing plasma TV. So it'll be interesting to see how
was
they
all
handle
over that
that.
efficiency thing too. They
Yep.
would not shut up about the green. So they're, I'm not sure it sells a lot of
That's a
TVs.
good thing.
Oh, it's a good thing.
To be clear.
I didn't catch that memo. Okay. I don't know if it sells a lot of TVs. It's one of those things where they have a problem with it.
Right.
But that's not motivating a lot
They
of
like it
purchases.
to be Energy Star, but if it looks really good, they'll take that
They'll
instead.
go buy Energy Hog.
Panasonic did make our best TV of 2012. The ST50 was our editor's choice
Yeah.
for the best TV of 2012 in the holiday gift
Yeah,
guide.
period.
I mean, they make good products, and the Lumix. Feel like the Lumix line of
A lot of good cameras.
cameras has
Yeah.
actually been really promising.
A lot
so,
of good cameras.
I think Panasonic is in a good position, but it'll be interesting to see what they do today to try to sort of stand out.
But they don't play in the two hottest categories in consumer electronics these days, phones and tablets. So they're really
Right.
missing, they're fighting with one arm tied behind their back. I mean, it's really, they're completely outside the
Yeah.
hottest thing. The mainstream of tech today, they don't make anything. They're not even a third-tier player.
Right.
They make nothing.
They make none of that, and they're going to have to. We expect them to announce some more network connectivity, some connected TV stuff. They have, I think it's a smart TV suite, and they are. Sorry, earlier I misspoke and I said that I thought Samsung had joined LG's smart TV alliance. That was Panasonic.
Well, it was.
So they are in fact doubling down on smart TV, and hopefully that will be their way to appeal to tablet and smartphone owners. And that's fine with me. I don't need to get my phone, my tablet, and my television all from the same company. I think that's
No
kind
one
of
ever
annoying.
really
I want to
did
shop
that.
around.
It's a fanboy thing.
Right. So just build the connection well, and then you might be in a pretty good position. If they can really articulate that, and if they can get their press conference started, I think they'll be in okay shape.
Right, because I got a bladder as big as a house right now. I'm just sharing. I'm oversharing, but I'm going there.
Me too.
The other thing about this whole idea of connecting, even if you don't make every product that people want these days, this is, again, we're going to be talking about this at the next big thing, our super session that we're hosting tomorrow at 3 o'clock Pacific time. And that is that it's about getting ecosystems to connect to each other. So Android and iOS and Panasonic and Samsung and all of those to come to a higher level through services that they may have no control over to interoperate, to really get past these silos. And so that's a big topic here at the show.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we're going to take a little technical break here. If you're watching us live at cnet.com/live, which you must be, I'm not sure how else you'd be seeing us right now.
We're on YouTube and streaming on Xbox, so you may be doing some of that. But
Well, we're
if you
gonna
are
shut
on
them all
our
down for a
site,
second.
don't panic. We're going to refresh our live stream, our live feed, just to make sure that everything is working properly. Panasonic's running a little bit late, so this is sort of a good chance
Good time
for
to
us
reboot
to do
the
that.
thing.
Don't panic. We'll be right back.
Okay, here we go. Back in seconds or so. live coverage here of press conference day. This is the pre-opening day, CES Eve, if you will. Speaking of that, normally tonight, the night before CES opens, there'd be a big keynote from Steve Ballmer. Before that, Bill Gates. They always had the opening address, whether you liked it or not, whether they had anything interesting or not. Now they're gone.
Which is usually or not, and now they are gone. And that has been that's been a huge shadow, I think, a little bit hanging over this show, because then it's been like, okay, who's going to be there? Google's not here. Apple's not here. Now Microsoft is not here.
Amazon, Facebook, the big five in really digital behavior these days are not here or never were.
Right.
And that means Qualcomm, of all people, took the opening keynote, which is, again, silicon, kind of under the hood. It's an interesting play.
It's fascinating because I think it makes CES, there was a pretty good headline, I got to give them credit, from the Wall Street Journal, where they said, welcome to CES, which is a great trade show and no longer a tastemaker. And I think that's true. I think what happens here is CES maybe gets a little bit geekier.
Yeah,
you actually talk about chips and it becomes a big meeting place. But it's not, it doesn't seem to have... And that's been a trend for the past few years, that it is not the be-all, end-all of announcements anymore, now that everybody's sort of trying to have their own events, follow the Apple model. This isn't necessarily where you're going to get the latest and greatest news, especially, obviously, not with mobile at all.
No.
You're going to get virtually no mobile news, except maybe from Qualcomm tonight.
Right. That may be the only, and there may be an LG phone announcement with them is a possibility, since we didn't see anything from LG today. But this is a show that, well, if you rank it on the scale... Okay, looks like we're going to go. We'll come back to that thought where I'm going to take you on a story of the rodeo. You don't want to miss that. So we'll come back as we get back from Panasonic live at CNET.com. Ongoing coverage 2013 CES.
We're very proud, in particular, that our global leader, Kazuhiro Tsuga, president of Panasonic Corporation, will be giving the opening CES keynote address tomorrow at the Venetian Hotel. We sincerely hope you can all come. This morning, we're also fortunate to have Mr. Shiro Kitajima, president of Panasonic Consumer Marketing Company of North America, to provide a quick overview of all the exciting innovations Panasonic will be introducing in the U.S. and Canadian markets in 2013. Welcome, Shiro.
Thank you, Vic. Betty, sorry. Hello, everyone, and good morning. As we all know, these are challenging times for business industries, electronic industry. But in its nearly 100 years of history, Panasonic has always overcome such challenges and become stronger each time. We overcame those challenges thanks to something that's part of our corporate DNA. Panasonic's commitment to creating new products that deliver richer and more convenient consumer experience. I hope you will be able to come to the Panasonic booth tomorrow in that central hall. There you will see a real example of how our commitment and proud tradition of innovation, particularly in the TV space, will continue in 2013. And speaking of TVs, for 5 years now at CES, I have personally spoken about Panasonic's leadership role in redefining the home TV experience. Panasonic has been able to deliver on those promises and deliver products that pioneered innovations which helped to redefine TVs from content display devices to exciting new communication and entertainment tools. For example, in 2008, Panasonic actually created the smart TV category by being the first company to add IPTV capabilities to a line of high-definition televisions. And each year since, Panasonic has introduced smart TV innovations. As a result, in a few short years, TV has moved from being a one-way device to an interactive channel for all kinds of information, applications, functions that you can choose for yourself. So now, with Smart Viera, perhaps we can say that traditional TV has finally become your TV. Now, we know that content is what drives the consumer home entertainment experience. And moving into 2013, our TV product innovations are focused on two content-related areas: personalization and ease of access for content on your TV. This morning, we'll be highlighting just some of those innovations, so let me start by sharing with you one of the most radical and exciting new smart VR features for 2013, one that directly addresses both personalization and ease of use. We call this feature My Home Screen. Now, here's a Vic Carlson from our marketing team to tell you more about how My Home Screen will deliver a totally new TV experience for consumers.
Great, thank you so much, Sharon. Hi. Good morning, everybody. You know, some smart TVs deliver their web content to the television via a standalone web page, but they treat other streams of consumer content, things like consumers' broadcast TV, photos, as well as content for media players, as separate channels within the TV, forcing them to jump from channel to channel in order for them to preview their own entertainment options. Well, Smart VR now changes all of that by bringing together all the TV, web, and personal content that you love on a single menu page that's personalized to you. And that's why we're calling this new technology My Home Screen. But even better, each member of your family can create their own version of the home screen, ensuring everyone in the family can enjoy instant, easy, and highly personalized content viewing. So imagine this. Even before you sit down in the living room to watch TV, you already know that all your favorite types of digital content have been pre-organized and are waiting for you to enjoy on a single screen. And select Smart VR models also have a built-in TV camera that can actually recognize the TV viewer and automatically change the personalized home screen to match the viewer's own home screen preference. So finally, interacting with Smart TV has never been easier. Select 2013 Smart VR TVs have voice interaction capabilities, which actually allow you to provide the TV inputs and controls using your voice commands. And you can even have the TV read aloud to you web-based content from the screen. So last year, Panasonic introduced a really great feature called Swipe and Share. And this provided a good way of transferring pictures and videos from your mobile device to the Smart VR TV. So in 2013, we'll be introducing an even better way of creating an ecosystem between your TV and mobile device. So I'm going to ask Satoshi Kitamura from our TV product team to come on up and help show how this feature works. Satoshi. Good to see you. Thanks for your help. So with Swipe and Share, our top Smart VR HD TVs give you the ability to take those great memorable videos or photo moments that you've captured on your smartphone or tablet and view them on a large screen with a simple swipe of a finger. So here's a real-world example, a photo of my family down in Brazil, and that's not my three handsome boys, although it should be. Three handsome boys down there. So let's say I'd taken this photograph on the iPad device, and so with very easily displayed on the main screen. So the fun doesn't stop there, because once the same photos or videos are on the screen, they can also be edited with our new Touch Pen feature. So we're going to demonstrate here. So Satoshi's going to touch the screen to activate. He's going to bring up the Touch Pen menu. He's going to select the pen shape he likes, select the size he likes, and select the color. And you can customize and edit, provide messages on your images. So let's say, hello from Rio. Good memories. So anyway, if you'd like to share your TV-based photos or videos with others, really not a problem. Your friends can actually pull a copy of the photos or videos directly off the Smart VR TV and onto their Android or iOS mobile devices. So with that, he's going to pull down with one finger, and a copy of the image comes onto the tablet. So now the friends who came over to check out photographs can leave with copies of these memories as well. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. So Shira, I think you wanted to talk a little bit more about the importance of mobile devices within home viewing environments.
Right. Thanks, Vic. The Panasonic understands the significance of second screen devices and the ever-increasing interaction between living room TVs and the mobile devices. For this reason, we are doing our utmost to further expand the TV's capability to easily interact with the portable devices and to help users enjoy even more content. So Panasonic has joined the board member of the Smart TV Alliance. So we did this to help create a larger and more productive ecosystem for smart TV application development. So, and the first order of business for us will be to work with other Smart TV Alliance members on a new SDK to create more exciting applications and services.
So thanks so much, Shiro. And speaking of exciting apps and services, our next guest comes from YouTube, a true leader within the internet space and a longtime strategic partner of Panasonic's. So please, why don't you all help me to welcome Francisco Varela, head of YouTube's Global Platform Partnerships. Thank you so much.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for giving us a little time here with you. Panasonic has been a fantastic YouTube partner. I've been lucky enough to be at YouTube for more than 5 years, which is when we announced our first Panasonic partnership with their YouTube on TV app. We're now going to be announcing groundbreaking technology that will take this one more step ahead.
That sounds great. Can you talk a little bit about the technology and how it works?
Absolutely. We're making it easier for consumers to watch YouTube on the biggest screen in their home. By connecting your smartphone or your tablet to the same Wi-Fi network as your Panasonic Smart Viera TV, you can automatically connect these devices. No more scanning of QR codes, no more entering the PIN numbers into your remote control in some totally inaccessible way. We're changing that ecosystem. We're basically changing your mobile device into your remote control for YouTube. You can add videos into a queue. You can control that video during playback, maybe even just adjust the volume if you'd like to.
Well, that sounds terrific. You know, this technology really makes YouTube viewing incredibly easy and enjoyable on Panasonic Viera TVs. So, Francisco, thank you so much for giving us this great new service for our TV watchers. And we're definitely real excited and look forward to seeing the service go live on our TVs this coming spring. So,
Thanks,
appreciate your time.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. And in addition to YouTube Send to TV, at our booth, you'll be able to experience other new exciting apps from Disney Publishing, Showtime, and other partners. So now, Shiro, I know you also want to talk about another way the TV experience is becoming even more enhanced.
Yes, exactly, Vic. So smart TVs continue to evolve, covering more and more areas of everyday life. So we are adding interactivity to smart TVs in new areas, including home shopping. So to explain this further, let's welcome HSN's CEO, Mindy Grossman. Hi, Mindy.
Thank you,
Great
Shiro.
Thank you for coming.
It's great to be here. Good morning. As a leader in what we call boundaryless retail, we at HSN are excited to partner with Panasonic, who we believe are one of the most innovative forces in consumer electronics today. So together, HSN and Panasonic have created our newest and most advanced version of HSN Shop by Remote. And when it launches on Panasonic's Smart Viera platform, this innovative application will provide consumers with an unprecedented retail experience that's both easy and fun. It combines the best of TV with the online experience without the customer needing any additional equipment or services. So through HSN's proprietary technology, Viewers will have unprecedented control over what they watch, when they watch it, and just with a few simple clicks of their remote, the ability to shop and purchase items. So let's take a look at this technology. So here you're seeing the live HD broadcast of HSN. You're actually watching the Bon Appetit cooking demo, what you can see in the live TV. However, now what the customer can do is have the same experience that they can engage with online directly through their television. They can shop the Today's Special, they can look at what items were on air prior, but because of the Panasonic VR technology now, they can also create their own experience across all our products. So they can shop our jewelry category in their own on-demand channel, customizing that experience for them. They can shop in kitchen products, fashion, go directly into health and wellness, home solutions, anything that they feel is specific to them. So say they love beauty. Not only can they look at the products, but they can look at beauty videos, bestsellers, customer picks, new arrivals, creating their entire new customized beauty experience right on their television screen. But in addition, what we're very excited about, they can also access over 40,000 of our products directly in every category. And we can keep that inventory relevant and live at all times, so we can change it on an ongoing basis relative to the product categories. They can even watch a concert on HSN Live from our music category. So let's say they want fashion. You can go on, and in this case, maybe I want a dress. So I can go into Dress Shop. I have 447 dresses that I can shop through. I can determine it by price. I can look at it by best picks. But not only can I look at the visual, I can go right into the video. Here is Juliana Rancic showing the dress. I can view the detailed description to give me the information on what I may want to purchase. Is it right for me? But what we also feel is very important is we know that customers feel that customer reviews are very important to their shopping experience. So here, they can go right on and access those customer reviews directly for that product. Love the dress, this is a winner, totally smitten, and of course, once she's seen Totally Smitten, I have to have that dress. So right from there, can go to buy, processing your order, and in a final click, complete the purchase. So a complete and elegant experience right in your own home. So I want to say thank you again to Panasonic, because this groundbreaking new app is one of the final components of a comprehensive multi-platform digital redesign that's been in the development at HSM for more than a year. So in addition to our Shop by Remote app, we've enhanced the customer experience on all mobile devices, including tablets, Windows, etc. Tomorrow we'll be launching a completely new hsn.com. So HSN Shop by Remote clearly reaffirms our scope in terms of this idea of boundaryless retail. And what's important about this Panasonic Smart VR, it's not just innovation for the sake of innovation. HSN Shop by Remote drives customer engagement and commerce. And so we're excited to partner to debut our new Shop by Remote app on Panasonic Smart VR TVs, and we're really looking forward to the launch.
Wow, this is really exciting. I'm really looking forward to introducing your services on Panasonic products.
Right, and we hope you're going to shop, too.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mindy.
Well, in addition to the new features and advancements we've already highlighted, there's a whole lot more to share about our 2013 product lines. So let's go back to our 2013 Viera HD TV lineup for just a moment. So Panasonic will launch a total of 32 HD TV models this year. 16 plasmas and 16 LED models, ranging in screen sizes from 42 to 65-inch class in our plasma line, and 32-inch to 65-inch in LED. In addition to the advanced networking and increased connectivity features, this year's lineup continues our leadership in picture quality and introduces stunning design elements that you'll see on the models, both here on the stage as well as at our booth. So our plasma lineup is led by the new flagship Smart Viera ZT series and the next generations of our award-winning Smart Viera VT and ST series. So in addition to its legendary image quality, which videophiles have praised generously, our 2013 VT series plasma, it's right here, features the My Home Screen technologies that we discussed before, as well as the facial recognition and voice interaction. Our LED lineup is led by the next generations of our Smart Viera WT and DT series HD TVs. And this year, the flagship of our LED line, the Smart Viera WT series, right here, also features the personalization options that we highlighted earlier. The Smart Viera WT and DT series feature the enhanced IPS panel technology, which delivers a wide viewing angle with almost no picture degradation. Twice backlight scanning, improved contrast ratio, and finer local control for dimming all combine to deliver crisp and superior picture quality with improved color accuracy. Panasonic is very proud to be ranked by Interbrand as one of the greenest companies in the world. Eco and smart solutions for home and beyond are at the core of what we do and is reflected in our 2013 lineup. And we're very proud that most all of the Panasonic high-efficiency LED Smart Viera HD TVs reduce power consumption by approximately 15% and have met the new standards set for ENERGY STAR 6.0 certification. We're also very proud that our Viera 50-inch class E60 LED, which you'll see right over there, has been selected as a CEA Best of Innovations Award winner in the Accessible and Universal Design Technologies product category.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Vic. This award underlines Panasonic's commitment to innovate to meet the needs of all people, including people with disabilities or the people who may have trouble reading the text of internet content on screen. So Smart Viera's voice interaction makes this task a lot easier for them. And also, in that area, I also want to mention another smart technology that we'll be showing at the booth. So this technology, bone conduction, has been around for quite a while, but Panasonic audio engineers have recently made the improvement in this area to enhance the quality of music and the spoken word. With these wireless headphones, bone conduction headphones, people who usually have difficulties hearing the sound on TVs don't have to worry about raising the volume and distracting other people in the household. So they can listen at the sound level that comfortable for them over a Bluetooth connection. So tomorrow, please stop by our booth for a demonstration.
That sounds terrific. Thanks, Shira. Yeah. So, and speaking of sound, you'll love this beautifully designed wireless speaker, which raises the standard for playing music or sound from your tablet and taking viewing and listening experience to the next level. With a crisp audio quality of optimal 2.1 channel surround sound and a 3 1/8 inch subwoofer, this new device delivers powerful and realistic sound in a slim profile to enhance the movie experience on a tablet device. Our new wireless speaker systems offer robust sound as well and give you the opportunity to stream audio wirelessly or dock iPhone 5 or an iPad mini via a Lightning pin connection. So leading the charge for our new 2013 Blu-ray line is our BDT 230 Blu-ray disc player. The 230 features IPTV connectivity via our Viera Connect platform. It also features Miracast, a new content shifting feature which makes it easy to view photos captured on your smartphones, tablets, or PCs on your smart Viera TVs. And for the first time, we will be launching 2 streaming video players. The flagship of this new category is our MST60, which features our Viera Connect IPTV platform for accessing services such as gaming, music, social, networking, sports, and video-on-demand applications. The MST also includes a web browser and our new Miracast feature. Our latest imaging products also deliver connectivity with smart devices and our smart Viera HD TVs. The new X920, V720, and V520 camcorders, as well as the Lumix TS5 and ZS30, all offer built-in Wi-Fi functions that allow live view control from a smartphone and enable real-time broadcasting to families and friends who live far away. All of the new models also offer new levels of performance and function. Panasonic's wide lineup of digital cameras and camcorders meet the diverse lifestyles of consumers with built-in Wi-Fi functions for extra convenience for shooting, viewing, and sharing of images. And last but not least, this year will be the first time that you will be seeing a much more prominent presence at this show of our award-winning home appliance and personal care products. So helping us at the show will be a TV personality, Camille Ford, who many of you know as the host of the Travel Channel series Food Wars. Actually, we're very fortunate. Camille is here with us today. Camille, could you please stand up? So thank you very much. So from our elegant countertop appliances for the kitchens to shavers and compact beauty products for those on-the-go touch-ups, Panasonic is taking our eco-conscious and high-tech solutions beyond the family room and into the kitchen, bath, and more rooms in the house. So please stop by our booth and meet Camille, and she'll show you just some of the latest innovations in this area.
Thank you, Vic. Thank you very much. And thank you, Shiro. And great thank you to Mindy and to Francesco. We really value your partnership with Panasonic. But we've only scratched the surface here today of our range of exciting and innovative new home entertainment products Panasonic will bring to market in 2013. You can see them all starting tomorrow in our CES booth, from our Smart Viera HD TV and home entertainment portfolio to our rapidly growing home appliance and personal care business. These are great examples of how Panasonic is engineering new solutions for the home. I hope you'll also join us at the booth to meet Olympic gold medalist and star of the U.S. women's national soccer team, Abby Wambach. We also have a special Fox Studio panel on entertainment and technology featuring none other than Danny DeVito. Come see for yourself the great products and technologies we've discussed today. And don't forget to pick up a link to our complete press kit on your way out. And also tune in to our award-winning second annual Live at CES webcast from the Panasonic booth, which will feature over 16 hours of guest interviews and show highlights. On behalf of everyone at Panasonic, thank you for coming with us, joining us today, and have a great show.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job. We're done.
For a snack. Welcome back to our coverage here at CES.
Who saw that coming?
I'm Brian Cooley.
Panasonic makes everything from televisions to hair dryers, and they just had like a 22-minute press conference.
Yep.
I was having some Chex Mix.
There was some hair dryers
That's
in
not
there.
okay.
2 words: bone conduction.
Bone conduction. Boom. Shut it down, everybody, because bone conduction just happened.
Bone conduction headphones. They rolled those out saying these were going to be really big. Didn't sell me on it, but I like the idea. We're talking about headphones that work, by the way, via Bluetooth from your Panasonic television.
Yeah, wireless.
That are going to send in that sound through your skull, into your ossicles. I'm not quite sure where on your body those are located.
I don't know either, but I'm going to Google it now.
And
Ossicles.
Onto the cochlea, appropriately enough, and then to the auditory nerve. So that's bone conduction.
He wrote it down. He totally did.
I did.
I got to have all those.
Bone conduction.
And then it goes to here, and then it goes to there. And that was the highlight. In fact, our TV editors are right now, at this moment, just fuming. Extremely
and
upset.
Liars.
And they're liars. We love and respect our colleagues, but they told us that cool things were going to come.
Great stuff coming under embargo?
It said, it's going to be okay or whatever.
All right.
But it was hair dryers. Okay, so they do have, what they're disappointed about was that there was absolutely no details on their new plasma technology.
Right.
Which is what the video files were really wanting to see, some actual cool video stuff. And they said that they're releasing 16.
Doink. New models.
New models.
See, when you come to us quickly, things just come apart. So this television technology is one that we wanted to see nicely detailed, because we were just talking about how if you're not going to be in the mainstream with so many companies that are out there, you've got to be in the high end. And that's where plasma still plays, and that's where a lot of the technologies that we're seeing at the show are allowing companies to sort of go off into a niche. Because if you're not in this huge ecosystem mold where you've got tablets and smartphones and everything else under the sun, you've got to be really good at something that tends to take you high end. You're either very broad or you're a little bit high end, or you're on the make, like a Huawei or a Hisense or a higher. So they didn't give us a lot of meat on the bones on that one.
They really didn't. At the beginning of the press conference, they did do exactly what we said they were going to do, which was focus on ways to integrate their TVs with your existing mobile devices, with your smartphones and your tablets, and have that be more seamless, have that be part of the ecosystem that you already have, which is a smart model, I think, if you don't want to get into making phones, because that is an exhausting business to be in. They brought out YouTube to talk about how you could use your smartphone as a YouTube remote control. And then they brought up the Home Shopping Network, to talk about a Home Shopping Network app.
And then we got back to bone conduction.
And then bone conduction happened, and then we lost the trail of everything else.
And then the hairdryers came at the end, is that right? And the curlers was at the very end?
Yeah, there was a hairdryer and a straight iron and a couple of little things that I couldn't recognize at all.
Which kind of, is actually part of what Panasonic is. This is one of the soup to nuts companies out there that is everything from, whatever you call it, household goods on one end. I mean, they're even broader than Samsung. Samsung doesn't make hairdryers, I don't think.
No, I mean, Panasonic, they make, like we said, those professional level cameras, small point and shoots.
Transistor radios.
Everything.
Our favorite $4 earbbuds are Panasonics. They were on our gift guide. We love them. So it's a very, very broad company, but you have to wonder, as we were talking going into their press conference, because of their financial woes, which a lot of people don't realize. Sony, too. These companies are in deep trouble.
Yeah.
Are they just spread too thin without a focus at this point? Do you need to be really
focused? You have to wonder, yeah. I mean, but I will say they probably could have afforded to put together a full 45-minute press conference. I'm just saying, no, probably not. I mean, for God's sake, I have my badge on.
I mean,
how embarrassing.
The backdrops.
Because I had to go to the bathroom.
Okay, let's go there. The backdrops are getting increasingly bad as we go through press conference day. First of all, we had Sharp in the Comedy Club set, right?
Oh my goodness.
Then they dropped the red curtain.
The red curtain.
And then they had they had the woman from the marketing team have to come trot this TV out, which looked like it might have been dropped. So that luckily didn't happen.
I thought maybe they were going to cut her in half at first. I couldn't tell that she was carrying a TV, and then it was.
That was special. And then Panasonic comes up and they're kind of backed up to their backing there, their little sheet, like it's a mugshot. So that wasn't real good for a visual company.
I've decided that the press conferences are my new favorite thing.
Yeah.
New favorite thing. To quote a CNET colleague on our live blog, the Panasonic press conference was unfortunately shockingly short on details.
Okay, good. So it's not just us.
We are hoping that the ones to follow will be less short on details, longer, in fact, on details. Much, much more coming up today. Next is Lexus and Toyota. One would hope that they have some things to say.
They do it up, yeah.
That's going to be at the top of the hour. Plus, we have Brian Tong live from the show floor. But first, we're going to check out a few more of the products that we've seen so far, including my favorite, the luggage tracker.
Hi, I'm Bridget Carey with CNET here at CES 2013, and we have a cool gadget here that can save you a lot of headache if you ever had lost luggage when you're flying. From Globotrack, this is the Track Dot luggage, and you just stick this guy in your luggage, and it'll let you know where it is, but it goes a little bit more than that. What's neat about it is that it runs on 2 AA batteries, so right there you don't have to worry about chargers, and if you're on vacation, how many chargers do you bring? Nope, 2 AA batteries will last you 28 days. And when it is in your luggage, and it's going faster than 100 miles an hour, say when the airplane's taking off, this will shut down. When it slows down again, it comes back on and lets you know where it is. So if you're going to New York and it didn't come back with you in New York, well, it'll connect to your phone and you'll get an alert on your phone to let you know, hey, it's in Chicago. Well, instead of sitting around the carousel going, where's my luggage? Now you can go right to the guy and say, listen, my luggage is here. I have an exact address for it. And if you could, bring it back to me. And it even has Bluetooth on this device that connects to your cell phone. So when it's coming down the carousel, it'll let you know that it's getting closer and closer to you instead of having you rubberneck over people and going, is it here yet? Is it here yet? Well, now you'll know if it's here, or you'll know if someone else went and took it with them. It comes with 2 AA batteries, so you don't need to have a charger, and it comes with a luggage tag, so it's easy to spot your luggage too, and let people know that, hey, my luggage has an orange tag on it. You get all of this for $49.99. It'll be available within 3 months, so the first quarter of the year, but you're going to need a subscription service once a year for $12.99. For CNET, I'm Bridget Carey here at CES 2013, here with the Track Dot by Globotrack.
Hi, I'm Wayne Cunningham here at CES 2013, sitting in a 2014 Chevy Spark EV. This has the MyLink entertainment system, and this is the first time we're going to get to test out the Siri integration. I've got an iPhone cabled to the system right here, and with the voice command button, I can go straight to Siri and use my Siri commands in the car. So let's give it a try. So I push and hold the voice command button to start Siri. What is the high temperature?
The high will be 50 degrees this afternoon.
So that just told me the high temperature based on a Siri voice command through the iPhone. I can also have it do other things like play music, for example. Play Aerosmith.
Playing Aerosmith.
So it immediately goes through the music library on the phone, starts playing the artist that I named. I could have also named an album or a track. I would have played anything I wanted to. Now, one other cool thing with this new MyLink system, it also has another app hooked up. We used to only have a couple of apps, Pandora and Stitcher, but now we also get TuneIn. TuneIn is a internet radio app that plays 70,000 stations from around the world. I've got it playing a station from it looks like New York right here, and I could go through the menu and find any of many stations, different languages, anything I wanted, any station around, my favorite station from anywhere, and I can put those stations into a favorite list and then just find them really easily. Once it loads it up, I've got WFUV, got Radio 90s Alternative, The Mountain, all sorts of stations. I can program them in as favorites and listen to them at any time through the iPhone hooked up to the system. Also works with the Android. Now, this system will be coming out later this year. Chevy's going to roll this out in its MyLink capable cars, and that's the Sonic and the Spark, and the Spark EV too, which comes out this year. I'm Wayne Cunningham here at CES 2013.
This is Jessica Dalcourt for CNET here at CES 2013 in Las Vegas. I'm looking at the Alcatel One Touch Idol and the Idol Ultra. So these are two different phones, are very similar. The Ultra is actually the thinner phone by just a hair. It has a 4.7-inch HD screen, 720p HD, and it runs Android 4.1 Jelly Bean on it. Another difference is that the Idol Ultra has an AMOLED screen, and the regular Idol has an LCD display. The Idol Ultra also has a 1.2 gigahertz dual-core processor, and the Idol has a 1 gigahertz dual-core processor. They both have 8-megapixel cameras with flash and capture HD video. The Idol has a 1.3 megapixel camera, and the Idol Ultra has a 2 megapixel front-facing camera. Even though both of these phones are thin, they do have some rounding on the edges, so they don't feel uncomfortable to hold in their hands. They look really nice. Of the two phones, only the Idol is going to be coming to the U.S., but there is no pricing or carrier information yet. I'm Jessica Dalcourt for CNET, looking at the Alcatel One Touch Idol and Idol Ultra.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're now going to check in with our roving correspondent, Brian Tong. He is live from the show floor somewhere in the Central Hall with an update.
Turn on your batteries. Okay, we're going.
Okay. Hey guys, what's up? Brian Tong here on the CES 2013 show floor. You know how we do it. Like, one of the best booths that I always get to check out here at CES is Sony's booth because they do so many amazing and different things. So we're going to take you inside the booth. We know that a lot of times we're not going to be able to show you everything you want to see. We know Sony has their press conference announcement that you'll be able to see here live at 5 p.m. Pacific time, but we did want to give you a sense of what Sony is doing here at the show, and I got to admit, I really feel like this is one of their best setups they've ever done before because it really feels spacious, wide open. They're doing a lot of cool things. So let's just kind of walk inside this 360 array of video screens that Sony is showing off. So when you walk around and you're in here, you feel like you're in the Sony spaceship, like this capsule, and they're showing a lot of cool original video content around these screens that surround the entire stage. Now, one of the hottest products that we're expecting to see here is the Xperia Z. We know there's been a lot of rumors flowing around. See all these things covered up in this shroud? Like, it's in this cloth. You can't really see. I mean, even if you try to look in there, you can try. Like, Charlie, you can try. I mean, you can't see what's inside there. So hopefully we're gonna get a glimpse of that, but we expect to see that at the presser. But these are all clearly the Sony Xperia Z, displays and setups. So we're gonna walk through here. I know I let you guys down, didn't I? I'm sorry. Now, while we're walking through this tour booth, we're gonna be here for a while. So if you guys feel like you want to ask us any questions directly, you can tweet me at Brian Tong. That's my Twitter handle, BrianTong, and I'm going to try and answer some of your questions while we're here during the booth tour because we want to be able to reach out and touch you. Okay, so right behind me now here, this is another setup here with the Xperia phones. You can see like they're having them set up. They're using their new wireless headphone setup as well, and we don't see many phones coming out here at CES 2013. We know that they're starting to gear them more towards TVs, big consumer devices, and what makes that different is that now people are starting to announce their phone products a lot later at Mobile World Congress. So right now, my gut feeling is the Xperia Z might be the phone of the show. I'm just saying, that's my gut feeling. So let's just walk around here now and kind of show you some more of what Sony's booth has to offer, okay? So they're still working, again, they're still setting up these booths and perfecting them and fine-tuning them because really we're still a day away, so there's a lot of stuff that has not been finished yet. Well, let's just kind of take a look and we can see all the workers here in the aisles kind of going at it. Again, this is only the mobile section of the Sony booth, so it just gives you a sense of how much stuff, right in my face, how much stuff is really going on, okay? So let's keep on walking down over here. Now, another cool feature that they're showcasing with their Sony devices is this one-touch capability, right? The little caption magic is just one touch away, and what they're doing is enabling, a lot of times we have, NFC connections on our phones, but how do we really make that a seamless transaction? Because we still have yet to see instantaneous one-touch action. It takes some time, if you mess around with your Google phone. So what we have here, we're going to just walk down this aisle here. These allow you things like one-touch listening. Here with the Xperia Z here, you can touch to these devices, and then they'll start playing the content, whether it's music. We also have one-touch sharing. Again, we've seen these in phones before, but here in the U.S. market, the Xperia Z hasn't seen the light of day. I mean, that's the phone that everyone's waiting to see. And then also one-touch mirroring, very similar to like what Apple is doing with their ability to throw and toss content from your mobile device to your TV set. What's cool is that instead of you having to switch to an Apple TV and your input, this is integrated directly into the TV set. So just boom, one touch, and they're good to go. So we're going to keep on walking through the booths here, and let's go over here to the 4K section because we know 4K stuff is really hot. So come on over this way. All right. Watch this. Oh man, did you see that? I tapped his right shoulder and he still looked left. This guy, this guy knows the game. Can I ask you a quick question here?
Yes.
So you're here with the Sony booth setting up?
Yes.
Have you worked here in the Sony booth before?
I have not. This is my first year on the Sony booth.
First year at CES?
No, 10 years at CES.
Okay, so what do you think of this booth compared to some of the other ones you've personally seen? Whether you can say good things or bad things, but we just want to get kind of the insider view, right?
I love this booth. Doing the whole 360, it's unbelievable. It's the first time this has been done in this, just like this, and I think it's great. It looks great. It's open. Love it.
All right, that's Chris Wilson. I got to drop his name because he knows. Don't tap his right shoulder. He's going to look left, okay? All right, thanks, man. All right, so we're going to keep on coming over here, and we wanted to show you the 4K section inside of Sony's booth. We know 4K is a huge buzzword, and it's debatable of really what advantages you get. Obviously, with huge, large screens, you're going to see the biggest benefit. But in this specific area, if we kind of rotate around me, Sony is giving different examples of the different uses of 4K television. So right behind me, see that? That was like a Matrix move right there. You see that, Charlie? With a Matrix move. My goodness. All right, so this is Blu-ray disc. Blu-ray disc will still have the ability to support 4K content. We won't need any new discs for that, so that's a good thing for everyone at home, right? We're going to also move down here. They're showing off 4K 3D television, a TV set. One of the main benefits with 3D TV and the 4K technology is you have more lines of resolution, so sometimes that crosstalk, or if you're looking at images close up and they break down, the fact that 4K does have a higher resolution should help with your 3D resolution if you're into that stuff. I have a 3D TV. We'll see. It's all right. Okay, so let's keep on coming down this way. We've got some other really cool stuff to show you. This guy over here, though, although it is a 3D TV, this is their 84-inch television set. It is out and available right now, but one of the cool things that comes with it, because you really need this content to support the television set, is if we walk over here, they offer, when you buy this TV, again, it's $25K. It's a lot of money, all right? But if we come over here, let's see if we can get a quick little sneak peek. So it's also going to be able to come with a server that is loaded with content. Now, when I tell you things are covered up, look, you can't tell what that is. I've seen it. I can't show you that. But this is the new concept design. This is because we're setting up, right? We can't show this to you, but it's a concept design. That's like as good as a blurry cell phone picture on a blog, right? But that's their new server that they will give you with the 84-inch TV. It'll come loaded with 10 movies, some short films with 4K content that will be delivered to you. But really, in order for 4K to really have a chance, companies were going to need to give you native 4K content. So we're going to keep on rolling out over here, okay? Let's see what else we have going on. Is this like the longest, coolest tour ever? I think so. All right. Let's just keep on walking down this way. There's people cleaning up the floors. There's a lot of static electricity. I've been tempted to like poke someone and shock them, but I won't do that. And over here, this is some really cool stuff. These cameras behind me, these are Sony's 4K cameras. So when you want to get 4K content from a consumer standpoint, how do you record that? Well, they have examples of their 4K content. And that second one on the left side, that's a prosumer camera that we have yet to see. You will see it soon. Just trust me on that. But it's really shaped like I think it's the HX2000 model. That's really the prosumer form factor. They're making a 4K camera in that same form factor. So pretty excited about that. Okay, let's just come over here a little more. We're going to walk down to some of the cameras because Sony has a lot of digital imaging products that are really great. And one of the kind of cool things that I was able to see is the ability to use their camcorder technology. We've seen, if you're not familiar, Sony allows you to use some of their camcorder lines as a projector, right? So if you record content, you can project into them. So we're going to go over here right now to show you this really quick. Oops. Hey, there you go. See that little hashtag? Did you see that? That sprint hashtag? Yeah, that's our contest. Okay. So we're not going to be able to zoom into this that much, but what happens is with these camcorders now, a new product will allow you to take your camcorder, which used to just show the content you recorded, but connect like a tablet, connect like a laptop, connect even a Blu-ray player directly to the camcorder, use it as a pass-through, and then it will shoot that image onto the wall. So, you know what, guys? I'm getting the sign. I've got to go. I love you guys. I really do. But we're going to be back after a break with more press conferences. Lexus is coming up. I'll be back here showing you more from the show floor. And you guys, this is CES 2013 before it opens. You got to love it. All right, we'll see you guys.
Here we are.
Here we are. Welcome back.
Back at CES.
All the big announcements and then some smallish announcements.
Smaller ones.
As
yeah.
well. Some announcements buried for no
Yes,
apparent reason.
For reasons we don't understand.
Next up on the agenda, though, is Lexus and Toyota. And I have to say, I am excited about this one because you know
this should be good.
that I have been sort of a nonstop drum beater for autonomous cars, mainly because of the Bay Bridge that connects Oakland to San Francisco. I'm sorry. People are too dumb to do that by themselves.
There are only, it's funny, if you build up this list
cars.
of reasons to have autonomous cars and reasons not to, there's like 20 reasons to do it. And the only reason not to is I like to drive, which isn't really a reason,
Oh, and and regulations.
And regulations, it'll catch up.
But it's mainly I like to drive.
But you can do so many things fundamentally revolutionary to the vehicle when you autonomize this car. First of all, you're going to have fuel efficiency go through the roof because you don't know how to drive.
You don't know how to drive.
No.
I know you like it, but you're not
You
very
don't
good.
expand, let's say, 50, 80% of our roadways as the population grows, when we can get maybe 3 times as many cars per square foot.
Plus, traffic essentially goes away because cars are smart enough to do a merge.
They just road train, yeah.
They know how to do it, and
Yeah.
they road train, and they don't slam on their brakes in a panic.
Yeah,
and,
there's none of
they can adjust it better.
that yo-yo effect you get where people are. It's all those human reactions that pile up in a string of traffic that cause the delays.
It's called clumping.
And that's just a few of the reasons. So this is coming. General Motors is on the hook right now.
Not to mention safety, by the way.
Oh,
Not
yeah,
to mention
safety. Oh, yeah.
safety.
Oh, yeah, and safety.
The part where far fewer
Yeah.
of us will die in car accidents.
There is safety.
Yeah,
I forgot that part.
Yeah.
So General Motors is on the hook saying, look, Cadillac, self-driving, 10 years. They're probably the most far out there on that prediction, but it's doable now. It's really a matter of sort of acceptance legally and in the consumer space.
And what I'm amazed about is that it sounds like, and this is, it's been growing, and I think 5 to 10 years has been sort of the conservative estimate of most car makers.
Yeah.
Audi has said the same thing. Ford has essentially said, you know what, we're not really going to do that.
Yeah, not much.
Even though they're kind of doing that. But, they will. Everybody will. But it sounds like Lexus is just going to roll up in here in about 2 minutes and be like, boom, here's our autonomous car.
Yeah,
this is it.
Well, yeah, like a Google autonomous car. It's got like 90 pounds of stuff clamped on a roof rack. So we're not going to see an elegant integration here, but we are going to see another major car maker, and really Lexus, Reed Toyota in this, is going to say, yes, we are developing autonomous cars. We're not going to let Google take this thing over as a non-automotive player and get all the mind share of that idea. The interesting thing, though, is...
I hope it's on stage.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's actually in front of the hall here.
Right.
It's out there.
It's
in the
here.
parking lot.
But
Yeah,
I hope they bring it.
there is something. I mean, we look over our shoulder at the pre-monitor here.
Oh,
They've
yeah?
got a couple cars
There it
there.
is.
There's the
The
one that's
LS
got
model.
it's got the infrared sensor or the laser sensor on the roof and all that. But this is a big place for another car maker to go that we haven't seen move into. So look at that, and I would expect them want to one-up this a bit by also tying into other devices or services. They have a thing called Lexus Inform, which is their version of OnStar, and it's it's a little richer than OnStar. OnStar doesn't want to hear that. They also have a big apps base on the Toyota Lexus cars. Inform is probably number 1 or 2 up there with Ford in terms of being able to put apps in your dash.
Interesting.
So these guys can definitely extend this into doing more than just self-driving, but also tie it into the smartphone and the tablet, like everybody here is doing this
Right,
year.
exactly.
Everything goes back to your smartphone or tablet. Let's face it.
If you can't be having a show filled with announcements of smartphones and tablets, at least you can talk about how your product will integrate
Tie
with the
into 'em.
smartphone and tablet. That's very smart.
I mean, a lot of it's like
the device we already have.
it's like the Roku ad campaign right now. America, let someone else, go to the moon, go to Mars. You can sit back and stream more.
It's
kind of the
okay.
same thing.
It's
You can come to
okay.
CES and integrate with the other guys that are doing the hard work.
Speaking of integration, I did just see on Twitter that Ford's Sync service, which you just mentioned, gets
Yeah.
a new app, the Be Coupley app, where you can go on better dates together. All right, that's important, but not as important as
We can't wait to hear
Lexus,
more about that.
which is about to start. So we're going to take you live to that press conference right now.
Electronics show. I can't wait to take a look around and see all the new technologies that are coming to market. But one thing I'm glad is that my kids aren't here, because my wife and I would never hear the end of all the new devices they absolutely got to have. Before we get started today, I'd like to introduce a couple of people you might want to talk to later. First of all, Toyota's Senior Vice President of Automotive Operations, Bob Carter. And also our resident expert on advanced technology, Jim Pais. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us. Now, 2 years ago, our Toyota division was awarded Best in Show when it unveiled its Intune integrated audio and communications system. Today marks the first time Lexus has come to CES, and there's a good reason for us to be here. In 2011, more than 32,000 lives were lost on U.S. highways. Car crashes were again the #1 cause of death among U.S. teens, and 1 in 6 highway deaths were attributed to distracted driving. The message after today's press conference will be clear. Lexus and Toyota Motor Corporation will lead the industry into a new era of automated, integrated, active safety technologies. Simply put, our goal is to eliminate future traffic fatalities and injuries. To that end, 3 events in the last few months are significant, and we'll discuss all 3 today. First, in October, we launched the all-new 2013 Lexus LS, featuring the world's most advanced active safety pre-collision system. Then in November, we opened our 9-acre Intelligent Transportation System Proving Grounds to accelerate the development of vehicle-to-vehicle and vehicle-to-roadside communications. Finally, today, we lift the veil on our advanced active safety research vehicle, offering a peek inside our automated safety vehicle research. Every year, our industry continues to introduce new technologies that further reduce traffic casualties. Technology is important, but technology alone is not the answer. We see traffic safety as a holistic blend of people, vehicles, and the driving environment as individual parts of an integrated whole. In fact, our safety strategy has 5 critical components. They include the initial time the driver and car begin their journey from a parked position, to active safety systems designed to avoid a crash, to pre-collision features aimed at preparing for a collision, to passive safety technologies to help survive a crash, to rescue and response systems after a crash has occurred. We call it our integrated safety management concept. A key component of this approach focuses on high-level driver assist technologies that may, at some point in the future, evolve into a fully autonomous car. Now, it's probably fair to say that for most people, the term autonomous is synonymous with driverless. At Lexus, that's only part of the story. Instead, we believe that in our pursuit of developing more advanced automated technologies, the driver must be fully engaged in the operation of the vehicle at all times. Our vision is not necessarily a car that drives itself, but rather a car equipped with an intelligent, always attentive co-pilot whose skills contribute to safer driving. When you think about it, electronic stability control is an early example of a feature that's now government mandated. The key point is that automated technologies make driving easier, enhance the driver's perception of his environment, his decision-making process, and his overall safety skills. We believe a more skillful driver is a safer driver. And this reliable, added edge of safety can make the driver more confident and the driving process more enjoyable. Safety, confidence, and driving enjoyment. At Lexus, for our customers, a layered introduction of automated technologies is a key component of our integrated safety management concept. Our layered efforts with automated technology actually started more than a decade ago with the introduction of our pre-collision system. Since then, its capabilities have dramatically improved. The 2013 LS, with the world's most advanced pre-collision system, uses a combination of millimeter wave radar, a stereo camera, and near-infrared projectors. Our system is designed to assist the driver in avoiding or mitigating collisions with vehicles and pedestrians under a wide range of speeds, day or night. Now, based on the position, speed, and trajectory of an object, if the system anticipates a collision, you'll hear a warning sound and a brake alert will be illuminated on the instrument panel. At the same time, Several integrated systems automatically activate to increase steering quickness, suspension control, and brake effectiveness. The shocks are stiffened to help control nosedive and increase steering responsiveness. And the automatic seatbelt pretensioners are activated. Our system even applies the brakes automatically to reduce impact speed. The 2013 LS is graphic evidence of how automated technologies have advanced in the last decade. So, what paths must be explored in the future? We believe there are two that seem most compelling. A few months ago, TMC began full-scale operations at its ITS proving ground at the Higashifuji Technical Center in Japan. The facility, which simulates an urban environment, has a communication system that links road to vehicle, vehicle to vehicle, pedestrian to vehicle, traffic signals, and control devices while monitoring the entire course. The research conducted at our proving grounds will help prevent accidents involving pedestrians and other vehicles, improve poor visibility at intersections, and much, much more. Through it all, Toyota Motor Corporation is dedicated to collaborating with government regulators and cooperating with ITS governing boards to help advance future mobility. Now, whereas ITS is focused on integrating the car with the driving environment, our advanced safety research vehicle is aimed at enhancing the car and the driver's ability to perceive, process, and respond with the aid of onboard automated technologies. We believe our approach is unique in that it involves two parallel programs, half a world apart, exploring different technologies to achieve one common goal. Now, one of these active safety research programs is based in Japan. The other in Ann Arbor, Michigan, at the Toyota Research Institute North America, known as TRINA. The TRINA program is aimed purely at research. The Japan Engineering Group adds the element of exploring future product development for market integration. Now, this LS hybrid is just one example of the areas we're exploring at TRINA. It's fitted with advanced GPS, forward and side-facing radars, and high-def color cameras, 360-degree laser tracking, gyroscope, accelerometer, among many of its other sensor components. Our goal is a system that constantly perceives, processes, and responds to its surroundings, that scans the movement of objects around it, identifies a green light from a red light, and measures the trajectory, roll, pitch, and yaw of the vehicle as it steers, accelerates, and brakes along the most efficient route to its programmed destination. An array of equipment processes data, formulates decision, and enacts by-wire responses. Now, as you can imagine, we can't discuss specific performance parameters, and we can't speculate today on how or when such a car might be available in the marketplace. Our guess is not in the immediate future. And that's how it should be. At the moment, this is a pure research project with a strong statement of the shape of things to come. Sensor and by-wire technologies have opened the door for machines to recognize and respond to the environment around them, beyond even the capabilities of humans. However, sensing what's around you versus understanding it is vastly different. So we must combine the judgment of humans with the precision of machines, and that takes time. Right now, machines can handle simple tasks like parking, following traffic, and staying in a lane. But we need to introduce a layered approach that will broaden capabilities. Step by step, we will build trust with society and governments so that vehicles will be allowed to perform more automated tasks. These capabilities must be integrated with consistency and reliability before vehicles are trusted to drive alone. The real value of this project is that it reinforces our focus on what a few years ago seemed an impossible dream: the elimination of traffic fatalities and injuries, which is the ultimate goal of a society that values mobility. Thank you for joining us this morning. Bob Carter, Jim Pies, the Advanced Technology Communications team, and I will all be available to discuss our presentation today. Please understand that access to the vehicles is prohibited, and we ask that everyone stay off the stage. Thanks again for being with us. Have a good time at the CES.
Welcome back again. Welcome back. That may be a new record for CES press conferences, by the way. 10 minutes flat. Normally, I would appreciate that kind of efficiency.
Yeah, but we weren't ready for that.
But we do. You don't have an hour to fill.
Get his bone conduction headset.
Welcome back to CES Live at the CNET stage. I am Molly Wood with Brian Cooley. We're your increasingly tortured anchors for today's press day, which is...
Someone's giving me a microphone. Apparently mine's not working.
Ah.
All right, so here's what happened.
Even better. Here's what happened.
Even better
in 10
than
minutes
that.
flat.
So Lexus came out and said, we have a car that will also be used. You saw what was a vehicle that's built up to do research into autonomy, the way you've seen Google self-driving cars.
Right.
Same technologies, LiDAR, GPS, millimeter wave radar, all these things, cameras, stereo cameras as well. What they're looking at, so read between the lines here, this is their way to retake a safety mantle post-Toyota Gate,
yes.
and also to stick it to Google, to be quite honest.
Although they are also, I think, partnering with Google. I saw a Lexus SUV on the road the other day that, or Google just bought that car and turned it into
They may have just bought the
one.
car.
It could have gone.
Companies like this,
either
they
way,
have
but-
some kind of a partnership at some level, but
Right.
I've got a feeling that this is also a matter of them wanting to take leadership in this area.
But I agree. I think despite their often public denials that Google is pushing them, Google's clearly pushing automakers to delve into these technologies further. Lexus was careful, I thought, to de-emphasize the idea of this being a self-driving car.
Right.
They really focused on autonomous technologies that can make driving safer. Really huge focus. Unlike you, really big focus on safety.
Yeah, right.
From Lexus.
Safety, whatever.
We're more about traffic
They're
mitigation.
about taking this in phases. They want to kind of peel back the onion little by little. They're saying, and again, Toyota is a very conservative company, just as a corporate culture. So they would be the last company I would expect to come out and say, you know what, the self-driving, literally driverless, empty seat car is coming. They'll be the last company that's going to take us there, probably Tesla first. And so we're talking about a firm that wants to get there in phases. They use a lot of autopilot analogies, which you're going to hear a lot of. We're going to gradually sort of layer our way into autonomous cars in a way that you'll just wake up one day and say, oh, I'll be damned, they're here. I don't think it's going to be like turning on a light switch.
No, not at all. And I am actually fine with that. I think, what I'm really hoping for is self-driving mode. I just want to be able to flip into it, and
Which
that's
will be a highway mode more than likely.
Right.
Where you've got more kind of consistent movement over long distances. Cars are better at that than
just like a
city.
glorified cruise control. Kind
Exactly.
of,
It's a super cruise. Well, I guess that's what Cadillac calls theirs, a super cruise. And so it really can do steering adjustments, which already exist with lane departure. It can do all the adaptive cruise, braking, acceleration, and maintain a speed. Well, you're just about at self-driving.
I mean, we're close. Yeah, we really are. We're very close to
10,000 lines of
self-driving
code,
mode.
and here it goes. It's able to talk to all of its own systems.
And some articles in advance of this press conference had suggested that what Lexus is looking at is a system that could detect if you have fallen asleep and take over, essentially. Do kind of a super cruise control if you've fallen asleep. So it is assuming that you're going to be at the wheel, but it's trying to make driving safer overall. They say their ultimate goal is the elimination of auto fatalities.
That's the real thrust here, not an efficiency message. That, of course, is in autonomous vehicles, a lot of logistical improvements. All of those are in there, but this is a company that's going to dial down on the safety part, and they're going to make a lot of friends in the federal government, certainly in the U.S., by doing that. That's an easy sell.
And they need
Except with me,
to.
obviously. But it's an easy sell to sell safety. You can sell that all damn day long.
Sell
except
traffic.
Here. Don't sell it here. Yeah.
I mean, really, I think there should be, I have a whole plan. There should be mandatory auto zones.
Okay.
So there should be zones like the Bay Bridge where you have to be in autonomous mode because it will cause too much of a traffic backup not to be. And the congestion is a pollution issue. That's a green thing too.
No, that's a green thing.
But you're absolutely right. The biggest hurdle to autonomous driving is, of course, the regulatory concerns, and they are many.
And the hurdle beyond that, which not unlike with electric cars, is one of all or nothing. With electric cars, it's an infrastructure thing. You either have a lot of infrastructure or you have almost none. The middle ground is really ugly. With the autonomous cars, the same thing. Throwing 10% of cars out there as autonomous or highly autonomous kind of doesn't work until we have all the cars there, which opens up the question of when will the aftermarket create kits that can be installed on a wide variety of cars, but even then, you don't get that in a couple of years. That's expensive. It takes a long time to turn over the fleet. So that's one of the big concerns is how do we get to a place, because autonomous cars don't like non-autonomous cars.
Right.
They
That's
can't
the
read
biggest
them.
problem, yeah.
So what do they do with them? If you really want to go to hyper efficiency and really have safety improvements, you've got to get to a majority of the fleet.
Right.
And that's, I don't know how we get there.
It's tricky.
It's a long time.
It really is a
Many
long time.
generations, yeah.
Yeah, and so and that is, as excited as I tend to get about it. And I thought Lexus did a good job just now of tempering those expectations of saying this is a pure research project.
Right.
They said do not expect to see this anytime soon.
They also said very tellingly, don't effing touch it.
Don't touch it. Don't
touch
even
the
look
car.
at it.
That's,
Don't get anywhere near it.
That was the best part. Don't touch the car. Stay off the stage.
Maybe no pictures even. Just try not to take that many pictures of it.
That was the best.
Yeah, wow. And like the car took on a little bit of a Christine vibe. Like,
Right.
it will attack you.
As you can imagine, ladies and gentlemen, don't touch the car.
Don't touch the car.
Please stay off the stage.
Do
Thanks for
not.
being here, by the way. So,
Thanks for spending your 10 minutes with us. Who does that?
You
Did they
walk
not get the
15 minutes
memo?
to get here, and then you sat for 10.
15 if you're lucky.
Yep, 45-minute cab ride, and here you are. All right, well, we tease Lexus. Love them.
We do often.
All
I
right.
love them. The next up on our press conference agenda in roughly 43 minutes will be Netgear.
About what?
So hot diggity. Netgear's coming.
Yep,
There will be some
they
some
sure
router
are.
stuff. I mean, actually, this is not. There's nothing sexy about Netgear. Don't think for a second that I'm going to sit here and pretend that it's a sexy sounding press conference.
No, it's okay, though.
But at its heart, networking is the only thing that will make this future that we're talking about happen. And so, it has to get easier. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I have had a rant about why networking is still so difficult.
Still the most
Why
complicated
people you can't even change a password on a router, for God's sake, if you're over 35 years old.
Home networking remains one of those really thorny areas. So hopefully they've got something that's going to create more ease and pull together more kinds of devices that don't require as much setup. That's one of the big promises of home networking has been, the one-touch setup.
Yeah, not
it
even
kind of works,
close.
kind of doesn't a lot of the time. We'll see what they've got on that. And, of course, the other big one is throughput, because we're now having to manage different services over these home routers, and they have to be managed differently now. You can't just say, everyone get whatever bandwidth you can grab. You've got to start managing video over other types of services, or it just isn't very elegant anymore. So that'll be Netgear coming up.
Although we will be live streaming Samsung at the time, Cisco's press conference is going to be at the same time, and they have actually been running ads about the Internet of Things. I mean, they've been running ads talking about a connected future and how Cisco's going to empower it, and how there's a trillion connected devices by 2013.
That's been kind of their thing for a long time.
They've
They got to
been
be
really beating
they're
that drum.
feeling pretty good right now, saying finally it's coming around to our birthright.
Yeah.
That's their whole thing.
Maybe we should have had them on the next big thing.
All
anyway,
right.
we have a whole slate of press conference coming up, and we are going to right now give you a look at some of the cool products that we've already seen, even though the show's not open. We've already seen some cool products here at 2013 CES.
What's up, guys? This is Antoine Goodwin with CNET.com on the floor at CES 2013 with a very early look at the Leica GPS Sports Watch. This is a product that's coming out of Kickstarter, and it's rapidly approaching its goal with an expected delivery date of June 2013. This is a sports watch that uses a GPS antenna built inside of it to track a number of different elements here. For example, you can track your current location, you can track your pace, how fast you've been running, how long you've been running. It's also got wireless connectivity built into it, so you can pair it with an Ant Plus heart rate monitor or a number of Bluetooth low energy accessories. It's a really big screen here, 2 inches. It's probably the biggest in its class, we're told. And it's basically uses a really interesting technology that the more light you put on it, the better it looks. So it's going to be really good for those of you who like to run outside in the daytime. You don't have to worry about that screen washing out in the sun. The full color screen, it has built-in compatibility with OpenStreetMaps. That's an open source mapping project. So you can actually upload your maps to this and upload routes to it. So for example, if you have a running buddy who has a favorite route in your city, they can send it to you, you can upload it, and you can pretty much follow the dotted line on the full color map right here. It uses a Gorilla Glass screen, so you don't really have to worry about cracking it, and medical grade rubber band, so you don't have to worry about any sort of irritation. A lot of times when you're running with a sports watch, you get a lot of sweat under the band, it starts irritating. You don't have to worry about that with this watch right here. It charges via USB with a cradle right here, and you can also use the USB to sync, but we're told that most users are probably going to use the Wi-Fi connectivity built in for all of the map syncing and downloading of the GPS data. No wires, nothing to really worry about right there. This is a very early look at a pre-production version of it. The final product's actually going to have a number of changes. For example, this is IPX6 waterproof. the final product's targeted IPX8, so you should actually even be able to use it when you're swimming. That's good for triathletes who want to swim with this thing on. We have also been told that there are going to be a couple of changes to the interface. For example, the main screen right here that shows 6 very small attributes of what you're doing right now will possibly be customizable to show larger data, so it'll be easier to see while you're running. Well, I've been Antoine Goodwin with CNET.com, and we've been on the floor at CES 2013 with the Leica GPS Sports Watch.
Hi, I'm Bridget Carey with CNET here at CES 2013 with a first look at something you've probably never seen before. It's the Vuzix Smart Glasses M100. This is a wireless smartphone display. What I mean by that is, you know how a Bluetooth earpiece works where you get an alert when you get a call? Imagine getting an image pop up too. You simply put it on, and there's a couple different ways you could wear it. Right now, this is one of the working prototypes. And in here is a tiny screen. It's the equivalent of holding your smartphone screen about, arm's length ahead of you. And, let me get my hair out of the way. I'll be able to, right now I'm watching a movie, The Incredibles, but I can also look at you at the same time. This display is actually a mini computer. It's running Android, and you can actually load apps on here that communicate with your Android smartphone or your tablet. The speaker sits on your ear right here. You can put a memory card in here too to store your files or movies or apps. And the control buttons are right on top. You can also use the tablet as your manager, as your controller, aside from just doing it right from here. There's a 1080p camera in the front, so you could even document your life as you see it with video or photos. Right now, Vuzix is talking with app developers to find other cool uses for something like this. When it comes out for consumers, it'll probably be around mid-summer, and it'll cost somewhere under $500. For CNET, I'm Bridget Carey. Thanks for watching.
Hey everyone, this is Jessica Dalcourt from CNET here at CES 2013. I've got in my hands the Alcatel One Touch Scribe HD. This is an Android 4.1 Jelly Bean phone. It's got a very large 5-inch LCD display, 720p HD. So that's 1280 by 720 resolution. Looks really good in my hands. It's got a white exterior here on the back, 8 megapixel camera that kind of pops away from the body. Otherwise, it is a very thin phone. This is a quad-core phone, and in fact, it is the first one to use MediaTek's new quad-core processor in it. So that is something new. It also has a 1.3 megapixel front-facing camera. No carrier announcements or pricing yet, but it will come to the U.S. Look for it in about the second half of the year. This is Jessica Dalcourt for CNET. This has been the Alcatel One Touch Scribe HD. You can check out all of our CES news at CNET.com.
Hi, I'm Bridget Carey with CNET here at CES 2013. I'm at the booth for Y-Things. This is a company that always makes monitors that help track your health, and they have a new type of scale this year. It's called the Y-Things Smart Body Analyzer. Before they had a scale that would track your body fat, your BMI, your weight. Now they've added a few new features. It also tracks your heart rate when you step on it. It'll take 3 extra seconds to scan your heart rate. And if you leave it in your bedroom or any room, it'll track the quality of the air, so your CO2 levels. And the idea here is when you do leave it in your bedroom, you can go to sleep and wake up and see, all right, am I sleeping in a room that has good air quality to it, or should I open a window? And this time it not only connects to your smartphone via Wi-Fi, but it also connects via Bluetooth. It's going to come out in the first quarter of this year, and for about $149, that's even $10 less than the original scale. For CNET, I'm Bridget Carey, and this is a first look at the Y-Things Smart Body Analyzer.
Hi, I'm Scott Stein at CES 2013. And we've seen the ThinkPad Tablet 2 before, and it is out in stores, but it's a reminder of where the current state of Windows 8 is, and we're really kind of entering the full Windows 8 tablet period. You've seen Windows RT tablets, but there are a lot out there that run the full operating system. And the ThinkPad Tablet 2 is a prime example. It's got a dual-core Atom processor. It starts at an affordable $649. It's got a pressure-sensitive stylus tucked away on the side, and it's got a wide variety of accessories, ranging from a dock that has HDMI, USB, and other goodies in there, to flexible, comfortable cases, and a Bluetooth keyboard stand that also has a battery recharge. The ThinkPad Tablet 2 has been out there, and you're going to see probably more tablets along these lines that do run full Windows 8. At 585 grams, this is the lightest full Windows 8 tablet that's out there. And that's something to keep in mind, because as you may be looking at laptops and as you may be looking at convertible devices, keep in mind that there are full Windows 8 tablets that are out there. I'm Scott Stein with the Lenovo ThinkPad Tablet 2 at CES 2013.
Well, here we are. Welcome back to 2013 CES live coverage, continuing here at CNET.com. I'm Brian Cooley.
I'm Molly Wood, and we are with you all day today on CES's press day. It's one press conference after the other, and they appear to be getting increasingly shorter.
Yeah. The next one is who?
They're diminishing. Well, the next one is Netgear. So
they will be 5 minutes.
That'll be 5 minutes. Assume
5 minutes.
that just go to the bathroom ahead of time, because it's only going to be
Right.
5 minutes. You're not going to get a chance. Go now, in fact. So far today we've seen LG kick off with, I think they were 42 minutes.
They were the long
and
one.
Their big news coming out of the LG press conference so far was the OLED TV is actually shipping. It is coming in March for $12,000.
$12,000.
So for most of you, just pretend it's not shipping, because it's just going to bum you out, really.
Not.
That is
84-inch, though, at that price.
Yeah.
They'll have some smaller ones that,
No, that's the 55-inch.
The 55 is 12,000?
Yeah. The 84, I think, is 25,000. Brian Tong just said that when he was hanging out in their booth.
Okay.
Or it might have been the Panasonic 25.
I've officially tuned out of this whole OLED
It's
thing.
the 55-inch
I'm done with the OLED
thing.
thing.
TV.
Okay.
We're all over that.
That was cute. All right.
We saw
Nice
Sharp
while it lasted.
announce some new Ultra HD TVs. They're doing ultra high def on their TVs with just sort of improved image quality on bigger and bigger TVs.
Yeah.
Who else have we seen today? Panasonic. Only 30 minutes for 37.
37 for Panasonic. We're
Shorter
grading
than
them
you
by
might expect.
duration. This isn't a death march,
The
not at
funny
all.
thing, too, is that if you look at our CES wrap-up page, the number of things that Panasonic has announced today and or near this show is enormous. There is an extremely long list of products that they announced. They just didn't talk about any of them at the press conference.
Right.
Which is odd.
It was a little odd.
A little odd. Not as odd as Lexus, though.
We had a quick one there. That was 10 minutes about them discussing how they are now researching and pulling together an autonomous car laboratory in Japan back at home base. They brought one of the cars that they use as one of their test mules. They made sure you didn't go near it, and that was that.
It was fascinating.
Yeah.
And a little lecture about how none of us are good drivers, which I know we gave you the same lecture, but it wasn't. It seemed nicer when we did it.
We fell on the sword and we did it. They kind of pointed at us when they did it.
So other things that have been happening also at CES sort of concurrently, AT&T this morning had a bit of a developer summit. It is not really a consumer-facing event. They will have another CES-specific event. This isn't even really technically part of that. But at that event, they debuted a new $5 a month multi-screen Uverse VOD product, video on demand product. So you can now pay an extra $5 a month to add a library of streaming video on demand to your Uverse subscription that you get then on your tablet or your smartphone, kind of trying to take on Hulu or Netflix.
It's not getting any simpler, is it?
No.
Yeah.
It's really not.
The layers of these things, this kind of comes on the heels of, let's see, Roku added 300 channels from Time Warner Cable on their box. Someone just re-signed the Universal catalog, boxing out Netflix. It's been a constant gerrymandering.
HBO. Yeah, HBO now keeps all the rights to the Universal movies, and they're not, and they boxed out Netflix. Netflix got an exclusive U.S. online rights to Warner Brothers, 2012 and 2013 drama. So they get Revolution, they get The West Wing, they get Follow. I've actually been seeing quite a lot of tweets about The West Wing being on Netflix now. Everybody's excited about that.
But the consolidation and the clarification of these online streaming of the major content is not happening yet. There's no way you can say that. There is still an incredibly complicated variety of boxes, services, and boxes that are both old school and new school at the same time.
Right.
And you can take them with you sometimes, depending on zip code, depending on being on your own home router provided by their internet division. It's still extremely complicated. We can't expect the average user who doesn't watch things like this to get this year.
No, not at all.
It's not going that
I
way.
mean, if anything, I think that the most promising element of it is smart TVs. As all of these manufacturers, especially as they get into alliances, and in fact, Panasonic made a point of highlighting the fact that they are now a member of the Smart TV Alliance with LG and others, that they're trying to come up with a set of universal SDKs for application development so that they can come up with ways to deliver kind of smart capabilities on TVs that aren't as confusing.
Right.
Although in the exact same press conference, very nearly the same breath, Panasonic announced 2 new streaming media boxes, which I don't know.
I don't think we need another media box.
Like in a world where Roku is $50, why on earth
No.
do we have another streaming media box?
We don't need another one. That's just quick message from the desk. I think we'll send that out to you in case you guys are watching.
Dear us, love us.
Yeah.
Dear you, love us.
Yeah.
Speaking of Panasonic, actually, this is exciting. We're going to check in with our roving correspondent, Brian Tong. He is actually in the Panasonic booth right now in the Central Hall. Keep your eyes peeled for the secret hashtags, by the way.
Popping up any minute.
Hey guys, what's going on? Brian Tong here, back live from the CES show floor. Still one day before the official floor opens up. And nothing says CES set up like a bunch of boxes and maybe this little Sprint hashtag sweepstakes. I know, we're pimping it. But hey, you guys, all you have to do is follow @CNET on Twitter. Then send a tweet with that hashtag, and it enters you in a contest to potentially win a Samsung Galaxy Tab 2 10.1 inch, because, we're going to take care of you now. We are nowhere near Samsung's booth. We're going to go there a little later today, but we're here in front of Panasonic's booth. We don't have access to this one specifically right now, but we just wanted to show you is we know that Panasonic is a huge player when it comes down to televisions, set-top boxes, Blu-ray players, home theaters, systems. So we're going to see a lot of that. Over here, you kind of see, again, stuff covered up. This is Panasonic's kind of new concept of their design philosophy with glass and metal. My design philosophy is to make a TV with a thin bezel that looks sexy. Just make it hot, all right? So Panasonic's booth, we're going to be able to get in here and show you a lot of the new TVs and technologies that they have going on later in the show. We'll have a lot of first looks at that stuff, but we want to give you just an idea of how big it is. Even in this far corner over here, this is where Panasonic typically has like a stadium where they have all these different flat panel displays and TVs. They do a lot of their presentations from there. We're probably expecting to see a few things out there. A couple years ago, they had like the Star Wars Blu-ray that was announced, as well as other big ones like the Bond announcement was last year on Bond on Blu-ray. So we might see some of those media content partnership deals with Panasonic show up here. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep on walking around the Central Hall and show you guys a little more other stuff. Might not be the sexiest because, we were in Sony's booth last time, but let's just kind of keep on walking through here. And again, throughout the course of all of our coverage, right, we have our live press conferences, and we'd like to thank Lexus for that really long press conference. No, I'm just playing. All right, so let's just come over here, and this is kind of really the center of the Central Hall that we're going to be checking out here. You may not say, oh, these aren't the biggest of players, but right now, this is the Acoustic Research RCA booth. RCA, those are a lot of those antennas, over-the-air antennas. A lot of people still have been a little resistant to go over-the-air with their television set, right? You can get these digital stations in full high definition, your local broadcast, using those antennas. So that's something that, I still don't see people catching on, especially for your cable cord cutters. You should look into that, all right? Now, also here, this is from Acoustic Research. These look like, thermoses or coolers. These are their MVP portable wireless speaker systems. A lot of people have jumped onto the whole Bluetooth portable wireless speaker bandwagon, right? We saw everything from like the Jambox and other products. So those guys you can like customize and skin away. Actually, Charlie, let me show you this one. You see the Giants, baby? We're from San Francisco. That's the one that I want. Or, maybe could put like my own lovely face on one of those coolers or whatever, speaker systems. All right, let's keep on walking down this way. Down here, my best friends, a little soft carpet. I'm going to go here. All right, let's check out what else we have here. Casting. with that Kickstarter project that was called the Pebble Watch. They're going to finally make their announcement of hopefully the debut of the Pebble Watch here. We know it was supposed to come out in 2012, but they're doing an announcement here at CES. But I think, look out for the watch space. There are also rumblings of an Apple Watch. Who knows? We'll see what happens there, but that's another place where, we're going to start seeing technology move into. Okay, so we're going to keep on going here. Casio's over this way. But just to kind of get a big scope of everything here, this is just, again, the center of the central hall. You'll still kind of catch glimpses of people setting up the different booths and the displays. Just a lot of colors and open space right now. I can't tell you right now, though, that it'll never be this clear or this wide open here at CES. It never will. You can't walk. Look at this. It's like clear path. All right, so let's come over here and check out Sharp's booth. Now, we saw Sharp make some announcements today, so we're gonna walk in there and see what we can do or what will happen, right? Because this is all live on the fly, right? So here at Sharp's booth, we're gonna set up around here. Sharp has really been continuing to up their game in the flat panel and TV space. So what we have here is we have like their 90-inch LED series. They just recently announced those here. This is their Aquos series. This is their Series 8 series. They're really showing like big, large TV displays that are pretty much. Is this thing taller than me? It's taller, bigger than me? Probably is. But Sharp is doing some other really cool stuff as well. We're going to kind of show you, this is their setup and the display. I like that they aren't trying to pack in too many things here. Again, we're seeing a lot more open displays here at CES. Again, more 90-inch LED TVs, which are pretty darn impressive just from the size and the scope of it here at Sharp's booth. And then I'm going to show you one thing. We're going to come over here. Every company has like a concept TV that they really want to show to showcase what's coming down the road. So come follow me. This is one TV that it's a prototype and it's a concept, but it's worth checking out. So check this out over here, and you can get in tight to this, Charlie. This is their 85-inch 8K TV. Now, you guys have heard of 4K television. That's obviously the big buzz here. But what we have here is this is their own proprietary content on their own proprietary cameras that are capturing this footage. I mean, you might not be able to see this at home, but you can catch every fine grain of detail. The best way that I can describe this 8K TV is it looks like digital pictures from a DSLR in motion. So, again, it's only a concept. We aren't expecting to see this anytime soon. You've heard of 4K. This is Sharp's 8K concept. So, guys, we're going to keep on going throughout the show floor and show you more stuff. Again, look out for our Sprint hashtag sweepstakes. We'll have more press conferences for you. We're going to wrap things up here, go back to a break, and, we'll see what else we can find for you, okay? See you guys.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our live coverage of 2013 CES.
Welcome back. We are CNET. We are here in the South Hall at our CNET stage. I'm Molly Wood.
I'm Brian Cooley, and we've been rolling through about halfway of the day now, not even quite, of a list of 10 press conferences. Some of the majors are bringing you here live today. The show is not open yet. This is the big preview day of the major names and many others having meetings and presentations all around Las Vegas, and then the show opens formally tomorrow.
That's right. So this is the first time it will be this quiet for us, or that we will hear so many vacuum cleaners around us while we're talking. Yeah, so we have we've just seen LG, we've seen Sharp, Panasonic, a few seconds of Lexus.
Yeah. A couple of breaths there, and then we were good.
Yeah, and so coming up this afternoon, we'll have Netgear, Samsung, of course, the big one from there, Intel, which last year really did use this show as a jumping off point for Ultrabooks.
Right.
So really a full slate coming this afternoon. Dish is going to be here, which is kind of interesting.
That's right.
Ford, Hisense, Sony, and then, of course, the keynote press conference, which we normally have not brought you, but that will be Qualcomm, and that will be live streamed at CNET. And this is all happening at CES, cnet.com/live. Some of you may be watching us on YouTube or Xbox. Welcome. Hello.
Hello. You're all welcome. Qualcomm is replacing the Microsoft keynote. So a lot of folks are saying, okay, what's going to happen now that Microsoft's gone? Probably nothing really dramatic, to be honest, because it's been a long time since they really announced anything at CES. It was always a vision statement. And it's like, okay, but and nothing big dropped here.
And some kind of awesomely bad demos.
Right. So
I liked that. I'm kind of sad that that's
fun
gone.
To see those, yeah.
Although we had Sharp. Anyway, before Netgear comes on at the top of the hour to talk to us about routers and networking, which actually an important undercurrent to the connected future that we've been talking about all day, that will be at the top of the hour. Before that, though, let's give you another look at some of the cool products that we've already seen so far here at 2013 CES.
Hello, I'm Luke Westaway for CNET here at CES in Las Vegas, checking out the trigger-happy BWE Tank B. We've often said the problem with most remote control vehicles is that they don't fire lasers, but the Tank B looks to remedy that affliction. It fires infrared beams either at other Tank B units or at a target. Driving this miniature marvel and shooting those virtual bullets is controlled using an app. It's available for iOS and Android, which is good because it means fans of Google's platform don't get left out in the cold as they do with some smartphone control toys. Although the beams it's shooting at infrared, the Tank B connects to your smartphone over Bluetooth. I found it was quite easy and a lot of fun to control, even though the software wasn't final yet. If you're playing against a target, then the aim is to knock out all of its blue lights without letting it deplete your own life. It looks like fun, but I think you'll get the most out of these toys if you're playing with 2 or more. If that all sounds a bit violent and terrifying, then you might want to check out the BWE Kick B, which is kind of the same, but it's a smaller, cheaper robot that instead of shooting lasers, kicks around a soccer ball. They're going to cost about $54 each, so it will set you back if you assemble an entire team. The Kick B should be out in the next 4 to 6 weeks in the US, while the larger Tank B is coming out in June in the States and in Europe a little bit earlier. It does set you back a bit more cash though. It's going to cost $119. For that you do get the target included, however. I'm Luke Westaway for CNET. CES is not just about robots, so be sure to check out the site for more info on all the latest smartphones, TVs and everything else at the show. See ya.
I'm Dan Ackerman here at CES 2013, and one of the new Windows 8 convertible, hybrid, laptop, Ultrabook, whatever you want to call it, products is the Lenovo ThinkPad Helix. Now, this looks like a typical Ultrabook. It's actually got an 11-inch screen. However, like a lot of the hybrid-style devices we've seen, you hit a little button and the screen pops off. So that means the CPU and SSD are here in the top of it. It becomes a tablet. But you can plug this back in backwards, and that gives you an option of having what they call a stand mode. I call it kind of a kiosk mode, where you can set the system up like this, which actually makes it really good for sharing PowerPoints, for playing videos, and of course you can fold it down and have what Lenovo calls a tablet plus mode, where you get the smaller form factor of a tablet, but you get some additional battery life because there's an extra battery built into the keyboard base itself. And of course, if you want to turn it back into a regular Ultrabook style laptop, you just put it down like this, you pop the screen back off, you put it back on correctly, and there you go. This will be available sometime in the first quarter of 2013, and it's going to have an Intel Core i5 or Core i7 CPU. Starts at $1499, and that's a lot more powerful than a lot of the other similar products we've seen that have Intel Atom parts. I'm Dan Ackerman at CES 2013 with the Lenovo ThinkPad Helix. I'm Dan Ackerman here at CES 2013, and we've got something that I've been waiting for. It's the Lenovo IdeaPad Yoga 11S. Now, we've seen the Yoga 13, that's a 13-inch laptop that kind of flips around into different positions, and Lenovo had an 11-inch version of it, but with Windows RT. Now they've got an 11-inch smaller version of that Yoga, but with full Windows 8, making it a much more useful machine, and this is it right here, the IdeaPad Yoga 11S. The S means it has Windows 8. Now, like the Yoga 13, which you've probably seen a million times already, this looks like a fairly conventional Ultrabook, and it's actually one of the tablet hybrid convertible style systems that really does not compromise the traditional clamshell laptop shape at all, which is probably why we like it. You can take the screen, however, and bend it back, and then you can continue to bend it back. And you can first stop off in this sort of stand mode that we kind of call kiosk mode. It's great for presenting stuff. And then you can continue to fold it back, and then you have what's essentially a slate-style tablet. And what it does here is it deactivates the keyboard and touchpad once it folds over, so you still have them under your hand. A little bit weird, but it functions essentially as a touchscreen tablet. And then when you're done, you can very easily just flip it right back quickly, certainly a lot faster than you can with a lot of these sort of pop-off screen or twisty screen versions of systems like this. Now, the 11-inch Windows 8 version of the Yoga is going to be available in June, and it's going to start at $799. I'm Dan Ackerman at CES 2013, and that is the Lenovo IdeaPad Yoga 11S.
Hi, I'm Scott Stein at CES 2013 in Las Vegas, and one of these stories, maybe the story going on in laptops after Windows 8, is really touch, and the fact that touch is filtering its way slowly but surely into laptops that you may be familiar with and have wanted touch in before. Prime example, the Lenovo IdeaPad U310, which now has a touch option. It's also in the U410, which is the slightly larger one. These are Ultrabooks with your standard set of features. The U410 does have discrete NVIDIA graphics. These have 1600 by 900 displays. They have a solid metal design, very comfortable, and 10-point multi-touch right over here, as you'd expect. These are going to be available in spring, starting at $779 for the U310 Touch, $850 for the U410. And touch is not just for Ultrabooks. The Lenovo IdeaPad Z400 and Z500 laptops are full-featured 14 and 15-inch laptops with NVIDIA discrete graphics, backlit keyboards, screen displays up to 1080p, optical drives, and of course 10-point multi-touch as well. These are going to be available in the spring starting at $699. They have a pretty sleek design. That's the story of CES. Touch everywhere, everywhere. But that's not really such a bad thing, is it? I mean, it's a useful feature. I'm Scott Stein at CNET for CES 2013.
Hi, I'm Bridget Carey with CNET here at CES 2013, and attached to my finger here is a product by Massimo. It's called the ISP02. It's a pulse oximeter, and what it does is that it measures how much oxygen I'm getting in my blood, and also my circulation and my pulse. All by a red light that's going through my finger right now. It's measuring how much light is going through, and it blocks out any surrounding light with all these different side panels. So it's doing a pretty good job of making sure that all the music and the noise here isn't interfering. But after I sit here for a few minutes, I'm able to measure how I'm doing. It's good for athletes. It's good for people who hike. Maybe they want to see how their oxygen intake is when they're in high altitudes. Pilots perhaps also want to be interested in something like this. This company makes devices for hospitals, so you know that they know what they're talking about when it comes to being able to do this technology right. On the screen, I can also email these results to myself or others. I can track my trends. You can see how I'm doing over time. You can get this right now on Amazon for $249. For CNET, I'm Bridget Carey here at CES 2013 with a first look at the ISP02 pulsometer.
Hello, I'm Luke Westway for CNET here at CES in Las Vegas. I'm taking a look at the House of Marley Liberate headphones. So as you can see, House of Marley is going for an organic kind of style with these headphones. I quite like this industrial metal band across the top. It's got all these holes in it, and that covers this canvas material, which also feels quite nice. It's made of recycled materials. The company is very keen to boast things like recycled water bottles. The only design downside that I can spot at the moment is that these ear cups don't swivel. Partway down the cable there's this remote, which is good news for owners of Apple's iOS devices because it lets you do things like pause the music, skip track, generally control playback. The Liberate headphones cost $99 and they're going to be coming out in the months following the summer. I had a quick go with them and I thought they were pretty bassy, though I wasn't blown away by the sound quality. Bear in mind though that these aren't especially high-end or expensive headphones. So they got an interesting design. First impressions are that the sound is okay, but we'll have to wait and see whether or not they're $99 worth of fun. I'm Luke Westaway for CNET, and these are the House of Marley Liberate headphones. Hello, I'm Luke Westaway for CNET here at CES in fabulous Las Vegas, taking a look at the House of Marley One Foundation home audio system. So as you can see, this is an absolutely massive speaker system for your home. It was here last year in its concept stages, but this, I'm told, is the finished article. It comes in two finishes, that's walnut and birch. You're looking at the walnut one right here, the birch is going to be slightly lighter. This is a 220 watt speaker system with 5¼ inch woofers for a really meaty, bassy noise. This one button on the top cycles through modes, and it has digital and auxiliary inputs plus a USB on the side. It can also do stereo RCA in and out, which is pretty handy. More excitingly, this speaker has AirPlay, which is Apple's wireless audio technology. That means that you'll be able to hook up your iPhone or iPad or iPod Touch and play music over Wi-Fi as you wander aimlessly around the house. It could hurt your bank balance, however. This speaker is going to cost $700 when it comes out in the third quarter of 2013. If you're not a big fan of AirPlay, I'm told that a Bluetooth version will be coming out a few months after that. As for sound quality, first impressions are that this speaker is very loud and delivers a lot of punch when it comes to bass. It's pretty crowded and noisy here though, so wait for the full review where we'll really be putting sound quality through its paces. Beats by Dr. Dre may have started the musician-branded audio craze, but House of Marley looks to be trying to replicate that success. They've got some interesting stuff coming out in 2013, so we'll see how it goes. I'm Luke Westaway for CNET, and this is the House of Marley One Foundation.
Welcome back, everyone. This is CNET Live at 2013 CES. I'm Molly Wood.
I'm Brian Cooley, and we are about halfway through a very busy day of announcements, culminating with the 6:30 sort of kickoff, 6:30 p.m. Pacific time U.S. with Qualcomm. Up next, we're going to be taking you in a little while to the Netgear press conference. Now, again, today is a day of major press conferences before the show opens tomorrow. So this is where we start to plumb some of the largest players and look for major announcements, which we really haven't had any of yet.
Not really, and this is also a good place to start identifying trends. And again,
Yeah,
I think we've seen some of them, not as many as you might expect. It seems like we're sort of settling into one trend so far, which is ultra high def. That was a big prediction going in.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the one that we have so wisely identified as the next big thing this year, which is interconnected devices, the Internet of Things, the post-mobile revolution. What to do when everybody has a smartphone and tablet, but all of those devices need to talk to each other, to the TVs in your house, to the car in your driveway, to the thermostat on the wall.
That's becoming kind of the overall wrapper of what we're seeing here at this show this year. Doesn't mean we've seen all the answers by any stretch. There's a lot of connections need to happen between companies, their platforms, things that have previously been proprietary, whether it's a connected television, whether it's one of the major mobile operating systems, whatever it is. But you're starting to get the feeling that people understand that and are at least giving it lip service in these keynotes this morning.
Absolutely. I mean, I think consumers are sort of starting to realize that this possibility is out there, that if there was a way for these devices to talk to each other, and maybe that way was easy, even a little bit easy, that would be wonderful. And actually, interestingly, I think that is the challenge that Netgear will take on in this press conference. Suddenly, your networking and routing press conference does get a little bit interesting because they're expected to unveil something called the Smart Network, which is something that should, they say, a technology platform and an ecosystem that will enhance the performance of connected devices. Now, if what that actually is simple freaking networking, put all the things on the thing and then make them do the thing,
they could just do
that will be amazing.
Yeah, networking is still really complicated and tedious. It's probably the last right there with printers, one of the last frustrating things in technology that still kind of breaks a lot, or is hard to set up in the first place, or hard to customize. Networking fits in all of those bad buckets, unfortunately. So for them to make something very simple, and you can be certain this will be more and more toward a media direction and less about getting your laptop on the internet. This will be about streaming from every device to every other device, I can just about guarantee you, and it will be about almost certainly doing quality of service traffic management, so that things that have to get through, like a stream within your house, do get through and don't get bogged down by a backup happening over that same network at the same time.
And in fact, our editors inside the press conference are speculating that there may be some kind of an announcement specifically in the realm of home entertainment, that there might be like a media streaming device or service. They have to. Yeah. I mean, anybody who is doing any kind of...
You can't just come up with plumbing at this point in history and say, look, we got a great new router with great throughput. Ugh.
It's got to be exhausting to be Netgear, right? Thinking like, why do I have to be in media? Can't I just be
Can't
like...
we just make great routers?
Can't I just make a great router? Actually, can't anybody just make a great router? Because I'm in the market for one. So if Netgear announces one today, I am in.
It's never easy when you're in the plumbing part of the business, unfortunately, because they've got to work with a lot of different products. No one implements everything the exact same way.
Yes.
But we'll see what they can do along those two particular key areas, ease of use, media streaming, and to also rise above the niche they're in, because they're one of those companies in one of those sectors where they're a little nervous about becoming just utility, just foundational. And no one wants to be that. That leads you to commodity very quickly. And then it's like being in the hard drive business. Ugh. So the hard drive companies, notice how they've repackaged their drives into standalone devices that have what? Media all over them. Media this, media that, portability, addressability over the cloud. They've jumped onto all of these hot button trends that reproductize what they've made, which used to be a bare bones piece of tech gear.
I know, it's fascinating. It's like they don't want to become D-Link.
Right.
The ones who just make the boxes. And even Cisco has gone this way. We were talking before this last break about how Cisco is running ads in sports, like in football games, right? You'll see an ad for Cisco talking about the Internet of Things and talking about connected devices and a connected universe and a smart home and how they're going to be the ones that power it. I mean, this is like a weird opportunity. This is probably overstating it, but it's only the case for us nerds. This is a weird opportunity for somebody like Netgear and Cisco to suddenly be sexy, to say, hey, you know what? All this stuff you're talking about, it doesn't happen without me. It doesn't happen without this box and this box working the right, and maybe having its own apps and its own...
Using that position that they've inherited, they've developed, being in the middle of where everything goes through. I mean, they're in this intersection. So if you're having Netgear stuff in your house, everything has to pass through it, for the most part, with the exception of the whole 3G, 4G world. That's your big division in wireless right now, which we'll be talking about during the Next Big Thing Super Session tomorrow at 3 o'clock Pacific here on CNET.com/live. Home networking is one kettle of fish, and then that truly mobile technology of 3G and 4G.
Right.
Which you don't have the ability to get your hands on. You can't go fix that network.
Right.
That belongs to big carriers. You can actually get your hands on your home network if you want to put the effort into it and improve it. You can't do a damn thing about 3G or 4G.
Nobody wants to. What I really want is for 3G and 4G to get better and just take the place of these wired networks altogether. To me, that is sort of the holy grail of this connected future.
And the thought has always been in this business, and why can't it just, that thought break, that wired is always going to be demonstrably superior, and it is to this point. But perhaps we reached the point we did with personal computers where they all got so overpowered it didn't matter anymore. If we can get wireless to a certain point, yes, it will always be behind wired by some quantum amount, but if we can get to where that bottom service is to be faster and fast enough for everything we do, then it won't matter.
Yes. You just turn it on and then you go.
And it's fast enough. Let's get to Netgear live now at CES 2013 here in Las Vegas.
CES 2013 product introductions. Ever since 17 years ago when we founded Netgear, we have been in a single mission of connecting everyone on Earth to the high-speed broadband internet. It's always about connectivity. I remember back in 1998, we're the first company to demonstrate with a technology, we call it WireCap, for wireless home networking. And ever since then, we have never looked back. Today, Netgear is the #1 Wi-Fi home networking vendor in the world. So this connectivity, from day one, we believe, will help people to improve their quality of life. We'll be able to help people to significantly do more. And that's what we say over here. However, without making it simple, connectivity is not going to be benefiting a lot of people. So we always strive to bring out products not only would connect people more, but would connect people in an easier manner. 2012 was a fantastic year for us from a product introduction standpoint. It was the first year that we have been able to say we average introducing 2 new products every week. So it's a bumper crop year for us for product introduction. 2013 has promised to be an even bigger one. And as you can see over here on the screen, that we have some new color scheme. Because 2013 will mark a new milestone for us to go to the next phase of connectivity. Now, Netgear has always been about feed and speed. For example, we were the first Wi-Fi vendor that introduced 11N to break through the 100 megabits per second Wi-Fi connection. That was about 5-6 years ago. Last year, again, we were the first Wi-Fi vendor in the world to bring in gigabit Wi-Fi, the 11AC standard. And today, of course, we have over 50% of that particular market. And it's not only about the speed, it's also about feed as well. 3 years ago, we introduced the first Wi-Fi extender to extend the coverage of Wi-Fi in the house into the US market. Today, we are, again, over 50% of the market share of Wi-Fi extension, benefiting all of you. Like, you all have your tablets, you all have your Wi-Fi cell phone, and when you get home, you don't want to use your 4G LTE data usage, you want to switch to Wi-Fi, but there are many corners in your house, for example, in the backyard, in the garage, that you don't have Wi-Fi coverage. So we extend the feed with Wi-Fi extenders. However, not just feed and speed. Going forward, from this year on, what we're saying is we would like to extend that beyond just feed and speed. We would like to extend it to what we call the start of the smart home. What we believe smart home is that everything in the house that is powered by electricity should be connected to the internet. That's our mission for the next 10, 15 years. So for the last 10, 15 years, our mission was to connect more and more people in a simpler way to the internet in the faster and faster manner. But going forward, we would like to make their life even better so that they could do more, they could have more fun, they could be more successful, because every single device in the house that's powered by electricity will be connected to the internet. Now today we understand there are already a few homes of the privileged, what we call the 1%. All right? It's already connecting a lot of the devices to the internet, but Netgear's mission is to make that to the other 99%, so that everyone on earth will be able to enjoy the same thing. Now, according to the analyst, in 2012, the smart home market is only worth $1.2 billion globally. And they predict in 3 years' time, in 2015, the market will be tripled to $3.6 billion. Even then, we're just talking about expanding the smart home capability from the 1% to the 3%. Our mission is by 10, 15 years from now to expand that smart home capability to 30%, 40%, and eventually to 100%. In the house, naturally today, for people like you yourself, you know the obvious devices that are connected to the internet are the TVs. You got a lot of smart TVs already that's connected to the internet. The next thing that is most likely to be connected to the internet are the gaming consoles, which are already connected. The home theaters that you would like to connect it so that you will be able to enjoy
the music from the internet. Those are the obvious ones. And then if you watch TV, these days you get promotion, commercials from a lot of the cable service operators telling you that they would be able to install monitoring cameras around your house, connect your doorknobs, connect a lot of sensors in your house. Those are the start of the smart home concept. However, our commitment is to make that available and make it installable by people themselves in a simple way that they would be able to make the installation happen within 10 minutes and to continue to monitor it and control it by themselves. So, at least for the next 3-4 years, for those people who are going to come along with us, we're committed to make their home the smartest in the neighborhood. But our mission is 10 years from now, we would like to make at least 50 to 100 million homes in the world that are as smart as their neighbors. And that is all driven by two pieces of technology. So how many of you changed your phone in the last 12 months? Raise your hand.
And I guess the reason you changed your phone is because you would like to be more connected with the latest 4G LTE technology. So for those of you who have those new phones with the 4G LTE, I bet you are watching more video.
My audio level changed.
I bet you're using more online video chat. All these capabilities are enabled not only by the mobility devices itself that comes punched with more CPU punch, but also with the capability of the cloud. Netgear was the first home networking company
that utilized the cloud to provide service to our customers. Years ago, we provide the ReadyShare capabilities on our routers so that you would be able to share whatever you have stored on your USB storage device at home by plugging it into our router. You will be able to share it with your friends, with your family members, with yourself when you're traveling on a mobile platform, be it a tablet or be it a phone. We're going to extend that more. So today, we're going to have a lot of these new products based on this mobility, connection of the various home devices, increased feed and speed, the ease of use, all that. There is a whole crop of new products. And the total mission of these products put together is one thing, is to enable our customers and users of Netgear products to be able to do more with their lives, with what they do every day. And by doing so, we believe that we'll raise the quality of life of everyone. Now, with all these new products, we're happy to say that, again, this year, we got 2 Innovation Awards of CES regarding 2 new products. But beyond these 2 new products, there are other new products. For confidential reasons, we did not submit to the CES committee for consideration. But today, we're going to unveil it. Now, to give more details of these exciting new products, I would like to invite David Henry, our Vice President of Product Marketing for Home Products. Hey, David.
Thank you, Patrick. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for coming. Welcome to CES 2013. As Patrick mentioned about the mobility and the cloud and the smart home, a perfect example of a Netgear product that's designed for the smart home, leverages both mobility and the cloud, is ViewZone. ViewZone is a video remote monitoring system unlike any other on the market. ViewZone is peace of mind in the palm of your hand. It's seeing that your kids made it home safely from school and aren't getting into trouble. It's seeing that your pets are safe and secure and happy while you're away. It's knowing that upstairs in her crib, your daughter's sound asleep or not asleep, right? And when I say palm of your hand, it really has 2 meanings. First of all, ViewZone cameras are tiny. Here's an example of one. They literally can fit in the palm of your hand. Secondly, you can view your video with a smartphone in the palm of your hand. But here's how ViewZone is different from any other monitoring system on the market. It's completely wire-free. And wire-free means hassle-free. The cameras have no wires, no power cord, no Ethernet cable, no transmission wires of any type. They transmit video wirelessly. And they're powered by camera batteries that last around 6 months. So all that time that you spent installing your products before, you can install them just like this. And if you decide, well, I want it in another part of my home, moving your cameras is as easy as this. That gives everyone unparalleled freedom and flexibility. Homeowners, renters, small businesses, it takes virtually no time to install ViewZone. In fact, in less than 10 minutes, you can be up and running. So all that time you would have spent running cables, drilling holes, tearing up your walls, looking for power outlets where they might be in your home, installing software on every product and every computer that you want to monitor. You don't have to do any of that. You can spend that time doing more on something else. And since there's no wires to worry about, if you move, you can just take the products with you. And if your new house is bigger, or for example, you may want to add more cameras, expanding ViewZone is as simple as getting new cameras and connecting them with the push of a button. Here's just a taste of how ViewZone works. First of all, it's completely apped up. You can view your video with your iPhone, with your Android phones and tablets, even our newest iPad app that we've just released. For those of you who are on computers still, you can view it by opening up a computer, open up any web browser. As long as you have an internet connection, you can see your videos. No software to install. You can record live videos or take snapshots at any time. And when your camera senses motion in your home, it'll automatically send you an email so that you can see exactly what your camera saw. And all of your recordings are stored safely and securely in the cloud so that you can access them at any time. You can even download them at any time as well. And now, ViewZone even lets you see in the dark. It's like putting on night vision goggles. Today, we're announcing the new ViewZone night vision camera that just received the CES Innovations Award. Simply add the ViewZone camera, the night vision camera, to any ViewZone system. And just like the other cameras, they can be placed and mounted and used pretty much anywhere. And you can access them at any time. It comes with a high-powered infrared lamp that you can plug in to illuminate any area that you want to monitor. So ViewZone is a completely integrated system for home monitoring. It includes motion detection. It includes a whole host of mounting accessories, including an outdoor shell which is weatherproof. So literally, you can put a camera virtually anywhere. So you can see Netgear, with our ViewZone system, we've really thought of everything when it comes to taking a home monitoring system and making it easy and flexible and fun to use. Everything except for the wires, that is. Now, ViewZone is one of the many Netgear products that are designed for an increasingly mobile world. But let's talk about a few more. You know, earlier Patrick mentioned that in the next few years, there'll be up to 2 billion smartphones connected in people's hands around the world. But the devices alone are just the first step. It's the content, it's the services, it's the hardware on the other end that makes it all so compelling and so interesting. So at Netgear, we're constantly innovating and developing new technologies and capabilities on our products to make them more accessible, more controllable, and more tightly integrated with your mobile experience. Let's talk about an example of a Netgear product that's designed for mobility. For those of you who came to our press event a few years ago at CES, we were the first ones to announce push-to-TV technology, which uses Intel wireless display. At that time, our push-to-TV was designed to take a laptop screen and project it to your television screen so you could enjoy all of your content. And it was a tremendous success. Our push-to-TV, which I'm holding up now, is now in its third generation. It handles video up to 1080p, Dolby surround sound, 5.1. You see it's very small, smaller than a deck of cards, but it packs a lot of punch in such a small footprint. There you go. Thanks. And what's really cool is it can be powered by the USB from your television. So you don't have to string electrical cabling down to the outlet when you have this very nice presence on your wall. But just like 3 years ago, when it was all about taking the laptop screen, which had all the content, and projecting that to the television, today, the mobile phone is becoming the most popular gateway to your cloud content for your music and your TV shows and your videos. It's all coming from the phone. So with that in mind, the big news here at CES today is that we'll be releasing an update so that our push-to-TV is compatible with a whole range of phones that have Miracast, in addition to its original wireless display capability. Miracast, for those of you who are not aware, is a new industry standard for taking the screens of the mobile devices and projecting them wirelessly to televisions. For the Apple users out there, you can think of it as AirPlay for your Android and your Windows devices. For everyone else, you can see on the screen here a list of some of the phones that will be compatible with Miracast and our push-to-TV adapter. Now that so much HD content is coming to your mobile devices, push-to-TV makes it very easy to mirror and stream that content to the big screen in its highest resolution possible. You know, at Netgear, we are constantly listening to our customers. We're constantly trying to better understand their needs, how they use our products. So, routinely, we conduct a lot of surveys, trying to find out how they use our products. So we recently conducted a survey. In fact, just last month, we got it back, and we learned what the top dead zones are in the home. Anyone want to guess where the top dead zone is in the home? No. Wow. Number 1 is the backyard. Sorry, number 3 is the backyard. Going backwards as a countdown. Number 2, yes, the garage, right in the front. You got it. Number 2 is the garage. And the number 1, not in my home, perhaps in yours. Yes, it is the bedroom. That's a dead zone. Who said it, by the way? Okay. Got to help you out, man. Now, before you get the wrong idea, this is not a study conducted by Dr. Ruth. We're talking about Wi-Fi dead zones in the home, the parts of your home where you don't have a good wireless connection. Right? Wi-Fi dead zones have always existed in the home since the beginning of Wi-Fi. But now, more than ever, people are finding them because they're all over their house. Someone up here said toilet, I think. I said bathroom. They're all over their house trying to connect with their mobile devices. Right? And so you're noticing where you have your dead zones now. Netgear has a great solution that Patrick alluded to earlier in his presentation, how we can turn dead zones into connected corners. So with that in mind, I'd like to announce our latest wireless range extender, the dual band wall plug range extender. And that's a long name for such a small product. Let's break it down. First, dual band. Dual band means you get the best performance and avoid interference at the same time. It operates both on 2.4 and 5 gigahertz frequencies simultaneously. Right? So that means you won't get a wireless drop when your neighbor gets on their cordless phone, or when your kid turns on the microwave oven to heat up some popcorn. Right? You can do all these things at the same time with dual band. Now, the wall plug part means just what it says. You plug it into the wall, you press a button, and boom, you're connected. You're extending your wireless coverage. It works well plugged into the wall, but we also include, as you see there, a docking cradle if you want to use it on a desktop. This is the only product of its kind designed to be used in both manners. It's got a USB port, so you can plug in a printer, and now you can share that printer wirelessly. An Ethernet port to connect any wired device to the network. And probably the most interesting port is the 3.5 millimeter stereo jack. With the stereo jack, you can now stream music to any stereo or speaker anywhere in your home using DLNA. And there's more news today. Now our range extender supports AirPlay. So now you can stream music from your iPhone or your iPad to any speaker or stereo anywhere in your home. It also supports, through AirPlay, Pandora, Slacker, Spotify, all of your favorite internet streaming content. We got even more mobile solutions to tell you about. Last year at CES, we announced the Netgear Genie mobile app. Now, this powerful app makes it very easy for you to manage and enjoy your home network. And this year, the Genie mobile app is becoming more powerful and easy to use than ever. We've got a whole host of improvements and enhancements we're adding to the Genie. In fact, we've listed them in your press packet. But one of which that I want to go through in detail is called Genie Easy Mobile Connect. It's about simplicity. Genie Easy Mobile Connect is a way to connect your Android phones and tablets to your network very easy using QR codes. You think about it. If a friend or a family member comes to your house and wants to get online, all you do, you pull out your smartphone, pull up the Genie mobile app, show them a QR code. They take their phone, scan your phone, and boom, they're online, just like that. No passwords to enter, no SSIDs to enter, no selecting networks, just scan and go. It's like magic, and that's why we call it the Genie. Now, so you can see that Netgear is continuing to evolve and innovate in this mobile world. And we're also continuing to evolve and innovate in making sure our home networking products are the fastest, most reliable, with the best coverage and performance out there. And with that in mind, as Patrick mentioned earlier, in 2012, we were the first to introduce 802.11ac wireless routing technology. For those of you who may not know, 802.11ac is the next wireless standard, the next generation after 11n. In fact, it's up to 3 times faster than wireless N and provides even better range. With all those connected devices you have in your home, the time right now is perfect for 802.11ac. In fact, if you're staying for the week, I would bet that you're going to see a lot of products, smartphones, tablets, notebooks, that will be announced that will be including 802.11ac here at CES. It's faster, it's more reliable, it's like an express lane to the cloud. Now, Netgear previously announced a bunch of 11ac routers last year, 3 wireless routers and 1 of our USB adapters. And now we're pleased to announce that with an upcoming update, we'll be introducing beamforming technology to these products. What's beamforming? Right? Sounds like some technology Scotty would use to get Captain Kirk out of a bad spot, right? Well, it's really not much different than that. Beamforming helps you get your network devices out of bad spots. You know, our research told us that in the past year, the number of homes that have 6 or more devices connected to the network has yet again doubled. It doubled last year, it doubled again in 2012, right? So the time, with that many devices, the time is perfect for beamforming. Here's how it works. Basically, your wireless router can detect the location of your wireless device and aim the beam and target towards that device to make sure you get optimum coverage and performance. This targeted approach is especially evident for your mobile devices, which are constantly moving around your home, backyard, garage, etc. In fact, in our tests, we've seen that by adding beamforming, in addition to a few other Netgear technologies, we've seen performance at the very long range doubling. Today, we're also announcing a brand new member of our 11AC wireless family. It's the D6200 wireless router with the modem. The D6200 is the first wireless 11AC router in the United States that includes a DSL modem. So you don't need a separate modem and router. It's all in one box. The D6200 is loaded with capabilities. It's up to 1,200 megabits combined between the two frequencies. It's got a USB port, so you can connect hard drives, printers. In fact, it's got the Genie app we discussed earlier, and that Genie app can take any USB printer and turn it into an AirPrint compatible printer. So again, you can print from your iPhone and your iPad. In fact, the Genie app, just at the end of last year, we celebrated, has been downloaded and installed over 1 million times. The D6200 is a great example how Netgear continues to enhance the home network and the connectivity solutions. So, one of the best reasons to have a great home network is for entertainment, right? Let's talk about entertainment. Our Neo TV line of products lets you enjoy more entertainment. More movies, more TV shows, more music. So with that in mind, let's start with our CES Innovations Award winner, the Neo TV Max. You know, smart TVs now are all the rage, right? It's all you find in the store, but they can be expensive, and a lot of folks aren't ready yet to upgrade their television. The Neo TV Max lets you do more with the TV you already have in your home by turning it into a smart TV. The Neo TV Max is a small box with a lot of content and entertainment packed inside. And there's a couple of new features which earned it the CES Innovations Award. Most notably, a built-in Sling player. So, for those of you who are familiar with Slingbox, we've partnered with Slingbox. The Slingbox today allows you to take your live and recorded content from your TV and play it on your smartphone, your tablet, your laptop, wherever you have an internet connection. Now, with our partnership, you can take that Slingbox content and stream it to any other television, whether it's inside your house or outside your house. For example, you can now watch live shows at your vacation home, even if you don't have a cable subscription there, or your kid's dorm room, or that second or third bedroom where you don't have a cable box. Has anyone here ever considered cutting the cord? A few of you, yeah. Some of you already have? Yeah. All right. Well, with a Slingbox and our Neo TV, now you can take that first step towards reducing your cable and your satellite bill, because you're going to get both live TV, recorded TV, as well as over-the-top streaming all in one box. So you can cut the cord at your vacation home or your kid's dorm room, or even you can get rid of that second or third or fourth cable box that you're paying a rental fee in all those different rooms in your house. And now for our final big announcement. Netgear is going prime time. That's right, we're introducing the new Neo TV Prime with Google TV. Neo TV Prime is Google TV done right. It features the full Google TV platform with very high performance and access to thousands of apps and content from Google Play. Only a Google TV integrates live TV, apps, and the web through one device for endless entertainment. The Neo TV Prime includes a Chrome browser, a full Chrome browser, which supports Flash, HTML5, and not just that, with a click of a button, you can enjoy the web and live TV at the same time through picture-in-picture. From the Google Play Store, you've got access to a growing number of content, music, TV shows, movies, more, and lots of apps, HBO Go, Netflix, Amazon, a lot more. With all this entertainment, how do you find what you want? Well, you can search for it. With the Google TV remote control, QWERTY on one side, normal on the other side, or an app on your smartphone, you can just type in a search word, and it'll search across multiple content platforms simultaneously. The apps, live TV, the web, all at the same time. For example, we're in Vegas. Let's say you want to watch The Hangover, right? Well, hopefully your kids are sleeping, but you just type in The Hangover, and what you'll see is that the Neo TV Max can show you that The Hangover is not just playing on Amazon and Netflix, but hey, it's actually shown for free on TNT at 8 o'clock tonight, right? That's the power we're talking about. Cross-platform search from one device. But what if you don't know what you want to watch? Then launch Google TV Primetime. It discovers entertainment that you like based on your personal preferences, right? Neo TV learns about what you've watched in the past and therefore can predict what you might love in the future in terms of music, movies, and TV shows. Neo TV also gives you the best YouTube experience available on the television. You can sit back and watch the TV just like you're watching live TV. And with the latest smartphone app, you can find your favorite video on your smartphone and beam it directly to the Neo TV, the press of a button. Only from Netgear, we include My Media. My Media app lets you enjoy your personal content, your personal videos, enjoy your photos, play your music, your slideshows. And because it's Neo TV, it's seamless and it's simple. Our entire Neo TV line is an ever-expanding way for you to enjoy, find the entertainment that you like and love the most. So that even when you're sitting on the couch doing less, you can actually do a lot more. Which brings us back to where we started, and as Patrick mentioned, doing more. Doing more means a lot of things to a lot of different people. More productivity, more fun, more options. At Netgear, we're committed to making products that let you do more with less effort and a lot faster. So today, you've seen the latest and greatest products from Netgear. Our night vision camera that lets you see in the dark. Our universal range extender that lets you stream using AirPlay. The first 11 AC wireless router in America with a built-in DSL modem. The push-to-TV that will be compatible with a whole host of smartphones. The Neo TV Max, which now includes a Sling player for live TV. And Google TV, done right, Neo TV Prime. So we don't have time to touch on every new product announcement we have that's listed in your press packet. We do encourage you to go through that packet and learn about even more. We also welcome you and invite you to come see our demos live and in person. We're at the Las Vegas Marriott on the 3rd floor, right? You can make an appointment or just stop by, 3rd floor. But we do have time now for anyone who's interested to come up, talk to us, take photos, look for anyone with a purple Netgear shirt, and ask questions. So with that, I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank you for your interest. And hopefully, we still have a bunch of boxed lunches in the back because I know you guys have killed your lunch hour. So thanks again, and Happy New Year.
I'm Luke Westway for CNET. We're here at CES in Las Vegas taking a look at the Lenovo Mobile Touch Monitor. So this gadget might look like a tablet, but in fact there's no processing power going on inside. It's only a monitor and it connects to a laptop or desktop over Wi-Fi. The monitor measures 13.3 inches on the diagonal and it has a resolution of 1600 by 900 pixels. My first impressions are that it doesn't look as amazing as some other tablet displays I've seen, but we'll need more time with it to really see how easy on the eye it actually is. The fact that it's quite compact means it should be easy to carry around with you all day, but it's not the slimmest device I've ever seen. If you spin it on its side, you can see it's a little bit chunky. If prodding the screen with your meaty digits is too imprecise for your needs, then you might want to check out this optional stylus, which plugs into the corner here. This is a Wacom stylus and it has 256 levels of sensitivity. If you're carrying this thing around with you all day, then you don't really want to get it all scratched up and looking horrible. So Lenovo's got these two cover options. There's a hard cover and an Apple Smart Cover style folding affair. If you want to make this monitor stand up, then there's a small kickstand on the back, and I'm told with a hardcover case, there's also another kickstand thing that you can use to prop it up at a more steep angle. If you're using the soft cover case, then just like the iPad, it folds up into a triangle and it rests on that for support. It's quite convenient to use, but it does mean you don't get much choice when it comes to the angle that the monitor's standing at. Another downside is that this monitor only works with Windows 8 devices. That means no iPad, no Nexus 7, and no older Windows kit. It's going to come in wireless and wired versions, though I'm told the wireless edition will still connect via a cable as long as you're using USB 3. The wired version is going to be out in the first few months of 2013, but you'll have to wait until June for the wireless version, and let's face it, that's the one you really want. As for pricing, this thing isn't going to come cheap. It's going to be $349 for the wired version and $449 for the wireless one. It's certainly an interesting idea. Let us know if you think it will catch on. I'm Luke Westway for CNET, and that was the Lenovo Mobile Touch Monitor.
Hi, I'm Seth Rosenblatt for CNET here at CES 2013, and we're taking a look at the Lowe's Home Integrated System called Iris, which includes an integrated light bulb that allows complete control from your smartphone or your computer. It allows you to avoid having to use plugs. You don't have to do any special work to your home system. It's a standard plug on the bottom. And actually, the Iris system itself is pretty cool. It comes with systems for allowing your pet to control the pet door, and that will let you know when the pet is in the house or out of the house. There's a security system, and there is a comfort and control system, which includes temperature control, light controls, and so on. The light bulbs will be available in a few months. Lowe's has not yet decided on a price point for it, but the full kits are available for $300. Reduced kits are available for $179, and there's no long-term contract. You have a month-to-month fee, and then when you want to bail, you can get out. That's pretty cool. At CES 2013, I'm Seth Rosenblatt.
Hello, I'm Luke Westway here at CES in Las Vegas taking a look at the Pure T640B. It may not have the snappiest name, but Pure is hoping that this speaker will stick in your memory anyway. This matte black version doesn't look particularly bombastic, but it also comes in a white version, and you can spice both models up by buying accessory grills which come in a range of different colours. It's not too massive, so it won't take up too much space in your living room. It's got 5-inch speakers and it pumps out 100 watts of noise. Pure tells me that you'll also be able to turn this speaker round and balance it in portrait mode, and that the logo will also swivel so that it doesn't look weird when you do that. This is a prototype model, however, so we can't show you what it'll look like. Sounds alright so far, but there is a kicker. This speaker doesn't have AirPlay, which is Apple's wireless audio technology. You can stream music over Wi-Fi still, but you're going to have to use Pure's own app. On the plus side, that app lets you control the volume of different speakers in your house from a single interface, and it works on Android and iOS. This smaller device serves as a kind of internet adapter for your gear, so you can connect this to your existing speakers, and then you can control them using that Pure app that I mentioned earlier. The T640B is going to cost $329, while the smaller adapter will set you back $119. Both the T640B and the Hi-Fi adapter will be out around March, April time. I'm Luke Westway, and be sure to keep it CNET for everything related to CES 2013.
Hi, I'm Seth Rosenblatt for CNET. I'm here at CES 2013, and we're taking a look at the Tobii Rex, which is a hardware dongle that lets you control your Windows 8 computer using just your eyes. It's really revolutionary. There's nothing else quite like it on the market. And one of the very cool things about it is that it lets you open emails, navigate the web, open apps, zoom in on maps. All those standard things you would be doing on your computer you can do just using your eyes and one or two keys from the keyboard or your scroll wheel from your mouse. It's a really revolutionary way to interact with the computer, and as I mentioned, there's nothing else quite like it. Tobii is also building a developer's kit so that you can build your own apps to control your Windows 8 computer using just your eyes. For CNET, I'm Seth Rosenblatt.
Hi, I'm Bridget Carey with CNET here at CES 2013, and we have a cool gadget here that can save you a lot of headache if you ever had lost luggage when you're flying. From GlobaTrack, this is the Track.Luggage, and you just stick this guy in your luggage and it'll let you know where it is, but it goes a little bit more than that. What's neat about it is that it runs on 2 AA batteries, so right there you don't have to worry about chargers, and if you're on vacation, how many chargers do you bring? Nope, 2 AA batteries will last you 28 days. And when it is in your luggage, and it's going faster than 100 miles an hour, say when the airplane's taking off, this will shut down. When it slows down again, it comes back on and lets you know where it is. So if you're going to New York and it didn't come back with you in New York, well, it'll connect to your phone and you'll get an alert on your phone to let you know, hey, it's in Chicago. Well, instead of sitting around the carousel going, where's my luggage? Now you can go right to the guy and say, listen, my luggage is here. I have an exact address for it. And if you could, bring it back to me. And it even has Bluetooth on this device that connects to your cell phone. So when it's coming down the carousel, it'll let you know that it's getting closer and closer to you instead of having you rubberneck over people and going, is it here yet? Is it here yet? Well, now you'll know if it's here, or you'll know if someone else went and took it with them. It comes with 2 AA batteries, so you don't need to have a charger, and it comes with a luggage tag, so it's easy to spot your luggage too, and let people know that, hey, my luggage has an orange tag on it. You get all of this for $49.99. It'll be available within 3 months, so the first quarter of the year, but you're going to need a subscription service once a year for $12.99. For CNET, I'm Bridget Carey here at CES 2013, here with the Track Dot by GlobaTrack.
Hi, I'm Wayne Cunningham here at CES 2013, sitting in a 2014 Chevy Spark EV. This has the MyLink entertainment system, and this is the first time we're going to get to test out the Siri integration. I've got an iPhone cabled to the system right here, and with the voice command button, I can go straight to Siri and use my Siri commands in the car. So let's give it a try. So I push and hold the voice command button to start Siri. What is the high temperature?
The high will be 50 degrees this afternoon.
So that just told me the high temperature based on a Siri voice command through the iPhone. I can also have it do other things like play music, for example. Play Aerosmith.
Playing Aerosmith.
So it immediately goes through the music library on the phone, starts playing the artist that I named. I could have also named an album or a track. I would have played anything I wanted to. Now, one other cool thing with this new MyLink system, it also has another app hooked up. We used to only have a couple of apps, Pandora and Stitcher, but now we also get TuneIn. TuneIn is a internet radio app that plays 70,000 stations from around the world. I've got it playing a station from it looks like New York right here, and I could go through the menu and find any of many stations, different languages, anything I wanted, any station around, my favorite station from anywhere, and I can put those stations into a favorite list and then just find them really easily. Once it loads it up, I've got WFUV, got Radio 90s Alternative, The Mountain, all sorts of stations. I can program them in as favorites and listen to them at any time through the iPhone hooked up to the system. Also works with the Android. Now, this system will be coming out later this year. Chevy's going to roll this out in its MyLink capable cars, and that's the Sonic and the Spark. and the Spark EV too, which comes out this year. I'm Wayne Cunningham here at CES 2013.
What's up, guys? This is Antoine Goodwin with CNET.com on the floor at CES 2013 with a very early look at the Leica GPS Sports Watch. This is a product that's coming out of Kickstarter, and it's rapidly approaching its goal with an expected delivery date of June 2013. This is a sports watch that uses a GPS antenna built inside of it to track a number of different elements here. For example, you can track your current location, you can track your pace, how fast you've been running, how long you've been running. It's also got wireless connectivity built into it, so you can pair it with an Ant Plus heart rate monitor or a number of Bluetooth low energy accessories. It's a really big screen here, 2 inches. It's probably the biggest in its class, we're told. And it's basically uses a really interesting technology that the more light you put on it, the better it looks. So it's going to be really good for those of you who like to run outside in the daytime. You don't have to worry about that screen washing out in the sun. The full color screen, and it has built-in compatibility with OpenStreetMaps. That's an open source mapping project, so you can actually upload your maps to this and upload routes to it. So for example, if you have a running buddy who has a favorite route in your city, they can send it to you, you can upload it, and you can pretty much follow the dotted line on the full color map right here. It uses a Gorilla Glass screen, so you don't really have to worry about cracking it, and medical grade rubber band, so you don't have to worry about any sort of irritation. A lot of times when you're running with a sports watch, you get a lot of sweat under the band, it starts irritating. You don't have to worry about that with this watch right here. It charges via USB with a cradle right here, and you can also use the USB to sync, but we're told that most users are probably going to use the Wi-Fi connectivity built in for all of the map syncing and downloading of the GPS data. No wires, nothing to really worry about right there. This is a very early look at a pre-production version of it. The final product's actually going to have a number of changes. For example, this is IPX6 waterproof. The final product's targeted IPX8, so you should actually even be able to use it when you're swimming. That's good for triathletes who want to swim with this thing on. We have also been told that there are going to be a couple of changes to the interface. For example, the main screen right here that shows 6 very small attributes of what you're doing right now will possibly be customizable to show larger data, so it'll be easier to see while you're running. Well, I've been Antoine Goodwin with CNET.com, and we've been on the floor at CES 2013 with the Leica GPS Sports Watch.
Mr. Snuggles?
Brian, wake up, wake up. Get up, you have a shoot live. Go.
Is it over?
Oh, bro.
Is it over?
South Hall, Brian.
South Hall, oh my gosh. Guys. Oh. We're at CES, aren't we? Okay. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, guys. CES 2013. I'm awake. I'm totally awake now. That was a really refreshing nap that I got from those Serta beds. But check it out. Look, okay, we're here in the South Hall, and in the South Hall you have a lot of things that, these aren't necessarily the booths that have all the big, bright TVs or the, all the set-top boxes. A lot of times you'll find smaller manufacturers, some big names, mobile phones, but case accessory companies, and even I never knew Serta beds had this cool gel technology in it. Maybe I need to get one, but it was clearly very comfortable. Okay, let's go walk down here. So we're in the South Hall right now. There's 2 levels to the South Hall. There's an upstairs and a downstairs. So we're going to show you, kind of just get you a feel of these smaller booths that are setting up. They're still pretty impressive, but come on, let's be honest. We're not going to see a tree of laptops or a wall of TVs. So over here, Spec, they make cases for iPhones, iPads. Honestly, I kind of have some ties with them from the past, but they're setting up their walls with all those cases. a lot of new stuff here coming out here. And a lot of times when you see these third-party case companies, you're like, why are they here at CES? Well, there's a lot of meetings that go on behind the scenes where they're trying to get their products into stores like the big Best Buys, Fry's Electronics. So CES does a lot for companies like that, okay? So let's just keep on walking, and Charlie will just kind of scan around and just show you what this whole area looks like. We're right in the center pathway of the South Hall right now, so let's just we'll just keep on walking. I know that you won't always see like the most exciting stuff, but let's just keep on going and see what happens here. All right, TP-Link, we have a lot of broadband wireless routers here. I feel like the theme of CES this year is a lot of booths decided to go really bright with the white coloring. You'll see that a lot all over the place, but we have some of their routers, their Wi-Fi little mobile link devices here, just kind of showcased in the center. But these are some of the things that you can come and check out here. All right, and then GPS, I know GPS devices are really now in everything, but Garmin still makes their own units. So what we have here, they're setting up their booth still, but we have some of their devices here that they're promoting, like their Prestige series here. Also, a little portable, their Nuvi series here, the 2013 Nuvi with their Garmin interface. I mean, these are, I use Garmin all the time when I'm on like road trips. I don't always use my phone when I'm on road trips, but Garmin's, they hold it down, they do their thing. So this is just kind of a preview of their booth. And also sometimes I think what you see here in the South Hall more than you do in any other halls is if you look over here at this Garmin sign, you have two-story booths. Right down in the lower levels, they're just big booths, but here you have two-story booths so they can have a lot of meetings, a lot of schmoozing, drinks, food, all the above. Okay, so we're going to keep on walking down through here. In this area, you can kind of just get a sense of, in the South Hall, because they don't have as big of products or objects to set up. I mean, these are smaller booths with a lot of different smaller accessories, so you feel like, wow, the Central Hall is already set up, but over here, they're still working on getting everything together. So, what's up, guys? How you doing? Can I come over here and talk to you real quick? So, how many years have you been setting up and working here at CES?
15 years.
15 years. So, how is just setting up the booth for you? I mean, is it grueling? Are you all right with it?
I'm good with it.
I'm good with it. Yeah. Let's see how good. Let's check out these. Let's see how. Oh, what? Did you see those guns? Oh man, see, he just wanted to flex for us. All right, guys, keep it up. Thanks, appreciate it. All right, so we have a lot of workers here that are working hard. Sometimes I haven't found one yet, but there's this classic shot of like the guy bending over on the ground with his butt sticking out. We're gonna look for that. We're gonna look for that for you, all right? Specifically, Bonnie, our executive producer, she wants to see that. I know you do. Okay, so we're gonna keep on walking down here just to give you a little more sense of the South Hall. There's not as much big screen, bright stuff, but again, you'll see a lot of more accessory cases. We're gonna try and keep on making it all the way down to the NVIDIA booth. They won't necessarily have much to show right now because they're still setting up. But if you guys saw the NVIDIA press conference that happened yesterday, there were a lot of cool things that they did there with, their Shield project, which is kind of their mobile platform, which has like almost looks like an Xbox controller with a mini screen on it. They also talked about getting their Tegra 4 processors into new phones coming soon, but there still weren't any actual phones that they talked about. And I also want to tell you guys, we're walking and talking at the same time. You see how I'm walking in reverse and I'm not even looking behind me? I have eyes behind my head. I see you. Okay. So just take a look here. I like the fact that this is like a more original green colored booth because the lighting and everything, it looks a little different. But again, this is NVIDIA showcasing, right, their video card technology that they have not only in laptops, but also televisions, set-top boxes, and then even in car interfaces that we're going to check out a little later. So, guys, there's a little look at the South Hall. Our stage is connected to the South Hall, so we're going to take it back to the stage, and we'll see you guys a little later with more from the floor, all right?
Get everyone to show him his muscles.
I don't want to know.
Are they intimidated? They see him coming, they're like...
Starts off with a little nappy. That's a good thing.
Aw, I love some BT. He's wonderful. All right, welcome back to CNET Live at 2013 CES. I'm Molly Wood.
I'm Brian Cooley, and we are now at about 4 minutes till the top of the hour, till 1 o'clock Pacific. 4 o'clock Eastern. We're about to get into the next press conference that we've got today, completely spaced on who it is.
Intel.
It's going to be Intel. And so that's going to be really great. Now, Intel has a lot of bases covered here. They used to be
spaced on purpose.
Totally. Used to be that they were all about PCs, and then last year Ultrabooks, but they are making a lot of push in the last intervening 12 months since the last CES into mobile processors.
Yeah.
It is their future. They can't just make their living on laptops and desktops anymore.
No, and
that will go to zero.
They're shamefully behind in this particular market, too. I mean, they've made these sort of small forays before, I think with some partners, maybe partners like Dell.
Mm-hmm.
They tried to do kind of an Intel mobile chips and Intel branding, and it really has not taken off like it should have. And they haven't put the energy behind it, I think. So.
An interesting piece that our Brooke Carruthers wrote a couple of weeks ago, before the holidays here in the U.S., about how it's kind of a seesaw right now between the traditional values and benefits of an ARM processor and the latest family of the Intel processors. So there's a very credible race to watch here between power of processing and power consumption and small die size and compactness to put on the actual motherboard of the device. So this is not a sort of thing where Intel is the old man trying to catch up. They have made a lot of very major inroads into doing mobile processors that are small, powerful, and very stingy on the volts, but they are still not the incumbent, which the ARM processors have very much become. So it's a very interesting race of, if there's anything here, who beats who, this might be the best who beats who thing to watch, Intel versus ARM, even though it's under the hood and, a little dry.
But that appears to be kind of the thing at CES.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that Qualcomm is
hot.
the keynote, chips are hot. In fact, it's a thing. Go tweet that.
Yeah.
Chips are hot.
Chips are hot.
Intel, I will be interested to see also whether they even mention the word Ultrabook.
Yeah.
Last year they had a very uncomfortable press conference, I think it's fair to say, that was all about Ultrabooks and essentially said, at least in my reading, don't buy any Ultrabook that just came out here at the show, of which I think there were some 400 announced.
Yeah, at least.
Just wait for all the Windows 8 Ultrabooks because those are the ones to buy and they're going to be really cool. Yep. And then now here we are a year later and I'm not sure that there are any Ultrabooks left to buy. Really? Fizzled. I mean, that one, it fizzled pretty dramatically.
It was a fizzled market, and a big part of that was, I think, a lack of clarity of what an Ultrabook was.
Yeah.
Most consumers didn't, and still don't, know what that is.
Most manufacturers didn't and
still don't know because they have all different visions.
Right.
There was no agreement on that. And that happens as we continue to segment and sub-segment all these markets. Look at the phones and tablets and phablets and the readers. And now look at what's happening with portable computers. Now that got sliced up so much. You lose clarity. And when people aren't clear about what a definition is, let alone which is the right one to buy, they just don't buy.
And I think it's smart of Intel to say, all right, we're going to make chips for mobile devices because that's obviously the hottest category. And maybe we're not going to be maybe we can be a little more device agnostic. We can say we make computer chips and we make mobile chips. And after that, you're on your own.
And get them out of the category-defining game,
exactly,
which is a very tough one to do.
A loser.
They maybe should not have been at all in that Ultrabook thing. Although, let's face it, they've had great luck evangelizing computers, but that was another era.
Yeah.
They were introducing us to something that was pretty generic. They all worked about the same and did about the same thing when they were desktops. But in this era, it's a very different. It's almost fashion-driven as much as it is tech-driven.
Yeah, I think it is actually.
And it's not a role
usage.
for an Intel or a Microsoft.
I gotta say though, I'm now looking at our live blog. Josh Lowensohn's already inside and posting photos, and he said Intel has a boatload of stuff up on stage, including a wall of nearly 20 Ultrabooks and a dozen tablets. Because who are we? We're top liver up here.
But
a dozen tablets and some
as
smartphones.
we've seen from all these press conferences, these companies come out and they quickly recap sort of what happened over the last year.
True.
The awards they won, the numbers they sold, yada yada. It's really what happens after the first 10 minutes typically is where things get interesting. So maybe that's sort of the recap.
Very true. It sounds like they have actually started out, the lights are down, and they have started their press conference with a video from, and I assume this is not a typo, from back in November 1913.
Ticked off the clock.
Here we go.
The scoreboard reflected a lopsided win for Notre Dame. Their secret weapon, an innovative game plan that incorporated the strategic use of the forward pass in a way it had never been done before. A history-making innovation that would soon gather momentum and forever transform the way the game was played. This was a game changer, and so are these.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vice President General Manager of Intel Mobile and Communications Group, Mike Bell.
First, everybody, let me say thank you to all of you for coming. Kirk and I feel very fortunate today to show you some of the great game-changing things our teams all over the world have been working on. We have some very exciting product introductions we'd like to do today. In the course of that, there's one message I really want to make sure doesn't get missed. We are beginning to deliver on the promise of taking advantage of our leading-edge technology across our entire family of products. We have a consistent architecture, and we have advanced technologies across our product portfolio, from the lowest battery-powered device to the highest high-end. This is going to be something that we intend to take advantage of even more fully in the future, and it's a real advantage that we have. So, let's talk about phones. Let me recap 2012 a little bit. So, CES 2012, we introduced the first Intel-based smartphones that had leading performance and competitive power consumption. And as you can see behind me on the screen, as well as down here, we have delivered 7 designs from leading OEMs across the planet, and they're distributed in over 25 countries. Now, we did something really interesting, I think, when we brought these phones out. We provided a reference design for our OEMs so that they could get to market quickly and with higher quality. But you know, a reference design isn't just about a chip and a few drivers. We actually created entire devices, and we actually got those devices certified on carrier networks. So these devices from the get-go were of shipping quality that our partners could depend on. Furthermore, we worked very closely with Google to create a highly optimized version of Android for our platforms. And we even included some Intel-developed technology that lets the majority of Android applications just run, no matter what platform they were created for. So, pretty thrilled about that. We had a great start in 2012. Let's look at how these platforms stack up to the competition. So, we're always very happy when independent reviewers such as yourselves can validate what we've already known internally about the benefits of the Intel technology. So, designing a phone is more than just about speeds and feeds. It's about the way the device performs. It's about the way the consumer and the customer uses the phone. It's about key metrics like user interface, responsiveness. And of course, these days, it's about performance with web technologies. So the first assessment that we love comes from Anantech that really shows the benefit of the systems approach that we took to creating these devices with our partners. The combination of our hardware and our software and our systems focus has given us a device that, I'll let you look here, sort of speaks for itself. And battery life, it's a question I've been getting since I joined Intel. Again, independent source here, The Verge has also shown what we've known, that we're very competitive on battery life. Our partner at Motorola created a fantastic device, the Razr I, similar device, the Razr M, that had a competitive chipset. And as you can see, independent folks have shown that our technology has produced a better product. Our whole goal for 2012 was to produce something that had fantastic responsiveness, fantastic battery life, get us into the market, and we think we really hit a home run with that. So, what are we announcing today? We're announcing a new smartphone platform that gets us into more of the value segment. So, this segment is one of the fastest growing segments in the mobile device world. It's projected to be 500 million units by 2015. Many of these units will be sold into emerging geos, such as Latin America, Africa, China, India, Southeast Asia. So the customers in these segments want high-end smartphone features, and we at Intel think that emerging market customers shouldn't have to settle for a substandard experience. We think that smartphones have become a fundamentally enabling technology that should be within everyone's reach. So we're very happy today to announce a new platform we've developed internally, codenamed Lexington. Many of you may have heard about it through leaks already. But we've built this device targeted at emerging markets. So let's talk a little bit about it. So it's a no-compromises platform. Let me show you. I happen to have one right here. It is an Atom processor running at 1.2 gigahertz with hyper-threading technology. It's optimized to run Android applications very fast, as our other platforms do as well. It does fantastic on web browsing, and we'll talk about a few more features in a second. This particular device is a reference device that we have created much like we did last year. It's based on a 3.5-inch screen. It has HVGA 430 by 320 resolution, and it's based on our own modem. We call the XMM 6265, which is an HSPA plus modem. So although this is a value smartphone, it has full 21 megabits per second capability. And of course, we've also added some other features which I'll talk about, such as dual SIM, dual standby. And it has the horsepower that you need to drive Android applications in a really fantastic way. So let's talk a little bit about this. The platform is fantastic at imaging. It has full HD 1080p 30 frames per second encode and decode. It has the same still image performance that we talked about on our Metfield platform last year, with the exception that this device is able to do a burst frame rate of 7 frames in 1 second. It has Imagination SGX 540 graphics, so the games that you know and love on the Android market will play pretty much flawlessly on this device. And it's really designed to be a no excuses multimedia phone. So I love doing this demo. I happen to have one here. They're going to turn the lights up so I can take a picture of all of you in the audience. So say cheese. I'm going to take 7 pictures in 1 second. That was pretty much it. So I got a better view than you did, so I'm sorry. Anyhow. We've added a couple things to this platform that really make it appealing for the emerging markets and for the value segment that we're targeting. We've added dual SIM, dual standby, so you can have 2 SIMs active at once in this device. If you travel or if you have an area covered by 2 carriers that have different data rates, instead of having to swap the SIMs in and out physically, both SIMs are active in the device. We've added FM radio support, so you can get free content over the air without having to use minutes from your data plan to get multimedia content. We've put a micro SD card slot in. That way the customers can go ahead and expand storage using whatever the lowest cost device is they can buy locally. And even though this is a value device, we're still fully supporting our Intel wireless display technology. So the 1080p video that you capture of your friends and relatives, you can play back on devices like plasma TVs or big screens, whatever you may happen to have. So it's a no compromises smartphone that we're talking about here. So a little bit more about the platform. We're thrilled to announce several design wins today. Our partners at Acer, Safaricom, and Lava will be announcing products based on this platform. Details about the specific products will be available later in the quarter from the OEMs mentioned here. But they'll be deployed in multiple regions across the world, and we really view this as a full-function, feature-rich, no-compromises smartphone. And we think that first-time buyers in these markets are going to be absolutely thrilled with the performance and the features they get from these devices. So let's talk about our platform plans here a little bit. As you know, last year we introduced Medfield. Today we're talking about Lexington, which is the value smartphone play. We also have a product coming out, I'll say soon, Clover Trail Plus, that many of you have probably already heard of. Clover Trail Plus has 2 times the CPU performance of the current Medfield generation, and it will continue to offer competitive battery life, so we're not sacrificing battery life for performance. So the next generation after that will be based on Intel 22 nanometer technology, and we're on track to deliver that to customers later this year. So let's move to tablets and Ultrabooks. This past September, we announced our Clover Trail platform, and we couldn't be more happy with the way it's gone. It was a new SoC that we built from the ground up to run Windows 8. The idea was that we could produce a part that had fantastic battery life. It gave you connected standby, always on, always connected, and all-day battery life. We have a range of platforms from 10 different leading OEMs available today, with a growing number being made available in the future, and you'll see roughly 10 in the market with worldwide distribution as we speak. They're on display in the Intel booth. Most of them are also available here, so please take a look when we're done the presentation. So the Intel devices provide some unique advantages. What is it that makes these devices great? You know, the user experience, it's about responsiveness. It's about having a fluid experience when you're doing touch. It's about having battery life that's great. It's about having long standby time. And it's also about having the performance you need at the time you need it. So it's instant performance and then back to instant off. And, of course, compatibility, which is one of the strengths of our platform. This platform does it all. So we've already announced this, but again, it has 1.8 gigahertz. It has power efficiency multitasking, 10+ hours of battery life, and greater than 3 weeks of standby. So, of course, one of the main things about these tablets is, can it run what you own? And I have to tell you, I happen to have a tablet here. And of course, one of the things I use all the time to manage my music is iTunes. And our platform provides full compatibility with the suite of applications that's been available for Windows, as well as many of the peripherals that people already own. This is heritage from years of collaboration with Microsoft. And again, I'll let sort of unbiased sources give their opinion of whether or not you should be buying our platform here. I love the quote. Here comes the exciting part. I get to give a sneak peek of new technology we're announcing today that's really game-changing for us. We are introducing the Bay Trail platform. So it is our next generation Atom microarchitecture-based chip. It's based on 22 nanometer technology. It will have greater than 2 times the CPU performance of our current generation, and it will support a whole range of connectivity options. Although you didn't know it, you've actually been looking at this device the entire time I've been standing here. So, these 3 devices here are devices that have actually been working with OEM partners to get Windows running and get ready for a launch later this year. You see devices from Compal, Pegatron, and Wistron, based on the Bay Trail architecture. Also want to point out that we're supporting Android in this platform as well. Here you see Android running on the same platform. So we're moving quickly to enable OEM systems. We're building on our work that was done with the previous generation of chipsets, and we intend to have systems available in holiday of 2013. So, wrapping things up for my part here today, we are thrilled at the progress we made in 2012. You can see the fruits of our labor, our partners' labor here. You see visions of things to come. We think the Bay Trail platform is going to be incredibly exciting for ourselves and our customers who are going to really love these platforms. And now I'd like to invite Kirk Scoggin up on stage to talk about what we're doing on the core side of the house. Kirk?
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. Well, I think there's one thing that we all know, and that's in the mobile computing space, the lines are blurring. And we as human beings have 2 innate things we like to do. We like to consume content, which we've been able to do and certainly have been doing for the last year on smartphones and tablets. But we also like to create. That's why we take our kids to art school, to music school, make movies, write books. And we fundamentally believe that there's a convergence happening between what had traditionally been notebook computing and tablet computing in a new range or a new segment that we've called the Ultrabook convertible and detachable. And we'll talk more about that. And Intel Corporation has rapidly been modifying its product line to address this segment. In September of 2012, at our developer forum, we talked about a new product line. You know, when we invented the Ultrabook, we cut the power of our chips in half, from basically 35 watts to 17 watts. And back in September, we talked about on the 4th generation core, our next generation Haswell part, that sometime in 2013, we'd create a new product line aimed at this convertible, detachable, and tablet segment to bring full core performance, full core security into this product line. At about 10 watts. Well, what I can say today is that Intel is executing on all cylinders, and I'm very pleased to announce that we're not going to have to wait for the 4th generation core or later this year to get this kind of performance. Today I'm announcing a pull-in of our low-power processors. They'll be branded Core, And we're going to move that from 4th generation into our 3rd generation Core Ivy Bridge products. We're announcing them and launching them, shipping in full production today. And we're actually exceeding our power targets. So these products are announcing today at 7 watts versus the 10 watts we announced back in September or so. These will deliver thinner, lighter, and longer battery life platforms, both in convertible, detachable, and even tablets. And so we're roughly talking about performance here in these systems that I'll show you in a second that's about 5 times the performance of an NVIDIA Tegra 3 product. 5 times the performance moving into tablets, detachables, and convertibles. So what I wanted to do is show you what's happening here from our partners with Acer. This is the Acer Aspire system. It's a full Ultrabook computer. So as you can see here, it's got a beautiful keyboard, mechanically detachable. But what's incredible about this Aspire system is when you're going to detach it, and this will be available later this spring, you're going to get a product versus the current Iconia system that's 20% thinner, 20% better weight, with full core performance, business class security, and a full HD display at 1080p. So this is a stunning 10 millimeter form factor at 800 grams with the full range of core performance from Core i3, Core i5, and Core i7. Fantastic job from Acer running a full Windows 8 experience. Available later this spring. The other thing I'm incredibly excited about is a product that we have from Lenovo that's announcing in the June timeframe. And many of you are probably familiar with what's happened with the 13.3-inch Yoga, where they've delivered an Ultrabook convertible that has kind of 4 operating modes. It operates as a full clamshell. It operates in tent mode that you can see here on the screen for if you're kind of consuming or if someone's leaning back that chair in the economy class in the airplane. Or it can operate as a full tablet. Well, Lenovo wanted to put Intel architecture into an even thinner device. And so what Lenovo has announced yesterday is the Lenovo Yoga 11S. At $799, you're going to get a full core Ultrabook systems. We'll see systems later in the first half of the year. And of course, this can operate in tent mode all the way back. And we're actually running Civilization 5 on this, which is a full high-end Core i5 game, an incredibly thin, incredibly light 11.6 inches system. So the best of a tablet and the best of a notebook all in one product line, pulling this in from 4th generation to 3rd generation Core today with product shipping in the next couple months from our OEMs and full production of the processor from Intel already today. So if you go back and look at the history of Ultrabook, you know, we announced this as a journey. And when we were up at CES last year, remember Jeff Clark joined our CEO, Paul Alini, on stage and really showed the first Ivy Bridge or 3rd generation Core Ultrabook. At that time, we had 21 designs in the market. Today, I'm proud to announce that we're shipping nearly 140 designs into the marketplace. Think about how that ecosystem has shifted around this momentum around Ultrabook. Literally, you know, in just 2 generations, from 2nd generation to 3rd generation Core, going from not even creating the category to a $300 million Ultrabook fund to now almost 140 platforms in the marketplace. We've got, you know, dozens of platforms now below $150. And what I think you're going to see by the end of this year is touch-based systems down at the $599 price point. $599 for touch. Remember, a year and a half ago, we were standing up here and we were at $999. People were wondering if we'd be at $699. So we have a broad range of $599 systems in the market today without touch. I think they'll move to $599 with touch as we get through the year. Up here, you see a broad range of the convertibles that are coming to market. I said there'd be more innovation in this next year than we've had in the last decade of the notebook market, and I think that's come to fruition. You have things like the Asus Tai Chi, which is a dual screen system, a screen on both sides of the system. You have Lenovo Yoga, which we kind of call a flip. You have sliders from Toshiba and Sony, and things like a swivel from Lenovo as well. So a lot of mechanical innovation delivering the best of a notebook and the best of a tablet. We also now are moving aggressively into touch. We'll have about 40 touch designs into the marketplace, again, as low as $599. And all of these systems you see up here are touch enabled. So basically, every single day, we're getting more and more mechanical innovation. I thought I'd just share with you what's being announced this week from NEC. You know, a lot of the market, especially in the US, is 15-inch screen sizes. And I showed you kind of a nice 11.6-inch, but this is a 12.8 millimeter 15-inch design from NEC. They've absolutely done a phenomenal job on this, less than a half an inch thick. And maybe the best way to kind of describe it to you is there's about 150 million notebooks out there, 150 million that are 3 years or older. And it's almost shocking to try to lift this thing up, which is what a standard 3-year-old notebook looks like today. And I'm going to do my best to hold it up there, but I can tell you it's tough. And compare it to what's now in a 15-inch notebook launching today. We've literally gone from inches to millimeters in this transition to Ultrabooks. And remember, we're just on a journey to Haswell in a few months. The other thing we've talked about is what does the momentum kind of look like? What I can tell you today, and we are in the quiet period, but what I can tell you today is between 2011 and 2012, our ultra-low voltage, or our 17-watt product, has grown 5 times in the volume from 2011 to 2012 because the entire market has gotten thinner. Not just Ultrabooks, but below Ultrabook categories as well. The entire world has kind of been drafting as a bow wave the Ultrabook momentum and creating things smaller and smaller. So, what is there coming in 2013? Well, as the video showed, we believe the 4th generation Intel Core Ultrabooks are going to be game changers. This is the first product that we've delivered and designed at Intel from the grounds up with Ultrabook in mind. All those other 140 designs I talked about today were things that we had to retrofit that were already in development somewhere through the silicon development process. So Haswell is the first product line that was designed grounds up, 4th generation core, for Ultrabook available later this year. We're going to be able with these devices now to interact naturally with touch and with voice. And so what I'm announcing today is that the 4th generation Core Ultrabooks will have mandatory touch requirement. To be an Ultrabook in the 4th generation Core, it'll be required to have touch. We'll have voice capability, and we'll demonstrate that in a little bit. It's going to turn on essentially instantaneously. When you open the lid, within a couple seconds, you get access to your data, and it's going to be always fresh data. So what does that mean? Either through Microsoft's Connected Standby or through Intel Smart Connect, when you open the lid of your computer, all your email will be fresh, all your Twitter feeds, your Facebook, all your data will be updated already because we have a way to kind of update that while the lid is closed. For all-day battery life, what we're announcing today is with the 4th generation Core, we're going to be able to deliver the largest battery life increase, generation on generation, in the history of Intel Corporation. Absolutely all-day battery life, where you just don't have to bring your power brick at all anymore. With thinner, lighter designs and mandatory Intel wireless display. So we're going to be enabling millions of consumer electronics TVs with people like LG, Samsung, and Toshiba already in the market today, but WiDi or Intel wireless display will be mandatory for this Ultrabook. It'll also be the most secure platform in the market with anti-theft capability. You can hardware lock your PC if it gets stolen. It'll tell you where it's at. If it's at the taxi cab station in downtown New York, you'll be able to know that the taxi cab driver dropped it off there. You can turn it back on with a password. It'll have Intel identity protection technology so that you have a more secure presence on the internet. And it'll require antivirus and anti-malware with more announcements from McAfee coming. And of course, this is where we really unleash the convertible category. So what I thought I'd talk about today is show you the first internal Intel reference design based on not the 3rd generation Core that we talked about with Acer and Lenovo, but what we have internally at Intel now already running on the 4th generation Core processor. So this is our concept platform, or our form factor reference design called North Cape. And it's in a full Ultrabook experience, a 17-millimeter Ultrabook. It has a battery both underneath the keyboard as well as behind the display. And the CPU here actually sits behind the display. This is going to deliver an amazing 13 hours of battery life. So think about the average notebook sometimes taking about 4 hours of battery life. We're talking about delivering 13 hours of battery life as a full system. But what's unique about this is we've created a one-finger detach mechanism that you can simply remove the keyboard, and we've got an amazing tablet experience here. 850-gram Core i5, i7 capable machine at 10 millimeters. That's going to deliver up to 10 hours of battery life. So it has a one-handed detach mechanism. And what's interesting is we've created something called Smart Frame. So this is essentially 11.6-inch form factor. But what we're able to do is hit a little button here, and the screen increases to a full 13.3 screen. So you get a full 13.3 screen experience in 11.6 by using some things around our graphics drivers. And if I test this here, we'll kind of play a high-end racing game, if I'm any good at it. I guess I'm not. But this is something where you now can get, with accelerometers and all of the sensors that were typically only available in notebooks, something that already on third-generation Core, from Acer and Lenovo we showed is 5 times the performance of a Tegra 3, and now is going to get even better as we launch this later this year. So outstanding work by the team at Intel to get this going. How about that? All right. So this is really one-handed detach, a smart frame concept to go from 11.6 to 13.3, 10 hours of battery life in a tablet at just over 800 grams. So pretty amazing stuff. And we think we'll see these kind of convertibles down at $799, $899 kind of price points when they first come out. Okay. So let's move on from mobility and talk about the innovation that's happening and some of the game-changing things that are going to happen in 2013 around all-in-one computing. You know, we coined something called bringing back family night, but what we're really talking about is the evolution of what has been the traditional desktop. What's amazing is that 80% of homes in mature markets have a desktop, and 88% of those homes use their desktop computer every single day. There are 200 million desktops out there that are 4 years or older, and with Windows 8 and Touch and the all-in-one, we think we're going to dramatically change that. So, you know, I thought I'd just pull off a typical all-in-one here, and we'll talk a little bit about it. This is the Sony Tap 20 all-in-one, and of course it's running Windows 8. But what's been unique about what we did this year in all-in-ones, we were the first people to obviously have Touch, and then you could lay this into easel mode, so you could get much better manipulation of this screen if you're doing things like creating a slideshow or painting or those kinds of things. It makes Touch much more intuitive if you're sitting at your desk this way. And more we're getting to lay-flat all-in-ones. But there's something that I guess we've shown here on the Sony that we'll talk more about, and that is that we've actually removed all the wires from the desktop. The Sony Tap 20 actually has a battery in the back. And what we're talking about today is delivering an entire new ecosystem of kind of semi-portable, what I would call mobile all-in-one or tabletop computing. And that's going to basically enable a shared experience for both business and consumers where you can interact with this touchscreen now from any side. And because we're talking about 10-finger touch on the screen, you can have multiple hands playing games or these kinds of things around the screen. So we call it bringing back family night. So what do we mean? Well, this is much more than just hardware platforms. Today we're announcing a broad ecosystem around these mobile all-in-ones from hardware partners like HP, Dell, Lenovo, Panasonic, and Sony, and HP, but also a growing range of software that's going to be taking advantage of this kind of application, and we'll show some of those. Aftermouse is going to be delivering 10 multi-user touch applications, things like as simple as dominoes or Pong, Casino or Sudoku. Microsoft will be delivering Mahjong to the platform. Sesame Street will be doing a whole set of educational games for 6 to 9-year-olds where you can actually have 4 different 6 to 9-year-olds playing around the screen doing math. 4 different people doing mixing of audio and music, and Electronic Arts doing Monopoly. So what we have over here is just a brand new example of the tabletop PC that Lenovo announced yesterday. This is a 27-inch battery-backed all-in-one. And here we have a typical family, whereas instead of everyone kind of huddled around their phone, we've actually brought the mobile computer over to the coffee table, and they're playing Electronic Arts Monopoly now on a distribution for this adaptive all-in-one category, using the dice and really bringing the family together on all 4 screens of the adaptive all-in-one.
Good one.
So after the kids go to bed, we're in Vegas. So let's play some poker. So we got our demo team here. What can we show them here on the same machine after the kids are in bed? So you're playing a little poker, I see.
Yeah, Kirk, what we've got here is we've got a poker application, and this allows us to not only use that same great Lenovo Horizon all-in-one that you saw, 27-inch screen, but we've also got some additional functionality in here that allows us to actually interact with this using our phone. And so with this, what we can do is we can actually go in here and we can see our cards rather than having to, we can use obviously the touch screen to make some gestures, look at cards, but then our buddies
go
might
all
see
in.
what we've got.
All in.
So this way we can actually see the cards in our own hand on our Android phone handsets here and interact with the application on the touch screen.
So great. This is an example where you have multiple people playing poker, touch screen on there obviously, but actually interacting with the cards on an Android application on an Android phone. So great stuff, guys. Thank you very much. So this is just a simple example of how the all-in-one category is evolving as well, not just on the hardware side, but on the software side for education and gaming and things like that. Okay, today we also have several announcements from our service providers. The service providers have been noticing that Intel is in the tablet game now in a big way with Windows 8. Obviously, the detachable Ultrabooks and convertible Ultrabooks, as well as the all-in-one, kind of getting out from underneath that desk where it used to collect dust into places like the kitchen, onto the tabletop, and even onto the floor with kids playing on the floor, as I showed you earlier. So what Comcast is announcing today is that using the new Intel Puma 6 silicon, which will be announced later in the first half of this year, they're announcing an Xfinity XG5 home video gateway that you'll be able to see in the Intel booth. And that Atom kind of based Puma gateway will deliver for the first time full premium TV content and video on demand through multi-screen without a set-top box. So today, with Comcast as the largest cable operator in the United States, you need a set-top box on every TV to get premium content. Because of the security across Intel devices, they're now going to basically put this home gateway in the home. It happens to be based on an Atom core in the Intel Puma silicon. But that's going to enable full streaming of premium, their full pay TV and video demand content. And you can see that in the booth, available from Comcast through their Xfinity services later this year. In addition, in France, with Bouygues Telecom, one of the largest operators in France, a multi-billion euro company, they've won the Best Broadband Experience Award based on their Atom-based gateways last year. They're supplying and launching as well this week full pay TV, video on demand, and catch-up services anywhere on the Bouygues Telecom network, onto things like the adaptive all-in-ones, but also even onto Intel Android phones and Ultrabook computers. So you can see we're delivering premium pay TV. The service providers are now putting that premium pay TV content on the devices as we become more mobile and the desktops get into areas like the kitchen. These will be Windows 8 applications, and this Bouygues Telecom app will be available in the fall of 2013. Okay, lastly, let's talk about maybe the best for last, and that is, let's talk about perceptual computing. We have been interacting with the PC, with a keyboard and mouse, for decades. And in 2013, we're going to change that. We're going to change that by adding eyes, ears, voice, touch, and emotional context to the PC. We're basically going to give the PC the same kind of human senses that we've all had by putting better microphone, better eyes and ears, et cetera, on the PC. So we're adding natural human interfaces. We've had a center of excellence under Muli Eden, and I'd like to bring our Director of Research and Development for Perceptual Computing, Achin Bomik, to the stage, and we'll talk a little bit more about this. Achin?
Thank you, Kirk.
All right, so let's start out with what do we mean by perceptual computing? Just give them a quick overview.
Yes, like you said, Kirk, in perceptual computing, we're adding human-like senses to the computing devices. Eyes, ears, touch, emotion, and context, so we can have interactive, lifelike experiences with our computing devices.
So our CEO, Paul, last year at CES talked about voice and a relationship with Nuance. Maybe we can give him an update on where we're at in 2013 with our voice progress.
Right. So yeah, we are already shipping Dragon Assistant Beta that was developed in partnership with Nuance on Dell XPS systems. And this year in 2013, we expect to ramp that with multiple OEMs in multiple systems across the world.
Right, so Dell's already shipping the beta software from Nuance. You can download that if you're a Dell Ultrabook customer. We'll be launching 9 languages in 27 countries. And the way we have our voice assistant, and you've seen demos of this before, you can basically interface with Facebook and Twitter, do posts with voice. You can do a Google search with voice. You can interact with Wikipedia,
command and control
with gaming. So this is on track. It's launching out with Dell, and we're expanding our relationship with Nuance. We'll show you some more of that in a second.
Right.
I guess the second area is passwords.
Yes.
And, we do about 220,000 interviews a year at Intel, believe it or not, of end users. And one of the things that's most startling is how insecure we're making our PCs and computing devices. In fact, one of our anthropologists said that a recent breach of 32 million passwords, the top 4 passwords that showed up were 123456, followed closely by 12345, followed by ABC123, and last but not least, the word password. So now you're going to have to redo all your passwords after you leave this because we've dissected your code.
Right.
But what we really want to do is have a vision where you are your password, where your voice, your face, it just works, right? So maybe we can show them the progress we've made here.
Yes, with perceptual computing, if the system can recognize me, then the one thing we can do is have me log into the system.
Great.
So this system has been configured to recognize me. And as you can see, I didn't have to type in my password. It simply recognizes me and lets me into the system.
Yeah, well, that was pretty quick, pretty fantastic. The simplest demos are sometimes the hardest, especially when they work. But, hey, I've seen this before, right? You can run a video, you can show a picture of somebody, and this gets spoofed, right? Well, what are we doing different with the camera technology,
You're right,
with our relationship with Sensible Vision?
So the face login has been in academic research for decades now, and we have also seen some products that didn't work very well. Our solution with Sensible Vision is very robust. We use advanced image processing to incorporate anti-spoofing features that do not let you into the system with your photos and videos.
So how many points on the face are we looking at?
We have multiple points and faces and intermuscular movements, advanced technologies that we have built into the product.
Right, so we're looking at probably 7 different points on the face. We're looking at multi-muscular movements, and then we can actually add multimodal capabilities, which would be the combination of logging in maybe with voice and with facial recognition. This is something that is shipping today. Again, with Dell starting out, but this is going to go pretty ubiquitous across the world, we think, of real robust, simple password technology, given most of us don't even put a password on our device.
Across systems and customers will see it in the market.
Well, let's move on to gesture. What can we do on gesture?
So it is not just about 2D camera and facial login, but at the Intel Developer Forum 3 months ago, we announced the Perceptual Computing Software Development Kit, and this lightweight, single USB-powered small form factor 3D camera device that has close-range gesture interactions, face recognition, voice recognition, and 3D object tracking capabilities built in.
So this kind of thing used to be something that you'd have to plug into an AC power adapter in your wall. We're now, for the software development kit, plugging in a USB stick, and this will be available through retail as a low-cost peripheral this year, in addition to what we're already using for the last about 4 months with our software developers in a relationship we have with Creative as well.
Yep. And we have seen thousands of developers download the SDK and starting to develop really interactive applications based on it.
So we've made a lot of progress getting the software development community from an AC power adapter to a USB powered. But of course, we all remember these sitting on our desktops a long time ago or on our monitors, right? Rest assured, Intel's working to integrate this directly into all-in-one computers and Ultrabooks in the future as well, and we'll come back to you with when exactly that happens. So what can we do with this camera technology?
Before I show a demo, I'd like to point out that two-dimensional interfaces, like Kirk mentioned, mouse and touch, confine the users to the plane of the display. But when you have 3D computer vision and 3D camera, it allows you to interact with the system because it can understand 10-finger fine-grained articulation of your fingers in the 3-dimensional space. And when you have that technology,
we've seen some of these before, and the hand looks like a nub, and it all looks like one point. What we're talking about here is with our software development kit the ability to actually see every single one of your 10 fingers and what they're doing in three-dimensional space. So we could open doors in a game, close doors, anything our fingers would do.
Yeah, and let me show you a demo of that.
Okay.
So, I'm going to go inside the application here, immerse myself, and as you can see, the system understands the fine fingers movements, and I can really interact with the objects in the screen. Let the coins accumulate on my finger, I throw them away. This level of interactions in the three-dimensional space is not possible with mouse, keyboard, or 2D cameras.
And this is really after about 90 to 120 days of coding following the software development kit release at our developer forum.
Yes.
Okay, great. And what else can we show?
So, I'd like to show Portal 2. Our partners at CNET has enabled Portal 2 to be played with hand gestures. For those of you who have played Portal 2, it's a very popular game, of course. And you need to go in and with a portal gun, you manipulate your cube. Here, I am moving this into the three-dimensional space. To do this with keyboard and the mouse, you wish you had 20 fingers. And I'm taking it inside the system. I align it on the pedestal. And very simply, I drop it. So, I can go on hours playing this game.
This is something that typically maybe had a multi-$100 controller, and with games like Portal 2, we could use not just the gesture, but voice as well, and be able to interact while we're manipulating the object. Maybe use voice to say
even
drop.
Voice recognition for fine control, and immersing yourself into the content finally.
Great. Well, gaming is interesting. It's a big segment for us, of course, and so that's interesting. What else what can we do with this kind of technology?
So it is not just about interacting with 3D and playing games, but with 3D computer vision technology, we can transform the way people communicate with each other with video. So we can make video conferencing immersive. Here I'm showing an example. I have my friend Diana over there. I'm trying to have a chat with her to decide what movie to rent. And this is what you see when you do that with a traditional video conference. I can see the objects that we want to talk about at the back, but significant part of the screen is also blocked by the background. We have the technology for recognizing 3D around us, so we could take that away. So Diana, why don't you take your background away, please? So that is the beauty of 3D camera and 3D computer vision technology. And now we don't have to be cluttered by the background. Imagine yourself into the content. It's not just about immersive video conferencing, but also video blogging with green screen, where you can create content with yourself in the content.
Yeah, so all of you are going to have more competition because we'll have more video bloggers with that screen behind them trying to report the news, I guess, right?
Right.
Okay.
And also, one thing I'd like to mention before we move out of the SDK is we have finally rolled out the $1 Million Developer Contest. The details are on the Intel website, and we're seeing a lot of traction on developers that are coming up with really groundbreaking ideas that are being prototyped right now.
All right, one more maybe. What can we do now?
So we're not stopping at gesture recognition. Imagine the computer being able to track your eyes. And with our partner, Toby, we are working on technology to track your eyes. Here, I have one of the most popular games with the kids in the US. When you see it, it's Where is Waldo? And in the next screen, I have the task of finding Waldo. And the way I'm doing that right now, you can see my eye on the screen, hopefully. I'm trying to find Waldo. And Waldo, there you are. Don't hide. So you can see I can find Waldo simply by moving my eyes. Okay, I see Waldo on the left side here. There he is. So imagine immersive, intuitive gaming and fun content that is enabled simply by tracking where you're looking on the screen.
So that's fantastic. That's fantastic news. So here's what we showed you guys. Perceptual computing coming to computing in 2013. Voice in 9 languages across 27 countries is coming from Nuance with full Facebook, Twitter integration, etc. We talked about gesture and full 10-finger, not just basic page turning or basic gesture recognition, but full 10-finger articulation through our software development kits, eye tracking capability, as well as touch being required on the Ultrabook. So fantastic job, Achin,
Thank you,
from you and your team.
And
Thank
stay
you very
tuned
much.
for innovations in this space. Thank you.
Okay, well, let me sum it all up today. So hopefully what you took away is that Intel is executing. We're pulling in our products, whether it's Atom-based or Core-based, with new announcements in the across the board. We'll talk about that in a second. We're aggressively innovating. We're driving a whole set of new experiences, whether it's perceptual or bringing more multi-person gaming experiences to the adaptive all-in-one. And we're building ecosystems like Intel can do. So let me quickly recap what we said today as some of the major announcements. First, we're announcing a new value Atom smartphone platform for emerging markets. Announcements from Acer, Lava, and Safaricom. Secondly, Bay Trail, quad-core, 22-nanometer Atom-based processing for tablets in holiday 2013. Third, a pull-in from 4th-generation core to 3rd-generation core, and a reduction in power from 10 watts to 7 watts of our new core processor for Ultrabooks and tablets, with announcements coming later in the first half of the products from Acer and Lenovo, with convertibles and detachables. 4th-generation Ultrabook platforms will require touch, require Intel wireless display, and will deliver the largest battery life increase in the history of Intel Corporation, generation on generation. In 2013, we're adding natural human interface to the platform with voice, touch, as well as gesture, facial recognition, and software development for eye tracking technology. We have live and on-demand premium pay TV content coming to all our screens, with leading vendors like Comcast and Bouygues Telecom being the first two announcements today. You'll see their press releases hitting later today. And latest all-in-one computers are going to go battery-backed, so you kind of get semi-portable computing, lay flat for immersive multi-person experiences. Thanks for attending. It's going to be a game-changing year for Intel. Please visit us in the booth, and you'll see a lot more of this technology. Thank you very much.
All right, so that is your classic big company, wide, broad,
That's what I'm talking about.
48
48 minutes. That's how you do it.
A lot of stuff going on in there. Intel, of course, foundational in so many ways, but struggling, as we said, going into this thing to show their relevance in new platforms.
Yeah.
And that's what they kept hitting to. Look, we're here, we're here, we're here, we're here. They did that thing.
You did see a little bit of all over the place. I mean, whenever you have Intel, a chip maker, starting to come out and talk about premium pay TV on all of their multi-screen platforms, you have to think, now what company's press conference am I listening to again? Because I got a little...
Might have
or
been
when
the
they
most
started talking about
interesting
phones, too.
Yeah, the phones got in there, too. But they talked about that Xfinity Gateway, a launch partner with that. We'll check that out at Xfinity here later in the show. Yep. But that is also mapping into a 2014 FCC mandate that in the future, all set-top boxes must basically be IP streaming hubs. So you're not going to have a box at every TV anymore. You're going to have one gateway in your house per government regulation to the cable industry, and that will then use IP to stream out to all your devices, not just your televisions, but authorized phones and tablets.
Wait.
They're jumping on that.
Are you saying that Intel did not come up with this in any way whatsoever?
Oh,
they're just doing that thing that they have to do by law and then making it part of their keynote?
I mean, they're jumping on a 2-year delayed FCC mandate. Yeah.
That's pretty ballsy.
Pretty clever.
To be like, and boom, we have this awesome announcement.
I mean, it's highly
totally
related. I
coming.
don't know if it exactly fits the spec, but that's the FCC's mandate, so funny coincidence.
I love it. They announced their new Lexington platform, which is targeted at emerging markets. Now, that is, we talked about how they have been lagging behind NVIDIA with the Tegra processor and Qualcomm with some of their mobile Snapdragon processors. Maybe the way to get out ahead of those guys is to try to conquer China.
Right. Get into India.
Get into India.
Yeah.
Get into emerging markets. I mean, there are worse ways than to build an audience than to get into emerging markets. So
they called it this platform a no compromises, inexpensive platform. Not sure about no compromises. I mean, it's
for example, it's HSPA Plus. There's a dog in here. And it sounds big.
4:30. It's chasing Brian Tong.
I just heard that it is. We're going to go live to Brian Tong being chased by a dog.
Right now. Let's go see if we've got BT being chased by a dog. Do we have him? No. All right, we got Samsung coming up here in, about 10 minutes or so.
We do, yes.
In the meantime, we do have BT, though, don't we?
2013, and we are here in the North Hall. We told you earlier about the North Hall, right? You have a lot of the different car, manufacturers here showing off not only their technology and hardware, but you also have a lot of cars that are pimped out like this one, okay? So I don't know if you know about me, but I kind of like the bling-bling. And so this car, nothing says more bling bling than this car. And we're going to go talk to the owner of the car, who's really like kind of cleaning it up and making it look good. So we're going to come over here and get Matt for a second, all right? Hey, Matt. What's going on? All right, this is Matt Tom. You're the owner of this car.
Yes.
And so are these Swarovski crystals?
Yep, there's over 40,000 individual Swarovski crystals. It took me like 6 months to put them on.
So
one
you
by one.
put them on individually?
Yep, on the outside, the inside, on the wheels, and it's also my daily driver too.
Okay, so I have a question. The thing that I like instantly about this car is it's supplied with the Calpico and the Pockies
Yes.
right inside. I mean, those are your go-to snacks.
They sure are.
This is kind of crazy. So what was the inspiration behind this? I mean, we've got the furry seats. I mean, how did this all come about for you?
Well, I guess in Japan there's a styling called VIP styling, where you take a vehicle and you kind of make it more luxurious. It really only applies to certain Lexuses and Toyotas and big sedans, but I wanted to take that idea, that concept, and bring it to a smaller vehicle. And at that time, when I started modifying this car, maybe about a year ago, Lexus had just come out with a new hatchback hybrid, the Lexus CT. And I just wanted to make, turn what Lexus brought and make it every single aspect more luxurious, more unique, I suppose.
No, without a doubt, very unique. All right, Charlie, let's come over here and look at some of the details, because I want to sit in this thing. I want to feel the luxury. And look at the rims. Look at the rims. Matt, you had to put each of these on here, right?
Yep.
You're crazy. You are crazy.
One by one.
Okay, Matt, are you gonna? Can I sit in the car?
Yeah, go for it.
Can I check it out? All right, come on. Let's just. Oh, here we go. It's so soft and fluffy. Oh, I love it. Okay. Do you see the chandelier? The chandelier! My goodness. Okay, this is crazy, but it's one of those things that at CES you can only find here. So Matt, thanks for your time, man. I appreciate it. All right.
Appreciate it.
All right, cool. So this is one of the hot rides, and I'm gonna take you around the front of this car just so you guys can see one more thing of why this car. Actually, for some reason, I swear I saw one of these cars in Cooley's garage. I don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken. The license plate, OMG VIP. That's what we're talking about. Okay, so let's just head back over here. We're going to show you a little bit more of the North Hall, not too much, but a lot of these booths are still getting made. They're still getting put together, and you'll see cars everywhere. We like to look at stylish, hot, sexy cars. So we're just going to kind of walk through a little bit more and land on more of the stuff that we have here. Now, over here, right, you've got a Chevy Camaro rocked out with the whole Rockstar branding. If you bounce around here on the North Hall, you're going to find plenty of stuff. Lexus has a booth, Ford has a booth, Hyundai has a booth, Sony has a booth with all the stuff that they're doing. But you know what? Come out, find out for yourself, see all the cool stuff you can see, and maybe, Matt will let you sit in his luxury car. All right, we're going to take a break, but when we come back, more press conferences, and again, we'll show you more stuff from the floor. Coming up, get ready, Samsung's booth. Before it's finished, we're going to take you there, all right? We'll see you soon.
Welcome back. We didn't solve the mystery of the dog, but luckily it wasn't chewing on Brian Tom's leg, so we're okay.
But I'm going to lead him
Welcome
to him.
back.
I'm not sure I'm going to lead who to who, but as long as they meet each other, I think it'll work out. Welcome to our live coverage ongoing here on the pre-opening day at 2013 CES, the Consumer Electronics Show here in Las Vegas. I'm Brian Cooley.
I am Molly Wood. We are gearing up for what is arguably the press conference of CES 2013. I think Samsung is coming up here in about 4 minutes. Although, let me tell you, from the pictures that I have seen so far of the crowd that was lined up, I mean, they had them herded into this terrifying little corridor like a bunch of cattle.
Yeah.
And I would be astonished if this thing starts on time. If people are in their chairs and ready to go, that would be some pretty remarkable efficiency because the crowd is enormous. Samsung PR told one of our reporters that the first person got in line at 10:30 a.m. Pacific. They let people in at 1:30.
They're the company of the show at this point.
Yeah,
and they have been for a few years. Everyone kind of noticed about 3 years ago, hey, wait a minute, Samsung's the new big dog at CES. The things that they'll be having to prove that we know of is there's been a buzz anyway about some kind of a completely new design for televisions that's dramatically different, physical, case design. There have been some bizarre ideas of a transparent screen that has got a see-through component, I guess when it's off or something. It could be complete nonsense.
I'm hoping for one of those, for the curved screen, kind of like those cool movie theaters.
Yeah,
that
the
have a little
curved
bit
thing
of
has been kicked
cool.
around. The flexible, we see those flexible substrates always, and they never make it into a television. There's also the fact that they are selling very hard on this idea of OLED, like their arch rival LG, and they also are going to have to push 4K. Because they're in that game.
Yeah.
So look for that to be sold really hard and probably pretty skillfully by this company that has been as good as anything at looking at what is an inevitable trend and getting efficient at it faster than others. Not so much inventing things the way an Apple does.
That was a subtle way to say that sometimes they copy stuff that other people do. Not any company in particular.
Not so much copy.
Just some stuff.
They're good at the inevitable. They're really highly tuned at the inevitable.
They are.
And they get out there on...
practical is the perfect word
Yeah,
for it.
front edge, not cutting edge.
Right.
I guess is kind of where I put it.
It's smart. I mean, that's when people are ready to buy.
Yeah.
Now, at this press conference, they've handed out wristbands with their tactile technology embedded into them, which allows you to, it's almost like an NFC kind of thing, allows you to tap two devices together and share data. And so assume that there will be some kind of demo in the press conference that relates to that. Samsung actually, they shamelessly bribe.
When a website does that, we call it actionable. When they do it, we call it cool.
Right, it's super cool.
You either call lawyers or you tweet it. It's very different.
They always have a giveaway at the Samsung press conference, which I find somewhat ironic. The stories, if you're following along in our live blog, by the way, if you're at YouTube or Xbox, welcome. I'm happy to see you. Thank you for watching, or live stream or Ustream. If you are, though, at cnet.com/live, you'll see we have gotten some of this information in advance, and so we're now starting to post links in advance of the press conference to some of the things that we've announced, that Samsung will announce, like a new flagship Blu-ray player that'll up-convert to 4K and recommend content.
Yeah. By the way, the 4K TVs all do that too, so it is redundant, and that's one of the ironies we see in those.
They recommend content or they up-convert?
I up-convert.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not recommend content. Yeah.
Soundbars. Soundbars actually seem to be back at CES, and I, for one, am excited about that because as a little, I don't have that much interest in home theater, except in a soundbar.
And all that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want any of that crap, but I want the little bar. I think that would be cool. You can program the tactiles to do different things, apparently. Now our reporters are saying in a live blog, like put your phone into silent mode. I don't know, though, if that's different from NFC.
Oh, yeah.
Or why it would be.
Yeah, I don't know how that's working.
Yeah.
What the connection is.
And the other thing it's easy to forget about Samsung, because now they were so well known for televisions, they've become so much more well known for phones, is that, like LG, they make everything. And this press conference has included Wi-Fi cameras. The Galaxy Wi-Fi camera that they came out with last year is completely cool. It's a super nerdy camera. I really liked it. So they usually trot out some kind of cameras. They also do appliances. I haven't heard any reports of those appearing on stage like they did at LG, but it's possible.
Yeah, last year they had a bunch of appliances they trotted out.
Yeah.
The other thing about Samsung is that they're also a major maker of components to a lot of their competitors. Apple gets a bunch of parts from Samsung that go in there. So they have a very interesting catbird seat position in terms of knowing where the component state of the art is, which gives them an advantage in being able to integrate it sooner than maybe other competitors do. Okay, let's get into it now. It's live. It's Samsung live press conference at 2013 CES from CNET.
The big one.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president of Samsung Electronics, Woo Kun-yoon.
Welcome, everybody, and thank you for joining us today. It's a pleasure to be here. Last year, we pushed boundaries to remove the barriers between people and their contents, between devices, between each other, from gesture and voice control in TVs to 10-point multi-touch screens on tablets and smartphones. You saw us create new, more human ways for people and devices to interact. These innovations reflect our philosophy. At Samsung, we see technology in human terms, enhancing people's experiences, not just for the privileged few, but innovation for all. And to make that possible, we are relentless in our pursuit of discovery. We understand consumers, their lives, and their aspirations. Through this understanding, we are able to read trends, anticipate them, and get ahead of them to create entirely new experiences. This year, our goal is to help people discover a world of possibilities. We aim to delight them, bringing not just what they expect, but what they had never dreamed was possible. Today, we will share with you Samsung's vision of the market and our strategy to deliver on these promises. First, the content market is accelerating. Consumers have more choices. They need easier, simpler ways to find and enjoy what's important to them. To meet that need, we have dramatically improved accessibility and content experience through our TV user interface. We have developed TVs that respond to people's needs and lifestyles. TVs that know in advance what people want to watch. TVs that have the power to create the ultimate lean-back experience. Second, with this expanded range of content and services, people want more screens to access it. They want convenience and devices that give them the freedom to create something on their own. That is why we have made tablets in many sizes and brought creativity of the S Pen to the tablet market. In doing so, we've created an entirely new category. Third, our research shows that 80% of consumers want TVs that can be updated with the latest feature as we create them. So, we've delivered the Samsung Evolution Kit, a package that allows TV sets to evolve. We kept the promise we made last year and created TVs that grow with your family. It transformed a great TV into a timeless TV. Fourth, we recognized that people's needs are more diverse and their lifestyles more active. And so we developed appliances that understand you and your home. In the US, for example, we noticed active families with crowded schedules who needed more from their products. And we responded with a new LCD 4-door refrigerator that helps keep the family organized, entertained, and connected. Finally, We've seen a world becoming more connected. People want their connections to devices and to each other to be simpler than ever before. So, Samsung has created connected home appliances, social cameras, products that provide easier and more convenient ways to interact with families and friends. Today, you will see what tomorrow's consumers will truly want and truly need. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us today, and stand by for what will amaze you.
Life is so busy right now. I'm always on the road, recording, performing, always on the go. As an artist, I'm always searching for inspiration. Technology is one of those things that's always there. New devices, more function, more style, but I often take it for granted, and it's so natural to become immune to new technologies. You know, it would be good if someone or something knew what I liked, knew my taste, knew what inspired me, and helped me find it. You think something like this is possible?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president of Samsung Electronics America, Tim Baxter.
Well, thanks, BK, and welcome, everyone. You know, Neo asked, I think, a great question. Is it possible for technology to know me? You know, today we're going to answer that question. But before so, let's take a step back. In 2012, Samsung demonstrated leadership across all of our categories. According to MPD, we outperformed the industry and grew share in virtually every category. This success is built upon our relentless pursuit of understanding our consumers. To meet their increasingly complex needs, we redefined and even reinvented entire categories of products. Now, there are 4 major trends we're really focused on. First, we've seen an explosion of content and a real shift in how consumers experience it. Consumers now have access to not just linear content, but streaming content. And you know what? One screen isn't enough anymore. Consumers want their devices to be connected, and they want their content to move freely between them. You know, and just last month, IDC reported that Samsung shipped an incredible 66 million connected devices in Q3 alone. That's leading the world and is 40% ahead of our nearest competitor. Second, traditional notions of mobile computing are being redefined as we speak. It's not just about PCs anymore. It includes smartphones, tablets, and even hybrid versions of all of these devices. At Samsung, we recognize that, and we're committed to providing choices of different form factors, screen sizes, and operating systems that let you do it your way. In fact, Samsung's leadership in all of these categories positions us quite well to meet this new trend. Third, devices need to become more intuitive. To make this happen, we've leveraged our knowledge of how people really use these devices and applied that to multiple categories. For instance, in TV, we've added gesture and voice control. We brought the S Pen from the phone to the tablet and even to our active smart PC. And we've taken the enjoyable user experience of phones and tablets and brought that into the UI of Samsung's cameras and TVs. And finally, the bring your own device to work trend is at a tipping point. Mobile devices are becoming the central hub for people's professional and private lives. And our research shows that 90% of IT executives believe the BYOD program will become the norm in business by 2014. We think this is a big opportunity for us because we're one of the most trusted consumer brands in the world, ranked 9th according to the most Interbrand study. Now let's touch on a few of the ways we plan to stay ahead of these trends. You know, a year ago, I compared Samsung's strategy to a house. There were rooms for content and services, and downstairs, tying it all together, was our leadership in connectivity. This year, the house has grown. Consider the content room. With our connected TVs, it means a whole range of content and services are at your fingertips on the biggest screen in the home. In fact, CNET called the Samsung Smart TV platform the undisputed king of content. With all that content, we recognize consumers need help to navigate it, to access it, and to discover it. So, we've added a seamless, intuitive, almost human assistant that understands you and recommends content to you. We also know that consumers are multitasking in the living room, using their tablets and phones while they watch TV. So Samsung is responding. You can use your mobile device as a remote control or enjoy complimentary content on the second screen. So, say you're watching the playoffs. You can even mirror live content on your Samsung tablet and carry the game to another room so you don't miss a play. Whether you're playing EA's Monopoly with the family or settling in for a night of movies through Amazon Instant, Samsung Smart TVs provide more interaction with more companion devices than any other smart TV platform in the market. Speaking of interactive, while you're catching up on your college sports from ESPN's new show, Unite, you have the opportunity to enjoy voting, polling, and trivia about the characters, players, and past episodes. You know, at Samsung, it's not just about connectivity, but also about flexibility when we talk about smart. We're going to show you several examples of that in our home appliance area. And we're tying it all together by bringing our learnings from how consumers search, share, and navigate content on mobile devices to our 2013 TVs. So today, we'll share with you a brand new user interface that really harnesses the full power of our smart TVs. In fact, I'm going to show it to you now. With our newest flagship TV, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Samsung LED F8000. You know, I have to tell you this. This is our 5th year launching LED TVs, and it is incredible how we found ways to make them even more beautiful. You know, a thinner profile, a bezel under a 1/4 inch, and a wave-inspired arc stand that gives you the feeling that the TV simply floats in the air. You know, since the big screen market is the fastest growing segment, the F8000 will be available in sizes all the way up to 75 inches. On a bigger screen, picture quality is more important than ever. For any content source, be it cable shows or online video, viewers will see the best picture possible on an LED TV. CEA recently reported that 61% of smart TV users are streaming video from the internet. And in 2013, you'll get the best streaming video picture quality on a Samsung TV. Now that's possible because our TVs will be the first to offer support for the new high compression video codec, HEVC. This gives you much higher video quality over lower bandwidth, so your content will be consistently looking stunning. We call that intelligent viewing. Traditionally, the wow in a TV was about picture quality. About 5 years ago, Samsung turned that upside down by building on that amazing picture with spectacular designs. Well, and now we're redefining it again. And this time to include picture quality, design, and an incredible user experience. In fact, we've packed some impressive new features to take that experience to the next level. This is Samsung's first smart TV with a quad-core processor, which allows users to switch between online services, apps, and on-air TV more than 3 times faster than our 2012 models. The extra processing power is what also enables something really quite special. A TV that understands what you like, suggests relevant new content, and gives you the power to manage your entire entertainment world. This is S recommendation with voice interaction. Your TV is almost human. You can ask your TV for movie suggestions, request films that star your favorite actor, and your TV will give you a list of available movies to watch. The TV not only acknowledges simple commands, but understands natural language and full sentences. And it even replies. Take a closer look.
Anything good on today? Select first one.
Is there Premier League today? Select the first one.
But we didn't stop there. What we really think consumers are absolutely going to love about this is the completely redesigned user interface. The new Samsung Smart Hub is more visually appealing and intuitive to navigate. It now consists of 5 panels which organize your entire entertainment and content world. And with S recommendation guiding you through the best of everything that's available, it's the most powerful, personalized TV experience ever created. And you can easily navigate from live TV to video on demand to your pictures and music to social networks and apps through gestures or a simple remote control. Moving through the panels is as easy and familiar as moving through the pages of your tablet. The new Samsung Smart Hub will change the way you discover content. Thank you very much.
Being on a television series, the audience means the world. Respecting them means working hard and bringing my best work forward. They motivate us to recreate a world and an era as accurately as possible that's also entertaining. The love is in the details. When the audience is watching at home, the goal is for them to invest themselves in the world and to feel like they're part of the show, to experience every moment together. You know what I'd love? I'd love a TV that brings an audience closer than ever. A TV that's a window to the reality we choose to create. Is a TV like this possible?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Executive Vice President of Samsung Electronics America, Joe Stinziano.
So, is it possible to make a TV that brings the audience closer than ever? As a matter of fact, our new Smart Hub does just that. When you power up a 2013 Samsung Smart Hub TV, The new Smart Hub is the first thing that you will see. The first panel is called On TV, showing you what's on right now. Users no longer have to dig through the hundreds of channels. Instead, they get personalized suggestions to get the shows they want and discover the new content they will love. S Recommendation even analyzes how your viewing habits vary throughout the day, so that viewers receive time-specific content. At the top right, you'll find a recommendation of shows that you like that are available at that moment. Below that, there's a list of upcoming recommended shows, along with the time remaining until they air, so it's easy to plan ahead. Let's say my wife likes to watch the news before work. In the morning when she's generally watching, it's populated with the Today Show. In the evening, when she comes home, she wants to relax with The Office. And on Saturday mornings, my kids get a recommendation for cartoons. This is how we're changing the TV experience. We move to the next panel, and you'll find movies and TV shows. This is where viewers find their on-demand services and content. With the rapidly growing use of streaming video, we found ways to personalize and make that content experience more enjoyable. Today, we're excited to announce something truly intelligent. Rather than wasting time digging through multiple menus, browsing and searching through individual providers, users perform one single search to find the streaming movies or shows they want. S Recommendation will also suggest new streaming content you might like. The third panel gives users access to photos, videos, and music collections stored on their connected devices. And with our improved gesture technology, it's easier than ever to access and navigate. Select a photo, you can zoom in and rotate the image simply by using your hands. Fourth panel, social. This contains trending videos from your social networks, along with Skype, which can use the built-in camera and microphone on your TV. And finally, flipping to the last panel, you'll find Samsung Smart TV apps. This is the launchpad for the ever-expanding world of applications being developed by Samsung and our partners. Now, over the past few years, the volume of available content has truly exploded. And our focus is on delivering the most versatile, connected, high-quality content experiences. Samsung will continue to deliver the content customers want. From Netflix, Hulu Plus, and Showtime to Amazon Instant, Bravo, Redbox, and Fox. More and more is being added all the time. We're also now delivering multicultural content from providers like Univision, Watch India, Yup TV, and my favorite, Crunchyroll. We expect multicultural content to be one of the fastest growing smart TV genres in 2013. We're also introducing an entirely new way to interact with your TV. We call it T-commerce. For instance, while watching the hit Fox show New Girl, viewers will be able to learn who designed Jess's latest outfit and even purchase it with the click of a remote. Now, these are innovations that truly can enhance your viewing experience. But we know consumers with today's models don't want to miss out. After all, you can't always buy a new TV every year. Last year, we told you how we're giving consumers the power to make their TVs upgradable. Today, we are making good on that promise. This is Samsung's 2013 Evolution Kit. The Evolution Kit is a brain transplant for your TV. It is a cost-efficient way of having the latest smart TV features without having to buy a whole new set. You just insert it into compatible 2012 Samsung Smart TVs, and the new 2013 features spring to life. Could not be much simpler. You'll have the speed and power of a quad-core processor to enable the new world of discovery with S recommendation and the dynamic Smart Hub. Now, for those who crave the ultimate in picture quality, we have something in store for you as well. With picture quality that experts have only dreamed of, have a look at the Samsung 55-inch OLED TV. You may recall that we first revealed our OLED TV last year here at CES, and it certainly got noticed. Since then, we haven't stood still. Development has continued. And not only does our 2013 OLED TV have the best picture quality available and the most beautiful design, but we've also added a new feature we call Multi-View. Samsung's Multi-View glasses allow two people to watch different full HD content simultaneously on the same screen. And the glasses have earbuds, so each person can enjoy their own audio. It's like getting two TVs in one. This innovation is only possible on OLED due to the screen's amazing speed. In fact, it's 1,000 times faster than existing LED screens. So blur and crosstalk are also a thing of the past. Be sure to check that out at our booth. Samsung is relentless in its quest to create the best possible viewing experience, regardless of TV technology. And we're doing that right now with the products we've shared with you so far today. But we are also capable of taking you way, way into the future. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the next frontier of TV, the Samsung Ultra High Definition TV. It's absolutely stunning, would you say? And at 85 inches, a TV of this side could dominate a room. So, we've created the timeless gallery design, and it will complement any living room for many years to come. The screen, which almost floats within the frame, is mesmerizing. Ultra-high definition resolution offers 4 times the pixels of traditional LED. And this pixel density resolves the smallest of details for an unbelievable lifelike quality to images. Now, picture is only part of the story. An array of speakers is subtly built into the frame. They deliver 120 watts of sound without compromising the design. I can tell you, I've heard it myself, and the immersive audio experience that you get is unmatched. What's more, our TVs can convert HD content to ultra-high definition resolution. Your favorite shows will appear in UHD, but polished to a quality never before seen. If you visit the Samsung booth, you'll witness the world's largest UHD TV at 110 inches. That's over 9 feet across. We would have brought that one today, but we weren't quite sure we'd get it through those doors. Now, innovations like this can come alive in your kitchen too. Samsung is America's fastest growing home appliance brand. And just as we reinvented a market with smart TV, we have done the same to the refrigerator category. From French door to the 4-door, models to even smart refrigerators with apps. But smart is not just about connectivity. It's about delivering convenience, ease of use, and organization. Practical benefits that help families save time and be more organized. For example, the Flex Duo oven is a multitasking marvel that can cook 2 meals at 2 different temperatures in one oven at the same time. And that's just the kind of smarts our customers are looking for.
There are no two ways about it. Great cooking is always about the freshest seasonal ingredients. You need to treat them with respect, and that means keeping them in perfect condition. The problem is we're restricted by the space in our refrigerators. Not just the capacity, but the layout, the way it's organized. My menu changes throughout the year, so my needs change. I need more flexibility, more efficiency. You know what would be great? A refrigerator that gives me freedom. One that I can use as a fridge or a freezer based on what I need. Something like that possible?
I think Katie might be onto something here. Our innovative T9000 LCD French door refrigerator is just what she's looking for. Take a look at the beauty. Now, the kitchen is the hub of the home, and of course, the refrigerator is the center of the kitchen. This T9000 LCD is worthy to be the center of attention with a sleek design that will look great in any home. And it is one of our largest capacity French door refrigerators at 32 cubic feet. And my favorite feature is that it provides apps that make it easier for families to stay connected and organized. With apps like Evernote, families can share lists and photos with one another. The LCD screen is brilliantly versatile. It shows useful weather or calendar apps as well as recipes. You can even connect it to your smartphone to work as a baby monitor. Leave your phone in the family room and keep a safe eye on your child from the kitchen. And what makes the T9000 especially compelling is a compartment that can switch from refrigerator to freezer with just the press of a button. Say you're holding a party. Use that compartment as a refrigerator and you'll have room for all of the drinks, the dips, and dishes you need. When the party's over, convert that fridge space back to a freezer for leftovers. Now that's smart. Our new over-the-range speed oven is the definition of flexibility. It is a microwave, convection oven, toaster, broiler, and range hood, all in a single, easy-to-control product. In the laundry room, our new top-load washing machine offers excellent washing performance and a large capacity, 5 cubic feet, making it possible to wash more in a single load than ever before. This washing efficiency is matched by the premium design you've come to expect from Samsung, with chrome accents, a curved glass lid, and an ice blue LED control panel. You've seen how Samsung is making the living room and kitchen smarter. Now, let's see how we're bringing smart outside of the home. Thank you.
The photos and videos that I take of people are a way of storytelling for me. Stories that I can then share with the world. Telling stories through images is a joy. I can capture the emotion of every moment. But they're just images, still or moving. They're a two-dimensional record of that moment. Is there a way I can add another dimension to make these moments still or moving kind of more real? Is something like that even possible?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Vice President of Samsung Electronics America, Michael Abari.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. So, can we add a new dimension to photography? Yes. In fact, we did that last year when we launched the full line of smart cameras for sharing without compromising on image quality. This year, we bring you Smart Camera 2.0, which lets you share with just one button, while dual-band Wi-Fi connectivity make it faster than ever. We're also bringing expertise from across Samsung's portfolio. Leveraging our mobile experience, we've created the Samsung Smart Camera app for your smartphone. With this app, you can capture a shot on your camera, and it's automatically saved and sent to your smartphone for viewing, editing, and sharing. You can also adjust zoom and trigger the shutter from across the room by using your phone as a remote control. We've added these innovations to the fastest growing camera segment, the compact system camera. Now, let me show you the latest addition to our NX line, the NX 300. The NX 300 is not just any smart camera. It also delivers the brilliant image quality that the NX series is known for. Users will capture crystal clear, pin-sharp results thanks to Samsung's unique imaging engine and hybrid autofocus that combine both phase detection and contrast autofocus. It also provides unprecedented control. The 3.3-inch AMOLED touchscreen display tilts for easy high and low angle shots. And that's a first for the NX series. All of this is built into a solid metal body with an elegant leather casing. It's a classic-looking device with a modern twist. It also comes in white. Samsung also offers a portfolio of high-quality prime and zoom lenses for our NX range. Today, we're expanding that portfolio with the 45mm f1.8 lens for the NX 300. It's the world's first single-lens 3D system, supporting both 3D stills and 3D movies. That's how we're literally adding a new dimension to photography. Thank you. Your images will come to life and jump out of the screen when viewed on a 3D TV. A whole new photography experience awaits you. Now, we recently took connectivity in cameras to an even higher level with the Android-powered Galaxy camera, which delivers always-on 4G LTE connectivity. And speaking of Android, Samsung is a world leader. In fact, the Galaxy S3 is the world's best-selling smartphone, with 30 million sold to date. And in the Android tablet world, Samsung has been making big strides. We shook up the space when we brought our powerful S Pen technology to the Galaxy Note 10.1. That meant new possibilities for content creation and enhanced productivity. For the first time on a tablet, true multitasking became a reality with the ability to run multiple apps at once on the same screen. And today, we're happy to announce that a 4G LTE version of the Samsung Galaxy Note 10.1 will be coming to Verizon this month. The Galaxy Note 10.1 on Verizon will feature Android Jelly Bean and Samsung's premium suite of productivity tools. This includes multitasking with resizable windows, enhanced S Pen support, photo editing tools, and group connectivity capabilities. Samsung has also leveraged our learnings from the tablet space to PCs, with the recent launch of our Active Smart PCs that incorporated hybrid slate designs and S Pen technology. Today, we are the #1 brand for enterprise slate PCs in the US, and we are one of the top players in the emerging Ultrabook segment. IDC reports say that Samsung is the fastest growing global PC brand for the past 3 years and the fastest growing PC brand in the US with 51% growth through November. To keep that momentum going, we're bringing the wow back to PC by creating new form factors, beautiful designs, and relevant innovations. The Samsung Series 9 notebook was a landmark example of this. It demonstrated our design leadership in brilliant engineering. And we're improving it this year, increasing its screen resolution to full HD. But that was only the beginning. What started with the Series 9 is continuing throughout our PC line in 2013. Design excellence and powerhouse performance permeates through our entire line. Let me show you. Here is a Samsung Series 7 Chronos, the new premium notebook that makes computing exciting again. This multimedia powerhouse has a quad-core performance to act as a true desktop replacement. Its 15.6 full HD display with 10-point multi-touch makes work and entertainment a blast. And the powerful Dolby surround sound can truly rock your world. Even with all that power, the Samsung Series Chronos is just 21 millimeters thin. And with the backlit keyboard and 11-hour battery life, it can go virtually anywhere. Now, if you want even more portability and convenience, get ready for the Samsung Series 7 Ultra. This device harnesses the full power of Windows 8 with an integrated touchscreen. With an 8-hour battery life, it's also the machine you can take on the plane for coast-to-coast flight without compromising on performance. You can go from New York to Paris with juice to spare. At 17 millimeters thin, you can slide it into the seat pocket. But with a gorgeous 13.3-inch Full HD display and aluminum frame, you won't want to keep it hidden for long. An Intel i5, i7 CPU deliver fast processing, while Samsung's fast boot and fast start let you go to work in just seconds. Windows 8 has opened up a whole world of new possibilities in PC and mobility, and touch is just one of those new possibilities. Touch is an integral facet of Windows 8, and we're committed to it. In fact, more than half our PC line is touch-enabled. And speaking of touch, we're bringing a new touch monitor to the market this year. The new Series 7 touch monitor is our first 10-point multi-touch display optimized for Windows 8. Drag, rotate, select objects, or interact with the touch screen all through touch. Now, what's really special about this monitor is a 60-degree tilt for comfortable use of the touch display. The viewing experience is all the more immersive thanks to our slim bezel design and impressively wide viewing angle. This is a monitor that will truly deliver more productivity in the enterprise. In fact, B2B is a major focus for Samsung. This year, Samsung expects to see a significant shift in the consumerization of enterprise. Our research in conjunction with IDG reveals that 85% of companies support the bring your own device movement. We at Samsung are well positioned to be a leader in the B2B market for a couple of reasons. There's more passion for our brand than ever, and we have a unique offering for the B2B market. It's called Samsung for Enterprise, or SAFE, and it's a comprehensive suite of security standards, apps, on-device encryption, VPNs, and mobile device management solutions for Android. With SAFE, consumers, companies, and carriers know that they are getting the very best devices for both business and personal use. And you can expect to see a great deal more from us in this area. Now, let me bring back Tim.
Hey, bud. Nice job there, huh? Thanks, Mike. You know, you've seen our journey and how we're focused on exceeding customers' expectations through true innovation. Samsung is leading the way in personalizing and humanizing the user experience across our devices. We're redefining what smart is in real and very practical ways. Samsung is also delivering solutions for the new mobile computing space, and we believe we are well equipped for the consumerization of the B2B world. All of this demonstrates our commitment to bring back the wow, to create demand, and outperform the market. I just want to say thank you for joining us today and enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Welcome back to CNET Live coverage of Press Conference Day at 2013 International CES. I'm Brian Cooley.
I'm Molly Wood. We have just wrapped the Samsung press conference, arguably the one that everybody was the most excited for, and with good reason.
There's a new wireless microphone they talked about that I think we're really focused on.
It's embedded. It's embedded. I'm Molly Wood.
It's a chip, in-head chip.
I need a chip.
They brought out, among the things we were expecting, included the F8000 LED LCD television, their new flagship. Not the OLED. This one's actually affordable. Kind of, sort of.
Kind of.
We don't know the price on it yet, but it won't be like $12,000.
No.
And this is one that has a stand. You like the stand.
Okay, well, that is not the F8000. That is the
right.
UN85S9.
That's the new crazy one. The 85 and 110 inch, he said they had.
They have an 110 inch on the floor. That's not the one that they brought to the press conference because they said they were afraid
the
it wouldn't
80-something.
fit in the door.
I wasn't big on the
They
frame.
brought only the what? Really?
No. It takes up all that extra room.
Because it's so beautiful.
It looks like a piece of 1x1 box section steel. I could weld that together.
God, he's insane.
It's got speakers in it, whatever.
He's
anyway,
insane.
That's weird.
It's like a floating TV on an artist's easel.
It's like a floating TV
and it
on
tips
a
back
big
and forth. No,
old piece
it's
of
like
metal.
It's like this beautiful steel easel-looking thing.
It's exactly the construction of the first desks we had at CNET.
Everybody
The
else
door
likes
desks.
it.
No one knows what I'm talking about, but it's exactly what it's a CNET door desk on its side.
Everybody on Twitter really liked it.
All right, well,
like me.
Tells me enough about Twitter.
It's beautiful.
F8000 is their new mainstream flagship. Katzmeyer is already tweeting that it could be the coolest TV that we'll see all year. And
that one looks remarkable.
That's the big boy, yeah, and that's going to be, but again, within reason. It uses a new codec, HEVC, which is the new follow-on to H.264, which apparently compresses twice as much, same quality, and can reach up to 8K resolution, which is double the 4K that we haven't even gotten to yet.
Boom, take that. It's also the first smart TV with a quad-core processor, and it is the only TV in Samsung's LED lineup that's going to get local dimming.
Which gets over a lot of the issues of kind of the grayness you get on an LED or any LCD television.
Yeah.
There was also an interesting sort of an upgrade module that he snapped into the back of the 2012, which grafts on much of this F8000's guts.
They promised this last year at CES. They announced that in 2012, and to be honest, I thought that it would never appear.
Yeah.
They were calling it timeless TV or TV forever, and I can't remember what they call it now, but that was sort of their buzzword for it. And it literally is just an upgrade, an add-on to your TV that allows you to upgrade it to the quad-core processor and then get this new kind of smart hub thing that they're promoting, which is basically almost like a tablet or smartphone style interface with 5 panes that walk you through different kinds of content and social panes and Netflix and things like that.
The Evolution Kit, they call that
actual
kit. Now, part of what's going to be in there, if you upgrade your 2012 Samsung with this kit, we don't know the price on it yet, by the way.
Right.
I don't think we do.
Or when it's coming out. So that is a little bit
aside
of
from that, it's totally ready to go.
We'll see.
But there's S recommendation, which is kind of a combination of Siri for a television and the predictive stuff that pretty much everyone does these days.
Yeah.
But it also drives towards something we saw from Panasonic earlier that I thought was kind of thumbing its nose at Samsung, which is to say we're going to have, taking a page out of the car industry, you get in the car, you push the button, and all the settings go where you want with all your, position settings. This is going to bring in all your TV settings. The things you like are all surfaced on the screen. Panasonic's doing that. Samsung got drubbed by a lot of reviewers for having this chaotic smart hub.
Right.
And it's like, I don't know where anything is, let alone it's not personalized for me.
Right.
So now a lot of TV makers are saying, you know what, when you get to the TV, you push your button or whatever, here comes the stuff that is recommended for you and that you've already told us you like up front.
And I think that's kind of interesting. For me, the jury's out on that. I would have to live with it for a while and see, because frankly, when I turn on the TV, I kind of want to turn on the TV. And a lot of times it's because I just remembered that some show I want to watch is on. And I don't want a minute and a half of time between me and the show. So it's going to be interesting to see. But I like that Samsung has laid this out very logically. They've said, these are the 5 panes. This is what they're for. And right up front are shows we think you'll like that are on right now.
Yeah.
And shows that are upcoming soon. So as long as the navigation is quick and with a quad-core processor,
he talked about
it ought
that
to
being
be
quicker navigation, not better processing, which is interesting.
Right.
That's what they said the benefit was. Interesting that they had 2 themes here of dual stuff. They had the single oven that has dual zones in it, if I get this right.
Yep.
It was not 2 ovens. And they also had a television, that was the F8000 or the other one, that has 2, no, it was the other.
That's the OLED.
The OLED,
Yeah.
the flagship OLED, and we didn't get a price on it yet.
We didn't get anything.
Yeah, but it's going to have dual image ability like in some of the Mercedes S-Class cars where if you're on opposite sides of the screen, you can see different images. This uses glasses to filter alternate frames, so you're seeing one show, the person next to you is seeing another. You use your smartphone and an app to stream the audio and be as antisocial as you can possibly be.
Totally.
Same sofa,
That says...
and we're watching something different and have earbuds in.
No, we hate each other.
We call this hate vision.
Yeah, that's for
Samsung hate vision. That's a trip.
just sad.
Wow.
Also a refrigerator. Speaking of dual, the refrigerator that has like a freezer compartment that can turn into a refrigerator compartment if you're having a party or whatever, and you can store some stuff there. And then when the party's over, it can turn back into a freezer for you to store your leftovers in because it's like part refrigerator, part freezer.
And really goofy.
I love it.
Come here, look at this. Okay,
He's mad though. He's got a thing.
Do you see what I'm drawing here? Can you get this on the camera?
No, you need a white piece of paper.
No, okay, here. We're going to go. We have a little lesson here. We have a little lesson in door architecture. You wouldn't expect
You
that at
didn't see
CES.
that coming,
Didn't
did
see that
ya?
coming, did you?
It's happening.
Okay. This is a door, right? When I do that to it and cut it there, what kind of door is that? Right, that's a Dutch door. Their fridge that breaks that way, they were calling a French door fridge. Incorrect.
They were just calling it that because the doors that has 2 doors side by side that open, which is common nomenclature for people. Maybe we should go to our dear friend Brian Tong, who is outside the Samsung booth, but will not apparently be allowed to go and look at the fridge, unfortunately.
All right, guys, Brian Tong here, back on the show floor here at CES 2013. We're here in this central hall, and behind me, we can't get inside this because they're still working hard at it, but this is Samsung's booth. We know we just came out of the Samsung presser, and yeah, like you, I'm personally really excited to see that 85-inch OLED TV. I actually got to see it last night at one of their events, but just to kind of be able to play around with it a little more, we hope that we can see that inside there. We know that we're not going to see much mobile stuff from Samsung this year, but if you look behind me, just, they have a full force of workers going at it right now down here, kind of in our bottom right-hand corner. Those are all the Samsung Galaxy Notes that they're equipping out there with some colored versions as well as white versions or colored cases that they're going to slap on top of those. But we all know how the Note, that 5.5-inch phablet, phone, tablet, whatever you want to call it, is there. But that's just, again, the design here is very similar to Sony's design with that kind of circular 360-degree rotation screen. So we'll be able to obviously show you a whole lot more tomorrow once they let us inside of the walls of Samsung, but we're going to show you kind of a little bit more, right? Things are kind of winding down. People are still setting up, but they're going to be here all day, all night inside the central hall. So we're going to take a little look around and see what else we have here. Kobe has always continued to have a presence here at CES, and we have told you about our Sprint hashtag series. Well, if you look somewhere near my right hand area, that might be a clue. For all you guys that haven't or don't know about this, follow our Twitter account at CNET. Send us something near my right hand, this hashtag, send it to @CNET, and it'll enter you in a contest for a chance to win a Samsung Galaxy Tab 2 10.0, which we can't even touch in there because they won't let us in. It's very sad. Okay, so we're just going to keep on walking over here just to give you a little more size and scope. This is really a little bit more deeper into the central hall, but we have, to be honest, some of these booths I don't even recognize, no. But, oh, here we go, look. Good call. Sarah just walked from my feet. So we're going to keep on walking over here. We have Boss Systems, a lot of, one of the few car system manufacturers that is here in the central hall. They're mostly hanging out over there, but we have different variety of speakers, amplifiers, subwoofers, all lined up here from Planet Audio. So you can check that out if you come out in the central hall. We're going to keep on walking. I wish I could climb this ladder right now. I wish I could. I can't. Okay. So let's just take you around a little more, just to give you a little more perspective of what we have here. There's a lot of smaller booths that like basically spend all the cheddar that they want to get into the central hall. So we have here a variety of cell phone accessories. You got the plug-ins for your chargers, whether they're in the wall charger or for your car. So we have them all lined up on the wall that are coming over here. All right, keep on going. And another player that's grown over the past couple of years is Haier. They manufacture a lot of TV sets, also things like ovens and refrigerators, if you ever see the advertisements here. So we're going to take a look here at the Haier booth. Look at this guy. See, they practice a lot of cool demos. Is this a pizza man? He's making pizza. No, I think he's at work right now. I wanna learn how to do that. I really do. Okay, I wish we could talk to him, but he's busy. He's spinning his pizza. So okay, let's just head over here. We'll check out more of what's going on here. Toshiba has their own wall. This is the outside exterior of Toshiba's TVs, plastered back and forth from smaller to bigger to bigger. And then we're gonna just show you back here. This is kind of one more kind of wide view of everything that we have here. Haier's booth is behind me. Again, we have Wicked, Marley, just a whole bunch of other things. But if you guys want to continue to watch us, tomorrow we'll be here on the show floor when the booths are actually open so we can go around and play inside of them. But there you have it. We're going to jump to a break. We'll be back with more coverage from CES 2013. I'm Brian Tong. We'll check you guys later, all right?
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Molly Wood from CNET here at 2013 CES live at our stage from the South Hall. Brian Cooley had to say goodbye, and I will be saying goodbye shortly. Brian Tong and I believe Jason Jenkins from our CNET UK office will be taking over on the stage because there are many more press conferences to come. Dish is up next, and last year Dish was actually kind of interesting. They announced this Hopper product, which was basically a DVR that let you skip over any commercials. The entertainment industry obviously not too happy with them, but they're back, and judging from the swag, which they have distributed already at the press conference, they're still pushing the Hopper because they've got kangaroos, little stuffy kangaroos, and boomerangs galore. So you can expect some kind of update to that. It was surprising, in fact, that Dish managed to make some waves, make some news at CES, but they did. That press conference should be starting any minute now. Cisco's press conference is happening at the same time, so you may want to have that live blog open in a new window because they're going to be apparently trying to reinvent television, which should be pretty interesting. You might want to just keep an eye on that while Dish is happening. Coming up at 4 o'clock is Ford, 5 o'clock is Sony, which is another big one, and then, of course, Qualcomm, the big keynote. We are, like I said, live from Las Vegas. That is pretty much the live schedule for today, but, of course, don't forget, there's going to be all kinds of live all day long tomorrow, all day Wednesday, Thursday. It'll go on and on. There is apparently a giant kangaroo mascot jumping up and down and running up and down the line at the Dish press conference while they wait for that one to get started. Our editors are inside. So far today, we just came from Samsung. So if you just joined us, you missed the Samsung news. And in fact, we were only able to talk about half or maybe less of what was announced by Samsung, especially because Brian Cooley had a little bit of a temper tantrum about Dutch doors versus French doors. That threw us off a little bit. But please go to ces.cnet.com. You can get the wrap-up of all the things that they announced there, and there were a lot of them. There's some kind of weird party happening in the hallway behind me, which you can probably hear. So apparently our editors have uncovered the reason behind all the different dog stuffed animals and kangaroos. The Dish CEO, Joe Clayton, according to David Carnoy, loves mascots for his products. He used to work for RCA, and it had Nipper the dog, and he worked for Sirius, which also had a dog. That's like his thing. So there's a bunch of cute swag. So if you're at CES, maybe you should try to run over to the press conference, and you can get like a little toy for your kid. So we're waiting for that to start now. That should be something else. Looks like that is not starting on time. Of course, since I'm up here all alone, that's like the one that's not starting on time. Brian Tong is on his way back from the floor. He's booking it back so that he can be here to wrap up that press conference. And like I said, Ford coming up at 4. And it will be interesting with Ford, I think, to see how they counter this idea of the autonomous vehicle, whether there is some sort of evolution towards self-driving cars that they feel they need to match with. Although, frankly, after Lexus's odd performance, I think Ford is probably feeling kind of good right now. And then Sony, of course, we mentioned earlier in the broadcast that Sony is one of the big 3 Japanese manufacturers that is under a lot of pressure at this CES. Panasonic, Sharp, and Sony all combined to have losses of $19 billion the last fiscal year. And Sony has really been on the ropes, considered one of the Japanese manufacturers that hasn't managed to keep up with creating an integrated ecosystem, with really managing to create media components that work together. They've stuck with their proprietary technology, come hell or high water, despite our good advice, frankly. All right, we are still waiting for Dish to start. And then please don't remember that tomorrow is a full lineup of amazing stuff here at the stage, including our live always-on torture tests. We're going to set up all 5 stations. We'll have heat, cold, dropping. What's the other one? Heat, cold, dropping, water. And then the wild card, which will be a spectacular liquid nitrogen dip. And in fact, our dropping is going to be a ladder with a cement pad at the bottom, and we have several devices that are unfortunately going to go through that. And if you're going to be at CES and you feel like you want to torture your own device, just bring it and we'll drop it for you. And then we have a little surprise, some stickers. All right, our reporters inside Dish are saying that the show is about to start, that there's about 30 seconds to go before Dish kicks off its press conference, which I hope is any minute now. Roger Chang is there at Dish, and then we should just pop in and see what's happening at Cisco, because Cisco has had something interesting. Oh, good. Dish has started. Off we go.
We want consumers to have a passion for our new product, a whole new animal in home entertainment, the revolutionary new Hopper.
Endless entertainment, prime time, anytime.
Variety, innovation, and value. Fantastic first.
Something viewers have been waiting for since the dawn of TV.
I hate commercials. Yeah, I hate commercials too. Everybody hates commercials. They're rotten.
Dish Network has an amazing list of industry firsts.
What a year it has been. We've made tremendous progress.
And now, only on Dish.
Internet satellite is born in a big way today.
Faster speeds, more capacity, and lower cost. We're going to give the American consumer all three.
WhatShot helps you find the most popular TV shows and movies that everybody else is watching. Over the air tuner, it picks up all the channels that are broadcast in your neighborhood.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and CEO of Dish, Joe Clayton, and Hopper.
I got it. We're going to hip hop to the top. We're going to hip hop to the top. Hip hop to the top. We're going to hip hop to the top. I got more soul than I can control today with my friend Hopper. Hopper, you're the best. Good afternoon and welcome to the new Dish, Part 2. I better lose these. At last year's CES show, I promised that Dish would undergo a major commercial transformation over the coming year. We embarked on an ambitious journey to dramatically change Dish from an engineering-driven organization to a more customer-centric business. Over the last 12 months, we've started delivering on that promise. Let me share with you all some of the highlights. A new Dish brand image and logo. New Dish Hopper and Joey corporate mascots. A new Dish marketing team. A new, more consumer-friendly Dish website that's easier to navigate. New Dish promotions like Blockbuster at Home. New Dish content such as the Pac-12 Network, Glenn Beck's The Blaze, and a host of children's and family programs. Improved Dish customer service that has been acknowledged by the ACSI, the American Customer Satisfaction Index, and by J.D. Power. A new Dish advertising approach featuring our lovable Boston guys. TV commercials, radio spots, newspaper ads, billboards, and online and social media marketing. And most importantly, newly highly regarded Dish products with remarkable introductions, including both the Hopper and DishNet. Of course, Hopper is our award-winning HD DVR with Primetime Anytime, a 2 terabyte hard drive delivering up to 2,000 hours of video recording, Sirius XM commercial-free music, and the broadcaster's favorite feature, Auto Hop. Now, Auto Hop allows customers to choose to conveniently skip commercials when playing back certain Primetime Anytime recordings. Let's take a look at one of our Hopper spots that the networks do not want consumers to see.
If you hate wasting time watching commercials, you can skip this ad if you want. Just like if you have the Hopper from Dish, you can skip over commercials automatically.
Woohoo! No commercials.
Huh? Wait. What would happen to us?
Watch commercial-free TV with the Hopper, the new whole home HD DVR from Dish. Click here to learn more.
Yes, there is most certainly panic in the streets. Broadcasters would have you all believe that American consumers are breaking the law if they skip commercials. If bypassing commercials is illegal, I guess we're all just a nation of outlaws, according to the major broadcast networks. I suppose that the CES Innovations Award Committee disagrees. They just awarded Hopper's AutoHop feature a CES Innovations Award. Now, our other big product achievement this past year is DishNet, the new broadband satellite service, which brings faster speeds, greater capacity, and lower costs to the more than 15 million underserved American homes who have long wanted what big city dwellers already have. So yes, we are a different company today than we were just one short year ago. And the underlying theme behind our ongoing metamorphosis is to keep the customer at the center of everything that we do. At Dish today, we embrace change, we embrace technology, and we most certainly embrace the consumer. You know, I learned a long time ago that giving the customer what he or she wants is a winning formula for success. And we also believe what they want is choice and control of their content. And at Dish, we're using innovation to make the consumer's viewing experience easier and simpler. Now, that is why, unlike many content providers and broadcasters, we're willing to take risks and to make changes to our existing technology and our business model. And when we're challenged by the status quo, we defend what we believe to be in the best interest for the customer. So you all might see us ruffle some feathers from time to time, but that's okay. Dish certainly believes that it has its finger on the pulse of what Americans really want. You know, quite honestly, I'm surprised that the rest of the pay TV industry is not standing up more for the rights of the consumers. You most certainly will not find any of them on the CES floor this week. However, we at Dish do not change just for change's sake. But I do know this. When the economy changes, the technology changes, the competition changes, and the consumer's taste change, guess what? You better change. And we at Dish get this, especially when you're doing business in a highly price-sensitive, competitive, and saturated market. The industry is also facing significant double-digit programming cost increases. So the current business model must change going forward. And to win in a sea of sameness, which is the nature of today's pay TV market, we must distinctively differentiate our products and our services. And that's what we've been doing at Dish over the last year, all with an eye on what the consumer is willing to pay. Again, always listening to our customer. And in order to provide the best value to consumers, this may even involve channel takedowns from time to time. While unsettling to our customers and to our employees, this is sometimes necessary to slow the spiraling programming costs. We, as an industry, are rapidly approaching a tipping point. How many customers are going to spend over $100 per month for video content? I really don't know, but we shall soon see. Now, since the original Hopper introduction at the 2012 CES, we have been busy. The Hopper launched last March as the video industry's most advanced HD DVR ever, including primetime anytime, giving the consumers a choice to record any or all network primetime shows any or every night of the week. In May, we added a little something called AutoHop to again give more choice and more control to our viewers. With AutoHop, second-day viewing of certain recorded primetime network content can be commercial-free, so the customer can choose to watch shows, not commercials. In addition to AutoHop, we've added more consumer-friendly Hopper features over the past several months, including what's hot, identifying the nation's most popular shows, and also the most watched programs in your own zip code. The Game Finder app, offering quick access to your favorite sporting events and teams like the Kentucky Wildcats. The Rotten Tomatoes ratings feature helps customers more easily find the best content to watch. And the ability to link more than one Hopper in the same home to bring Dish to more than 4 rooms. So, as part of our evolution and our transformation, the major question facing Dish today is, how do we top the Hopper? Well, I'm going to give you all a brief overview of our new Hopper product here in a few minutes. Later, our Vice President of Product Management, Vivek Khemka, will walk you all through the product details, and he'll also give you all a demonstration of the features. Then James Moorhead, our new Chief Marketing Officer, will describe how we're going to take the product to the marketplace. So once again, how do we top the Hopper? The first thing that you do is ask the consumer how our revolutionary Hopper could be improved. It is just that simple. We've discovered that our customers want their video content to be affordable, easy to use, and available anywhere. The buying public is not making a gradual shift to mobile entertainment. It's a full-blown sprint. The average American family today, husband, wife, 2 kids, is rapidly moving beyond 2 or 3 televisions in the home to a household with TVs, plus 4 smartphones, 4 tablets, 4 PCs. The consumer is demanding their video content anywhere. And as a result, mobile video usage will explode in the coming months and years. And Dish will meet this demand for mobility with a host of new features. At Dish, our success depends on delighting the customer, and we'll be with the consumers every step of the way by delivering Dish anywhere, from the TV to the tablet to the smartphone to the PC. And we'll provide to our customers what they want, when they want it, and where they want it. Now, our first step is to incorporate our patented Sling technology inside the next generation of the Hopper. You may remember that Dish has had this technology since 2007. But this new Dish Anywhere capability is now much easier to use. And with the new Hopper with Sling, it will be built right into the set-top box. Cue the boomerang. Now, don't try to throw those yet. Save those for the Sony press conference later. Sling gives the American consumer the ability to access video via mobile phone, tablet, or PC. So whether you're wanting to watch Hopper content on an Android phone, Apple iPad, a desktop, or laptop, we've got an app for you, Dish Anywhere, powered by the Hopper with Sling. Now today we're announcing other new Hopper features to make a great thing even better. First, Hopper will be able to connect wirelessly to your home network. We're also adding the ability to watch shows on another device even without an internet connection. We call this feature Hopper Transfers, so you can take your favorite programming along during a trip away from home. It's easy to do and something that we know our customers will love. Another innovation is the new Dish Explorer app that turns your iPad into both a remote control and an information resource as a second screen for TV watching. So, as we move forward, it will be our goal to further differentiate Dish in the eyes of the buying public, not only in product, but in marketing communications, in customer service, in innovation, in value, and in variety of content. Now, to walk you all through just how good Hopper with Sling really is, here's Vivek Kempka.
Thanks, Joe. So let's start with the Hopper. We launched the Hopper, the first whole home HD DVR from Dish, just 9 months ago in March 2012. The Hopper has some unique capabilities that our competition just cannot match. Primetime anytime, auto hop, remote control locator, just to name a few. There are, of course, a lot more. This has resulted in the Hopper being rated as the best DVR in the market by many reviewers. Here are some of the amazing reviews that the Hopper has received. The best whole home DVR we have seen yet from PC Mag. Hop on the Hopper bandwagon and you'll never want to go back. Big picture, big sound. And Engadget said, delivers a sought-after feature, but also introduces a never-before-seen perk. So it's not just the reviewers that love the Hopper. Consumers love them too. The vast majority of our current Hopper customers, 80%, are satisfied with the Hopper, and 54% of them are likely to recommend the Hopper to their friends. So what's next? First, let's look at some consumer trends, as Joe pointed out. Both smartphone and tablet ownership and video consumption on these devices are growing. Second, content choices are exploding. When a consumer turns on their TV, they're faced with a choice between hundreds of TV channels, hundreds of hours of DVR content, and over 15,000 video-on-demand titles. And third, we see simultaneous use of both TV and a second screen increasing, and consumers are using them either to discover content, find more information about the content, or engage in social discussions. So we built the new Hopper specifically to address these issues. TV everywhere on mobile devices, content discovery, and social engagement. We started with the best basics, a fast processor and the largest hard drive, a 2 terabyte drive in the pay TV industry. The Hopper is already a really fast DVR, but now we have doubled the memory and doubled the processor speed with the Broadcom 7425 chipset. And this has resulted in a really fast and responsive user interface. Let's compare, for example, guide scrolling on the Hopper with DirecTV's Genie. You can see that the guide on the Hopper is really smooth, much faster, and more responsive than the best our competition can offer. The new Hopper also features the digital over-the-air tuner. It features a remote control finder, RFOC e-remote, Bluetooth audio support, and now built-in Wi-Fi, so it's really easy to connect the Hopper to your home network. The Broadcom 7425 chipset is actually quite a unique chipset because it has a built-in transcoder. And this transcoder has full Sling functionality. And that's why we call the new Hopper Hopper with Sling. With built-in Sling, the Hopper now advances the TV Everywhere experience available to Dish customers. Dish customers can watch live TV, DVR, and video-on-demand content on their smartphones, tablets, PCs, both at home and on the go. The TV Everywhere experience from most pay TV providers is either broken or very confusing. Some require separate apps, some require extra hardware, some feature in-home viewing only, and those that allow out-of-home viewing only allow a limited set of channels. With Dish Anywhere, it's one app and very simple. It's live TV at home and on the go. It's DVR at home and on the go. And with the launch of Hopper with Sling, we'll also be refreshing the apps on iOS and Android platforms. Let's take a look at the new iPad app. When you launch the app, it shows you what's on TV, what's on your DVR, or even video on demand. You can launch the guide, see all your channels, select any channel, and say watch on iPad, and it starts playing on your iPad. Once the video starts playing, you get full trick mode functionality, as well as access to your DVR content just like you could at home. So with the new Dish Anywhere, customers can watch all the live TV and DVR on iOS, that's iPads, iPhones, and Android tablets and Android phones, anytime and anywhere when they have a Wi-Fi or cellular connection. As Joe said, there are times when customers have no access to reliable broadband. You could be in a plane, a subway, or a car, and you don't have access to broadband, so we added a new feature, Hopper Transfers. Hopper Transfers allows a user to transfer DVR recordings from the Hopper with Sling to an iPad so you can watch it anytime, anywhere, even without an internet connection. Let's see how it works. You launch the app, it shows you your DVR recordings, you select a recording, and you choose to transfer it to the iPad. It gets added to your transfer list. And then you can see it transfers over your home network to the iPad, and once the transfer is complete, it's available for offline viewing. Customers can set up recordings to prepare for mobile, and once a recording is prepared for mobile, it takes less than 10 minutes for the recording to be transferred over to the iPad. So that's Hopper Transfers, yet another feature that consumers want, and it's available free to Dish customers. Other solutions require additional hardware or additional cost, but with Dish and a Hopper with Sling, it's free and comes right just built in. So that's the Dish Anywhere experience on Hopper with Sling. Live TV, DVR, at home, and on the go, now even when offline. Customers or people are using iPads and smartphones not just to watch content, but also as a second screen when they're viewing the TV. They use the second screen to discover new shows, post to Facebook or Twitter, or even find additional information about the show they're watching. In fact, 85% of tablet owners claim that they use the TV plus second screen 1.6 hours a day. So we created a companion app for the Hopper. We call it Dish Explorer. Once you launch Dish Explorer, it shows you what's hot on Dish, what's hot on social, shows you all the episodes of a given show, or if you wanted to watch sports, it can show you all the top-rated games. If the game is later in the day, you can schedule a recording to it. And Dish Explorer also accesses all your on-demand content. You can sort it by Rotten Tomato ratings and choose to play it on your TV, or you can also choose to play DVR recordings on your TV. Once you choose to play something, Dish Explorer automatically syncs with the TV, knows what you're watching, and shows you the Twitter feed related to the show. It gives you additional information like upcoming episodes, and also allows you to post to Twitter and Facebook so you can engage in a conversation with your friends. While there are many second screen apps out there, none of them offer the features available with Dish Explorer. Only Dish Explorer automatically syncs to the Hopper, so it always knows what you're watching, and also allows full control of your TV through the app. That's live TV, DVR, and video on demand. So Dish Explorer, changing the way customers find, engage, and watch content. Let's jump from apps on mobile to apps on your TV. There are many apps available on smart TVs today, but most of them are not really smart because they have no clue what you're watching on your TV. Just plain ignorance. So what we want to do is create apps that knows what you're watching on TV and serve up relevant content to actually enhance your TV experience. We call it the best of TV plus web. We have apps like Game Finder and Social that know what you watch and serve relevant content right on your big screen TV if you don't want to use the second screen app. So let's look at Game Finder. Game Finder allows you to track your favorite teams, find the scores of every game, and even schedule recordings of games in the future right on your big screen TV. With social, customers at the click of a button can pull up Twitter feeds. And since the app knows what you're watching, all the Twitter feeds are customized to the show, and it's relevant to what you watch. So these are some of the key features of the Hopper with Sling. A faster DVR, Sling built-in, Wi-Fi, Dish Anywhere, Hopper transfers, Dish Explorer, and apps. The Hopper has many more features that you should, when you come to the booth, you can see. For example, we can fling photos right from your smartphone to the Hopper so you can watch it on your big screen TV, or you can even engage in multiplayer games using your smartphone as a controller. Here is a video that actually shows how the Hopper will change the TV viewing experience.
Hold on to me as we go, as we roll down this unfamiliar road. And although this wave is stringing us along, just know you're not alone, 'cause I'm gonna make this place your home. Settle down, it'll all be clear. Don't pay no mind to the demons, they fill you with fear. The trouble, it might drag you down. If you get lost, you can always be found. Just know you're not alone, 'cause I'm gonna make this place your home.
So that's Dish Anywhere and the new Hopper with Sling, changing the way consumers watch TV. All of the Hopper with Sling and all the apps will launch over the next few weeks. And to talk about the marketing plans, James Moorhead, our Chief Marketing Officer.
Thank you, Vivek. I'm absolutely delighted to be here at my first CES and thrilled to share with you what we're doing from a marketing perspective at Dish. At Dish, we have a rich history of breaking down barriers and providing access to entertainment and information where previously unavailable. This is, in part, what makes the Dish brand so amazing. And we've only just begun to spread the word. Over the past year, we have made significant progress in redefining the Dish brand and have firmly established Dish as a leader in technology and innovation in our customers' minds. Anchoring our brand transformation has been the Hopper.
Oppan Gangnam Style.
My hip popped out.
The Hopper!
The Hopper. The Hopper.
The Hopper.
Hopper! Hopper! Shut up!
Oppan Gangnam Style.
High-speed internet from Dish has arrived.
You can get it all over.
Sliding and fast.
Oppan Gangnam Style.
This is gonna be quite a parade.
In just 9 months, Dish is approaching 2 million Hopper Joeys in homes. 2 million. And in comparison to our previous DVR launches, Hopper adoption has been amazing and far outpaces them all by a large margin. Some of you might ask, what has this done to build the brand? Well, Dish top-of-mind brand awareness is up to 70%, equal to the DirecTV for the first time in recorded company history. That is despite being significantly outspent by our competitor. Recall of any Dish advertising is up to 64%, an all-time high for the brand. And we have seen an absolute explosion of Hopper awareness, going from 0 to 57% of consumers aware of the Hopper. 52% of consumers are now saying that we have the most advanced technology in the industry, and 47% of consumers believe that we are the most innovative. And as I said before, this is just the beginning of the brand transformation. Over the past year, the Lovable Boston guys have been a huge part of building the brand, and we've leveraged them across every single touch point possible. Let me share with you a recent example of a video we made to delight our brand evangelists on Facebook.
Modern Family's on.
Is that Al Bundy?
Looks like it.
Looks like Al's doing pretty good. That's a nice house.
Yeah, the shoe store must have taken off.
Holy moly! Is that his new wife? Ha-cha-cha! Peggy's gonna be pissed!
Glad you enjoyed that. I always do. Across all our own media platforms, including Facebook, Twitter, Dish.com, and YouTube, consumers have responded and are engaging with Dish like never before. This past year, we've gone from a couple 100,000 Facebook fans to more than 2.8 million. That's 600,000 more than DirecTV. With the launch of DishNet in September, the Dish brand now includes broadband. And we launched DishNet to give high-speed internet to an estimated 15 million underserved rural consumers that have been stuck with no or slow-speed internet. I honestly cannot imagine what life would be like without the internet. Let's take a look at some of the advertising.
Hey, Ken! Hey, Ken. Just got DishNet high-speed internet over our place. It's lightning fast.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. So now me and Sweet Potato don't have to come over here for every dumb little thing I want to tell you. We can just video chat or something.
All right.
All right, see you later.
Available anywhere you live for just $39.99. DishNet high-speed internet.
Thanks, Ken. Thanks, Sweet Potato. Sales for broadband soared in the first month and have continued to accelerate month over month since then. DishNet gives consumers what they want and, frankly, what they need, including faster speeds, more capacity, and lower costs. With DishNet, we're going to give customers all three, and we'll strive to more than double our business again this year. Now let me transition to our plans for 2013 and the launch of Hopper with Sling. And the question still remains, as Joe phrased earlier, how can we top the Hopper? We have an amazing new product in the Hopper with Sling. In a matter of weeks, we'll kick off a massive marketing campaign promoting how the incredible platform continues to redefine the in-home and the out-of-home entertainment experience. I'm going to pause here and repeat this. The campaign will highlight how the Hopper with Sling will redefine the in-home and the out-of-home entertainment experience, as both Vivek and Joe have shared. And it was the three lovable Boston guys who helped put the Hopper on the map, and I cannot wait for everyone to see the hilarious multi-million-dollar campaign that we have in store for 2013. The Boston guys will once again help us spread the word about the Hopper with Sling across every touch point possible, including TV, digital, print, radio, and social. Our new campaign will cement in customers' minds that only the Hopper from Dish, only the Hopper from Dish can give you a superior entertainment experience. I want to pause again. You can see this nice red visual up front here. Only the Hopper from Dish can give you a superior entertainment experience, allowing consumers to watch live TV and access their entire DVR from anywhere at no extra cost, watch commercial-free TV with AutoHop, our broadcaster's favorite, store more than double any other TV provider's DVR in the market. That's up to 2,000 hours. And minimize DVR conflicts by recording up to 6 shows at once during prime time with Prime Time Anytime. As Joe never tires of saying, the consumer is the path to victory for Dish. And with this incredible brand and industry-leading, superior, innovative products, Dish is clearly all about delighting the consumer. Thank you, and now let me turn it back over to Joe.
Well done. Well done. Thanks, James. We are experiencing a new dawn at Dish. We have basically relaunched the business and re-energized our brand. We are well on our way to transforming our company, and you have witnessed a portion of this today firsthand. In fact, I believe that our future is so bright, I got to wear shades again, man. Now, what you have not heard today, and where you will get more information in the future, is in regards to our long-term growth plans in the wireless space. We will elaborate further on this corporate initiative at upcoming press events and analyst calls. So today, we have showed you all a fraction of the features and capabilities of our new products and services. Cue the boomerang one more time. Make sure you take those with you. So make sure that you all hop on over to the Dish booth tomorrow in the Central Hall at the Las Vegas Convention Center. We have the old Microsoft space. I promise you all a unique show and entertainment experience. Thanks for coming today to Dish's 2013 CES press conference. And I wish Happy New Year to you all. Remember, it is, especially here at Dish, the year of the kangaroo. Thank you all. Have a good day.
All right, guys, that was the Dish press conference live from Las Vegas. Jason Jenkins, the editor, literally his title is the editor from CNET UK, is here. I'm Brian Tong. You know how we do it. We've been on the floor all day long, but I guess I missed that kangaroo in the beginning. Did you see this?
You did, yeah. There was just a man and a giant kangaroo, and he was kind of jumping up and down.
It wasn't a real kangaroo.
Well, maybe it was. I don't know. I've never seen one live, so maybe that's what they look like. I'm not sure.
I would expect more from Dish. I want live kangaroos.
Yes. I'm also upset now.
Also, that guy's a character.
He is actually. That's a pretty good press conference.
You liked it. You were impressed by it.
I mean, there's a lot of pretty boring CEOs who come up. So he put sunglasses on. He had some really good quotable quotes. That was a good press conference. I liked it.
So, Jason, you've been watching this. I just stepped in. I've been getting up to speed, but kind of just recap what Dish really threw out there and talked about with their new Hopper product.
Yeah. Well, the big thing is called the Hopper with Sling box. And it's got so many features. It's a new PVR or DVR, you say here. Yeah. I don't know what they've missed out. I don't think there's anything they've missed out. This thing. The main thing is it's still got auto hop, which is the thing where they automatically skip all the ads for you, and that's been really, really controversial in the TV industry in the last year. They're getting sued by everyone by the sounds of it. And he of course, he painted the company Dish as being on the side of the consumers. We're giving them what they want, when they want it, where they want it. He said, and it's hard to argue with that. The main new feature is it's got Sling built into it. So that means that they bought Sling Media some time ago, and they've taken the Sling box and built it straight into the new PVR. So wherever you are in the world, you can use the internet to watch the recordings on your PVR. That's pretty cool.
Pretty nice.
Pretty
I
cool.
like that.
Yeah.
I do think that it's a little funny though when they say we're on the consumer side, because let's be honest, at the end of the day, it's the TV stations and networks that are going to win that battle with the whole ad skipping.
I don't know. I mean, there was a really big court case here years ago. I think it was the Supreme Court, the Betamax thing, where at the time all the TV stations took the electronics industry to court, basically to ban video recorders, and that's the reason we have PVRs. The Supreme Court said no, that's fine. So it's kind of there's a lot of legal intricacies here, so they may get away with it. Who knows?
Yeah, and also everything they announced, you won't even be able to use because there is no Dish.
There's no
set
Dish
up
in the UK.
In the UK, right?
No,
so this is great for you, right? You love the product. You can't do it.
Yeah, I want this thing. Yeah.
All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go take a break right now. It'll be a quick one, and we'll be back live right after this with more of just everything that we've seen here at CES. Jason and I both got to jump on the floor, so we'll talk about some of that. And you guys, just hang with us. We'll see you soon. All right. All right, guys, welcome back to CNET's live coverage of CES 2013. We're coming to you live from the South Hall of Las Vegas Convention Center, where CES officially opens tomorrow, and the bathrooms for men will be filled.
Yeah, they're pretty bad already.
They're already?
Yeah.
I don't want to go
Let's
there
not go
now.
there.
Do we have a private one yet? We're working on that. All right, guys. Well, today is press day. So far, we've brought you 8 press events. We've got 2 more to go, Ford, then Sony, but that's not all. We've also got tonight's kickoff keynote from Qualcomm. I've been out on the floor all day, Jason. You've been there too. There's some things that we've seen that we can't talk about yet, but we can kind of generically talk about. So, Jason, you were at the Sony booth. I saw you there.
Yeah.
Was there anything that tickled your fancy when you went out there?
Well, I don't think it's giving anything away to say that 4K is a big part of this year from everyone, right? So Samsung, LG, Panasonic, they've all announced some 4K things. So, we're going to see some 4K stuff from Sony, and it looks pretty good, I have to say.
Yeah, what was interesting about Sony's booth is they really obviously showcase 4K everywhere. One of the cool things, honestly, I didn't know about this, but their 84-inch TV set that is currently out, it's $25,000, but it comes, when you buy the actual TV set, it comes with like a server that is loaded with movies and more content, actual native 4K content. Now, let's be honest, if I did a general poll here in this room, I don't know a single person that would want to buy a 25K TV setup, except for you, because
yeah, absolutely.
We know how you roll.
And the deal's even better in Britain because you you get the 84-inch TV, but no 4K distribution system. Only in the US, you only get that box here. So you buy the TV and then you put it on the wall and you watch your Blu-rays on it. Apparently, I don't think they're going to sell very many.
Yeah, I mean, they at the end of the day, they have to be one of those companies. Sony, they have a lot of media relationships, so they're able to at least pump that content in. It's their way of saying, hey, we're here. We're going to start driving this forward. Don't worry, Sony will be a part of this. It's a proof of concept that they're a part of it, and they're going to move forward with it. So, there's a lot of other manufacturers who 4K TVs, they upscale to 4K. Yeah. They're not quote unquote true 4K TVs with 4K content. Again, you got to open up that wallet big if you want that stuff.
Yeah.
So,
really.
Did you see anything else that, even quirky stuff? Last night we had CES unveiled. You always find some really cool, fun stuff there. Was there anything you saw there?
It's all about the Happy Fork for me. Did you see the Happy?
Why is everyone talking about that Happy Fork?
Happy Fork is amazing.
Yeah. Tell us generically about that. I mean, I think we've seen stuff with it, right?
Yeah, it's a fork. Okay. And if you eat too quickly, like this, it buzzes to remind you that you're eating too quickly, to basically make you eat slower so you digest it and you're a bit healthier. And it talks to your smartphone, because who doesn't want their fork to talk to their smartphone?
Me. I don't.
I don't know.
People don't realize this. I eat a lot of food. If you ask our staff at the Wynn Buffet, we hit that all the time we come here. I eat like 2 slabs of prime rib, crab legs, all the good stuff.
You need the Happy Fork. In fact, I think everyone needs the Happy Fork.
I'll work on it. Okay, well, you guys, we have a few minutes before the Ford press conference is set to begin. Let's take a look at some of the new products we've seen so far. One of them came from CES Unveiled. It's a touchable case.
Hi, I'm Bridget Carey with CNET here at CES 2013. At a show like this, we see a lot of cases. But you don't see cases like this. This is a touch-sensitive case on the back and on the right side. By Canopy, this is the Sensus. And you can have certain applications on this that let you scroll by simply rubbing your finger to the side. Or imagine playing a game and you can use all 10 fingers on the back to control your game instead of touching on the screen. This company is working with making a lot of different types of applications to use with touch, even Braille. There's an app in here that if you tap in a certain way, you can start typing in Braille and it'll talk back to you. There's also a camera app where you can take a picture just by touching the side of your case. Now, this is a product that isn't out yet. They're hoping it'll be out by the summer, and you can expect to pay less than $100 for this. For CNET, I'm Bridget Carey here at CES 2013 with your first look at the Sensus by Canopy.
Hey guys, Eric Franklin here from CNET. I'm at CES 2013. I'm looking right now at Project Shield, NVIDIA's Project Shield. It's basically it's a gaming device. It runs a pure version of Android, and as you can see, it kind of looks like a video game controller with a screen, a 5-inch screen at the top. The resolution is 1280 by 720, and just holding it in your hands, it just feels like like to my experience, it feels like an Xbox controller. It has the same lettered buttons, has this middle button here that goes right to the Tegra zone, has a D-pad over here, 2 analog sticks, trigger buttons on the back, also shoulder bumpers on the back. Also has a micro SD card slot, it's a micro HDMI, micro USB, and a headphone jack. Also has these speakers on the top here, and NVIDIA is using some new technology which I couldn't quote you or talk about it at length, but the speakers sound really powerful. And one of the biggest, coolest aspects of this thing is that it streams PC games. So if you have an NVIDIA PC running a GeForce 650 or later, you can stream from your PC to this device over Wi-Fi. So let's say if you're in another room in your house and you want to play a high-end PC game but you don't want to sit at your desk or wherever your PC is, you can just take it to your bedroom or the kitchen or other rooms, which you could probably think of would be great for this kind of thing. So there's no price yet. It's coming out in Q2, but that's pretty much all we know right now. Feels kind of light. Feels about as heavy as an Xbox controller, probably a little bit heavier than that. Once again, I'm Eric Franklin, and this has been a first look at the NVIDIA Project Shield.
Hello, I'm Luke Westaway for CNET here at CES in Las Vegas, checking out the trigger-happy BWE Tank B. We've often said the problem with most remote-controlled vehicles is that they don't fire lasers, but the Tank B looks to remedy that affliction. It fires infrared beams either at other Tank B units or at a target. Driving this miniature marvel and shooting those virtual bullets is controlled using an app. It's available for iOS and Android, which is good because it means fans of Google's platform don't get left out in the cold as they do with some smartphone-controlled toys. Although the beams it's shooting at infrared, the Tank B connects to your smartphone over Bluetooth. I found it was quite easy and a lot of fun to control, even though the software wasn't final yet. If you're playing against a target, then the aim is to knock out all of its blue lights without letting it deplete your own life. It looks like fun, but I think you'll get the most out of these toys if you're playing with 2 or more. If that all sounds a bit violent and terrifying, then you might want to check out the BWE Kick B, which is kind of the same, but it's a smaller, cheaper robot that instead of shooting lasers, kicks around a soccer ball. They're going to cost about $54 each, so it will set you back if you assemble an entire team. The Kick B should be out in the next 4 to 6 weeks in the US, while the larger Tank B is coming out in June in the States and in Europe a little bit earlier. It does set you back a bit more cash though, it's going to cost $119. For that you do get the target included however. I'm Luke Westaway for CNET. CES is not just about robots, so be sure to check out the site for more info on all the latest smartphones, TVs and everything else at the show. See ya!
Luke from the UK, right?
Yeah. Nice job there.
Yeah, nice. You know what? Honestly, I think it's really cool that we've really integrated the UK team a lot more doing our videos, and so we get to see your face more. I'm just quoting what I've heard down on the floor.
There's a bit of controversy of whether it's Z or Z, I have to say.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the Xperia Z or the Xperia Z.
Yeah. Well, the phone, which is a phone that we expect to see from Sony coming later, is pretty exciting. I mean, it's a great phone, but
it's been leaked.
Yeah. It's everyone kind of. I mean, I got to play with it. They didn't even care. So we're gonna start up. Ford is coming up pretty soon, but we wanted to kind of talk about some of the things that people that are at home that may not know or haven't read about. Some of the things we've heard, the little rumblings of what Ford might include. We've already seen from Ford, they've teased that they're going to be plugging in a variety of new apps that are part of their system with the Ford Sync system. One of them, Rhapsody, obviously the big music service. That's going to be a great one. I'm not familiar with B Coupley. Did you know about it?
No, I didn't know that one either.
So this is a location-based app that attempts to help couples looking to escape another mundane date night driving circles around town. So it's a booty call car app. I'm totally down with that.
I like that. That's a good idea.
You really?
Yeah, definitely. Okay. We should have more fun things in cars.
Be coupley. Get out there, people. Really. Have there been other things that you've heard about?
Yeah, there's something called Kaliki. Is that a big thing out here? Which apparently is a bunch of people reading out news from newspapers and magazines. So I guess while you're driving, you get to hear the news and stuff. Glimpse. So it lets people share their location, destination, and route through Twitter and Facebook. So, why wouldn't you want to do that? As you're going, press a button, tweet, I am on my way to the shops. Going this way.
In the state of California and some other states where you can only do hands-free driving, you're not supposed to hold your hand next to your ear. When you see all these different apps, I mean, it's even more distracting than it's ever been before.
This is it, isn't it? It really is, yeah. And this is a great big touch screen they've got going on. And you're supposed to just sort of ignore this flashing thing in the corner of your eye. I don't know how
you can do that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So, any other stuff that you've heard lately, or I know you've talked to Cooley.
I have, yeah.
Cooley's been whispering in your ear a little bit.
Well, I think what's really interesting is that they've got a computer in this car now, so they've got a good touch screen there. And it's a PC, effectively. So what else can they do? We know they've got all these apps, but what's next? Where does the computing and cars go? And that's, I think, what we're going to hear a lot about in this press conference.
So, can you give me just a little morsel? I know
I mean, at the moment, I guess it takes a long time to make an app and convert it into a car-friendly format. So what could they do to speed that process up? How could you make a car more like a phone where it has loads of apps on it?
Yeah, I think a lot of the stuff you've seen, kind of almost a general theme here at CES, is a lot of companies, not only from the car side, but also from the TV side, is they're really trying to simplify the interface even more.
They're
right?
trying,
They're trying, right?
Trying,
I mean, it's not like we're going to see any type of super clean, super simple interface, but a lot of them, you go around and you go to the booths, they're all saying, we've cleaned it up, we've made it simpler and easier to use.
Yeah, well, this is it. I mean, everything is basically a rectangle now. I mean, all the TVs, there's no bezel on them anymore. They're just a rectangle. They all look basically the same. So what's the software?
Yeah.
That's the interesting bit. That's what makes an LG TV better than a Panasonic or whatever, however it pans out, what's the easiest piece to use? This is what the car manufacturers are getting into. You know, Ford is at every tech show for the last few years, kind of pushing its message that it is the car to buy for high tech, and it's trying to differentiate itself from everyone else, get away from miles per gallon and boot space and all that, and get into this kind of fun stuff. And it's all about the software. So we'll see.
So just asking you personally, I mean, are you into these ultra-connected cars? Does that appeal to you, or do you almost like kind of that pure old-school driving experience where there's less distractions? I think there's two schools of thought there, right?
I mean, I guess I would love one of those cars where you have all the bells and whistles and flashes and stuff, but they're really expensive. And in the UK, the second-hand market's great. You get a nearly new car for very little, so I'll settle with that.
All right, guys. Well, it looks like the Ford press conference is just about getting started. We see here Paul Mascarenas, not Macarena.
Everyone.
Don't get the confused.
Welcome.
He's starting up, so let's go check it out.
Thanks for joining us this afternoon. This is Ford's 7th year here at CES, and we're really pleased to be back once again. Over the years, we've learned a great deal about the pace of innovation in consumer electronics and how we can play a part in that. Technology enables us to provide our customers with a fully personalized driving experience, which with technologies like Ford Sync, when we first launched it here at CES, was practically inconceivable at any price point. Sync was the first in-car technology that we introduced here at CES, and we followed up with our My Full Touch connectivity system, AppLink, and our first all-electric sedan, the Focus Electric. Each one of these demonstrates our commitment to delivering the best in quality, fuel efficiency, safety, and smart technologies. When you add in our commitment to making technology attainable to all, you've defined innovation at the Ford Motor Company today. This innovation is a result of the dedicated commitment of our technology teams all around the world, all inspired by one person, our founder, Henry Ford. 2013 marks the 150th anniversary of Henry Ford's birth. Henry founded a company of ingenuity, using mechanical solutions to improve the lives and move the world forward. Our CEO, Alan Mulally, introduced his team to this advertisement that he commissioned for the Saturday Evening Post in 1925. The title is Opening the Highways to All Mankind. This ad spells out Henry's vision for making personal mobility available not just to wealthy people, but to all mankind. It goes on to talk about how we always need to focus on continuous improvement, because in doing so, we help make life better for everyone while making our contribution to a better world. That same vision continues to drive us today. Henry looked for ideas everywhere, from the workers on the plant floor to his closest friends and partners. He liked to go camping together with Thomas Edison, naturalists like John Burroughs and Luther Burbank, Harvey Firestone, and sometimes even President Warren G. Harding. Can you imagine the big ideas that must have been hatched on those trips? Just as Henry looked to his friends for collaboration, today we're doing the same to foster innovation. We're inviting software developers from all over the world to help us deliver thoughtful, meaningful solutions that will enhance the driving experience. It's called the Ford Developer Program. And now, to tell you more about it, it's my pleasure to introduce our Vice President of Engineering, Hao Tai-Tang. Hao?
Thanks, Paul. Today, we're proud to launch the Ford Developer Program, the first open developer program in the automotive industry. And with it, developer.ford.com, a single source portal for all of the information and tools that a software developer needs to begin to work with Sync AppLink, including our application programming interfaces, or APIs, that allow apps to interface with the in-vehicle controls and audio, including the voice recognition, the displays, the buttons, and the microphone. All of the capability, the entertainment, the innovation that software developers are about to dream up will come to Ford and Lincoln owners through our sync connectivity technology. 65% of sync owners with smartphones report that the sync feature was an important part of their purchase decision, and they continue to be highly satisfied. In fact, 74% of the owners say that they would recommend the system to a friend, and sync hasn't even reached its full potential yet. With the explosive growth of smartphones, we've seen a rise in an entire app economy. Today, there are more than 1 billion smartphones in use, and a grand total of 55 billion downloads of apps so far. And there's more to come, with another billion smartphone projected to be in use by 2015. Not surprisingly, all of these new smartphone owners want to use the full expanded capabilities of their phones in the car. Just offering voice control for phone and media players is no longer sufficient. Recent studies show that increased in-car usage among smartphone users versus feature phone users, especially when it comes to accessing the internet. 75% of smartphone users believe it's important to connect their devices to their vehicles, and 66% say that voice control is critical. However, smartphone users are twice as likely as feature phone users to use their phones, touchscreens, and keypads while they're driving, if the technology embedded in the vehicle doesn't meet their needs. This puts us at a very critical point for in-car connectivity, and it provides an opportunity to apply our voice control principles to increase capabilities such as app usage. And this is where AppLink really comes into the picture. It allows drivers to have hands-free voice control over their smartphone apps in the car. This enables the drivers to keep their hands on the wheels and their eyes on the road, and this is a critical foundation for safe driving. We've already rolled out our AppLink to more than 1 million vehicles here in North America. We have plans to expand its availability to over another million more vehicles later on this year, and then we'll launch it in Europe as well as in Asia. By 2015, we project that there will be over 14 million vehicles synced equipped around the world, providing a significant and robust business opportunity for our software developers. We've already had great success working with developers in our key categories. For example, in the music and entertainment category, examples include Pandora, iHeartRadio, Slacker, Mog, and TuneIn. In the news and information category, we have partners such as NPR News, Stitcher, Allergy Alert, and MLB.com's At Bat. In the location and navigation category, we're working with Scout, Roximity, and our own Sync Destinations app by Inrix. Each of these apps provide added value by allowing the drivers to access their favorite content while driving, all using voice controls, so they don't have to look away from the road and glance at the small screens on their smartphones. But today is really about expanding the access and availability of the AppLink software beyond just our original partners, so that everyone who has a great idea can have an opportunity to create, test, and possibly deploy their app within a Ford vehicle. Our developer program benefits our customers, the developers, as well as the company. Customers will benefit from a cadence of new features that will become available to them over the course of the ownership experience, and enjoy a continually evolving range of choices for responsibly personalizing their in-car experience. This is especially compelling for millennial customers who enjoy customizing their experiences with consumer products. Selecting and using apps is one of the easiest ways for them to personalize the functionality of both their communication devices as well as their vehicles. For Ford, the developer program allows us to harness the creativity of the entire app developer community to quickly respond to market trends and unique needs all around the globe, supporting our global expansion by ensuring that the right apps are available quickly in the right markets. For developers, AppLink opens up a whole new creative canvas, focusing on the in-car experience, which can be explored on our very high-volume sync platform, which serves as a great launching point for apps and services that are relevant for the car. Now, to give you more information on how developers can get involved with the Ford Developer Program, please welcome Julius Marchwicki from our Connected Services Solutions organization. Julius?
Thanks, Hal. The Ford Developer Program is live today, and the automobile is now open for business. With this program, we have done everything possible to make it easy to work with AppLink. To get started, just visit developer.ford.com and sign up. Everything you need to know is explained on the site, from software and sample code to agreements and licenses. We encourage everyone to log on and start thinking about the types of apps that can bring customers valuable content while keeping their eyes on the road and their hands on the wheel. We generally look for apps in the categories of music and entertainment, news and information, networking, location and navigation, health and wellness, and personal productivity. Now, while we can't write down all the rules for appropriate in-vehicle app usage, there are some types of apps we can't accept. We will instantly deny any apps that attempt to display video content or rich imagery when connected to the vehicle. Apps that require extensive text or reading of text on the in-vehicle display, and apps that involve playing games. Once you have a great idea for an app, you can take advantage of the most comprehensive set of resources available from any automaker. The software development kits for iPhone and Android, documentation, sample code, test procedures, tips and tricks, blog posts, an online forum, and a staff of Ford developers to help you out. We'll even make a technology development kit available. It's basically a sync in a box, so you can test your app even if you don't own a Ford vehicle, but I'd be happy to sell you one. Over the next few months, our team will be releasing even more tooling, such as a software emulator, self-certification tools, and debugging options to get you developing even faster. The Ford Developer Program site is available to all developers globally, first in English, with other languages to come. If you have a great idea, but you don't want to develop your app on your own, you don't have to. The Ford Developer Program will connect you with Jake Apps, our approved app development house. Once you have an app built, you can request distribution rights, at which point your app will undergo rigorous testing to ensure that it works as intended and meets our criteria for safe driving. Provided your app passes in the first round of testing, all of this can happen at no cost to you. If you need help, you can use the dev site to engage our testing partner, Setacom. We know there are a number of options out there, but we believe developers can be more successful using the AppLink API more than any other available for automobiles. Why? It's simple. You develop on the same high-volume mobile platforms as usual. We're not asking you to learn an all-new platform. It's easy. Developers have integrated the API in a matter of a few days. It's high volume and global. There are more than 1 million cars on the road and more coming this year in markets around the world. And there's help. We have a dedicated team dedicated to help you with questions that you may have about the SDK and getting an app to market. But you don't have to take my word for it. We're pleased to have a few of our developer partners here to share their own success stories. For the last 2 years, we have hosted a developer challenge during the hackathon at TechCrunch Disrupt in San Francisco. Developers were given 24 hours to develop and present their AppLink idea. In our first challenge, Roximity won with an app that helps customers find nearby deals on products and services they love. A really smart and very appropriate way to utilize AppLink. And it's a great value add for our customers. Since then, they have launched a startup and received venture capital investment to expand their business. They're with us today, so congratulations, Roximity. This past September, we chose our second AppLink Challenge winner, bCouply, another startup in the early stages of launch. The bCouply app gives couples on the go or the last-minute planner on his way to pick up his date a great way to find date ideas based on their location. Just launch the app via AppLink and ask, what are some good date ideas nearby? You'll get a list of suggestions from brunch to bowling. Choose one, and the bCouply app will offer suggestions and nearby destinations. To tell you more about it, I'd like to invite business partners and real-life couple Pius Uzamare and Becky Cruz onto the stage.
Thank you so much. We're really excited to be here.
As Julius mentioned, we're a couple in real life. As our relationship became more serious, we realized that our social life had changed. We wanted to spend more time going out on dates and less time with single friends at the bar.
So we created bCouply to use in our own relationship. In fact, Pius built the first version for me as a surprise.
I was trying to impress my girlfriend.
And needless to say, it worked. So what is bCouply? Well, in a nutshell, we help couples have epic social lives. And we're excited to announce that tomorrow we'll be launching our iPhone app. The app is a fun, addictive way to discover the best date ideas nearby, capture and share special moments, and make plans with your sweetie.
In addition to launching our iPhone app, we're thrilled to be partnering with Ford. For many couples, great dates begin in their car. So we asked ourselves, how could we extend our app concept to the car and create a truly magical experience for couples?
Pius actually built the first version of the AppLink integration in just one night. But since winning the AppLink Challenge in September, we've worked to build out the full product, which will soon be available in all Ford vehicles.
How does it work? Just launch the app in your car and ask what date ideas are available nearby. In response, you'll hear a list of suggested date ideas, such as have brunch or go bowling. After you pick an idea that interests you, bCouply will tell you the very best places to do it. Then, once you've selected your date spot, bCouply provides turn-by-turn navigation to help you get there.
This is a huge opportunity for us to make the lives of millions of couples more fun, and we couldn't be more excited. Our iPhone app will be available tomorrow, and we're giving away an exclusive meet and greet with Motley Crue for the best moment that's shared with the app before Valentine's Day. So we hope you'll come find us afterward to learn more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pius and Becky. We're really glad that you could be here with us today. The AppLink API presents a great opportunity for innovators to bring their visions to life. But it's just as useful for established developers as it is for startups. We're excited that AppLink can support the development of all new apps from small startups, but we also want to make development easier for big players such as Nuance, Telenav, GraceNote, and Inrix. While many may think developer programs are oriented around new app categories, a priority for Ford is to provide our customers access to the latest core automotive products, such as music, news, navigation, voice, traffic, and maps, where the category leaders are constantly changing. By providing voice access to the very latest and most popular regional apps, we can reduce the number of people reaching for their smartphones while driving. And at Ford, we feel really good about that. To take a deeper dive and introduce some of our newest partners, please welcome Director of Ford Connected Services Solutions, Doug Van Degens.
Thanks, Julius. More and more established content providers are discovering that AppLink gives them a great way to distribute content to our customers. In fact, today we are announcing the addition of 9 new apps to our ecosystem, and they're all with us here today. First, starting in the category of news and information, we're pleased to announce the Wall Street Journal Live. The interactive app from the Wall Street Journal, now bringing you live and on-demand radio programming content to stay on top of the latest news, markets, tech, and lifestyle coverage. Subscribers can even access their own exclusive content throughout the day with the Now edition a 7-day downloaded archive they can listen to anytime. Also note the lockout screen that you will see when the app is connected to AppLink. This is something we require to be designed into every AppLink app to keep drivers focused on accessing the content with voice controls and steering wheel buttons and not fiddling with their phones. Next, I'm proud to announce USA Today. Ford drivers will be the first to listen to the favorite USA Today headline stories read to them by real people. To tell us more, please welcome Senior Vice President and Chief Digital Officer of the CNET Company, David Payne.
Thank you, Doug. We are delighted to be here. This is an exciting new frontier for USA Today, and thanks to our partnership with Ford today, we're finally entering the one frontier, the one place of people's lives where we are not already America's news brand, and that is the car. And for consumers, when you think about news, it's about habit. People wake up in the morning, whether you open up a newspaper, turn on a TV, or bring up a web page. Whatever their preference, they're engaging in a daily habit. And more, they're turning to satisfy that habit with their phones and their tablets. We know our consumers love our apps, yet when they leave the house and enter their cars to begin their commutes, they can no longer safely accommodate their desire for on-demand news. So now, for the first time, consumers will have a safe way to support this habit and get the latest news, finance, and sports from USA Today and Ford. And it's not in some text-to-speech format, but it's actually professionally produced audio that's delivered and updated several times a day. So when you think about it, this is really the first consumer-friendly news app for the car. It's an on-demand voice and steering wheel-controlled app covering the latest news, whether that's blue, red, green, or purple. It's not a radio station. It's not a wheel. It's not a stream. Consumers control what types of stories they want to listen to. They can skip. They can repeat. They can fast forward, whatever their choice with this app. So at USA Today, we live for these opportunities, providing busy consumers with useful and digestible news wherever they are. We're on your hotel doorstep, we're on planes, we're in airports, we're in restaurants. At work, they tune into us on the desktop, and at night, they're increasingly turning to our iPad app for getting their nightly news fix. Everywhere but the car commute, where consumers are forced currently to tune into a wheel of news instead of what interests them specifically. And this is why we're here today. With Ford Sync's voice command, people can now quickly get the news they want in the car when they want it, and more importantly, in a safe and personal way. And that's the type of innovation you would expect from two great American companies, USA Today and Ford. Thank you very much.
Thanks again, David. It's great stuff, isn't it? We also have several great new partners in the music and entertainment arena that we want to talk about today. Starting with AHA Radio, a free app and service that brings our customers so much more than just radio. AHA organizes all of your favorite internet content, thousands of internet radio channels, news, entertainment, music, audiobooks, and social feeds. AHA also lets you choose from your favorite podcasts from trusted sources such as ABC, Fox Sports, and even Disney for your kids. You can even get personalized restaurant, coffee, weather, and hotel stations. AHA really brings a lot of great niche content you won't find elsewhere. And it's available in 6 languages, including in the US, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa. Definitely a great partner to grow with globally. AppLink is helping terrestrial radio stations bring new capabilities into the car as well, as our relationship with Greater Media demonstrates. We are AppLink enabling the apps of Greater Media's 16 regional radio stations to give their listeners voice-activated access to their content. Now drivers can hear their favorites like Drew and Mike from Detroit's WRIF, or Lauren and Wally from Boston's WROR, or even listen to live Panthers or Tar Heels games on News Talk 1110 from Charlotte, no matter where they go. And for those of you who are as old as I am, the classic rock station and country WCX is also included. Up next is Rhapsody. It's a name I know most of you will know really well. With over 16 million songs, Rhapsody is the largest premium subscription music service in the United States. The Rhapsody app lets you stream anything in their gigantic catalog or listen without a connection by downloading the playlist to your device. Rhapsody's experience in bringing music to millions of listeners since 2001 is clearly evident in the fact that they were able to implement AppLink in just 1 week. Really nice work, really nice work. You know all those magazines you never get around to reading? I know I have a stack or two in my living room. That's why I'm happy to announce Kaliki, a new partner offering mobile audio newsstand app with free human-read content. Kaliki will read your favorite publications to you while you commute in a real human voice. Shape Magazine, TV Guide, OK Magazine are some of the titles being launched on the platform, with other major media brands coming shortly after CES. Kaliki is also offering daily national broadcast news and local newspapers, starting with Los Angeles and Detroit, including our hometown paper, the Detroit Free Press. Amazing work for a company that's only been around since last June, excuse me. Access to music has gone in many directions since going digital. And with AppLink, we've been able to bring the best internet-based, personalized, and on-demand services. Today, we're going even further with the launch of the first cloud-based music locker app for the car, Amazon Cloud Player. Amazon is one of the largest digital music retailers in the world, with tens of millions of customers. Here to tell us more about it is Steve Boom, the Vice President of Worldwide Digital Music at Amazon.
Thanks, Doug, and I can't say how excited Amazon is to be here today and how thrilled we are to be working with such a company as Ford. You know, at Amazon, we're music lovers. Music lovers tend to have lots and lots of music in their collections, and music lovers like to get access to that music whenever and wherever they want. Just imagine it's Friday night, you got off work, you're on your way home, and you kind of want a few tunes to pump you up. Well, speeding down the freeway, rifling through your glove box, looking for the latest CD from Mumford & Sons, probably not such a great idea, especially when you find out that your wife probably took it out of your glove box and put it in her car while you weren't looking. Also not such a great idea to pull out your smartphone or your MP3 player and start fumbling around looking for it, only then to find out that, in fact, you forgot to sync that music to your device. That's why about 2 years ago, Amazon launched Cloud Player. Amazon was the first retailer to launch a cloud service that lets customers easily get their music into the cloud. And once it's up in the cloud, they can play it virtually anywhere, anytime, and on any device. Kindle Fire tablets, iPods, iPhones, iPads, Android phones, Android tablets, and even home entertainment systems from Samsung, Roku, and Sonos. The music is there when you want it, always. No need to sync it, no need to download it, and there's no losing it. And today, we're excited to announce that Amazon Cloud Player customers will be able to enjoy their music in their Ford cars through AppLink. With just a few simple voice commands, Amazon customers will be able to play their entire music libraries while they're driving the car. This is a convenient and, more importantly, safe way to play back all of your music in the car. So whether it's the Friday night party mix, the Monday morning melancholy mix, your music is all there. All you have to do is ask your Ford car to play it for you. No more messing around with CDs, no more messing around with cords or wires, no more downloading or syncing. How cool is that? We think this is something that customers are going to love. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Great news for customers who love music because the Amazon Cloud Player lets you store up to 250,000 songs. Now let's talk about what's new in navigation and location. It's an app we're really excited about because it's a great complement to the driving experience. It's called Glimpse, and it enables millions of users globally to share location information with family and friends via email, SMS, Facebook, or Twitter. Glimpse eliminates the need to keep calling or texting where you are. Instead, you send a link that friends or family can use to track your location
for a length of time that you choose. With AppLink, sending the link is as easy as using a voice command or tapping a preset button on the dashboard. This is especially helpful for customers who want to know the comfort or have the comfort of knowing where their kids are, like myself. We'd like to invite Glimpse CEO and co-founder Brian Trussell up to share his team's experience.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Doug. We're very excited to be here and announce the availability of Glimpse with the AppLink platform today. It's been a long time, and we've been very excited to get into the car and have it there. When we started Glimpse as a company as a standalone mobile smartphone application app, what we did is we kept a real focus on making it very simple to share your location with other people. We wanted to make it intuitive, easy to use, and then very rich on the receiving side to see that real-time location of where your current location is. Now, we always knew that aside from the app, which has done very well, we've got millions of users, we've gotten great reviews from the press, great reviews from our customers, but we always knew that the car, there'd be a very strong synergy with what we were doing. And if you think about it, it makes sense. We know this empirically because we look at the data and we see a lot of people, when they sent Glimpse from their smartphones, they were in their car going from point A to point B. But we know this kind of intuitively, right? When you think about how you use your car today, you're usually going to meet somebody or to pick somebody up, and they're usually concerned about what your ETA is and where you are. So whether it's heading home, it's going to pick up the kids from soccer, it's going to a business meeting, it's meeting somebody for dinner or for drinks, picking up somebody from the airport, there's always that where are you concept. And we know that because these distracting texts and phone calls that come into your car generally start off with a, hey, where are you? So we knew that with the right experience, we could be more simple and more intuitive in an automotive integrated experience. So we're excited that with the Ford AppLink, that users are now able to, via voice, to be able to say to send a glimpse, or just via a pre-programmed button on their dash to be able to touch and send a glimpse, and then not have to worry or have the person on the receiving side worry about where they are and when they'll arrive. It was really exciting when we built Glimpse. From the beginning, we built it as a platform because we knew we'd want to integrate with other software and hardware partners. And it was great when AppLink came along because that was built as a platform made for third-party developers. So when we went to go build this and integrate it into the car, it was really just a matter of a couple days before we were up and running and had a robust situation where people could, for a set period of time, share rich, vivid, real-time location information with wherever they were headed or was ever curious of where they were at. So we're excited that now, available today, you will be able to take the Glimpse smartphone application, your AppLink-enabled Ford vehicle, and be able to send a Glimpse out. So if you own a Ford, go give it a shot. I think you'll really be happy. And if you don't, go buy one so that you can try it. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. That's really cool. Now, as we plan to launch AppLink globally this year, we're happy to announce one of our first partners to come out of Asia. CNET is an online media company serving China and global Chinese communities. It provides users access to professional media and user-generated content via web and mobile devices, and enables them to share their interests with friends. CNET boasts 424 million registered users. That's 4 more than the entire population of the United States. And they process more than 120 million news and message posts every single day. We're currently working with CNET to help enable their Weibo mobile app for use in Ford vehicles later this year. Users will be able to access news, weather, location-based services, and especially interesting microblogging posts. As we continue to expand into global markets, CNET is the perfect example of the future content AppLink will provide, such as local maps or traffic, local or regional music and news, and of course, off-board language technology. AppLink will help ensure that regional content will quickly become available in new markets, and that people will easily be able to interact with their AppLink apps in their own languages. As all of our new partners show, AppLink literally presents a world of opportunity for developers to bring their great new in-car experience to millions of customers and become part of a vibrant and growing AppLink ecosystem. And we're not stopping here. We'll continue to introduce new APIs over time to feed the developer community's hunger for new and creative opportunities. In fact, we're going to go a step further for our development partners. One thing we've noticed is that developers are overwhelmed by the number of software platforms, some of which they're even asked to pay to use. At Ford, we want to make it easy for them to succeed in the automotive space. To help, we're doing something no other automaker has done. We're offering our software that we developed, Ford's intellectual property, for free. Globally, license-free, and royalty-free. AppLink has always been an open and versatile platform. Contributing the software license-free to the industry is the next logical step. And we're making a high-volume solution available to help reduce the number of platforms developers will be required to work with. And we are actively working with several industry groups to explore becoming the standard protocol for smartphone app integration inside the car. I want to thank all of our partners for innovating with us, and to those of you who are already, right now, thinking up the next big thing. Please don't hesitate to talk to us at all the booths and the stations after the presentation. Now I'd like to invite Paul back on stage to wrap things up. Paul?
Great job, Doug. Thanks. Thanks, Doug. It really is so exciting for me to see the next phase of the evolution of the driving experience unfolding right here before our eyes. AppLink is an innovation that will help us continue to open the highways to all mankind. By inviting a global community of developers to collaborate with us, the developer program will help us bring affordable connectivity solutions to growing markets around the world. This marks a strategic shift in how we innovate for the future. Collaboration is ever more important as we face a rapidly changing and diverse world. It's one thing to be customer-focused, but Ford also wants to be developer-focused. What we've shared with you today is the result of more than 2 years of working with developers. We understand what developers need, and we're making it easy for them to be successful with us. As you've seen, we're live, we're open, and we hope that many more of you will visit developer.ford.com to become part of this Ford Developer Program. Thanks again to all our partners who have shared the stage with us this afternoon. As you can see, many are here with their demo stations around the room. Please take some time to visit them and know more about our AppLink ecosystem. With that, we'll close out the conference. We're here for some questions. Thank you all for attending, and enjoy CES with us. Thank you.
Why aren't you clapping, man? I mean, I'm getting into the mood of the keynote.
Yeah, it was a keynote.
All right, guys, so let's just wrap up what Ford did. We didn't see really any major announcements. We know Ford in the past, I mean, they were one of the first ones to come to CES with that whole new system, with their sync system, you know, with an interface that is actually connected to apps and everything. So, you know, following along that theme, they brought more apps to the table and also really opened this up to the developer community. We know we've seen how that's taken off in the mobile world, right? Open up your platform, let developers play with it, give them access to the APIs, and create some new exciting stuff, and that's what Ford's looking to do with this.
Yeah, I'm in kind of two minds about it. On the one hand, I think, oh, really cool, apps in your car, why not? It's in everything else. But then I think another app platform for a developer to make what they've probably already done again for something else. But then I also think, well, hang on, if it was just Android or something, you could have any app, and then that wouldn't be safe, was it? And they were making a big point about they won't allow games, no video, no text, no fun.
All the fun stuff, right? That's what I want in my car when I'm driving specifically.
So, I mean, I'm not quite sure what the developers are going to make. I mean, an infinite number of maps, probably. Once you've got a map, you've got a map. What else do you need your car to do? I'm not sure.
I did think, though, that the USA Today, when I first, generically heard about USA Today on your car, I'm like, whatever, who cares? But I did like the idea that they said this was not reading text to speech. It was actually having someone record, updates, and that would refresh during the day.
Yeah.
I thought that was, so, they're actually allocating manpower to make unique content specific to the platform. I'm not saying everyone's going to go out there and necessarily get and listen to the USA Today app. While we were watching the keynote, you were just saying like, hey, aren't people just listening to their local radio to get this
Do you
news?
have radio in this country? I just wanted to clear that up. You do, right? Yeah, you do
I
have
still
radio.
use it,
Right, yes. I mean, there is that, but I don't know, how great is USA Today?
Oh, yeah, from a standpoint of just listening to something very easy and clean without,
And presumably no ads.
Yeah.
If there was no ads, then that's pretty good, I guess, right? Because that's really annoying
We'll see,
on the radio.
We'll see. But just to go down the list of the 9 apps that they announced: Wall Street Journal, USA Today, Kaliki. We also have the Amazon Cloud Player. So, I'm a big fan of buying my music from Amazon here in the U.S. just because it's an MP3 file that can be used on any platform, Android, Sony, any platform you can think of. It's going to be compatible with. Aha Radio, Rhapsody, which we talked about earlier, Greater Media, Glimpse, and Be Coupley. The dating app for couples. Now, I do want to pull out something for you.
Okay.
So when we listen to these keynotes, sometimes there's like highlights, and I like to listen for interesting quotes. One of the quotes that I heard from the Be Coupley presentation, because it was an actual couple who came up with this app, they said, for many couples, a great date starts in the car. I would respond with that, for many couples, a great day ends in the car too. That's sometimes how it goes. Not at all. I'm going to stop. You don't have to laugh at that. It wasn't funny at all, right? You should just
That's what I'm paid for, right?
Just deadpan it. Don't even respond to these immature, childish jokes. So there we go. That was Fordham. Was there anything else that stuck out to you if you think about it from there?
Is it okay if I say no?
No.
There
Keep
was
it real.
Aha Radio. Aha Radio. Aha, it's called Aha. yeah, exactly. Yes, it is endless Aha tracks, is what I thought. But no, it's just normal, boring radio. But is that a big deal? Because is it hard to get radio in a car here?
No,
I guess you can get any radio station probably from the world, presumably.
You have a variety of services. You have Rhapsody and all that. It doesn't really matter to me, right? If you got radio, whatever you want. I don't know if another one is going to make a difference, right?
Yeah, but I don't know. I guess, like all these things, it's up to the developers to decide, right?
Exactly.
So they're saying, you do what you want with it, unless it's fun things like games, video, or text, and see what they come up with. So.
I want to play Cut the Rope in my car while I'm driving.
That would be safe.
All right.
And what we really want, of course, is the self-driving car. And that all this technology is wonderful, but until someone brings that out, I'm not going to be that impressed.
And then they will allow us to play games and watch movies and do all that good stuff.
And I can have a sleep.
All right, guys. So we're going to throw to a break, kind of take a little breather. All right. We'll be back. We have plenty more press conferences coming up. Sony.
Yes.
Sony does some great things. We told you earlier that we were over in that booth. So I'm actually excited to talk about a lot of the things we saw at Sony's booth today. So we'll check that out, and we'll have a few other little surprises for you. So stick with us. We'll be back after the break. All right, guys, welcome back to the CES 2013 CNET stage. I'm Brian Tong. Joining me is the lovely Jason Jenkins. Have you ever been introduced like that before?
I never have, but now I feel I'm all overcome. I don't know what to do.
You need to work with me a little more often.
Oh, okay.
I'll make you look good, all right?
Thanks. I appreciate it.
You make me look good, all right? Now, next up coming up is Sony. After that, we'll bring some of our colleagues on to our stage to discuss all the news from all 10, count that, 10 of today's press conferences. And then after that, we'll roll you right into the CES kickoff keynote tonight with Qualcomm. But in the meantime, let's take a look at some of the cool stuff we've seen on the floor, including some new eye tracking software from iTribe.
Hi, I'm Bridget Curie with CNET here at CES 2013, and one company here has a cool concept to show. They're called the iTribe, and what they're trying to show is that your tablet of the future, or even your smartphone, can be controlled by your eyes. They have eye tracking software that they have installed in tablets. Here I have a Windows 8 tablet that they attached a device to with infrared sensors and an infrared camera. Now this attachment is just one way of getting their software to work, but they've even hacked another tablet here to show that it's really easy for device makers to install this technology in their future tablets. They're selling it as cheap technology that could probably enhance the experience of your next tablet that you buy in a year or 2 years. To get it started, first you have to calibrate with the software by looking and following the dot. Once that's done, you can get started by doing applications such as scrolling or playing Fruit Ninja. Yeah, that's right. I can now control Fruit Ninja with my eyes. iTribe is showing that for the first time, this technology can be for the mass market. Normally, if you wanted eye tracking software, it can cost you $10,000 or $30,000 for something. Here, this is something that manufacturers can add into their future tablets for pretty cheap. For CNET, I'm Bridget Carey here at CES 2013 with software from the iTribe.
I'm Dan Ackerman here at CES 2013, and we are taking a look at the Toshiba Cosmio X875. It is something we really don't see a lot of these days, a full-size 17-inch gaming high-end multimedia laptop. Now, of course, it's got an Intel Core i7 and the latest NVIDIA GPU. What makes this guy a little bit unique is Toshiba has a new house-developed hard drive in it. It is the first 1 terabyte hard drive that's a hybrid hard drive, which means it also has an 8 gigabyte cache to it. And Toshiba says that'll mean programs can launch quicker and the read-write speeds will be a little bit faster. And of course, in typical Cosmio fashion, it's kind of big and in your face, black with kind of these red accents, and it's got the big sort of glowing logo in the back. And it's pretty much the complete opposite of all the thin, slim Ultrabooks we've been seeing for the last year and a half now. It is the traditional 17-inch desktop replacement, something that is in very short supply here at the show. From CES 2013, I'm Dan Ackerman, and that is the Toshiba Cosmio X875.
Hi, I'm David Katzmeyer from CNET. I'm here at Toshiba's press event at CES 2013. Behind me is the 84-inch L9300. It's Toshiba's 4K ultra-high definition TV, an 84-inch size. The company is also announcing a 65 and a 58-inch member of the series, meaning it's going to have a full 3 models of 4K ultra-high definition TVs shipping in 2013. These models are going to come out in the summer. Toshiba has not announced any pricing, but we do expect them to be pretty darn expensive. The current 84-inch TVs from other manufacturers start around 20 grand. Of course, we expect the smaller screen size to be a lot less than that. We've been told they might be about half as much, but a little bit more on pricing we haven't been able to find out yet. As an ultra-high definition 4K TV, this television has 4 times the pixels of traditional 1080p TVs. That equals a lot better detail. Of course, that detail is really difficult to see, especially if you don't have special 4K content, and there is no 4K content currently available. Of course, this TV does have the ability to upconvert 1080p content to 4K, so if you have standard high def, it'll blow it up to those 4K pixels. Toshiba is also talking about their processing for that 4K conversion. It's called a CEVO processor that uses a quad plus dual core system. Toshiba says it really improves the picture quality. Of course, we're going to have to see that in action to find out for ourselves. Other features on this set include an edge-lit backlight with local dimming. The set also has 240 hertz and all of Toshiba's new smart TV features, which include a cloud TV server-based smart TV system. So all told, it's one of the most well-featured TVs we've seen this year and one of the first 4K TVs announced at CES. That's a quick look at the Toshiba L9300 series. Again, 84, 65, 58-inch, ultra-high-def 4K televisions. I'm David Katzmeyer from CNET.
Hi, I'm Bridget Carey with CNET here at CES 2013. And before me are the LEGO Mindstorms EV3. This is the new generation of LEGO's robotic platform, and it has a lot more to it than in previous generations. Not only does one box get you 5 combinations with instructions, but you can go online and get up to 17 robots out of it. There's so many instructions, there's so many things you can do with this. Each one of these creatures, these characters, comes from one set. The LEGO box itself will give you instructions on 5, but you can go online and get even more. The components consist of a brain that you can program. You program it with Linux. Now, you can either do some basic programming on the LEGO brick itself or take it to your computer to do a lot more. So it goes from age ranges of 10 years old with some basic programming, or if you're an enthusiast, it depends how far you want to take it. You could even hack this thing. There are tons of sensors and motors in this, and it's all about the combination that you build it. So you have different characters here. You even have one called Reptar that has a sensor that if someone sticks their hand in front of it, it'll give you a bite. Now, when it comes to commanding your beasts, you can have a remote that it comes with that's very basic, or you can take it to another level, use your smartphone as your controller. It'll use the gyro sensors if you want, or buttons on the screen. It's a great way for kids to really start learning how to program. LEGO has made it so if you just want to learn a little bit, they'll hold your hand and make it really easy to do a task or two. LEGO even gives you a free smartphone or tablet app so you can go through how to build it in a 3D world. You're going to start seeing this second half of the year for about $350. At CES 2013, I'm Bridget Carey with CNET with your first look at the LEGO Mindstorms EV3 set.
Hello everybody, it's Lynn Law from CNET here in Las Vegas at CES 2013 with the Pantech Discover from AT&T. Now the Discover is a 4G LTE device with NFC capabilities and it runs on Android Ice Cream Sandwich, though there are plans for an upgrade to Jelly Bean. It has a 4.8-inch HD display that has a 1280 by 720 pixel resolution. On the back, there's a 12.6 megapixel camera that's capable of shooting 1080p HD video. Powering the device is a 1.5 gigahertz dual-core CPU. It also features 1 gig of RAM and a 2.1 ampere-hour battery, which roughly translates to 10 hours of talk time. Now, one of the features of this device is the Drive Mode app, which is part of AT&T's It Can Wait campaign. It'll sense when you're in a car and driving more than 25 miles an hour, and if you get a call, it'll send back a reply message saying that you can't take the call right now and that you'll call them later. The handset also features these dual 3D surround sound speakers, which enhances your audio experience when you're watching movies or listening to music. If you're interested, the Pantech Discover will be available starting January 11th for $49.99. Again, I'm Lynn for CNET here at CES 2013.
Hi, I'm David Katzmeyer from LG's press conference. It just ended. This is CES 2013, the first press conference of the day, and one of the biggest pieces of news to come out of that press conference was LG is going to be shipping their 55-inch OLED TV, the Best of CES winner last year, at March for the price of $12,000. So that's right, pony up $12,000, you can be one of the owners of the very first 55-inch OLED TV in the world. Now, this set had us very excited last year. We're still pretty excited about it. One of the big benefits of OLED, as you can see right here, is spectacular picture quality. TV has pretty much infinite black levels. That's one of the big picture quality benefits. That means that the blacks can get deep as anything that you've seen on any TV and deeper than any we've ever measured. The TV is also extremely thin. LG is telling us about a 4mm depth at the thinnest point. So again, you can have this really cool, sleek form factor and only weighs about 22 pounds. Of course, this TV does not have the 4K resolution seen on a lot of the other TVs out there. I guess that'll be the next generation. But right now you have 1080p resolution, and of course LG's 3D TV passive, and a bunch of other smart features. But the real story here is the display. LG has changed the industrial design a little bit. I've told this stand may or may not be the final shipping version. The TV also may or may not have the media box included, which is a breakout box where you can plug in a whole bunch of the necessary HDMI cables and things like that. Those things are still being determined for what version actually hits U.S. shores. But the company is saying March for $12,000 for the world's first OLED TV. And that's a quick look at LG's 55EM9700, the world's first shipping big screen OLED TV. I'm David Katzmeyer from CNET CES 2013.
All right, guys, that was, we've seen a lot of TVs here, and I remember last year specifically, LG was like the cat's meow because they had the first OLED TV that they said was going to come to market, right? The first big size. I think it ended up selling for like $10K or something,
It's just come out, I think, as well. It's taken
so,
like nearly a year for that thing to ship.
Exactly. So it's taken it some time to get out there, but man, it sometimes is crazy to me because you see these videos, we're shooting high-definition cameras on TVs that are even higher resolution than what they can display, and they look great.
Yeah, they do.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I'm sometimes like a little kid here.
It's a good time to be alive.
Yeah. Oh, you're killing me with that one. All right, so we're going to jump over. We got a few more minutes before the Sony press conference starts. We're expecting to see a lot of them. Sony, I think, really out of all the companies here, is one of the rare ones this year that is going to show off not only just a big TV, but we expect to see the Xperia Z. My gut right now, because no one's really releasing a phone, is that the Xperia Z will be the phone, will take the Best of CES Phone Award.
Yeah,
right?
Because it's that one, and it's something from Huawei, which is I think they've got a 6-inch phone or something, and it's getting bigger and bigger. It's like TVs years ago where they'd be a race to who can make the biggest plasma, and someone would say, "I've made a 103-inch plasma," and someone else would go, 103.5, take that. So that's what's happening in phones,
Yeah. So I mean, that's just my gut right now. I don't want to say like this is what CNET officially is doing. We have a bunch of our editors going behind the scenes. They sit at this round table. People don't actually realize it's a real battleground where different editors are telling other people why this should be the phone, the TV, the best of CES. So if we had a camera in the back in that war room, I think it might be. I'm a reality TV guy. That might be interesting.
Two things you never want to see how they're made: sausages and the best of CES.
I actually like seeing sausage being made. It's
really, yeah. You like seeing what goes into
casing,
Yeah.
It's very. I love Spam, so I love sausage, right?
Okay.
So we're also talking about we've been going back and forth with Sony. When I talked about some of the other products we're going to see from them, they also do a lot of digital imaging, and one of the things that makes Sony unique is the fact that they have this huge infrastructure to not only have content, but also content creation tools that supply that content for their television sets and forward. So, in the 4K space, all I'm going to say is we saw, a specific type of device that captures 4K content for the consumer that we'll see there. They won't be mad about that.
They've also got a new CEO since last year. Last year it was Howard Stringer, who's a Brit and a great guy, and he's fantastic on stage. But one thing he is not, it is a product guy. He's not a product guy, and you could see like his eyes just being dead as he's talking about these different products and just
You're
going,
a fan, obviously.
"Where am I?" And then he brought on Will Smith, and he was just like, "Hi, Will." He's like a completely different guy, and he's like, and he was brilliant at running the movie studio, maybe not so great at running the electronic side. I saw Kazuo Hirai, who's the new guy. I saw him at IFA speak, and it was one of the best press conferences I'd seen from Sony in years because he was really into it. He was really on his game. He clearly kind of loved talking about the products, and I think that's what we've been missing from the last few Sony press conferences. Respect to Stringer and everything.
Much
Sir
respect
Howard.
to Stringer, but let's bring in Kaz. Kaz, he did a lot of the keynotes from the Sony PlayStation side. So for their Sony Entertainment division and whatnot. So he'll be in his element. This won't be like anything like it's the first time for him. But a lot of cool stuff that we expect to see from them. Any other nuggets or things that you can pull for?
Well, I guess the other theme that's emerging at CES is NFC and how that what that means for phones, right? So there's been NFC phones for ages, but what can you do with it really? Maybe pay for things if you're really lucky. But now what's happening is they're kind of fulfilling this promise of convergence they've been talking about for years and years, so you can kind of tap your phone on things and then it syncs completely instantly with it, which is what you see it and you think, haven't we been able to do this for years? And no is the answer, and it's coming out this year. So that's going to be an exciting theme, and there'll be loads and loads of NFC.
I think that's a good point, though, because NFC is one of those types of technologies that has always been like promised to be good and seamless, and still hasn't been able to get to that point.
Yeah.
Where truly it's tap, click, there you go, right?
Yeah.
And you see a lot of companies like Sony. We're expecting to see some NFC capability in their phones. Yes, we know it's not anything completely new, but it's about perfecting it to make it a seamless technology that really you don't even think about.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing about CES is you kind of see the same things often year after year, but sometimes they're not on sale. Like we're just so OLED. I mean, practically as long as I've been coming to CES, I've been talking about OLED, and really, it's this year you can buy an OLED TV that's a kind of decent size. And NFC's been things for years, and really, it's this year that you can use it as something or other. 4K. I don't know.
I'm with you with that. I'm completely with you on that.
That's probably a year or two out, I think.
Being
a reality for most people.
Yeah, at least 2. Years ago when we first came to CES, I remember the first OLED TV that was available for consumers. It was from Sony. It was like a little 7-inch guy. It was $2,500. Right. This is years ago, and it was a 7-inch OLED screen. Yeah. Obviously, that has changed. I mean, if you're talking about an 84, and again with 4K TVs. You really have to have a really large screen to truly get the benefits from it with the higher resolution, the higher pixel density, the lines of resolution. You need a big screen. And I mean, if you're talking about right now, Sony's 4K TV, that's $25,000. There's a little barrier to entry there, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and also, what do you do with it, right? You're watching Blu-rays most of the time. It's only with Sony that you're actually watching 4K material, but it's kind of a clunky workaround. What are they going to do? Are they going to release kind of a proper 4K distribution system that consumers can go and buy, so you can buy a TV and then also a player that actually does something?
Yeah, well, when you also do when you also do things where you're talking about OLED TVs 4K, really, I mean, if you ask a lot of the TV gurus out there, they're more concerned with better black levels, contrast ratio levels that make the image look better. It's not all about, the number of lines of resolution. And some people are recommending, our TV guys here and editors here, look, you can get a nice 60-inch OLED TV. They're recommending OLED with better image quality over the 4K stuff at the moment, and I would agree with them on that.
I think a lot of TV reviewers kind of focus so much on the image quality, and it does make sense. But I think when you actually sit down and you look at those differences, they are pretty small. And even a few years ago, I used to go to events, and every single TV manufacturer is the same thing. They have say the Sony TV next to it. A Panasonic TV or an LG TV, but they put a bit of black tape over it, so you can't see who the brand is, and then they tell you, what is it? Oh, it's LG. And then they play the same thing, so normally it's something that moves really quickly, and it's scrolling here, and they go, look how much better the Sony one or the Panasonic, whatever it is. And about 3 or 4 years ago, you'd be like, wow, that's a massive difference. This one's really juddery, this one's really, really smooth. Now, you're like, I guess I can kind of see it. Like that one, I suppose, is a little bit quicker than that one, but they're getting closer and closer, and the differences are getting smaller and smaller and harder to see. And yes, they're there, but ordinary people, I don't know how much they see it. I mean, most people go into the shop, buy an HD TV, think they're watching high-definition content because they've got an HD TV. They don't realise that they have to get an HD source to see high definition, and they're quite happy with that.
Look, I mean, I'll be honest, I love my parents, I love my mom and papa to death, but I've gone over to their house and they have an HD TV and they have an HD cable box, and they're watching, the television station that's the non-HD version. I'm like, you guys, you're not even watching HD. And they're like, oh, okay, what station is that? That happens. So, if you guys here that are watching us are tuning in that are expecting to see Sony's press conference, yes, we are waiting for the press conference to begin. It's running a little late, so we will go to it as soon as it starts. But until then, Jason and I are just going to talk about whatever we want.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So, trees, they're good, aren't they?
Trees?
No,
I
okay,
saw
maybe
some
not.
great trees on
okay,
those TV screens. Are there any themes that maybe you were hoping or expecting to see at CES that you haven't heard much about yet, or maybe any surprises for you personally?
I guess every year there's kind of a big hype about what phone's going to come out, And there was a lot of stories about the Galaxy S4. It's definitely going to come out, It never was, because they always save it for their own event kind of later in the year. It's about May. But I mean, I think if you're into phones, then this is probably not the show for you. There'll be 1 or 2 coming up. But I mean, what else? I guess I'm always interested in the quirky stuff.
Yeah.
And the Happy Fork I was talking about earlier is pretty quirky. And there was also something from Parrot, which is like a little tong
Yes.
Yeah,
I
and
saw
it
this.
uses Bluetooth, and you put it in your plant,
Yeah.
and it analyzes the soil, and it says, you should have watered this already.
Well, that's a theme that we've seen here, the connected devices, right? We're
Yeah.
seeing technology, Wi-Fi and Bluetooth being integrated in a lot of these kind of devices that track, sometimes for data porn, right? Whether it's planting, finding out when you need to water your a plant and get the soil moisture levels up. There's also another device that checks or measures the environment, so it can check out the air quality, the temperature, that you can put it inside your home or outside your home. You're seeing, they're not pushing themselves into mainstream yet, but we've seen a lot more directions that, yes, these Wi-Fi chips and Bluetooth chips are cheaper to integrate in these devices, and companies are starting to use them in a lot of unique and different ways. I water my plant when it's about to die and hope that it works out.
Yeah, that's what most people do, yeah. But I mean, I guess it was pretty useful. You had to type in what the name of the plant was, and it
You
would
have to
say...
type in the name of the plant?
Well, it doesn't know otherwise. I mean, it's only a prong that measures
Come
moisture.
on.
And it goes, in 2 days' time, you should water this. What else did we say? There was an oven. Now, there's an oven.
The Android oven?
Yeah,
kinda?
it's kind of an Android oven, yeah. And you have to turn it, instead of just setting it yourself, you say, I've got a steak, and it's this heavy, and it's this type of meat. And he goes, well, what you want to do is put it on for 25 minutes at 350, and it sets it for you.
I'm okay with that stuff. When it comes to cooking, I mean, I can make a mean steak, but I don't always.
Is that an
sometimes. So you're asking me if I can
make
take
me
you
a
out to
steak.
dinner?
Make me
You
a
want to
steak.
come over to dinner? Is that what you're asking me, Jason
I
Jenkins?
want you to make me a steak.
All of a sudden, I got very uncomfortable. All right, guys. We're gonna go roll over to Sony in the next few moments. It looks like they're just about to start. There's a look at their stage. It looks pretty impressive. The lights are on. The flashes are going off. We got to visit it earlier, so let's just tune in to see what's going on here at Sony. Their big keynote here at CES 2013.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kazuo Hirai.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our CES 2013 press conference. I thank you for joining us here today. And to everyone watching via live stream, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome as well. And all of you here, and also online, you can participate in the conversation on Twitter using our hashtag SonyCES. And I hope that you all caught the opening of our event. That was not smoke and mirrors. Those were actually real Sony engineers using real components, building some of our great products for 2013. As a matter of fact, we're so proud of the video, we made you see it twice. The point is that it's in our engineering and technology know-how that makes our products the best of the best. And we're not afraid to show you, from our product teardowns on YouTube to the videos that we showed today, what goes into making them the most elegant, innovative devices in the world. And also, in fact, we do it so well, other companies sometimes tend to borrow our designs as well. And now, it's more than just the hardware components that make a Sony product the very best. Take an LCD panel, for example. They're pretty much the same wherever you go, but our signal processing and audio technologies make a Sony TV stand head and shoulders above the rest. It's the gentleman you saw here in that footage and all the other minds at Sony, our homegrown software algorithms, processors, not to mention stunning design, that make Sony products unparalleled in the industry. And when I was appointed CEO just 9 months ago, I made a commitment to revitalize Sony's electronics business. And I said that we would do this by focusing and investing in 3 core businesses, which are digital imaging, games, and mobile. And while also continuing the turnaround of our very important TV business, we are further driving growth in emerging markets where we already have a very strong foothold. We're also very aggressively pursuing innovation in new growth categories and continuing to reevaluate our existing business portfolio and our partnerships. Looking at the three core businesses, first in digital imaging, we introduced an award-winning line of new products, including what has been called the best pocket camera ever made, the RX100. And the range of cameras and camcorders using a full-frame image sensor, the RX1 palm-sized camera, our Alpha 99, and the NEX VG900 camcorder, which hit the market to very much critical acclaim. In the games area, we introduced a new, slimmer, and lighter PS3 chassis and an array of PS3 and PS Vita game titles that made ours and many gamers' holidays as bright as could have been hoped for. And we're also continuing to focus on expanding the world of PlayStation on smartphones and tablet devices through PlayStation Mobile. And also, less than 1 year ago, Sony Ericsson became a part of the Sony family. We placed mobile at the heart of our business and integrated our Android smartphones and tablets under a single brand, Xperia. And today marks yet another exciting milestone for Sony in smartphones. Right here at CES, we are unveiling our new flagship model, the Xperia Z, a precision-engineered premium smartphone that delivers a true superphone experience. Xperia Z fuses premium smartphone specifications with the very best of Sony technology, plus beautiful design, easy connectivity, and of course exciting content. And we have also brought to market groundbreaking touchscreen VAIO PCs in support of the Windows 8 operating system, essentially blurring the lines of what consumers thought a PC should do or be. And our Duo and Tap models have caught consumers' imaginations, and we've actually been challenged to keep these products in stock. So strong has been the demand. And of course, in the TV space, we made a bold entry into 4K televisions with our largest model to date, the Bravia 84-inch 4K LED TV. And we'll have more on the latest developments in that area later here in the press conference. And we've also been building with a series of strategic investments and acquisitions, including, for example, EMI Music Publishing, Gaikai, and more, while at the same time selling non-core assets and businesses to realign and also to optimize our business portfolio. And we've also embarked on some new business alliances with Olympus, for example, for medical imaging to position Sony well for future growth. And of course, there's a lot more to come. We've got some exciting new products to share with you today that combine that magical mix of science and wonder, design and function, usefulness and elegance, technology, and of course entertainment content to create an emotional experience that only Sony can deliver. And to tell you more, it's my great pleasure to bring on Sony Electronics President and COO, Phil Molyneux.
Hi, Kaz. Well done. Thank you. Thank you, Kaz. Good afternoon, everyone. How's my Sony team out there? There they are. Only Sony designs products that elicit emotional responses from people, whether that is driven from our endless efforts to bring excitement to our customers through our product innovation, or just flat out tech lust and the appreciation of a much-needed solution. Take, for example, our new flagship smartphone, the Xperia Z. Xperia Z delivers a superphone experience to our consumers by combining the cutting-edge specifications that they expect with the best of Sony's technology, connectivity, and content. With a quad-core processor and full HD 5-inch screen, Xperia Z certainly has the specs. Let me briefly tell you about how we packed the best of Sony into this smartphone to really raise the bar. We believe that the viewing experience on this screen is as impressive as an HD TV. We've taken nearly half a century of Sony experience in TVs and put that into the Xperia Z, which is powered by a mobile Bravia Engine 2. This intelligent display technology optimizes colors, contrast, and sharpness, and has the sharpest and brightest full HD screen that Sony has ever brought to a smartphone. We're also the global leader in digital imaging technology, so it makes complete sense to use that expertise for Xperia Z to ensure that consumers can take sharp and bright images and videos, whatever the conditions. Xperia Z features a 30-megapixel camera with Exmor RS for mobile, the world's first image sensor with HDR videos for smartphones. Even in strongly backlit conditions, you can capture beautiful stills and HD videos. With an Xperia Z in your pocket, you'll always have a multitude of entertainment options at hand. Whether you want to listen to music or watch movies, Sony's signature media applications let you discover, enjoy, and share entertainment with an intuitive interface that you will recognize across a whole range of products that we are showing at CES. Look at this striking design. High-quality materials, precision engineering, and a distinctive look ensure that the Xperia Z really stands out from the crowd. Now, it's not only beautiful, but it is robust and ready for customers' lifestyles, with the highest levels of water and dust resistance available for a smartphone. You can use your Xperia Z wherever and whenever you choose, whether it's blogging in the bathtub or downloading in a downpour. With the Xperia Z, we also thought that we'd get rid of a few cables and simply allow people to quickly share music, videos, and photos to other Sony products through our Sony One Touch functions. It's based on near-field communication technology, or NFC. It makes it also effortless. And now Sony offers the largest range of NFC products and accessories, making it easier to share content wirelessly more than any other manufacturers in the world. And I'm sure by now you've perhaps seen other smartphone manufacturers offering content sharing by simply touching their phones together like this. However, as we showed at IFA last year with our One Touch function, we can do that, but we can do so much more. All of these products over here are One Touch enabled. And let me walk through just some of the key advantages of this level of product having Sony One Touch enabled. This is our latest portable speaker. It's 40 watts of dynamic audio output. Now, just bear with me a minute. If you've been out on the road and you come into the home, you've been listening to some music, and you want to hear in your bathroom that same music, simply do this, and that music is going to fill your bathroom. Here's one of my personal favorites. This pink audio ball is again One Touch. If you're listening to music and you want a better quality of sound, you touch it here, and that music is going to fill the room. Now, actually, I'm carrying this. I find it immensely useful. I take it on the road with me. And in the hotel in the evening, you're working away, you're doing email, and sometimes you just want to listen to some music as well. So you can listen to music, and the beauty is if you get a phone call come in, you press this button just here, and it will answer the phone for you, and you can have a conference call. Once the conference call is finished, you press here, and the music comes back on. How cool is that? So I carry my pink balls wherever I go in my bag. I thought you'd like that one. And look at this, headphones without wires. Again, Sony One Touch. You put your headphones on, you choose your music, you touch here, and away you go. You've got your music in your ears. How cool is that? Let's move over here. This is our new soundbar. It's 330 watts of beautiful audio output. So if you really want to fill your living room with wonderful audio output, you can do it, of course, connected to your TV, but why not one touch? If you want to do it this way, again, it's very simple and easy. So just one touch, and whatever's playing on your Xperia phone will now come out of your soundbar. This is another personal favorite of mine here. This device here is called the Personal Content Station. 1 terabyte of storage. How many of you have got your personal videos and your photographs scattered across various phones or laptops or notebooks or computers? Show of hands, how many people have that problem? Well, we resolve that problem. This little device here will connect to your personal network. It will connect to the cloud. But here we've made it simple. You can collect your photos on your Xperia or your tablet, bring it in, touch it, and you store all of your precious memories here. It's centralizing everything that you want to keep in one place. And you can share to the cloud, or you can share to our Play Memories online photo and video share site. And our piece de resistance, this is a controller for our Bravia TV here. It's one touch. So let's take the example that here you're watching a video and you want to share it with your family or friends. You do this, and the video, in this case After Earth, appears on the big screen. That's very cool, right? That's really Sony at its best. So these are just a few of our one-touch products. There's many more on the floor. Of course, Sony's commitment to connectivity and integration across our entire range of product goes beyond just playing back content. We continue to deliver an entirely new user experiences as well. Today, people are enjoying TV through multiple screens simultaneously. TV Side View is a new application that fosters that trend by using second screen connectivity to provide an entirely new way to interact with your TV. When I arrived in the US, I was perplexed with the number of TV stations available. And still today, I struggle to find out what to watch. So this application really works for me. With TV Side View, I can see what is available to view right now and easily navigate to what I want to watch. For example, I'm a James Bond fan. I can look at the electronic program guide and see that Quantum of Solace is now on. I can use the app to look up more information on the film, or even look up some interesting facts about Daniel Craig, or perhaps, if my wife's not in the room, some information on the Bond girls, but you need to be careful with that one. And I can even share what I'm watching with my social networks. TV Side View can also be used as a universal remote control. So if I search for additional Bond films or girls, I can change the channel with my smartphone or tablet to watch Casino Royale on another channel. Now, I've seen both of these a few times, so TV Side View can recommend other programs that are in the spy genre. Or I can do a cross-search for other Bond titles just by speaking my request into the Sony Xperia smartphone or tablet. The application will let you search multiple platforms, including TV, Video Unlimited, Music Unlimited, Netflix, YouTube, the web, or my home network, and pull up the results. From there, I can watch, buy, or rent the movie I want to see at the time I choose. Sony's commitment to delivering the ultimate visual delight continues. We push into new territory and bring our focus even more towards true-to-life color reproduction. We're bringing an even wider array of vivid colors to our new TV models by introducing Sony's unique tri-luminous display technology. Truer blues, greens and reds, which are unbelievably vivid, will be seen and enjoyed on our 2013 2K and 4K televisions. We're bringing consumers exquisite picture with the most natural and lifelike color available. In addition to TVs, we're expanding the color palette of our 2013 Cybershot, Alpha, and Handycam lines, allowing you to capture your most precious memories or work of art and reproduce them in rich natural colors to our new TVs. Going forward, we also plan to extend this rich color experience to our VAIO PCs, optimizing it for various screen sizes. Our brilliant product planners continue to differentiate and create desire of ownership by pushing the boundaries of design and function in our VAIOs. From traditional notebooks to convertible models and groundbreaking form factors, there will always be something more to touch, explore, and create with your VAIO PC. Of course, entertainment is more than just an amazing picture. At Sony, as I mentioned earlier, we also know sound. It's a passion that dates back to our very first products and a legacy that's reflected in the company's name, derived from sonos, which is Latin for sound. Sony is an innovator in audio. We've helped to usher in some of the major milestone of products in the history of sound. This passion and knowledge are reflected across our entire product line today. We're also a music company. Our business is to know exactly how audio content is produced and how it should be reproduced for the enjoyment in the home or on the go. No other company can claim the same. Last year, we worked with another industry expert with a passion for music. We joined forces with Simon Cowell to create a new line of stunning headphones with the sound fidelity you would expect from such a collaboration. The sound quality and insulation of our X10 headphones are superb and, in Simon's opinion, simply the best headphones in the world. Our headphones allow people to hear the music the way it was meant to be heard. Take a look at what consumers and industry experts had to say. This year, we introduce a very fresh style of headphones, still with exquisite sound reproduction. Thank you very much. Our next generation X headphones. These little beauties deliver the same high-quality audio as the X10s, but with a slimmer profile and more color choices, so you can find the one that best fits your style without compromising comfort or the enjoyment of your music. Beautiful, right? Thank you, Rachel. Thanks. Earlier, Kaz mentioned some of the many other groundbreaking introductions we've made during the last year in digital imaging, including our line of full-frame products and the expansion of our interchangeable lens compact cameras. The reason we can take such leaps in innovation is we develop the image sensors, the processors, the optics, and other key technology which uniquely positions Sony to allow people to take their photography to the next level. Last year, we introduced Wi-Fi into our E-mount cameras, allowing photo enthusiasts to immediately upload their photographs to their social media channels, as well as to our Play Memories online photo sharing service. Now, furthering that connectivity story, I'm really pleased to announce that the Cybershot WX80 will allow you to easily share your memories and art directly from the camera to your smartphone or tablet. In addition, we're expanding our Handycam line of product with what we call BOSS, Balanced Optical Steady Shot. Our new Handycams are also equipped with a built-in projector to allow instant shared playback, and can also be Wi-Fi enabled with the addition of an optional accessory, so that a new generation of movie producers can upload their work to social networking sites via their smartphone or tablet. Now, Sony has been pioneering the world of 4K from professional cinematography with our f/65 camera to the best way to watch 4K content at home. And we will soon be empowering consumers to capture their own content in stunning 4 ultra-high definition. We're exhibiting a prototype of Sony's first 4K consumer camcorder in our booth. And there's more on the 4K front. When we unveiled our 84-inch 4K Bravia, our first 4K TV, we showed the world how we could deliver breathtaking color, resolution, and image quality, not to mention an amazing theater quality sound in the home. Sony's unique algorithms within our 4K X Reality Pro engine also allow Blu-ray, broadcast, and internet content to be upscaled to near 4K resolution. It's really like looking through a window. In the US, we took ownership to show what only Sony can do with the 4K world that we are creating. We want our customers to experience not only amazing upscaling capability, but also to have remastered and true 4K content to enjoy with their new 84-inch Sony 4K TV. We worked as one Sony, together with Sony Pictures Entertainment, to provide customers with an Xperia tablet that intuitively controls a media server preloaded with native, new, and remastered 4K content. This gives them unprecedented access to true 4K movies such as The Amazing Spider-Man, Karate Kid, and Total Recall 2012, along with 7 other blockbuster titles, as well as breathtaking titles from CNET Studios and short films from filmmakers who work with Sony's 4K production cameras. This is a world's first, and delivered from Sony using all of our assets and our combined knowledge. So many of you have asked the question, when are we going to leverage our content for the benefit of our consumers? Well, we have. And this is only the beginning, as I'll explain shortly. Our 4K televisions have been very well received, and while sales greatly exceed our expectations, we realize an 84-inch TV isn't for everyone. So today, I'm tremendously excited to be able to show you 2 new additions we'll be bringing to the 4K Bravia line this spring. A 55-inch and a 65-inch model that will deliver a stunning 4K viewing experience at a more accessible price range. They are just incredible. Don't you agree? The beautiful design, the stunning picture, it's just simply breathtaking. By the way, how many of you have spent a lot of money on a high-end TV only to find that it delivered terrible sound? Any hands up for that one? Quite a few of you out there. Well, these TVs combine gorgeous design with Sony's industry-leading picture technologies, and for the first time incorporate our magnetic fluid speakers to reproduce detailed and highly accurate yet powerful sound. By expanding our 4K TV lineup with the addition of these 2 models, we are bringing the 4K viewing experience to an even wider audience. And these TVs are not built just for native 4K content. All of your content benefits from our 4K X Reality Pro upscaling technology. 2K content such as Blu-ray discs and broadcast TV are transformed into simply amazing visual and audio experiences. These sets, of course, also deliver exceptional HD, 3D, and internet content as well. I encourage you to see and hear them for yourselves. Please compare the picture and audio quality to any of our competitors, and you'll know why we're confident that the Sony experience is far superior to anything else out there. Now back to my point about using all of Sony assets for the benefit of consumers. I'm very proud to announce the launch of the world's first 4K video distribution service here in the US this summer, where we will offer native 4K movie content to the home. The world's first service will allow owners of our 4K TVs to download and enjoy native 4K movies created by Sony Pictures and other 4K content companies. Sony is uniquely positioned as an innovator and market leader in 4K technology, delivery, and enjoyment. But don't just take my word for it. Here's a quick look at Sony's 4K world.
Fantastic visual quality. And that's just a small taste of what's available and what you can expect from Sony 4K, a unique blend of sights and sounds only Sony can deliver. So what else makes us different from our competitors in this space? It's more than just the signal processing algorithms and all the other science that goes into making 4K devices. We know what content should look like, and we're at the forefront of creating content as well. And building on our renowned professional equipment expertise, together with the wealth of knowledge we have in both 4K content creation and home entertainment, we're leading the adoption of 4K content in cinema, home entertainment, and also in broadcast. And on the theatrical front, After Earth, an epic sci-fi starring Will Smith and directed by film devotee M. Night Shyamalan. Now, Shyamalan, who was once known for saying that he would never shoot in digital, captured his vision on Sony's acclaimed F65 professional camera, which was designed from the ground up to support resolutions of 4K and higher. And there's more on our roster to follow, including the upcoming film Elysium, starring Matt Damon and Jodie Foster, and Oblivion, starring Tom Cruise. And quite honestly, chances are that if you visited a movie theater lately, you have already enjoyed Sony 4K. Our industry-leading 4K digital cinema projection systems have been installed in more than 13,000 screens worldwide. And in November, we announced our latest 4K professional cameras, the F55 and the F5, as well as a number of shooting accessories, including a professional 4K monitor. And with the F55 and related solutions, we intend to expand the field of 4K content creation beyond high-end cinema and into the world of TV drama and also commercials. And by providing more and more creators with the opportunity to shoot in 4K, we aim to generate an environment where 4K can be easily adopted across the industry in the near future. And to further cultivate the growth of native 4K content creation, we also opened the Digital Motion Picture Center, an education and training facility on the Sony Pictures lot in Culver City, California. And since its opening last June, the center has hosted more than 350 movie and television directors, cinematographers, and other industry experts. In addition to native 4K movies, Sony Pictures Entertainment, in conjunction with Sony Picture Colorworks, is working to release a 4K lineup of Blu-ray discs of existing films this coming spring. These are made from master footage captured from cameras using 4K resolution or higher, or by digitally scanning the original film. These Blu-ray titles, mastered in 4K, are capable of delivering an expanded range of rich color that brings image quality even closer to the original source. Another world's first. So today, by my count, that's 3 world's firsts. And I hope you can see that 4K is not the future, it's now, and Sony is leading the way. And while we're on the topic of leading, I'm pleased to be able to share with you all a glimpse into what else we have in the pipeline. Now, as you all know, in 2007, Sony launched the world's first 11-inch consumer OLED TV and have since introduced an array of larger screen professional use OLED displays to widespread critical acclaim. So we don't just talk about technology, we actually deliver technology. And in fact, while other companies have been promising OLED displays and sometimes missing their deadlines, we've been mass producing OLED devices for professional industries for more than a year. And we brought to market high-quality OLED displays for medical imaging, and in the professional arena, we've won a technical Emmy this past year for our professional OLED monitors. And now, we've succeeded in bringing together the best technologies that only Sony can offer in the areas of both 4K and OLED to deliver an exciting new breakthrough that I'm pleased to unveil today. Ladies and gentlemen, the 56-inch prototype 4K OLED TV. This revolutionary TV combines the world's largest OLED display with dazzling 4K resolution, including this beautiful interface screen. But it's also capable of generating incredibly vivid and rich images based on unprecedented levels of contrast, brightness, response times, and resolution that only OLED and 4K technology can bring. Excellent. Now, 4K is injecting new life into the CE industry, and many other industries are going to be also positively impacted by this move. And as I said before, Sony will continue to push the envelope of what you can do, what you want to do, and what you haven't even dreamed of yet, to the benefit of both the consumers and also the industry alike. Now at Sony, we're confident that the new many products and technologies announced here today deliver exciting new experiences for our consumers. From the easy one-touch starring and sharing of content and intelligent TV watching to exquisite picture and sound clarity, whether you're watching a movie or making one yourself, it all adds to make 2013 a landmark year for Sony. And CES here is just the start of this rollout and a great opportunity to set the tone for the entire year ahead. And speaking of what's ahead, I'd like to briefly allude to the past as well. At the keynote speech with Sir Howard Stringer back in 2009 here at CES, I laid out key elements of the user experience that Sony should bring to our customers. The elements were summarized in 8 words: play, listen, watch, learn, discover, communicate, create, and share. And since then, I've stayed true to that thinking, and I have consistently delivered on my vision that we must aim to inspire and also fulfill the curiosity of people around the world with all the products, content, and services that Sony offers. And even today, I still adhere to my vision to focus on the consumer and deliver product experiences that surprise and delight you, that elicit desire, and to enrich your lives. And at the beginning of this press conference, when you saw our engineers crafting our products, there was a moment of anticipation just before they hit the power button. And the instant the devices went on, that was when the magic happened. And our goal is to create that magic, that emotional rush every time someone turns on a Sony product, enjoys Sony content, or accesses our services. In short, ladies and gentlemen, we want consumers all over the globe to be moved. And I promise that together with the more than 160,000 Sony employees around the world, we will drive the innovation that will guarantee you will be continued to be moved by Sony and really say, wow.
Wow. How often does something make you say that? Not often enough. If you can make people say wow, you're onto something. This applies to anything: movies, music, art, even thoughts. The ones that make you say wow are the ones that change everything. We used to make people say wow all the time, and it wasn't an accident. Our unique combination of artists and engineers set out to create surprise every day. We forgot the power of that for a while. Wow should be the only gauge by which we measure everything we do. And it's happening with 4K cameras that shoot in such high definition that you don't just see the image, you actually feel it. Or developing headphones for music producers that end up being the best headphones, period. Or a digital camera that beat out the Mars rover for Invention of the Year. That's how we're coming back, one wow at a time.
Feel so close to you right now.
right, guys. Well, there you have it. Sony's press conference just all wrapped up. We have one more to go. We have a Qualcomm one coming up later tonight, but that's going to be around 6:30 p.m. Pacific time. But, wow, I finally can talk about some of the things that we had a chance to see at Sony's event. I will say it's kind of sad because I really, even on Twitter, I really pimped out that new prototype 56-inch 4K OLED TV. You saw it. We happened to be at the same time, and I was like, wow, that's probably right now the best looking TV I saw. Yeah. But their demo totally blew up in their face, and one of those classic lines where Kazurai was like, and look at the gorgeous interface. And it was the blue screen of death that looked like MS-DOS.
It did.
That hurt Daddy.
Well, you and me are probably the few people that have seen that TV. And trust me, it is really, really good. The picture on it is just, you're not looking at TV. It is something else. It really is.
I think the main thing that stuck out to me about that TV, which no one saw, was the glimmer and shine, kind of that. It was almost that little extra level of sheen and detail that you could see from that specific TV. Again, it's a prototype, meaning we probably won't see anything like that in probably the next 2-3 years. I mean, prototypes are typically a ways out for us to see. But just a couple things that I wanted to talk about that they did also have. We mentioned the Sony Xperia Z. They talked about that plenty. Also, another thing that they didn't really go over too much, but I got to see in action, is their new camcorder line. Some of their camcorders, they've had projection capabilities for a while, but the coolest thing that they showed me when I was out there is that you can connect through an HDMI cable a laptop, a tablet, even a Blu-ray player directly through your camcorder and then project that image. You kind of use it as your pass-through for projector. It's kind of something quirky that we haven't seen. I'm not saying everyone's going to use it a lot, but when I saw it in action, I was like, that's kind of cool, right? You could even play games on a big projection screen, so I thought that was kind of neat.
They're making a lot of camcorders. I thought the whole market was dead, but I mean, they've got like 10 plus or something like that. Yeah. There's loads and loads of them. Do you see the 4K camcorder? Yeah. That is a concept, but it kind of ties into the whole message they're pushing, that it's not just the 4K TV, they've got everything else to go with it as well. So that was good to see.
Yeah, even that camera itself being a prosumer camera, being a camera that is potentially going to be able, the form factor was kind of like their standard prosumer cameras, about, let's say, I don't know, let's say maybe like 10, 11 inches like in length for the camera, and just easy to hold. To get a 4K camera into the hands of, upcoming independent filmmakers and artists, that's going to help push them. But again, we saw the marriage of their content from a production standpoint, media content relationships, Spider-Man is a Sony Pictures film, and things like that, to really at least try and say we're here to push 4K content forward. Well, a lot of other companies don't have that native content. And they also mentioned very briefly that 4K content service that was going to be able to be available in the U.S. in the near future. We like to use these terms, right? Yeah, no shipping dates, no price, right?
No, spring, I think it is, the content distribution system. Yeah, I think they said spring to me, then they said summer in the presentation. And they also said to me in person, well, to get more films in this, you're going to need to get a disc, put it in the thing, and it will go to the hard disk inside. And then in the actual presentation, they said, you better download stuff. So it's one of those. It's typical trade show, no one really knows, including the people that make it.
So I have the best line of the night, the best line of any of the first day of CES press conferences. I really enjoy this stuff. So Peter Molyneux was showing off these headphones that he said Simon Cowell thought were the greatest things he's ever heard. So clearly that means we should all listen to them.
Well, that man is known for quality.
In addition to that, he talked about how these headphones synced with a speaker system that happened to be these round sphere things shaped, and his was colored in pink. And I quote, the quote of the night for CES Day 1, "I carry my pink balls in my bag wherever I go." Take that home with you.
He did say that. I kind of felt he got away with it, as only a Brit can.
No!
He did. He got away with it fine.
All right. So, hopefully you guys watched that Sony presser. You were able to stay awake through it. It was the tone of it was a little mundane, but, we got through it. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to have a few of our editors joining us on the stage here, and we're going to talk about what we've all seen throughout Day 1 and maybe some of the things that we're looking forward to seeing later on. So just stick with us. We'll be back in a moment, and we'll see you soon. right, guys, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us tonight live. That's right, live from the CNET CES stage in Las Vegas. Now, Jason Jenkins is here, our editor, the editor over at CNET UK. But joining us, CNET's own colleagues, my own friends, and sometimes family, because Roger Chang and I are related. Roger Chang, senior editor over out in CNET New York, and Bridget Carey, senior editor, also out from CNET New York. Hey, guys, thanks for coming to the stage. It's kind of the end of the day. You guys have the energy to be able to hang with us, right? You guys are good?
I'm barely hanging on.
Yeah, I can tell. There's some sincerity to that. Before we go to the Qualcomm keynote, which will start around 6:30 p.m., we just wanted to talk to you guys about some of the things you've been in different areas and have done different things at the show. I guess, Roger, let's start off with you. What have you been covering so far on the show?
Well, I covered the AT&T and Dish press conferences, and I spent a large part of the day at Mandalay Bay, the convention center, and it was packed, as you can imagine. So, I mean, touring through the press conferences, I saw Samsung's line, and it was just massive.
You're right. I'm not going to go on that line.
I've been in the Samsung line before, and it's a painful experience. And this year was just as bad as ever.
Spoken like a true CES veteran, one that's excited to get in these press conferences. Clearly, now you did bring us something from your dish presser, right?
I did.
Something to be happy about.
Yes,
to lighten up the mood.
It definitely made me a lot happier when I picked this little guy up. It's a Hopper with a little Joey, and that's their DVR and set-top box.
All right.
It's their big announcement for today, and frankly, for me, the most entertaining part of the day was watching the Dish CEO come on stage, because most executives will come on, just sort of walk on. There's a little bit of rock music playing, but no, he went full Blues Brothers style. Mm-hmm. Came in, he had the hat, he had the shades, started dancing with the other Hopper mascot, and then did a crazy rap about topping the Hopper. And so,
and you got to commit. If you do something like that, you've got to commit.
Yeah.
We appreciate that.
He definitely committed.
All right, we'll get back to you, Roger, in a little bit. Bridget, you've been around the floor and here on the stage. A lot of first looks. You went to CES Unveiled. Tell us about just your experiences there and just some of the cool, fun stuff that you saw that you liked and maybe things that you didn't like,
Well, it's just a ton of these small gadgets, these innovators who are just making up new things. Some of them even on Kickstarter, not even real yet, some real. I found it interesting to see a cell phone case that was touch enabled by Sensa. The device is called the Sensa. And the concept was, I don't have to touch my screen anymore. I can control it on the back, kind of like a PS Vita. Yeah. Or
look at you, girl. I know.
Or you can even scroll by touching the side, take a picture by just tapping your case. It's a whole new concept in that too. And then of course there was the Vuzix, which was touted as something that possibly could be like Google Glasses.
A competitor to Google Glasses,
yeah.
Right?
And when I finally got my time with it and put it on, it was just having a very tiny screen kind of floating in front of me. This wasn't something that was see-through. I'm not getting some AR experience where I'm getting like a menu floating in the world. Rather, it was like holding my cell phone screen right here.
All right.
And I kind of had to like go blurry in my background vision and come back, and you kind of play a couple optical illusion tricks.
We're showing you wearing it right now on our screens. You're talking about there.
Now, the one that I had there, too, also wasn't exactly designed for I guess I have a tiny head. I don't know.
But you have a small head. That's, okay.
So I had to keep holding it up there. But when I did get it on, they had a movie playing, and it was kind of an interesting concept. I guess it's one way to watch a movie, but then I guess pay attention to someone at the same time. I mean, how often are we distracted enough as it is? But then the CEO was saying, well, what if you were on vacation, and instantly you can get a translation of a foreign language into English, instead of it having communicate all the way back to your cell phone and come back, there's the processor right there, so it can actually load its own apps.
And I will still not wear those things. But very cool. It'll get there. I mean, these are first gen concepts. They're going to get smaller. Let's just ask down the line, because we're seeing an evolution of a wearable technology, right? Not only in fitness devices, but the whole Google goggles, glasses, music. What is your scale of 1 to 10? How interested? Let's go down the line.
0.
Literally 0? Not even a 1, Jay.
No, I don't want glasses in front of my head saying go left, right, this bloke's Jeff. It's bad enough as it is. You get your phone out, it's bombarded with information. I like just walking down the street and not having to worry about things like that. But, maybe that means it's going to be really successful. Maybe I'm too old already.
Roger?
I would have to say I'd veer more on his side, but I'll give it a 1. slightly interested, just a tiniest bit interested. But like you said, I don't want to be walking around the street. I know the first time I try these things on, I walk on the street, I get hit by a car. That's just going to happen.
We don't want that to happen.
I don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
Lack of interest in those glasses.
Yeah. Bridget?
All right, when it comes to wearing something in front of my eyes, I'm already a klutz as it is. I don't trust myself with being able to trip and that. But I do want to just attach things to me and tell me how I'm doing. I'm up for that. You know, like I'm not active. You know, yeah, if you could encourage me by strapping something on and telling me, you know, I tried out one thing that I stuck on my finger. It let me know how much I was taking in oxygen. Of course, I was talking a lot at the time, so they were like worried about me, that my ratings were low or how my circulation was doing. But I don't see myself buying them all. But the fitness ones, maybe, you know.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, wearable tech. I cannot. When they try and make them look cool in the press images, and they don't look cool. Come on, guys. We know you're not tricking anybody.
Wearable tech. I mean, there's a guy out there who's wearing a bunch of tablets right now on his body. He has a tablet robot.
Can I check that out? Hey, OLED screen guy.
Tablet guy.
Please. Wow, it's like Tron.
I think the OLED guy is coming next year.
Okay.
Just the standard tablet version.
I mean, if that gets girls, does that get girls for you? Thumbs up if it does.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah, hold it down, baby.
How could it
That's what it's all about. OLED on your skin. All right, that's beautiful.
He's dancing now.
Now I want him to stop. Okay, guys, we've seen some really cool tech. We're going to check out one of the other highlights. Samsung obviously revealing some of their really cool TVs here at CES 2013. So let's go take a look at that, and we'll be right back after this cool little fun video.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Samsung LED F8000. This is our 5th year launching LED TVs, and it is incredible how we found ways to make them even more beautiful. You know, a thinner profile, a bezel under a 1/4 inch, and a wave-inspired arc stand that gives you the feeling that the TV simply floats in the air. You know, since the big screen market is the fastest growing segment, the F8000 will be available in sizes all the way up to 75 inches. On a bigger screen, picture quality is more important than ever. For any content source, be it cable shows or online video, viewers will see the best picture possible on an LED TV. CEA recently reported that 61% of smart TV users are streaming video from the internet. And in 2013, you'll get the best streaming video picture quality on a Samsung TV. Now that's possible because our TVs will be the first to offer support for the new high compression video codec, HEVC. This gives you much higher video quality over lower bandwidth, so your content will be consistently looking stunning. We call that intelligent viewing.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the next frontier of TV, the Samsung Ultra High Definition TV. It's absolutely stunning, would you say? And at 85 inches, a TV of this side could dominate a room. So, we've created the timeless gallery design, and it will complement any living room for many years to come. The screen, which almost floats within a frame, is mesmerizing. Ultra-high definition resolution offers 4 times the pixels of traditional LED. And this pixel density resolves the smallest of details for an unbelievable lifelike quality to images. Now, picture is only part of the story. An array of speakers is subtly built into the frame. They deliver 120 watts of sound without compromising the design. I can tell you, I've heard it myself, and the immersive audio experience that you get is unmatched. What's more, our TVs can convert HD content to ultra-high definition resolution. Your favorite shows will appear in UHD, but polished to a quality never before seen. If you visit the Samsung booth, you'll witness the world's largest UHD TV at 110 inches. That's over 9 feet across. We would have brought that one today, but we weren't quite sure we'd get it through those doors.
All right, guys. Bigger is obviously better. They showed that 84-incher with the frame, with the speakers. Okay, so for some of us, this is the first time we've actually been able to see it. You know, what did you guys think? Let's keep it real, Roger.
I thought it looked stupid. I mean, if I'm spending that much money on a TV, I'd want to be able to hang it, frame it, do whatever I want with it.
Exactly.
I don't want the whole museum-style gallery thing. It's like I said, it's great if you live in a museum, but if you're living at home, it's not practical.
I actually live in a museum.
See that?
Where do you put your boxes? Like, where do you put your DVR and all the Blu-ray player underneath the TV, right? So it's going to look like...
You could buy another frame for that one.
Yeah.
Did you see
frame within a frame.
Yes.
Did you guys see how much space also, because it's this frame design, it has that, like any frame or, you know, the support of it has to take up, it looked like it took at least another 1.5 feet deep, you know, from the angles of the support for that frame. Sure, there's speakers built to do it, but that thing is going to be a monster just to take up that much space in your house.
Granted, if I could afford that TV, my house will be gigantic, and I probably could afford the space. So,
Hey, you're moving on up, Roger.
Yeah.
Don't count yourself out yet, right?
I guess the whole point of that is to do what? You know, just move the TV if you want a little on a. God,
I'm gonna, you know
crazy.
what? At the same time, I have to also I like to reserve judgment until I finally see it in person. Because you know how when we see a lot of these press conferences, sometimes I like everyone jumps to conclusions, but I like to, you know, first impressions always are first impressions. You know, we'll see what it looks like in person, and you know, maybe that'll change your mind. I don't know. I do want to see the 110-inch screen. I can't afford that either, but.
Get a projector. If you want something like that, just get a projector.
Yeah,
that's the case. They make these big TVs to kind of prove that they can, and they sell a few in Harrods in London, but and that's it.
Yeah.
But that's why the price is so high, because they make so few and they make a lot on them. But you know, it really is just to kind of come up to a trade show and say we have made the world's largest LED TV.
It's always the best to be the best. So Bridget and Roger, you've come to CES here. You guys have been here for a few years before. Are there any trends or things that you were hoping to see at CES so far? Things, or maybe things that haven't come to fruition yet? Any things like that stick out for you, Roger?
Well, I think when coming into this show, I figured this would be a fairly light one for mobile news, and it's sort of been proven true. I mean, aside from Huawei and Sony throwing out some phones, we really haven't seen anything from any of the big wireless guys. I think it seems like a lot of them are holding the news for Mobile World Congress. So. I'm not disappointed because my expectations were low.
Yeah, I think also it shows an evolution, right, of CES as a whole. Is if they're doing this now, you've got to imagine in future years, right? They're not going to be announcing as many phones here. You also see people like Motorola, obviously their wireless division, Motorola Mobility, right? They're not doing anything here. A lot of those companies that used to be players here in the mobile side, we're just not seeing them here at CES anymore, and I doubt they'll start coming back.
Look at Samsung. I mean, they had a huge conference, and did they have any phone or tablet announcements? No. I mean, that's because they're saving it for their own shows.
Yeah. People are following that model. Bridget, any things that you've seen or expect to see or hope to see?
Still really looking forward to, we were talking about wearable tech before, something that is actually, I guess, more useful than just something that lets me know if I'm still breathing. I want to be able to actually have like maybe a smartphone device I can wear and have it look cool and be useful, and not, you know, because sometimes we're still in that mode of people are inventing things, but they're not really practical. Yeah. So I'll be looking forward to that if we get to see that this year. Any product
that has wowed you so far, whether good or bad wow. I like that, you know?
I mean, I wasn't completely wowed by the Sony Xperia Z, but I did enjoy actually dunking the phone into water. It's waterproof, and it can actually work underwater. Yeah. We actually had it broadcast via Bluetooth music to a portable stereo while underwater, and that was kind of nice. Plus, it feels cool to throw phones into water and just hoping it gets destroyed, but actually survives. So, but yeah.
I would say a startup called the iTribe when I tried out their software, I felt like a superhero.
You are, Bridget. Don't let anyone tell you any different, okay? Come on now.
They were trying to show off how easy it is for future tablets to have eye tracking technology. And I kind of was like, well, I'm a little skeptical. How much will I really use it? I was playing Fruit Ninja with my eyes. I felt like an X-Men. It was pretty amazing. And it actually worked. I mean, it was a prototype, but at the same time, when we got it going, I didn't want to stop.
That's what real ninjas do. You know, they use their eyes. They don't use their fingers. They use their eyes. That's pretty cool. So, all right, now, earlier today at LG, they announced a smart refrigerator. Donald Bell, he got a first look at the Ultimate appliance. Let's check it out and see what he has to show us.
Donald Bell here for CNET.com at CES 2013, and I'm taking a first look at the LG Smart Refrigerator. This is a connected refrigerator with a built-in touch panel here that also connects over Wi-Fi. The refrigerator also is able to connect over to the smart grid. If you have a smart energy grid around your area, you can have that and be able to manage the refrigerator. A lot of the things that you would think you'd want in a smart refrigerator are here. There's a food manager that allows you to manually enter in any groceries you picked up from the store. You're having to manually enter them in and delete them at this point, but there might be an update in 2013 that would allow you to scan a receipt maybe, so that the refrigerator would quickly be able to know what's in your refrigerator. The refrigerator would be able to quickly know what's inside. You can also use these ingredients in a separate menu here to create recipes so that the refrigerator will know what you have inside and hopefully be able to tell you what you can make out of those ingredients. So you've got your recipes here, you've got your food manager, you've got a memo pad here if you want to scroll a quick note to the kid or if you want to record a voice memo for your family. You've got Google Calendar integration that will allow you to hook up multiple accounts so that you can see the day's activities or the week's layout here right from your refrigerator. Other things, the photo album, yeah, you can still all made out of metal. You can still tack up photos the old-fashioned way, but if you want to have a photo album here on the front of your refrigerator, it's nice. It also kind of defaults to a photo album view I've seen when the screen kind of goes, before it goes to sleep, so you can see some pictures of the kids before you rush out the door. That's it. I mean, it's a pretty cool layout. It's not that much more expensive than the conventional refrigerators that LG is offering. And it's just one of those things that I'm sure we're going to see pop up more and more in refrigerator and home technology. So there you go. That is the LG Smart Refrigerator here from CES 2013. CNET.com, I'm Donald Bell.
All right, thanks for that, Donald. Now, smart refrigerators, Roger mentioned, and Samsung put one out last year, threw that out there. LG getting on that as well. I think, though, no matter how smart a refrigerator is, it doesn't prevent dumb roommates from doing dumb things to your refrigerator. Okay, there's a lot of moldy food that I've seen in the past in my refrigerator. A smart refrigerator is not going to fix that.
How about a smart refrigerator at work? You start going after someone else's lunch, you get a red alert going off.
Oh my God!
There you go.
You guys had the lunch burglar in your
I've
office?
had the lunch burglar for sure.
We actually had one at CNET that was going on for, I think, honestly, not even months, like close to a year, and they finally figured out who it was, and that person was fired.
Wow!
Like they stole that. Actually,
go.
our own Lin Fu had her. Did you have your lunch? Our own stage manager had her lunch stolen. Yeah, it was a while back. But it was true, right? See, another victim of the lunch burglar. All right, so sorry guys, I'm just keeping it real. Okay, so Roger and maybe Jason can chime in. Qualcomm is coming up. Obviously mobile processors. I was actually a little disappointed because back in the day, Qualcomm released this Mirasol technology, which was e-ink that was showing off color e-ink. And it never came to light. This was about 2 years ago.
Coming out next year, according to Qualcomm. Every
year is
it's
next year, baby,
so,
right?
Yeah.
But are there any things that you're hoping to see from Qualcomm specifically?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping Qualcomm comes out with a faster processor, which is pretty common. I mean, NVIDIA sort of stepped up its game last night, announced the Tegra 4. Looks like a very, very powerful chip. So Qualcomm sort of has to come back and say, hey, we're still king of the hill here, and this is why. And so they've really got to come out with a faster, more powerful chip.
Yeah, so. The race for mobile chip technology, I mean, that's where it still is at. I don't necessarily know if we can outright say there's truly the dominant player. I think there's still room for mobile chips to compete right now. Mm-hmm. We have a lot of different platforms that are using different chips. Qualcomm itself, I mean, is this something that everyone wants to dominate, but have they established enough of themselves in the mobile chip market?
I would say yes, definitely. If you look at smartphone processors, they're definitely the leader by far. And I think that leadership is going to allow them to kind of branch out in these different areas, like Mirasol and these other technologies that may or may not come out. But it's part of this whole like Born Mobile theme that they're trying to push for the keynote. So, yeah.
All right. Well, that's cool. Any other stuff that you want to talk about, Jason?
Well, I think in terms of Qualcomm, the problem that they have, that this is one of the things they've got to address, is that no one, and I mean no one, really cares who makes the chip in their phone. In the way that maybe if you go to buy a PC, you do care. I mean, you probably want Intel. You probably you don't really want AMD. You want Intel, and that is there's nothing wrong with AMD chips.
Over there. We'll send you over there.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's because of the marketing job that Intel has done, and everyone knows that. Everyone knows that. Now Qualcomm needs to get to that place and make people really, really care about what chip is in their phone, and it's going to be a long, long journey. So I'm not quite sure how they go about it in this keynote, but they have to start to get consumers excited about their brand. They've been trying for a couple of years plus, I'd say.
That's a great point, because you've got Intel coming into the mobile business. They've already got a brand. NVIDIA's got a brand. It's got cachet with gamers already. Qualcomm wants to get to that point, and at this point, we're not going to go beyond quad-core for a while. I mean, quad-core is it. So they're going to start, adding different things to each chip to make it a little bit faster, but ultimately it's going to be brand. It's going to be, I want to buy this phone because it has a Qualcomm Snapdragon chip, and not because it's got some AMD type chip. So.
Another point that you guys brought up, and probably at least from my opinion right now, the kind of the surprise keynote of CES so far, I thought NVIDIA was the one that kind of, made people open their eyes. I'm not saying that everyone's going to get the cool Shield project, but I liked it. Okay, you know what? I'm going to stop talking. We're going to toss over to Qualcomm's keynote. Let's check it out. We'll be back to recap this, but here you go. They're rolling.
Good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year. On behalf of the Consumer Electronics Association and its board of directors, I'd like to welcome you to the pre-show keynote for the 2013 International CES. For over a dozen years, right here at CES on this stage, the world's largest innovation event, this special evening slot, the pre-show keynote, has had only two people featured, Bill Gates and Steve Ballmer. Well, tonight, we turn from Microsoft to another great company, one also helping innovate and drive the consumer electronics industry. We welcome Dr. Paul Jacobs back to our stage to give us an inside view into some of the things that Qualcomm is doing to drive the evolution of mobile technology. Mobile is transforming the whole world, and the expansion of connected devices is opening up tremendous business, social, and educational opportunities. Global mobile revenues are estimated to reach $1.5 trillion, and that was last year, leaving me more this year. And that is about 2% of total GDP in the world. And more technology companies are embracing mobile to create new types of connected devices and services. The momentum is absolutely incredible, and Dr. Jacobs is a key player in fueling this momentum. Since earning his doctorate at UC Berkeley, he's been on the forefront of creating mobile breakthroughs. He has spearheaded the development of one of the first smartphones, and he's advocated for the inclusion of GPS in the mobile phone. He was among the very first to recognize the importance of having internet connectivity in all mobile devices. And amazingly enough, he has earned more than 40 patents along the way. His list of awards is so long that we spend the rest of the night talking about it. Suffice it to say that he has earned a distinction as a visionary leader in the field of mobile. You might say he was born mobile. Now let's take a look at what that means.
So, I'm not a techie, but if there's one thing I know well, it's my phone. It's not just about making calls, it's about serious stuff like texting. and liking and Skyping and, of course, personalizing. I have a lot of friends, and I need to let them know what's up with me, because if I'm not posting, then it's like I don't even exist. Oh, which reminds me, Ryan has got to see this. I'm part of a new generation. When I'm away, I'm still in touch because people need to know where I'm at. And I'm sending the word out to you, and you. We're born mobile. It's our world, our way. Or my way.
Okay, we get it. You're popular.
And who are you?
Well, I'm John, but better known by Tornado 92. I'm world famous. Okay, well, I'm a tournament champion in China. I'm a threat all over Europe, and I just pwned half the world from backstage. So eat it, Volcano Mom 53. Ooh! Okay, I know what you're thinking. He's a gamer, he's antisocial, he probably eats junk food and speaks Wookiee. But here's the deal. I don't live in my parents' basement. I'm not allergic to the sun, as you can tell by my flawless complexion. Oh, and I have a sweet job and a hot girlfriend, and by hot, I mean like fuego! See, guys, it doesn't matter where I am. The world is my playground. I could be in Canada or Kazakhstan or Antarctica. I will play whoever, wherever. I'm always dodging it. Ooh. See, I'm a part of this new generation too, because I'm a new breed of gamer. We're born mobile. We have the entire world in the palm of our hands. It's right there at our fingertips. So game on.
Wait. So you're saying you're Tornado 92?
Oh yeah, baby.
I played you before. You're not bad.
Not bad, dude. You want a rematch, you let me know.
OMG, I'm surrounded by geeks. Thousands of them.
You know what? Us entrepreneurs in the real world, we're superheroes in our own ways, right? Boom. My phone is my conference room. It's my guide. It helps me to move mountains. It's my vacation planner. Heads up. And it's on my own personal playlist. But most importantly, we're partners. And together we're coming up with the next $1 billion idea. Check this out. Imagine funny cat videos meets Gangnam Style. Boom. Right? Yeah, like I'm gonna give you my $1 billion idea. Come back next year, maybe you'll be able to check it out. Together, we're born mobile, and I'm commanding my world the new way. The geek way? Can you dig it?
Dude, yes, I can dig it.
Dude, we're all over the place. Everywhere you look, billions of us and counting.
Dude, like, oh man, it's like we're more empowered, we're more connected
than any other generation in the history of man.
Dude, it's like we've evolved. We're like modern nomads.
Hey guys, chill.
No, I can't chill, because these days, you gotta be mobile if you want to be a top dog.
Or a tough-ass warrior.
Or super popular.
Or a CEO.
Ladies and gentlemen, Qualcomm Chairman and CEO, Dr. Paul Jacobs.
So, Paul, welcome back to the stage of CES.
Thanks, Garrett. It's awesome to be back here. So, what do you think? Were you born mobile?
Well, honestly, Paul, not exactly. But my new baby, Max, is definitely part of the new generation of mobile natives.
So, you're pretty sure he's not going to know a world without mobile then?
True. But so tell me, what is in store for him?
That's kind of what we're here to talk about tonight.
Okay, well, I guess I'll get mobile and you can get started.
Sounds good. Take it easy. All right, everybody, good evening. Fired up to be here tonight. I mean, this is the first time a mobile company's opened the Consumer Electronics Show. Now, Now, of course, Qualcomm's not a traditional consumer electronics company. I mean, obviously we don't make TVs or stereos or game consoles, but we are at the heart of mobile devices and a growing number of connected consumer electronics products that are at the center of everything you do. It's kind of amazing if you think about it right now. There's more than 6.4 billion mobile connections worldwide. That's almost as many mobile connections as there are people on Earth. Pretty soon, the mobile connections are going to outnumber us. So if you think about it, almost 1 million new smartphone users are added every single day. That's more than double the number of babies born worldwide. And mobile is fueling economic growth, it's transforming industries, and it's really redefining the way that we live. So, we went out and we asked some folks, what does it mean to them to be born mobile?
What does it mean to be born mobile?
Born mobile?
Being born on the way to the hospital.
Somebody born in the age of mobile devices or like something else.
I started running in the beginning of high school. Just kind of you get out there, run, you kind of guess how long it was. Yeah, maybe it was 8 miles. Now I'm in college, and every time I go on a run, I throw my GPS watch. I know exactly how far I ran.
I do like big metal public art sculpture stuff. I got contacted for doing a sculpture symposium in South Korea. I have an app for the 3D software I use. I can just email that off to a 3D printer. I built this 20-foot long, 12-foot tall, 2-ton stainless steel sculpture. The same process that took me a month and a half took me about 3 days. It's like I've get like 10 careers out of one career.
My goddaughter, I've seen her 3 times in my life, but I've watched her grow through a screen 6,000 to 7,000 miles away just through video chatting.
With my mom's phone, I just look at pictures and just has a camera and you go like.
I started a company called Dog for Dog to help as many dogs as we can in need. These dogs that tend to be in rescue groups are escape artists. We're able to track them with GPS devices on their collars. We see our office maybe once a week. Other than that, it's all mobile.
I'm kind of at a hard time because I've just gone to a new school. I don't think we'd still be friends now if we couldn't connect.
They can be halfway across the world.
He lives in India,
like China, Indonesia.
I have a grandson in Seattle.
My name's Aryan Simhajar, and I'm 6 years old.
I'm 21 years old.
57 years old.
66 years old.
And I'm 5.
Every generation is now
Born mobile.
Born mobile generation.
Born mobile is the generation I'm in.
And I don't know if people are going to look back at our time and just say, those were the pioneers.
They were right on the cusp.
The beginning.
The brink of something crazy awesome.
It's a hell of a generation.
Let's make this
More,
better. Let's
better,
make it faster.
faster.
Born mobile means like when you grow up, you actually connect to your people, talk to your people. You actually connect to them in mobile.
So it doesn't really matter where or when you were born, where you live. We're really all part of what we're calling Gen M now, the born mobile generation. Why? Because we've all really come to expect and actually even to demand powerful devices with always-on access to the world's information in the palm of our hands. And I don't know about you, I really can't imagine life any other way. I mean, 84% of people say they can't go a single day without mobile. Seriously, I can't. Any of you guys, can you? I don't think so. I mean, Qualcomm, that's a company that was definitely born mobile. We've been pushing the boundaries of what's possible in wireless for 27 years now. Today, we're the #1 supplier of wireless chips and the leading inventor of wireless technologies. We've shipped over 11 billion chips in our history. And if you're using a 3G or a 4G device, that's Qualcomm technology in your pocket, in your purse, in your briefcase, and in your home. Now, people all around the world are staying connected to each other, to the internet, and to all their entertainment and information. And thanks to that, mobile is the largest technology platform in human history. And now, smartphones replace the PC as the largest computing platform. I mean, analysts are projecting that 5 billion smartphones will be sold between 2012 and 2016. And mobile is really redefining the way we think about computing. I mean, consumers want the same types of experiences that they get on their smartphones extended to other devices. If you think about it, for many people, particularly in developing regions, their first and only computing device is their smartphone. And for hundreds of millions who may not be able to afford a computer, it's really the only device they're ever going to use to access the internet. I mean, for example, today, more smartphones are being sold in China than in any other country. So mobile's opening up new possibilities for people. It's breaking down barriers, it's bridging the digital divide, and Qualcomm's Snapdragon processors are leading the way, powering this new mobile world. Our Snapdragon is really built from the ground up for mobile. I mean, we develop our own CPU, our own graphics processing unit and multimedia, our own modem and connectivity technology, and our own positioning and sensor solutions. Then we put them together into a single highly integrated chip. And we meticulously optimize the hardware and the software to deliver the best experiences. So now, thanks to Snapdragon's jaw-dropping speeds, smooth graphics and multimedia, and best-in-class battery life, it really is the chipset of choice for most smartphone makers. Qualcomm currently powers more than 500 devices, and there's more than 400 new models in design. Now, this chip industry, it is highly competitive, but we have the advantage of being mobile natives, and we have been since day one. And we're continually creating new breakthroughs which lead to amazing new products, including products from companies like Microsoft. I mean, 2 years ago, right here on this stage, Microsoft took a major step forward, announcing that the next version of Windows would be born mobile, that would run on the chips that power smartphones and tablets. Then last year, they showed how Windows was completely reimagined, starting from the chipset all the way to the user experience.
And this year, Paul?
Welcome, my friend, Steve Ballmer, Microsoft CEO. Glad to have you here.
Well, thanks, Paul. Thanks, all of you. It's great to be back here at CES with Qualcomm. This year, I'm here to actually have a chance to show you some of the phenomenal new Windows devices on Snapdragon and on the market today.
I mean, it was a big year. Microsoft reimagined Windows and introduced completely new forms of mobile devices into the world.
Well, we really have, and maybe if you don't mind, we'll have a chance to show you just a couple things here. The new Windows PCs, tablets, and phones, I think, are stunning. Windows RT devices are the new addition to the family. They're highly mobile, thin, lightweight, super impressive battery life, and they have instant on, always connected operation. This one is the Samsung Ativ, and right here we have the Dell XPS. They're both powered by Snapdragon. They're quite unique in how they bring together the best of worlds. The world of the tablet and the PC, the touch and the keyboard, computing and mobile, which we think make them absolutely perfect for work and for play.
So why don't we start with play? I mean, these tablets are really wonderful. They're super fast and fluid, and they're connected to a growing world of applications.
Well, they're now 4 times the number of applications that we had at the time of Windows launch just a couple months ago. 10,000 applications were added in the last month alone, including some fantastic new applications like Expedia and Fitbit, Huffington Post, the No Textbooks, Dropbox, Barnes & Noble Nook, the Disney's Where's My Water application, and we have a lot of others coming, including CNN, Sony's Crackle, Songza, Twitter, and again, many more, Paul.
You know, and these Windows RT devices, I mean, they really do let you enjoy hours and hours of entertainment, but they also have plenty of power and productivity to get your work done, too.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, Microsoft Office, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and these easily convert between the two worlds of work and play just by attaching the keyboard. Just that simple, and built into every Windows RT device is our new world-class Office 2013 productivity suite with Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and OneNote. Windows tablets are the only tablets in the world with Office. And I think the capability to not only be to have some fun, but to be really productive.
Absolutely. I mean, what I really like seeing is how Microsoft took many of these innovations that originated in mobile and incorporated them into Windows to redefine the computing experience. So, okay, so we talked about these things. What about these smartphones you got here?
Well, these guys have been great partners on the phone, and we really appreciate it. And the new Windows phones, I think, are incredible. In November, we reported that sales of Windows phones were 4 times greater than during the same time last year. And during the week of Christmas, we were running at 5 times the number of phones from the Christmas week of last year.
Oh, it's not hard to see why. Look, you got Snapdragon in the middle, you got these great designs. I mean, this hardware is killer.
Well, this one is the Nokia Lumia 920, and this is the Windows Phone 8X from HTC. These Windows phones are cutting edge and are really leading the smartphone industry with hardware capabilities like optical image stabilization in the Lumia 920 and Beats audio in the HTC Windows Phone 8X.
All right, so we're going to check out. I think we're going to put up my Windows Phone up here. So I personalized it by pinning my favorite apps and the people I connect with most to the home screen.
And it's the unique thing about Windows Phone is this ability to be personal. This is, in fact, my Windows Phone with everything that's most important to me. Each Windows Phone is as unique as the person who owns it, Paul, me, or any one of you. When we set out to reinvent the smartphone, we didn't want to build just a single phone for all of us. We wanted to build a phone that could be personal for each of us. We also designed the Windows Phone to be the best phone, absolutely the best phone, for anybody using a Windows PC or Windows tablet. They share, as you can see here, the same iconic look and feel, the same live tiles. By logging in with your Microsoft account, you can access the same photos, documents, SkyDrive, all of your Xbox music, Xbox games, and on any Windows 8 device. You can also use these mobile Windows devices to control your TV, provided it's connected with Xbox and you use our Smart Glass applications on all Windows phones and Windows tablets and Windows PCs to literally have an integrated second screen experience. So you can cue a movie or a song to play from your tablet and have that come up on the PC, navigate the internet on your phone, but use the full TV for that experience.
Pretty clear that you guys have completely reimagined Windows. I mean, I got to say, it is really exciting to me to see what we've been able to do so far and what we're going to do in the future.
Well, I want to say thank you to Paul for the chance to be here today, but most importantly, I want to thank you for the opportunity to partner with Qualcomm, to bring to millions of people new Windows experiences on this new Snapdragon processor, and with an experience that was born mobile.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Pretty clear that Microsoft and that man, Steve Ballmer, are born mobile. So, as we've just seen, there's some pretty fantastic Windows 8 phones out there right now filled with the best technology. And a prime example of Snapdragon being put to work is the new Windows Phone 8X by HTC. I mean, it's powerful, it's gorgeous, and it has great audio. So along with our friends at HTC, we're giving some of these away to 100 lucky winners in tonight's audience. So here's how it works. You might have noticed that when you came in, there was a Born Mobile card on your chair when you got here this evening. So take that card to the Snapdragon device bar at the Qualcomm exhibit, check out the 8X by HTC and the other great devices with Snapdragon and see if you have the lucky winning button to win the HTC phone. All right, so Snapdragon powers the most amazing mobile devices available today. But we're not stopping there. Today, I'm pleased to announce the new Qualcomm Snapdragon 600 series. Now, Qualcomm Snapdragon 600 processors are designed to deliver exceptional performance, rich graphics, and an enhanced user experience. And in terms of performance per watt, it outperforms all the competition, even their newest chips. But that's not all, because we have an even better chip. So I'm going to show you the next big leap in mobile.
This summer, a dragon is coming.
Come on, you beast!
Stay together and we live! No, a slightly smaller dragon. Tiny, really. But faster, way faster. And cuter, but not that cute. A dragon that's smarter, more advanced, can multitask, and doesn't waste power. This summer, a dragon is coming. Not to a theater, not to an enchanted little village. Nope, this dragon is coming to your phone. Well, technically, in your phone. Make sure your next phone has the blockbuster speed and performance hundreds of millions already love. Make sure it has a Snapdragon processor.
So let me show you what's coming out this summer. I'm pleased to announce the new flagship in the Snapdragon chipset series. This is the Snapdragon 800, and it's the most advanced wireless processor ever built. This little chip is going to make a big impact. Snapdragon 800 processors are the first super premium processors for smartphones, tablets, and computers. They will deliver up to 75% better performance than their predecessor. So this is a leap ahead in performance and power efficiency. It's in a class of its own. With more than 50 design wins already secured for Snapdragon 600 and 800 processors, we're setting the standard for excellence in mobile computing. Now, the Snapdragon 800 leverages the power of LTE Advanced to support download speeds of up to 150 megabits per second. So that's fast enough to stream seamless high-def video anywhere. This thing really delivers on the promise of 4G. And the Snapdragon 800 also features our latest Wi-Fi technology called Vive, which is 802.11ac. This thing provides improved connectivity in your home, in your office, and at hotspots. That's not all. It also features a quad-core CPU, and that supports peak speeds of up to 2.3 gigahertz per core. That's a faster clock rate than many laptops. And the next generation of Snapdragon 800 powered smartphones and tablets will be in your hands second half of this year. Okay, so Snapdragon 800 renders video and games in stunning speed, but I don't want to just sit here and just talk about it, so I'm going to show you what it does. All right, so we got these tablets over here, and what I'm showing you, not a video, this is being rendered in real time on the screen. So I'm going to just tap on these cloth banners here. You can see that they move when I tap on them. You can also see the reflections down in the water below. And so the realistic motion of the cloth here is being handled by our CPUs. The reflection in the water is being managed by the graphics processing unit. And the audio is being enabled by our digital signal processor. So that's where this integrated systems approach pays off. Now, this level of quality that you're seeing right now, that's available today. So let me show you how Snapdragon 800 takes it to the next level. Big Dragon got a little angry there. So this Snapdragon 800 GPU, it enables, as you can see, a much more rich and complex scene. And this thing's running in full HD resolution at 30 frames per second, which is pretty much what demanding gamers are expecting. But if you look, I can swipe around now and look and check out the whole environment and kind of scroll around, and you see the different angles, you can see the shadows and the banners here and the detail on the cobblestones. And I mean, seriously, this is console quality gaming on a mobile device. So let me show you a couple more things that this Dragon's going to do. So this new level of realism and cinematic effects are made possible by the new Snapdragon. So now we're going to see, when we switch into a wireframe mode, you're going to see right now the huge number of polygons that are being used to create that scene. So you can imagine the massive amount of processing that's required to achieve that effect. And you can really get a sense of the kind of performance that this new Snapdragon 800 delivers. But to top it off, our new GPU is incredibly efficient. It consumes about half the power of its predecessor. Half. So gamers can play more and recharge less. Now, in addition to graphics and gaming, Qualcomm Snapdragon 800 delivers amazing multimedia experiences, including the new standard for video quality. You might have heard of it. It's called Ultra HD. It provides 4 times the number of pixels of 1080p. So that's 4 times better than the HD TV that you have in your house now. I'm pretty sure you're going to hear a lot about Ultra HD at this show. But you take that extraordinary functionality and you combine that with your ability to access your entire film collection in the cloud, anytime, anywhere, through these new cloud technologies like ultraviolet and services like Flickster. What you have is an awesome, awesome entertainment experience. Now, someone who knows what Ultra HD can do is our next guest. He's a director, a producer, a writer, and he is the driving force behind movies like Pan's Labyrinth and Hellboy, which is a personal favorite of mine. So please welcome Guillermo del Toro. Awesome to have you here. I know you got this huge film coming out on July 12th.
That's correct. Pacific Rim is a giant adventure movie about a dire moment for humanity, where humans are losing a battle against giant monsters, 250 feet tall monsters called kaiju.
Yeah.
So in order to fight back, we need to create a weapon that can grapple with a thinking, living machine, a weapon. And we create 250 tall foot robots, and they are controlled by 2 pilots in the head of the robot, left hemisphere and right hemisphere. And the movie has giant alien monsters, giant robots, but at its core is about people and about how we can surmount all odds, no matter what our size is in the fight.
So, I bet all these people out here just want to see a little sneak peek. You got one?
Yeah, and we have a little sneak peek for you, so you probably know how this works better than I do, because didn't you do your thesis about robotics?
I did, but not on 250-foot tall Jaeger robots.
Yet.
Yeah, that's right. I'm still working on it. I got some more to do. So, but you know what else is kind of cool? We're going to run this clip off of our Snapdragon 800 based tablet. So everybody, let's check this out.
We always thought alien life would come from the stars, but it came from deep beneath the sea.
Initiating launch operations. Gypsy danger.
Today, at the edge of our hope, at the end of our time, we have chosen to believe in each other. Today we face the monsters that are at our door. Today we are canceling the apocalypse.
Paul, you may have noticed that little Qualcomm Snapdragon logo in one of the scenes.
Yeah, I saw that, man. Qualcomm Snapdragon, saving the world, canceling the apocalypse. That's what I'm talking about. So, Guillermo, you're also known for your mastery of special effects. So, we have all these new technologies. Are they changing the way that you're telling your stories?
Yes. I mean, I've been making films for nearly 30 years. And there's a lot that we can do now with technology that we weren't able to do before. Really, technology has allowed our creation to catch up with our imagination. And also, for example, the cloud storage and instant access that Ultraviolet and Flixster offers provides endless storage capabilities. And I'm into storage myself, But a film lover like me who has an obsessive collection, 7,000 DVDs, Blu-rays, and so forth, now can access them anywhere, anytime. And storage is no longer an issue. Much has changed also since I shot, for example, Blade 2 back in 2002, and I traveled with a trunk of high-8 tapes.
Really?
That were like 500 movies. Now it's going to be all in the cloud. So, but remembering Blade 2, and just for you today, I pulled the original negative from the vault and created a native Ultra HD version using the latest technologies. Snapdragon 800 ensures that the film that you see will be viewed exactly as I wanted it to be seen. They will see the story and the effects and the sound and the color truly as close to my vision as possible. So when you're watching a great film, you want a great screen experience. And what is great now is knowing that Ultra HD version can be made available to you anywhere beyond the theater. In the past, most devices wouldn't be able to handle that much data, but now an audience can see a film from the vault, from the library, like Blade 2, years after they've seen it in the theaters, and see it exactly as it was intended to be seen. So let me show you an example of what this remastered footage looks like. Those of you that are familiar with my work know that I don't shy away from dynamic visuals.
Dynamic, that's what we call it.
Dynamic. So some of you may find some stuff in this clip a little jolting, but I chose this particular scene because the lighting, special effects, the depth of blacks, the colors, they are difficult to capture. And it really demonstrates what Ultra HD can bring to these extremely compelling visuals. And it helps me as a filmmaker to convey the story in a new and far more powerful fashion. So I'm sure this scene will wake everybody up. So let's watch it in Ultra HD.
Check it out. heard jolting, right? I got to say, I think that was pretty jolting. Anybody else here? I don't know whether I'm going to sleep that well tonight.
Don't go to the prime rib buffet after this.
Yeah, I mean,
No.
And it's Vegas anyways. I probably wasn't going to sleep that much anyway. So, the other thing that's cool about that clip was we decoded the Ultra HD clip and the DTS 7.1 surround sound from a Snapdragon 800 tablet.
That is fantastic, and I loved it.
Well, it's been great having you here, Guillermo, and thanks for showing us a preview of what's to come. I absolutely cannot wait for Pacific Rim, which is coming out, as we said, July 12th.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
And next time you're in LA, please come over to the house and have Mexican dinner with me.
All right. What are we going to have?
You'll find out. Thank you.
Not sure I should have said I can't wait, but that could be a fun dinner. Anyways, you can see that Ultra HD up close running on a Snapdragon 800 tablet at the Qualcomm exhibit all this week. So please come to the booth and check it out. Now, if you're a budding filmmaker, or if you're just somebody who likes to take amazing home movies, with Snapdragon 800, you can not only show Ultra HD, but you can actually capture Ultra HD video on your mobile device. So think about that. You're going to be able to capture Ultra HD footage on your phone, footage that might even impress Guillermo del Toro. Not bad? Now you think about that, and now you think about sharing that incredible next generation video. That's going to require a lot of bandwidth. I mean, already today, smartphone users typically use 35 times more data than basic feature phone users. But not only that, in the not too distant future, all the objects around us will communicate with each other. At home, all of our consumer electronics devices, our lights, our air conditioning, our appliances, our security systems, these things are all going to be online. They're all going to be passing data back and forth to each other. And more cars are going to become mobile hotspots providing internet on the go. And you might even be wearing medical monitoring devices that will automatically notify you or contact your doctor if there's something wrong. We call this idea the Internet of Everything. And it's really going to empower us by giving us far more information about us and our environment than we have today. So wireless is really expanding beyond what we traditionally think of as mobile. And different kinds of devices are now leveraging the benefits of mobile and the scale of the mobile ecosystem. Let's take as an example what happened with the Android operating system. I mean, we worked with Google on the first Android phone back in 2008. Now, their flagship smartphone, the Nexus 4, is powered by Snapdragon. Back in the day, Android was intended for smartphones. But now, you see it being used in other device categories like tablets, TVs, digital cameras, e-readers, and more stuff like that. With over 500 million Android devices in use today, it's a tremendous success story and one that we're proud to be part of. And most of those devices are being powered by Qualcomm chips. In fact, we enable all the major mobile OS platforms. Okay, so now with all these new connected devices and objects we've been talking about, all this traffic is going to have a major impact on the networks. I mean, we actually believe that data demand may go as high as 1,000 times what it is today. So keeping up with this exploding demand may seem impossible. But we're working on technologies to help network operators handle 1,000 times the data traffic and drive the cost down too. And that's our goal. At Qualcomm, we call it the 1000X challenge. Now, it's a huge challenge, and it's going to take a combination of things like being creative in the way we use spectrum and how we continue to evolve 3G and 4G technologies and more. But the key approach that we're taking to solve this data challenge is with small cells. So what's that? Small cells, they're kind of like a Wi-Fi access point, but they also provide cellular connectivity too. and they can be installed everywhere, including homes and businesses. So the goal that we have is to bring the network closer to the users. That'll ensure the best connections at the highest speeds. And Qualcomm's leading the effort. We're enabling small cells as small as a pack of cards and cheaper than a cell phone. So if you can imagine that, you can basically have a tiny cell phone tower on your bookshelf. And it ensures the best possible network connection at all times. Now, Wi-Fi will also play a role in addressing the 1000X challenge. And our Qualcomm Vive 802.11ac technology powers routers and small cells that offer over a gigabit of networking capacity. So that's, I think you'll agree, pretty fast, right? But we're not going to stop there. We just announced our new Stream Boost technology, which is being used to power smart routers that are just hitting the market now. So what this does is Stream Boost analyzes the traffic on your home network, and it optimizes the bandwidth to make sure that you're getting the best experience. A router that has Stream Boost will fast track your favorite content through your network. So streaming videos and online games, these things will play better even if there's somebody in your house downloading a big file. So you look for routers with Stream Boost and Vive 802.11ac being demonstrated by D-Link and Alienware here at the show. So thanks to technologies like these, home is becoming a much more connected place. But so are our cars. In the past, Qualcomm worked with Audi to put 3G connectivity in their cars. Today, with our partner Centurion, we're helping Audi leverage the power of the first fully integrated 4G LTE to offer new services like web radio and video conferencing and even online gaming. We are very excited about this opportunity. And we're also working with our partners at Piker and BMW to enable the ultimate driving experience. Again, taking advantage of 4G to create an in-car Wi-Fi hotspot. So people love their cars. I mean, I love my car. Mobile is bringing more enjoyment to that experience. But for a lot of us, the most amazing car experiences are played out on the racetrack. I mean, our friends at NASCAR understand that. The teamwork, the noise, the speed. That'll get your heart racing, huh? So we're excited to help out NASCAR in a pretty cool program. What we're doing is bringing the excitement of the racetrack right into your own house. So to tell you a little more about this, here's a NASCAR pro, the 2012 NASCAR Sprint Cup Series champion, Brad Keselowski. Thanks for being here.
Well, what an honor to bring NASCAR to CES.
I know, it's great to have you here. And by the way, congratulations for winning the championship last year. Those races were unbelievable.
Thank you. It was an amazing year for us to win the championship in 2013. And I'll tell you what, I feel like I'm a lucky guy. I'm a lucky guy to be a part of the sport, and I'm a lucky guy to be part of a winning team for sure. And I look to 2013 and say, wow, that was 2012. It was awesome. But we're already ready to look forward to 2013. We got the Daytona 500 about to start in another month. And, you saw the passion that we have as drivers on that little video to be the best and to win. But what you didn't see, Paul, was the passion our fans have.
Yes,
the passion our fans have for the sport. And better yet, the passion they have for technology in the sport.
So do you use technology to connect with your fans?
Just a few items.
A little bit.
We travel all over the country. 35 races a year. And so you say, well, what's the best way for you to stay engaged with the fans? Well, for me, it's pretty simple. I've got my phone and I've got Twitter. That's my key. I love it. It's great. And, as we look forward to the future, we look for that next technology to keep updated with our fans and share that passion they have as well.
Hey, man, we are going to be there for you. I mean, we all know that NASCAR is famous for its very, very passionate fan base. So here to tell us a little bit more about how they're connecting with their fans is one of our friends from NASCAR, Mark Jenkins.
Thanks, Paul. It's great to be here to talk a little bit about our program.
So it's great to have you guys here. So we're going to show us what you got?
Sure. Let's move over here to the demo space. Here's the idea, Paul. We want to make NASCAR fans at home have the great same experience that they can have at the track. So along with Qualcomm Sprint, we've created a multi-screen experience that allows fans to customize the way they view the race and get even closer to the drivers. Today, you can watch a race on really any TV. But really immersive experiences, like the ones we're going to show you, are only possible on smart TVs and tablets, like those powered by the Snapdragon processor. So let's launch the app on the Snapdragon-enabled TV and see how it works. As you can see, the broadcast is still up there on the screen. But now there's a lot more information available to you. For example, you're seeing the leaderboard up on the top. And in the upper right-hand corner over there, you can see exactly where all the drivers are in the dot racing lineup. And there's a picture of the race leader on the right side of the TV screen. So you always know who's in the lead. Brad, you know a little something about that, don't you?
That's my favorite part. There's nothing quite like running out in the front. And this is really an incredible experience. What else can you show me about this app? You know, how does it work?
Sure. Now you have a view of my tablet with the NASCAR app on it. Think of this tablet as a remote control for your TV experience. You can use it to control what's on your TV. For example, you can pick your favorite driver, view his in-car video, and even listen to driver audio chatter. What do you think?
It's really incredible technology. I'm a little jealous. I think I might sit out a race or two just to watch. But no, seriously, tell me more about it and show me how it works. Let's get started.
Well, this is great. It's all customizable. So let's pick our drivers. Let me guess. Who are you going to pick?
Me. I want to see what it's like to be in your seat.
That's a big surprise. I thought you'd do that. So now that you made your pick, I'm going to pick Jimmy Johnson.
Of course. Yeah, I should have known that.
So check it out. You can see the drivers and their status on the bottom of the TV screen.
That's really cool. Really, really cool. You know, the technology that's out here is just amazing, and I can't wait to get my hands on it. So tell me, how exactly does this work?
Well, our friends at Qualcomm introduced us to AllJoin. It makes it possible for multiple devices to all connect seamlessly and communicate with each other directly. So whether you're using a smartphone or a tablet, when you're watching the race with friends, you now have the ability to take more control of what you see.
Really, really impressive. What else can you show us?
Well, how about if we put in-car video up on the TV?
Wow.
Let's put yours up, Brad. There you are in the upper left corner. What do you think?
I mean, it's all incredible. It just keeps getting better. I can't wait to be a part of this and see how it works. And this is a great way for our race fans to see the race and to see our technology to evolve. From my perspective, this is the best seat in the house. This is better than being in the car. A lot safer.
Or at least close to it. Yeah, and not only can you see what you're seeing, they can hear you too. So how about a little driver to pit crew audio chatter?
One back, even with you to your right. One back, even with you to your right. One back, even with you.
Well, that's exactly like what it's like sitting in the car, except for there's no cars on fire and you can't get that sensation. But it's as close as you can get. And this is the future of our sport. This is the future of television and engaging it to the next level, whether you're traveling and on the road and not in front of your TV or what it might be. This is our future for NASCAR, for our sport. It's my race, your way.
That's awesome stuff, guys. Thanks a lot for showing it. And hey, it's great having you guys here.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having us.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
So come by and visit the Qualcomm booth this week, and you'll be able to play with the NASCAR app on a Snapdragon-enabled TV. So that's kind of an example about how mobile is transforming the TV experience. But smart TV isn't just about running apps on a bigger TV screen. What's really much more exciting to me is about creating synergies between smartphones and tablets and TVs, all working together seamlessly using AllJoyn. And AllJoyn is this open source technology that runs on multiple operating systems. By the way, this year you're going to see smart TVs and set-top boxes enabled by Snapdragon coming from vendors like Haier, GON Media, and LG Innotek, and some of these devices are going to be on display here at CES this week. So we've seen some examples tonight of just how transformative mobile can be. Let's talk a little bit about how it's transforming us and the way we interact with the world around us. As I mentioned earlier, our phones will be even more connected with a growing network of sensors all around us, or even on, maybe even in our bodies. And they're going to provide us with valuable information about our environment, empowering us with what I call your digital sixth sense. Now, you may already rely on it today. I mean, if you think about how your phone can show you real-time information about a traffic jam on the road ahead, or notify you that a friend is sitting in a nearby coffee shop, this is really just the beginning of it. Soon, we'll know even more, so much more about what's around us. Your smartphone is going to take information from cyberspace and bring it into the physical world. So if you think about it, it's kind of like making the real world clickable. Now, enhancing your natural five senses with a digital sixth sense is going to require a combination of technologies. It's going to take advanced processors, seamless connectivity, peer-to-peer networking, augmented reality, sophisticated location systems that will know your precise position, whether you're outdoors or indoors. Last month, we announced our updated indoor location software, and we're working with partners like Cisco Systems to continuously evolve location-based apps. But another element of our digital sixth sense is enhancing our vision. Developers are using our award-winning Vuforia platform to create apps that can actually see. You just point your phone or tablet at an object and voila, information about that object appears. Now that's opening up a whole new world of opportunities, ranging from cool games and toys to interactive books and magazines to new shopping experiences. Vuforia has continued to experience strong market momentum from app developers globally. More than 40,000 developers from over 130 countries have registered for the Vuforia Developer Program. And more than 2,500 apps have been launched, with 1,500 of those just in the last 6 months. These apps leverage the power of Vuforia to blur the lines between the real world and the digital world. Now, mobile technologies like augmented reality have tremendous potential as educational tools, as more phones and tablets find their way into the hands of the born mobile generation. And we've been working with Sesame Workshop to use mobile technology to enhance learning for children. We've invited some very special guests to tell us more. To start out with, welcome Scott Chambers.
Hey, Paul. How you doing?
Glad to have you here.
Well, we're thrilled to be here with you again at CES.
I know, it's awesome to have Sesame Workshop again. So, Scott, what do you got for us this year?
Well, as I know you know, we've been developing mobile experiences for our young fans for many years. After all, we have a long history of using cutting-edge technology to address children's developmental needs. But as we've collaborated with Qualcomm over the last year, we had a feeling that continuing our efforts on Vuforia and adding new technologies like AllJoyn could engage children in a way that truly maximizes learning potential. So together, we've developed an innovative application that helps children build early literacy skills, which, as you know, are so important later on in life as they learn to read.
We're really proud of the work that we're doing together. And this app is really the first commercial endeavor that Sesame Workshop and Qualcomm are collaborating on. And it's just the beginning of an exciting new relationship. I think it's a great combination. You take Qualcomm mobile expertise combined with Sesame's educational expertise. Look, we plan to do a lot more with Sesame Workshop in countries like China and India. It's part of our Wireless Reach initiative that brings the benefits of mobile to underserved communities and people worldwide.
That's right, Paul. But now, to actually show you what we've been up to, I'd like to introduce you to Dave Glauber from Sesame Workshop's Content Innovation Lab, as well as everybody's favorite 8-foot feathered friend, Big Bird.
All right.
Sweeping the clouds away. Hi, everybody. I'm Big Bird.
And I'm Dave.
That's Dave.
I'm a writer and I'm a designer in Sesame's Content Innovation Lab. And I'm here to show you something pretty special.
Yeah, and you're a birdketeer today.
Yeah, I'm also a birdketeer today.
Hey, flap those wings.
Oh, okay.
Well, pretty good. You remind me of my Uncle Henry. Only you're better looking.
Thank you, Big Bird.
Yeah.
So guys, we're going to show you a new app. It's called Big Bird's Words. And with it, kids can learn about words wherever they find words.
Okay.
And that's, yeah, Big Bird?
Well, tell them all about it.
Okay. So with Euphoria, it gives kids mobile devices the ability to read words that are out there in the world.
Well, birdketeer Dave.
Yeah?
I got an idea. Why don't you show them how it works?
Okay.
Let's try to find the word Crassinophilus. No, wait, it'll take too long. Try the word milk.
Okay. Yeah, let's find the word milk in our kitchen.
Okay.
So, guys, a young birdketeer that's still learning to read.
That's you.
That's me.
Just for today.
That person probably doesn't know the word milk, but Big Bird's Words will help us find it. Euphoria is going to give the application the ability to read. Watch. Let's see here. Ooh, here's a word on this box, Big Bird.
Is it milk?
Let's find out. Guys, I'm just going to take my wordoscope, and I'm going to move it over to the word on the box, and Big Bird's voice is going to tell us if that word is milk.
My own voice?
Your voice. Check this out,
Okay,
guys.
I'm going to listen to this. Gee, you're good at finding words. You found this one, cereal. But we're looking for another word. Look for milk. Hey, that was my voice, Dave. You're good at finding words. You found this one.
Your voice again.
Yeah, hey, it was talking while I was talking. I bet we'd find the word milk, say, if we looked on a milk carton.
Yeah, okay. Why don't we do that? I'm going to take my wordoscope again. And guys, this time I'm going to move it over to the word that's on this carton, and Big Bird's voice will let us know if that word is milk. Here we go. And?
You found it. Milk. Milk starts with the letter M. That was my voice.
We did it, Big Bird.
Yeah, well, that's great. We did it. Hooray.
Guys, so at Sesame Workshop, we know that kids are entering kindergarten with a vocabulary gap. Now, to help close this gap, we have to build vocabulary skills early. We have to help kids learn the words that they see every day. Guys, with this app, we can introduce kids to new words wherever they are. And we can give kids a deeper understanding of what those words mean and how they relate to their own lives. And guys, I'm thrilled to let you know that Big Bird's Words will be commercially available this summer.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Well, that was a good job, Birdketeer Dave.
Oh, thanks, Big Bird. But good job yourself. You made a fantastic app. Question, though.
Thanks.
When did you learn how to code?
Well, I didn't. I outsourced it to a bunch of owls.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay, guys, thank you very much. So long, Paul. Bye, Scott.
So long, Paul. Bye, everybody.
Come on, Big Bird. Let's find some birdseed milkshake.
Oh, boy, birdseed is my favorite.
All right, let's hear it for our friend from Sesame Street. Thanks very much. Gotta love Big Bird. That is a terrific example of how mobile is transforming education and an exciting new capability for Euphoria with text recognition. So while you might have seen apps that use the camera for language translation in the past, we're making text recognition available to developers this spring for education and a wide range of other applications. So we've talked about transforming education. Now why don't we come back to healthcare? For many people who until now have not had access to even the most basic health care, their mobile device is going to be a life changer and maybe even a life saver. Now, I have the honor of serving as a global ambassador for the International Society for Telemedicine and E-Health. And we're working with some amazing people, like Archbishop Desmond Tutu in South Africa. And we're leveraging the power of mobile to improve healthcare for people everywhere, particularly in developing countries.
Hello, Paul. I'm delighted to participate in the opening of CES 2013 and to comment briefly on the role of technology as a force for effecting positive social change. Today, the technology most accessible to the poor and disenfranchised is the mobile phone. If we want a vehicle for reaching the underserved with interventions from health and other sectors of the economy, the mobile phone is the technology of choice. Mobile is going to have a transformative impact on the public health here and in Africa and all around the world. And I look forward to working with you and Qualcomm to help extend the benefits of mHealth to people everywhere.
So those are compelling words from Archbishop Tutu. And we share his vision of a world where everyone has access to mobile health. One of the keys is to create new tools. Now, at last year's CES, the Qualcomm Foundation announced the $10 million Qualcomm Tricorder X Prize together with the X Prize Foundation. And the goal is to inspire teams to create a diagnostic device like the tricorder of Star Trek fame that puts personalized health in the palm of your hand. I totally believe this is possible, and I believe this is going to revolutionize healthcare. The response we've gotten has been awesome. We have over 255 teams from 34 countries pre-registering for the competition. But I'm pleased to announce the official guidelines are available and registration will open tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern. So it's a chance for you to make a difference and maybe you could win a $10 million prize. Not so bad. Okay, if you want more information, you can go to qualcommtricorderxprize.org. Get more information there. So this Qualcomm Tricorder X Prize probably gives you a little hint that there's a few Star Trek fans here at Qualcomm. And, we can't really wait for this new Star Trek Into Darkness, which is the next film in the franchise. It's coming out on May 17th. This film sounds great. There is a ton of buzz around it.
Yourself and everyone under your command killed. You think you're safe? You are not.
cool is that? So we're excited to be helping Paramount leverage some of our newest technologies for their incredible new Star Trek app. They're using our context awareness platform called Gimbal to make new connections and interactions with fans. Now, Gimbal uses a combination of geofencing, image recognition, and audio recognition to present information to us in creative new ways. So here to tell us more about the app and the movie is actor Alice Eve. Hey, Alice. Glad to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
Now, I gotta guess that you're facing a little bit of pressure because, you know, Star Trek fans, and I'm guessing there's a few of you out there in the audience. We are serious about our love for this franchise.
Yeah, so am I. You know, obviously when we started filming, I was nervous because everyone had made a movie together before, and of course I was the new girl on set. But as you can tell from that, JJ's bordering on genius, and so he was also very welcoming and a gentleman.
So, there's been a lot of mystery here. Are you going to tell us a little bit about your character on Star Trek Into Darkness?
Yeah, mystery is the name of the game, I think, on Star Trek and any JJ project, but I can tell you, thank goodness, that I play Dr. Carol Marcus, who, like you, has a PhD. And although...
I knew I had something to do with Star Trek.
I can't tell you anything else. Obviously, Dr. Marcus was in the original series and the second of the original movies, but since JJ split the universe in 2009, any eventuality is possible.
So, you're really not going to tell us anything more?
Well, what do you want to know, Paul?
Anything you want to tell me. Come on.
No, my lips are sealed.
We're just with a bunch of our friends.
Yeah, it's just a close little group of us.
Yeah.
My lips are sealed, as the prompter is telling me to say. Although I'd love to tell you more. But there is a way you can delve deeper into the Star Trek universe and unveil perhaps some of the mystery.
So I'm guessing you're talking about this app we're doing?
Yeah, that's right. And I was just playing with it, and it's pretty cool. Let me tell you how it works. So fans can become a part of the crew the minute they log in, and they go out on real-world missions. So you have to find like a trailer, or if you find a billboard, a poster, or if you go into your local theater, you gain points and become more heroic.
So it's pretty fun?
Yeah, it's the hero-making app.
I like it. So the way that thing works, it's Qualcomm's new context awareness platform,
yeah,
and it makes all those features possible. And what it does is it lets this app sort of adapt to the user's surroundings. And so the app can actually detect when a mission's completed using a combination of audio scan or geolocation identification or image recognition. And this app, it's actually the first one that's used all three of these technologies together in our Gimbal platform.
So Big Bird just uses one?
Yeah, you guys have a few more.
Yeah, we have two more than Big Bird.
Yeah. Got it. Everybody's trying to get something over on Big Bird. I don't know.
There's a bird joke in there somewhere, but I'm not going to make it. So, there's a sound scanner, as we just said, and so fans watching Star Trek Into Darkness videos can manually unlock and sound scan their missions. There's also an image scanner, so they can interact with the film's images to accomplish additional missions.
So, the way that works is with this Vuforia platform that Big Bird was using, and it really allows the app to recognize a whole bunch of different visual targets. So you can interact with, real-world billboards or images or posters, and it's all much, much more seamless than it ever was before.
Yeah, so don't forget the Star Trek app also uses geolocation, but what was quite cool about that I just heard is that if you're near a billboard, like the app will tell you, if you just go over there, then it's quite cool. It's like an Easter egg hunt.
Yeah.
So it allows fans to take part in a real-world scavenger hunt, or Easter egg hunt, where they accomplish missions by finding specific locations.
So what happens with that technology is pretty cool too, because it uses this very low-power location technology. So this geofence, the thing that tells you when you're near things or inside a place, that capability is always on. And so what that means is that fans can auto-complete their missions. I mean, they don't even have to take their smartphone out of their pocket to do it. So the app just runs silently in the background, And fans can unlock special missions just by walking into the local movie theater.
It's a bit lazy, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's kind of cool.
So as you accomplish these real-world missions, you rise up in the ranks to earn special content and rewards.
So, you only told us a little bit. Are we going to hear any more soon?
You will. You'll hear more in February during one of the biggest, perhaps the biggest, American sporting event of the year.
Right, the American sporting event.
I am a Chelsea fan myself.
We had to make that clear.
There we go.
Chelsea, anybody else?
Yes!
Star Trek.
I love
Chelsea.
Vegas. So there'll be another sneak peek during that, and much more to come after that, obviously, including the film in May. So that's great. Also, one lucky fan who registers to be notified once the app launches will have a chance to win a VIP trip to the US premiere.
That's going to be fun.
Cool. Yeah, that will be fun. That will actually be fun. Go to StarTrekMovie.com/CES for details and a chance to enter.
So the stuff that Paramount's doing with Gimbal really fits this vision that we have where the smartphone's going to enable a digital sixth sense for us. And what Paramount's doing is they're using the smartphone and gimbal to market the film in the real world, but at the same time they're pulling the user into the film's world. So the line between the physical and the digital world, they're really blurring.
Yikes. So with the new Star Trek app and gimbal, the future is really not the future anymore.
No, I don't think so. So, hey, thanks, Alice, for being here. I'm really looking forward to seeing you on the big screen.
Thank you, Paul. Nice to see you.
Good to see you, too.
Bye.
I think I'm more fired up. All right. We've seen a bunch of cool devices tonight, but before we go, I want to show you one of my favorite battery-powered mobile devices. Now, this is something that was really born mobile. One type of mobile product that's particularly promising and cool is electric vehicles. We're working on a unique wireless charging technology called Qualcomm Halo. With Qualcomm Halo, your electric vehicle automatically begins to charge when you pull into your garage or into an activated parking space. And there's no cables to hook up. You don't have to worry about aligning your car exactly. It just works. And as we're working on commercializing this technology, we are seeing some amazing concept cars come out. So we borrowed the keys to this one. So Rolls-Royce pulled the V12 gasoline engine from this car and replaced it.
Your key, sir.
Thank you very much. With an electric motor. And it's powered by incredible batteries that can store 73 kilowatt hours of energy. So let me put that in context. Those batteries would fully charge over 12,000 smartphones. It's kind of impressive. There, right in there. Anyways, so this electric Rolls-Royce went out on a world tour. Visited Tokyo, Beijing, Paris, Pebble Beach, Singapore. I was just in Singapore. Great place. During that tour, it was recharged by either a cable or by our Qualcomm Halo wireless charging system. Now let me tell you, at the end of the tour, the wireless system proved more reliable. So for the last 3 months of the tour, they used the Qualcomm Halo system exclusively. Now, if you want to check out this gorgeous car for yourself, or if you want to find out more about our connected car and wireless charging solutions for EVs and devices, come by the Qualcomm Experience area on the exhibit floor this week. And this car it's pretty sweet. I mean, everything about it is awesome. Even the sound system is awesome. I mean,
All right, guys, we are back here. Are you still with us?
Is it over?
How many people are still with us? All right, that's
Oh,
the
my word.
Qualcomm keynote. If you wondered why they kind of suddenly, abruptly ended it, that's because Maroon 5 with Adam Levine is making an appearance. They're going to do a little performance.
Oh, wow.
We're not able to show that and watch that.
Oh, okay.
So,
never mind.
we're not allowed
Okay,
to, guys.
never mind.
So,
Yeah,
I mean,
never
hey,
mind,
we saw
What should we
every
do
movie
now?
trailer under the sun already. I mean, I got all my entertainment worth out of that. But, Qualcomm obviously really trying to show how they're integrated into all aspects of our life. They did show off some new technology with their Snapdragon 800 processor, improved speed, support for faster Wi-Fi, overall performance, and then who could forget the fact that Microsoft couldn't stay away from CES.
I nearly forgot that, actually. It was so long ago.
It was a long time
Wasn't that
ago,
like
man.
4 weeks ago? I think that was
might have
last
been.
year's keynote.
It might have been. Steve
Yeah.
Ballmer made an appearance to show off Qualcomm chips inside of phones like the Nokia Lumia 920 and the HTC Windows Phone 8X, just to show their presence and how they're working together. But overall, those are really the highlights. It felt like there was a part of the Star Trek keynote that I missed, but no, that was the Qualcomm keynote.
There was a lot of Star Trek. I like Star Trek, but that was a lot of Star Trek.
All right, guys, so we're going to wrap things up, but we really wanted to tease tomorrow's coverage. We are going to be here. Everyone is going to be here. It's a big day. It's the first day of CES 2013 officially where the show floor opens, so we'll have inside scoops always on. We're bringing one of Mollywood's live torture tests to the stage.
Oh, wow.
Cold, heat, liquid nitrogen. You're going to watch that?
Yeah, definitely.
I'll be there to help her along with that. We'll have safety goggles, hammers, all that crazy stuff. Plus, the next big thing, it's one of CNET's biggest keynotes that we do, and we have a panel there that's going to be excellent as well. LL Cool J, Felicia Day, Russell Simmons. I don't want to drop names or anything, but you get the idea. They're all going to be here on our stage. So join us right back here at 8:30 a.m. Pacific time. It's almost 8 p.m. here in Vegas. I'm not even going out. I'm going to put my legs in a tub and try to go to sleep.
Too much information.
Too much?
Yeah.
You don't want to envision that, do you?
It's too late. It's there.
Yeah, I'm
Forever.
sorry about that. I'm sorry about that, friend.
That and Big Bird.
You opened your eyes like you were really impressed, so I've seen that before. All right. Good night, guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow here back at the CNET stage.